Having traversed to a foreign realm, I became the adopted son of the Fourth Hokage, the elder brother of Uzumaki Naruto. Due to a mission, I missed the day of my brother's birth. Upon my return, I had intended to make amends, yet what I encountered was my brother's woeful existence. A childhood branded by the title of Demon Fox, tattered garments, and expired milk. Su Ming seethed with fury, exclaiming, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, is this how you fulfill my parents' wishes? Is this the Konoha my parents fought to protect with their lives? What purpose does such a Konoha serve? To safeguard Konoha? How utterly absurd!" Su Ming cast a cold smirk at Naruto, saying, "Let us embrace our darkness, Naruto." In that instant, Naruto was completely engulfed in his tailed beast transformation. From that moment forth, Konoha lost a gifted ninja and a Jinchūriki of the Nine-Tails. Yet, it gained two fearsome avengers. Chapter 1. My foolish brother, I have come to bring you home. Konoha, year 51. 3 years after the Nine-Tails turmoil. At the village entrance, Konoha, I have returned. A young lad with golden short hair stood at the village gate, gazing at the newly refurbished village with a bitter smile. Have I ultimately returned too late? He possessed golden hair, a long sword at his waist, and a travel bag slung over his shoulder. His most striking feature was not his hair, reminiscent of the Fourth Hokage, but rather his handsome visage paired with his tattered clothing. The juxtaposition created an air of profound contradiction. Had it not been for the Konoha ninja forehead protector adorning his brow, he would have appeared more as a traveler than a ninja. His name was Su Ming, a time traveler and the adopted son of the Fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and the nominal elder brother of the Jinchūriki, Uzumaki Naruto. However, Su Ming had departed from Konoha 3 years prior due to a mission, returning only today. At that time, Naruto had yet to be born and likely remained unaware of his brother's existence. As a time traveler well-versed in the storyline of Naruto, Su Ming was acutely aware of the dark and devoid of light childhood that the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki had endured. Such a burden, one that even an adult could scarcely bear, had been thrust upon the young Naruto. It was indeed through the desperate efforts of the fourth couple that Konoha was safeguarded. Yet their progeny suffered such treatment. The offspring of heroes, how laughable! Taking a deep breath, Su Ming reined in his gaze and stepped forward into the village. 3 years ago, he had departed for a C-rank mission, and after 3 arduous years, he finally completed it. Now that he had returned, he was resolute in his duty to protect this frail younger brother. After registering his identity and ignoring the peculiar glances from the registering ninjas, Su Ming strode into the village. The streets were bustling, filled with laughter and cheer. After approximately half an hour, Su Ming arrived at the home of Naruto, not that of the fourth. The fourth's couple would never leave their son in such a dilapidated place. Pushing the door open, a musty odor assaulted his senses. Su Ming frowned and fully opened the door. What met his eyes resembled the scenes from the anime of his previous life. Scattered clothing, instant noodle cups littered about, and expired milk, long since consumed. Even though he had anticipated this, witnessing it firsthand still pained Su Ming's heart. By the timeline, Naruto was merely a 3-year-old child. A 3-year-old's daily sustenance consisted solely of these meager offerings. "Sarutobi, do you truly remember my father's entrustment?" Before he could suppress the rage boiling within him, a figure suddenly appeared before Su Ming. The familiar dog mask of the Yambu. "Without the third Hokage's orders, you are forbidden from approaching the residence of the Demon Fox." A chilling voice greeted him. Demon Fox? Looking at the dog mask, Su Ming let out a cold laugh. Was this commanded by Sarutobi Hiruzen? You dare to directly utter the third's name? The Yambu seethed with fury, glaring at Su Ming, chakra swirling ominously, signaling an impending confrontation. Yet at that moment, Su Ming, who had remained motionless, sprang into action. With a swift motion, he drew his sword and struck fiercely. The blade gleamed as it impaled the Yambu against the wall. The Yambu struggled to break free, but Su Ming's icy voice rang out once more. "I advise you not to move. The life of an Yambu holds little value in my eyes." After locking eyes with Su Ming for several moments, the Yambu finally bowed his head and ceased to struggle. Su Ming unsheathed his sword, expertly flicking off the droplets of blood. "Clean up the house. When I return, I expect to see a tidy abode." With that, the long sword was sheathed, leaving behind a stunned group of shadow operatives. In that fleeting moment, he had sensed the chilling breath of death. What terrifying swordsmanship, what astonishing speed. As Su Ming departed, the shadow operatives gazed at the disheveled room, hesitating repeatedly before ultimately stepping inside. Beneath the setting sun, in Konoha Park. "However, it's time to go home. Daddy, dinner's ready." Coming. Everyone was heading home. "Mama," the exclamation of a little girl rang out, startlingly sharp in the fading sunlight. The children, who had previously gathered together, suddenly scattered like birds returning to their nests, each finding their own sanctuary in an instant. Only one stood there, entranced, looking on with a hint of envy at the unfolding scenes. His heart was filled with longing. At that moment, a parent caught a glimpse of the solitary figure bathed in light, a flicker of disdain flashing in their eyes as they reproached their own child. "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you not to play with that child? Gome, let's leave." The group hurried away, as if they had encountered a terrifying monster, hastily avoiding the scene. "Shikamaru, time to go home." "Ino, you too." Just then, two more figures approached, each calling for their own children. "Goodbye, Naruto. Farewell." They exchanged pleasantries before quickly grasping their father's hand, their faces beaming with joy. Only Naruto remained, gazing at the receding figures, his expression one of profound desolation. The setting sun still shone brightly, casting its warm glow, yet the brilliance that enveloped the small figure could not dispel the darkness within his heart. When Su Ming arrived, he was greeted by this poignant scene. Is this truly the case? Observing everything before him, Su Ming felt a stirring within and swiftly approached. Under the sunset, a large figure faced off against a small one. "You must be here to take your younger siblings home?" After a long pause, it was the smaller one who spoke. "But everyone here has already left. You probably won't be able to find them. However, I can help you look." With that, Naruto flashed his iconic smile, giving a thumbs up. "I am destined to become the next Hokage." His exuberance was infectious. Anyone witnessing such a smile would likely find themselves grinning in return. Yet Su Ming could not muster a smile. Instead, he fell into silence. "Hey, what's wrong?" Noticing the oddity, Naruto became curious. Su Ming observed the petite figure before him, the tousled hair, the somewhat tattered clothing, and the dust-laden garments of the blond boy. He bears a striking resemblance to his father. Taking a step forward, Su Ming shook his head, wiping away the tears from the corner of his eye, and extended his hand, pinching Naruto's ear and playfully lifting him up, a grin spreading across his face. "My foolish little brother, I am here to take you home." Chapter 2. He is a competent brother. Are you truly my brother? On the path, a large figure carried a smaller one as they strolled through the streets. When they turned to each other, the little gaze that met Su Ming's suddenly dropped. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, Su Ming discerned a glimmer of hope within those eyes, overshadowed by a profound fear that seemed to engulf his very being. Was all of this merely an illusion? Before Su Ming could respond, the voice spoke again. "They all call me the Fox Demon, saying I am an orphan, and everyone in the village despises me. I suppose a child like me does not deserve to have family, does he?" Naruto raised his head, summoning all his strength to meet Su Ming's gaze, and forced a smile, albeit a strained one. "Brother, you are not real. You are here to mock me, aren't you? You are just here to tease me, right?" As he uttered these words, he wore a smile. Despite its forced nature, it was still a smile. "I am destined to be a Hokage, and such tricks will not deceive me." This proclamation carried the stubbornness of a 3-year-old. Alas, all of this was indeed true, undeniably true. Thus, Su Ming, without hesitation, seized Naruto's ear and feigned anger, saying, "Fool, what nonsense are you thinking? Ow, 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 let go." Releasing his grip, Su Ming placed his palm atop Naruto's head and vigorously ruffled his hair, adopting that familiar tone. "Oh, my foolish little brother. I am not foolish. I am destined to be a Hokage, right? Ha ha." On the streets of Konoha, the large figure carried the small one, moving slowly. The setting sun cast a warm glow, rendering the scene remarkably heartwarming. However, throughout their journey, the Naruto on Su Ming's back was restless, incessantly asking questions. "Brother, why did you only return now?" "I was on a mission." "Oh, brother, are you a ninja?" "Yes." "Brother, are you very strong? Will you protect me?" "I was so scared. So very scared when you weren't here." At merely 3 years of age, after a flurry of questions, the little Naruto finally succumbed to sleep. Nestled securely on Su Ming's back, sleeping soundly, Su Ming pondered over Naruto's earlier words, unable to find peace. 3 years old. While other children were joyfully reveling in their childhood, his brother bore such experiences. Upon meeting his brother, he would still question whether someone was playing tricks on him. Had such things happened before? Rage ignited within Su Ming's chest, refusing to extinguish. "Naruto, rest assured, I shall protect you. I promise." Naruto's residence was some distance away from the park. As they walked, Su Ming moved deliberately slow, unwilling to disturb the peacefully slumbering Naruto, despite his deep sleep. He wished for no unforeseen incidents, not even the slightest. Not long into their journey, a number of figures emerged on the road. A group of children blocked their path. "Put the fox demon down." "Bringing a fox demon into the village? You must be an accomplice. You don't look like a good person." the ringleader, wielding a stone he had procured from who knows where, hurled it directly at Su Ming and Naruto. Kill him. Kill this accomplice of the fox demon. A sizable stone arced through the air, but Su Ming caught it in his hand with force. Crack! The stone shattered. Su Ming raised his hand, drawing the long sword from his waist, its tip directed forward, reflecting a pale face. He uttered not a word, merely advancing slowly. Don't come any closer. The children were struck with fear, nearly losing their wits. In their retreat, one child slipped and fell to the ground, gazing at Su Ming with terror in his eyes. In the next moment, a figure wearing a dog-headed mask appeared before the fallen child. You've gone too far. An Umbu member. Su Ming arched an eyebrow. Have you cleaned up? This Umbu, of course, was the one who had been ordered by Su Ming to tidy Naruto's home. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the Umbu felt a surge of anger. However, noticing the cold glint from Su Ming's sword, he had no choice but to suppress his ire and nodded. I spare you this time, but do not let it happen again. Having spoken, Su Ming disregarded the Umbu and turned his attention back to the group of children. Redirecting his sword. Thud! The blade plunged into the ground, embedding itself deeply. The Umbu's heart raced. Despite having tried to gauge the person before him, he realized he had still underestimated Su Ming. Staring at the child, who was even shorter than himself, he felt a shock of disbelief. Is he truly just a child? Su Ming was 8 years old. I have a bad temper, so if anyone bullies my brother again, next time, it shall be their body that the sword pierces. He drew his sword, grinning broadly. Do not think I jest, unless you wish to become a corpse. No one dared to respond. The atmosphere was thick with silence. As Su Ming sheathed his sword, preparing to leave, he suddenly noticed another figure appearing on the path. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, Do you wish to dance as well? The Umbu also turned to look, and upon recognizing the person, murmured softly, Uchiha. Before Su Ming stood another pair of figures, one large and one small. The larger one carried the smaller one on his back, Uchiha Itachi, and his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. In response to Su Ming's words, Itachi shook his head. I am also a brother. I, too, understand your feelings. If anyone bullies my brother, I will not let them go. Su Ming nodded, taking the opportunity to observe this prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan up close for the first time. A boy who, at the tender age of 7, could think like a Hokage, tirelessly striving for his village and clan. A boy who, despite his fondness for sweets, had endured a lifetime of hardship. Yet, at this moment, Itachi was merely 8 years old, having just awakened his Sharingan according to the original narrative. But to Su Ming, such details held little importance. After the loss of their parents, only Naruto mattered. Matters unrelated to Naruto were of no concern to him. As Su Ming took a step forward, passing by Itachi and Sasuke, he suddenly spoke. If you truly cherish your brother, try to trust him, to believe in his abilities, rather than constantly planning his path for him. At these words, Itachi visibly trembled. When he regained his composure and intended to say something, Su Ming had already turned away, carrying Naruto as he departed. Itachi fell silent. Moments later, Sasuke, nestled against Itachi's back, raised his little head. Nisan, who was that person? He is a competent brother. Itachi glanced back, affectionately regarding Sasuke. What? Nisan, that is not what I was asking. I meant, is that person very strong? Very strong, Itachi replied, a rare seriousness overtaking his expression. When he drew his sword, I even felt that I might die beneath it. But Nisan is the strongest, Sasuke exclaimed, confusion filling his eyes. Fortunately, being young, Sasuke soon forgot about the matter. Moments later, he looked up at his brother with excitement. Nisan, will you train with me for a bit? Next time, Sasuke. Again with this. Forgive me, Sasuke. Itachi turned back, gently tapping Sasuke's forehead with his finger. Next time. Chapter 3. Hokage-sama, let us have a duel. In the Hokage's office, smoke swirled around. The Umbu standing before the third Hokage instinctively shifted to the side, attempting to evade the thick odor. Yet, it was in vain. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down the large pipe in his hand, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke, and remarked with a hint of complexity, he has returned? Yes. Furthermore, he had taken Naruto Uzumaki away and even referred to the third Hokage by his name without an ounce of respect. The Umbu reported the situation truthfully. This behavior was entirely in line with his character. Back when Minato was still around, he had exhibited the same demeanor. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be speaking to himself. You may return, there is no need to continue monitoring him. With Su Ming's temperament, if this goes on, he may truly resort to violence against you. The Umbu hesitated. But sir, the importance of the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki. I am aware, Sarutobi replied, but you cannot match him in combat. Cannot match him. Indeed. The Umbu member, donning a dog-faced mask, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. It was not merely a matter of being unable to defeat him. He likely wouldn't even be able to land a single blow. After all, he was a prodigy who had astonished even the Fourth Hokage. "Stand down," Sarutobi commanded. "Yes, sir." The Umbu withdrew. Sarutobi rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. The mission he had assigned to Su Ming had been arranged after the Fourth Hokage's ascension. Despite resigning and yielding his position to the Fourth after the last Shinobi World War, his thirst for power had never waned. The authority within the village had always remained firmly in Sarutobi's grasp, rather than in the hands of the Fourth, whose control over power was severely limited. Su Ming was one such force, and he was the most promising among them. Thus, Sarutobi had assigned Su Ming a task that far exceeded his capabilities. Although classified as a C-rank mission, its difficulty was at least A-rank. Moreover, Su Ming had been only 5 years old when he undertook this mission. It involved a small nation neighboring the Land of Fire. Though diminutive, it was rife with countless evildoers. While it lacked ninja, it was still perilous. The objective of the mission was to protect the villages and towns near the Land of Fire. The deadline was 5 years. Sarutobi had intended to use this mission to keep Su Ming occupied, allowing him ample time to completely undermine the Fourth and seize true power for himself. However, Sarutobi had not anticipated that the young Su Ming would possess such a ruthless heart. He picked up the mission report from the table. It revealed that the nation, with a population of 423,000, had been entirely slaughtered. The mission had been completed in 3 years, and in the shortest time possible. A genius, indeed. Moreover, a genius stained with blood. Compared to a greenhouse flower, such a person is precisely what Konoha requires. Moreover, Konoha is currently short-staffed. Gazing at the report, Sarutobi felt conflicted. His tendency towards leniency had always been his flaw. After a long moment, he sighed and slowly left the Hokage's office. This matter, upon reflection, was one he ought to address personally, for it concerned Minato. Su Ming returned home, carrying Naruto on his back. The house was impeccably tidy, infused with a faint fragrance. The Umbu were quite obedient and performed their tasks well. Naruto had not awakened since falling asleep on Su Ming's back. The 3-year-old child clung tightly to Su Ming's sleeve even in slumber, as if fearing that letting go would mean losing him. With a sense of resignation, Su Ming had to remove his coat entirely to place Naruto on the bed. The bed frame was hard. Besides the single sheet, it consisted solely of unyielding wooden planks. He carefully surveyed the room. A table, a bed, a wardrobe, and that was all. There was not a single piece of decent furniture. After the Umbu had cleaned, the room felt stark and empty, an emptiness laden with solitude, Su Ming thought. Perhaps Naruto had never cleaned it, simply not wanting the place to appear so desolate. Beneath the table lay half a carton of expired milk. Su Ming picked it up to inspect, noting it had expired over 3 months ago. It was already more than half empty. The consumed portion had naturally found its way into Naruto's stomach. He exhaled heavily, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Just then, a figure appeared at the door, and without hesitation, Su Ming stepped outside, clutching the half-empty carton of milk. At the entrance, the third Hokage regarded the cold-faced Su Ming with a hint of helplessness. "Su Ming, you have returned." Su Ming sneered, "Let us talk outside. Do not disturb Naruto's sleep." Instantly, the third Hokage's face flushed with embarrassment. Outside, he continued, "Naruto's current life is indeed challenging, but all of this is to protect him. You are Minato's son. You should understand how much of a target an underage Nine-Tails Jinchūriki is to other villages." "I do not know," Su Ming retorted, tugging at the half-empty carton of milk. "All I know is that my 3-year-old brother drinks expired milk daily and lives a life of hunger and cold. Naruto's current living conditions are the best I can arrange for him. If his identity were exposed, his life would be in danger." "The best living conditions?" Su Ming scoffed. With a forceful swing, he hurled the carton of milk away. It sailed in an arc before crashing into a pile of garbage. A few stray cats rushed over at the sound, only to turn away in disdain after sniffing the milk. "This is what you call the best life." Even stray cats refuse to drink it, yet Naruto consumes it. The third Hokage remained silent. "I do not wish to hear your so-called reasons. I only have one question. What about my parents' inheritance? The substantial wealth they accumulated during their lifetimes? I know it's all with you. Why not give it to Naruto? He is too young to manage it. I ask you, where is it?" Gazing at Su Ming's icy expression, the third Hokage fell silent for a long while. Finally, he sighed and spoke. "It has been used up." As he uttered this, the third Hokage's gaze fell, unable to meet Su Ming's eyes. "You are aware that recently, our tensions with the Land of Lightning have led to the expenditure of everything left by Minato, aside from the sacrifices made by the Hyuga clan." After finishing, the third Hokage added, "For the sake of the village." Sarcastic laughter escaped Su Ming's lips upon hearing this response. He even scoffed. Even in his past life, he found it hard to believe that with the strength of the Fourth Hokage and his wife, they could not have saved enough to leave for their son. Yet, Naruto still lived a painfully impoverished childhood. It turned out that what they had left for Naruto had long been appropriated by the Third Hokage. How hypocritical of you. Third Hokage. The atmosphere fell silent for a prolonged moment. Just as the Third Hokage was about to speak again, Su Ming interrupted him directly. He fixed his gaze on the Third Hokage, his eyes chillingly fierce. Third Hokage, let us fight. Let us engage in battle. Chapter 4. Next time, Itachi. Third Hokage. Let us fight. The words came forth so abruptly, yet felt so natural. Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback, staring at Su Ming, whose resolve was unwavering. For how many years had it been since anyone had dared to express such hostility towards him so openly, let alone challenge him? Even Danzo, who had long coveted his position, and Orochimaru, who had recently defected, had not possessed the courage to utter such words. Yet now, they emerged from the lips of a mere child. You are not my match, Sarutobi replied. Su Ming remained silent, slowly placing his right hand on the hilt of his sword. His movements were deliberate. However, as he made this gesture, Sarutobi felt an unexpected pressure emanating from the 8-year-old. Sarutobi intended to dissuade him. You must trust me. Trust that the village will take good care of Naruto. Before Sarutobi could finish his sentence, a sudden gust of wind shattered the moment. Then, with a swift motion, Su Ming unsheathed his sword. Sarutobi's pupils widened in shock as the pressure surrounding him intensified, making him feel as though failing to defend himself would come at a grave cost. Instinctively, he began to formulate hand signs to summon the Monkey King. He leaned back, preparing to retreat, but it was already too late. A flash of sword light suddenly sliced through the air, cutting through it with an unadorned strike that landed squarely on Sarutobi. As the Third Hokage, renowned as the hero of the shinobi, his combat experience was exceedingly vast. Even under ambush, he could react in the briefest of moments. However, faced with this direct assault, he had miscalculated. Drip. Blood fell onto the ground. A deep gash had been carved into Sarutobi's arm, blood gushing forth. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene, struggling to comprehend that he had indeed sustained an injury. Clang. The long sword was sheathed. Su Ming did not cast a glance at the Third Hokage, turning away instead. I will take care of Naruto. If there is nothing else, Lord Third, please take your leave. Alas, Sarutobi sighed. I have kept the house for Minato. You can move in tomorrow, but only you. Naruto cannot come. In response to the Third's words, Su Ming did not halt his steps. His only reply was a cold snort, saturated with mockery. Sarutobi could only depart. Today marked the most powerless moment of his tenure as Hokage, confronted by a mere child. Never had he felt so helpless, not even during the Great Ninja War. He realized he had wronged Naruto, failing to fulfill Minato's last wishes. However, halfway through his departure, Sarutobi glanced back at Su Ming, whose figure had already vanished from sight. His intentions were unalterable, even though Su Ming had returned. Adding numerous variables to the situation, he would continue along the path he had envisioned. The Nine-Tails could only belong to Konoha's Nine-Tails. At this moment, Su Ming did not immediately enter the house. It was still early, and Naruto was still asleep. He reflected on his recent encounter with the Third Hokage. Indeed, the Third was formidable. With his current strength, he was absolutely no match. Even with his golden finger, he still yearned to fight. But it was for Naruto. Despite possessing this golden finger, reaching Sarutobi's level was no simple feat. The golden finger he had was a system known as the Glory of King's Template. Under Su Ming's will, a transparent template appeared in his mind. Host, Su Ming. World, Naruto World. Unlock template, Glory of King's World, AGQ. Unlock percentage, 42. Upon reaching a template progress of 5, the first trait of the template character will be unlocked. AGQ template trait, Sharp. Upon reaching a progress of 20, the next character template will unlock. Template points, 25. Daily task, practice swordsmanship, reward of 0, 2 template progress, completed. This template system was exceedingly straightforward. Completing daily tasks would unlock the corresponding templates and grant the abilities of those templates. The Iajutsu he employed in his earlier bout with the Third came from the AGQ template. He was a genius swordsman, a solitary one at that. Yet, there was no denying the strength of his swordsmanship. When perfected, it could sever all. The Naruto world was a perilous one, and even with the system, Su Ming had encountered numerous life and death battles. Still, he survived. Only swords stained with blood could be deemed true treasures. Su Ming shook his head, striving to clear his thoughts. He then turned his gaze to the lone corner of the house that could serve as a hiding place. Come out, Itachi. You've been waiting quite a while. Haven to you? As soon as Su Ming spoke, Itachi's figure gradually emerged from the shadows. Truly impressive, Ming-san. Itachi did not hold back his praise. To strike with such a blade that even the third Hokage was injured, the title of Konoha's #1 genius must belong to you. Su Ming remained silent. Indeed, he had once held the title of Konoha's #1 genius. However, after his departure for missions, his name had been deliberately erased. Thus, it had fallen to Itachi. Yet, the two had never truly competed against one another, for Su Ming had left too early, and they had scarcely crossed paths. But now, as Itachi spoke, Su Ming sensed the underlying meaning in his words. That strike, this indicated that Itachi had seen through his movements. Even the third had failed to perceive it. And Itachi had, indeed, awakened his Sharingan, hadn't he? By chronological estimation, Itachi should have opened his eyes by now. Is there something you wish to discuss? Su Ming inquired, fixing his gaze upon Itachi. Ming-san, why did you say such things to me that day? Itachi queried. If one day, the village and the clan stood in opposition, with an irreconcilable conflict, and you were the sole link between the two, what would you do? Su Ming refrained from answering Itachi's question directly, instead countering with one of his own. What would you do? Would you accept Konoha's orders and annihilate your kin? Su Ming did not articulate his words explicitly, but the impact they had on Itachi was profound enough. Itachi fell silent, his gaze reflecting a depth that belied his 8 years. After a lengthy pause, Su Ming remarked, You need not rush to reply. Let us have a spar, as a measure of our capacities. Capacities? Itachi was taken aback. Indeed, Su Ming nodded. Of course, not now. If we were to do so now, my dear little brother would soon awaken. With that, Su Ming stretched lazily. Before Itachi could fully comprehend, he was already before him, reaching out to tap his forehead. Next time, Itachi. By the time Itachi regained his senses, Su Ming's figure had already vanished. From the nearby house, cheerful sounds erupted. Brother, I'm hungry. Let us go eat ramen. Miso flavored. Yay, you're the best, brother. I want a big bowl. Haha. I'll make sure you're so stuffed you can't walk. Chapter 5. The example a brother should set. In the early morning, before the sun had risen, a young figure was already practicing with a sword. 1 strike, 2 strikes, several strikes. Su Ming's face was etched with seriousness, though he was still young. The moment he grasped the sword, he exuded an air of maturity. Especially, he radiated an unprecedented sense of security that compelled others to believe in him. If one were to inquire Su Ming about the source of this feeling, he would resolutely attribute it to his father, the man with golden hair. Often hailed as a little son, this resemblance was strikingly similar to Naruto. Today, the system's daily task was to swing the sword 1,000 times. Su Ming gripped the long sword, repeatedly executing strikes. Strike, strike, another strike. Since rising this morning, he had already swung the sword 723 times, an impressive feat for his current physique, indeed. However, Su Ming did not relent. He was determined to grow stronger. Whether to avenge his parents or to protect his still frail little brother, he had ample reasons to pursue strength. 997, 998, 999, 1000. Su Ming exhaled heavily, sheathing his sword. At that moment, a voice rang in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of swinging the sword 1,000 times. Reward, System Template Progress 08. You have unlocked the first template trait of the system, Sharp. Sharp. This trait belongs to the AGQ template, even after traversing worlds. Su Ming still vividly recalled the image of AGQ from the game, a sword capable of severing all, sharp to the utmost degree. And now, he had acquired the same ability. Was this ability powerful? Very much so, for he had etched the concept of severing into perfection. In that perfection, nothing remained unseverable, not even illusions. Swiftly, as the wind stirred, a solitary leaf gracefully descended from the sky, landing perfectly upon Su Ming's dangling sword. Without a moment's pause, the leaf split cleanly in two. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Ah, brother, you are here? At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a small head peeking in. A smile crept onto Su Ming's lips. Did you just wake up? Yes. I don't know what happened yesterday. I ended up sleeping for so long. I used to wake up early, exclaimed Naruto with enthusiasm. You're amazing, Naruto. Approaching, Su Ming affectionately tousled Naruto's hair before stepping inside. Go wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon. Breakfast? Naruto's expression shifted to one of surprise at the mention of the word. You're still growing. So skipping breakfast is not an option. Su Ming chuckled. Hurry along. Okay. Naruto nodded vigorously, then dashed off to wash up. Su Ming shook his head in mild exasperation. However, as his gaze drifted to the bed, intending to tidy up, he was taken aback to find everything exceedingly neat. It was immaculate. Even the clothes Su Ming had changed out of the previous day were neatly folded. "Brother, I'm done washing up." Naruto's figure suddenly appeared. Upon noticing Su Ming lost in thought, the small figure instinctively lowered his head. "I didn't mean to touch your things. I just wanted to help." With a chuckle, Su Ming's laughter broke the tension. A large hand unexpectedly ruffled Naruto's hair. "I've never seen clothes folded so poorly. My foolish little brother. I'll teach you how to do it properly next time." "Nonsense, mine are not ugly," Naruto retorted, his cheeks flushing with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Su Ming laughed heartily. Despite his brother's teasing about the poorly folded clothes, Naruto's smile grew increasingly genuine. "Brother, he said he would teach me." Outside the dumpling shop, Naruto looked puzzled. "Aren't we going for ramen? Let us try something different. Perhaps you'll discover a delicacy even more delightful than ramen," Su Ming suggested. "But I have no money," Naruto replied, patting his empty pockets, his expression disheartened. Seeing Naruto's forlorn demeanor, Su Ming felt a mix of amusement and sorrow. Why did Naruto have such an affinity for ramen? Perhaps it was the only delicious food he had ever tasted in his childhood. Other delectable dishes were simply unattainable. "Don't worry, brother has money," Su Ming reassured him, leading Naruto into the dumpling shop, where he ordered 2 plates of dumplings. As they ate, Su Ming nibbled on a few dumplings, while most disappeared into Naruto's eager stomach. Even after finishing the last one, Naruto still seemed unsatisfied. Su Ming chuckled and ordered 2 more plates for him. Bringing Naruto to the dumpling shop was not mere happenstance. Su Ming was waiting for someone who had a penchant for sweets. Moments later, 2 figures clad in Uchiha attire entered. Su Ming waved his arm in greeting, and Itachi and Sasuke approached. The 4 gathered around a table. Itachi ordered a plate of dumplings, but after consuming one, he pushed the rest toward Sasuke under the pretense of being full. Naruto and Sasuke began eating dumplings face to face, eventually engaging in a playful competition. Their eyes locked in a silent challenge. Su Ming chuckled at the sight. This was perhaps the bond that existed between Ashura and Indra. "Boss, another plate, please," Su Ming called out. As another plate was served, he took 1 dumpling before sliding the plate toward Itachi. "I'm full now. The rest is yours. After all, it's not good for children to consume too many sweets." Itachi seemed to understand that he could not refuse. This man, whom he had only encountered twice, appeared to have seen through him. He took the dumplings and began to chew slowly. Unbeknownst to him, his previously furrowed brow began to relax, lost in the enjoyment of the sweet delicacies. "Is it good?" Su Ming suddenly inquired. The question jolted Itachi, who realized he had instinctively lowered his defenses, indulging in the pleasure of the food. "Is this the power of Ming-san?" Before Itachi could ponder further, Su Ming's voice echoed once more. "We agreed to spar after you finish eating." At Su Ming's words, Itachi instinctively set down the dumplings and stood. However, anticipating this, Su Ming added, "Wasting food is not the example a brother should set for his sibling." Those words firmly seated Itachi back in his chair, forcing him to finish the dumplings. Meanwhile, the 2 younger boys exchanged excited glances at the mention of a fight, their eyes sparkling with delight. Chapter 6, Naruto. "If you dare speak ill of my brother, I will take you down." In the training grounds, 2 figures faced off, Itachi and Su Ming. Itachi's expression was particularly solemn, for he felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Su Ming. Although no blows had been exchanged, the weight of that aura caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. In stark contrast, Su Ming appeared utterly at ease, scrutinizing the prodigious Uchiha youth before him, a 13-year-old capable of annihilating an entire clan. While Obito's influence was undeniable, Itachi's strength was indisputable. A 13-year-old with a Mangekyo Sharingan. Such talent was terrifying. "You need not worry," Su Ming reassured him. "Unleash your full potential. I am not afraid of injury." With his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, Itachi instinctively took a half-step back, having witnessed Su Ming injure the 3rd Hokage with the very same move. It was a precaution he could not afford to overlook. But soon, he realized that retreating was futile. Offense was the best defense. In the next moment, 5 shuriken appeared in Itachi's hand, and with a swift motion, he hurled them in 5 different directions towards Su Ming, sealing off all avenues of escape. Impressive. Sasuke, watching from the edge of the training ground, was mesmerized, his heart racing with astonishment. Yet before he could fully appreciate his brother's prowess, a flash of cold steel sliced through the air, resulting in a series of sharp clinks as the shuriken were effortlessly strung together. With a single stroke, Su Ming dismantled what had seemed a flawless attack. Sasuke's eyes widened in awe. His opponent is formidable. Meanwhile, Naruto was utterly captivated, his thoughts consumed by a single notion. Brother, you are so cool. However, this was not the end. Su Ming, sword in hand, executed a swift slash, appearing before Itachi in an instant. Itachi's eyes widened in shock, instinctively retreating. But it was too late. With a swift cut, Itachi's form was cleaved in two, vanishing with a resounding thud. Shadow clone. Su Ming smirked, admiring Itachi's combat prowess. Such a battle was indeed more exhilarating. From the side, 5 more shuriken were hurled toward him. Su Ming raised his sword to block, simultaneously vanishing once more. Reappearing before Itachi, he swung his sword in a vertical cleave. Such astounding speed. Itachi's pupils widened again. Within his gaze, 2 crimson tomo suddenly manifested. The Sharingan. Swish. The long sword embedded itself into the ground, half its blades swallowed by the earth. Yet, Itachi deftly evaded this strike once more, gazing at the sword now largely buried. Itachi's astonishment was beyond description. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he had always borne a sense of pride so ingrained it seemed etched into the very bones of the Uchiha. The Uchiha were powerful. This was a belief held steadfastly by figures from the original Madara to the present Itachi, as well as by several generations of Hokage. Otherwise, the third Hokage and Danzo would not have harbored such trepidation toward the Uchiha clan. The clan's greatest strength lay in the Sharingan. Yet now, despite activating his Sharingan, Itachi found himself continuously suppressed. He had launched multiple aggressive assaults in an attempt to reverse the tide of battle, only to discover that all was in vain. Why? There were no traces of any bloodline limit on Su Ming. This indicated that Su Ming was merely an ordinary ninja. But how could an ordinary ninja possess such formidable strength? In the heat of battle, Itachi's mind raced with thoughts. However, the more he pondered, the heavier his confusion became. Even if Su Ming were to comprehend the doubts swirling within Itachi's mind, he would be unable to elucidate what it meant to possess a systems enhancement. Itachi could not grasp it either. Thus, let the battle continue. Experiencing it through combat was the simplest way. Ding! Dodging Su Ming's attack, Itachi hurled shuriken while retreating. At the same time, after creating some distance, he swiftly formed hand seals. It must be said, Itachi's speed in forming seals was frighteningly rapid. It resembled the time when he battled Sasuke in his previous life. His speed then was not simply relaxed. It was as if he had unleashed an entire ocean. In just a brief moment, the seals were completed. Then, he inhaled sharply and exhaled with force. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Suddenly, a massive fireball materialized, hurtling directly towards Su Ming. The power of that fireball was beyond that of a mere genin. The overwhelming blaze illuminated the entire training ground, casting a glow upon Naruto and Sasuke's pale faces. Fire style. Sasuke, witnessing this scene, was utterly dumbfounded. He never anticipated that his brother could wield such a powerful ninjutsu. Simultaneously, a swell of pride surged within him. He wanted to shout, "This is my brother." But upon glancing around, he realized there was no one else present, only a child even younger than himself. Would such a small child understand what ninjutsu is? Sasuke couldn't help but ponder. Yet, despite this, he nudged Naruto beside him, unable to resist exclaiming like a proud peacock, "Did you see that? That's my brother. That's our Uchiha fire style." At that moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and the great fireball heading towards Su Ming was effortlessly sliced in half. Su Ming's sword-wielding figure slowly emerged. Naruto scoffed, "So what? It still can't withstand my brother's strike. I think this technique is nothing special." "What did you say?" Sasuke glared angrily. "Dare to say that again." "I just said." Naruto retorted defiantly, "That technique is nothing special." Just as Naruto finished speaking, an irate Sasuke threw a punch at him. "You're not allowed to say that." After being punched, Naruto naturally wouldn't hold back, firing back with a punch to Sasuke's face. Instantly, Sasuke's face began to swell. Soon, the two children were wrestling with each other. Meanwhile, the battle between Su Ming and Itachi had come to a halt. Itachi looked at the composed Su Ming with a wry smile. "Ming-san, I concede. Not only did I lose, but I lost thoroughly. I have no chakra left. Yet you still appear so relaxed." Itachi felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. "We are both human, yet the disparity is so vast. You are already quite strong, but your training intensity is still insufficient," Su Ming remarked, gazing at Itachi. Training intensity. Itachi fell silent for a moment before suddenly lifting his head, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Ming-san, may I train with you in the future? I hope to earn the qualification to match your caliber." Itachi spoke with remarkable determination. Su Ming pondered for a moment and found no valid reason to refuse. "Very well, as long as you are not afraid of hardship." I am not afraid, Itachi replied resolutely. Thus, their agreement was solidified. With the battle concluded, it was nearly time to head home. Turning around, they suddenly noticed that the two small figures had vanished. They exchanged glances, both startled. Eventually, they found them hidden among the grass. Notably, when they discovered them, the two children were in tatters, their faces swollen. Upon being found, Sasuke immediately halted, running to Itachi's side in tears. Brother, Naruto bullied me. Woo. Meanwhile, Naruto, though also at Su Ming's side, clenched his fists, wearing a fierce expression. If you speak ill of my brother again, I'll beat you up. The little one, when angered, possessed a surprising fierceness. Su Ming and Itachi exchanged amused glances. It seemed that a fine camaraderie was blossoming between these two little ones. Chapter 7, Uchiha. Shursui. Your greatest issue, in fact, is overthinking. On the way home, Itachi reflected on Su Ming's words as he departed, unable to suppress a wry smile. Overthinking, you say? However, now that he could discern the state of relations within the village and among the clan, how could he not think too much? The more he understood the Uchiha, the more he realized the might of his clan. If the two sides ever reached an irreconcilable point, Itachi's expression grew heavier. At that moment, he suddenly thought how wonderful it would be if someone could stand by his side. Unconsciously, Su Ming's figure surfaced in Itachi's mind. Shaking his head, Itachi continued to smile wryly. Brother, I'm in so much pain. At that moment, Sasuke, walking beside Itachi, wore a pained expression. Itachi smiled gently and beckoned Sasuke over. Come here, Sasuke. Sasuke happily climbed onto his brother's back. At that moment, he was simply a child relying on his brother. On the other side, Su Ming looked at Naruto beside him with a hint of helplessness. He had initially intended to carry Naruto home, but to his surprise, Naruto had declined. The reason for his refusal was, I've already fought, and I'm tired. I can walk by myself. How thoughtful it was to the point of being heart-wrenching. Su Ming shook his head. Although in his previous life, Naruto could not fully grasp the profound pain of losing family that Sasuke experienced, at this moment, having a family, he would surely cherish it more. This was something Sasuke would never comprehend. You think your world is shrouded in darkness, and thus you suffer. Yet you have never considered that your world had never been illuminated before. Therefore, even the faintest glimmer of light would be grasped with all your might. Coming back to reality, Su Ming noticed Naruto's puzzled expression. Brother, where are we going? This isn't the way home. Indeed, it was not the way home. Su Ming habitually ruffled Naruto's hair, speaking gently. Winter is approaching. We need to buy some winter clothes. Oh, Naruto nodded. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto had learned to be obedient, to heed his brother's guidance, and to find joy in it. He was no longer alone. Su Ming led Naruto into a nearby clothing store. However, just as they were about to enter, Su Ming noticed a figure at the door. The most striking feature of that figure was an exceptionally rare dumpling-shaped nose. Clad in a dark-colored, high-neck, short-sleeved top and triangular protective gear, the lower half was dressed in matching trousers, adorned with leg bindings. A small tanto was sheathed at the back. Just as in his memories, upon glimpsing this figure, Su Ming's mind instantly conjured his name. Shursui. Uchiha Shursui. However, their paths had seldom crossed. After exchanging a brief glance, Shursui merely smiled and nodded before turning away. Su Ming led Naruto into a clothing store. The shop was nearly empty, or rather, devoid of any customers. The overall ambience was rather dim, and astonishingly, all the garments were thick, with sizes considerably small. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that every piece was tailored to fit Naruto's dimensions. Even a children's clothing store would be unlikely to boast such serendipity. Thus, only one conclusion could be drawn: Jinjutsu. The name Shursui of the body flicker was renowned throughout the shinobi world. Unfazed, Su Ming placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Suddenly drawing it, he thrust it towards the diagonal behind him. Swoosh! The blade plunged into the wall. Embedding itself deeply, the scene before him began to shift. Strikingly different was the fact that Su Ming noticed the shopkeeper, who had previously regarded Naruto with disdain, now quickly replaced that contempt with fear under the weight of his strike. Before the man could utter a sound, Su Ming's cold gaze swept over him. Buy clothes. The equally frosty command compelled the shopkeeper to tremble and step forward to assist. Through his heightened perception, Su Ming was aware that Shursui had already departed. Though he did not grasp Shursui's intent behind casting the Jinjutsu, the situation appeared to be unfolding favorably. At the very least, the shopkeeper seemed particularly eager to cater to Naruto, even referring to him as young Master Naruto. This treatment was typically reserved for Konohamaru. The transaction concluded swiftly, with the shopkeeper even charging significantly less than expected. Su Ming was left pondering whether it was Shirsui's influence or the sword still embedded in the store's wall that had facilitated such an outcome. Nevertheless, Naruto was overjoyed. And that was sufficient. Brother, that shopkeeper was really nice. Along the way, Naruto expressed his excitement. In the past, very few shopkeepers would sell me anything. And even if they did, it would cost a fortune. To Naruto's exuberance, Su Ming simply smiled and affectionately ruffled his hair. At the same time, his resolve to protect Naruto grew even stronger. Upon returning home, Su Ming encountered Shisui once more. It was evident that Shisui had been waiting for him. After tousling Naruto's hair, he said, "You go home first. I need to have a word with this brother." Okay. Naruto obediently hugged his clothes and headed home. "Is this your younger brother? Quite adorable." After Naruto's departure, Shisui approached. "Far cuter than Sasuke," he remarked. To this, Su Ming merely chuckled. Watching Naruto's retreating figure before suddenly asking Shisui, "Do you not find him frightening?" After all, within the village, he is famously known as the Nine-Tails. Frightening? Shisui shook his head. He is merely a child. Even if there is fear, it belongs solely to the Nine-Tails, not to Naruto. Su Ming was somewhat taken aback. This was the first time he had heard such an assessment of Naruto and the Nine-Tails. He had always assumed that the Uchiha clan, particularly Shisui, would harbor different sentiments regarding Naruto, especially given the blame placed upon the Uchiha for the Nine-Tails incident. As a prodigious youth within the clan, Shisui was undoubtedly a prime suspect. Yet, he was taken aback to receive such an impartial response. For Naruto, this indeed constituted a fair evaluation. Regrettably, Su Ming shook his head. Under normal circumstances, Shisui and Naruto would not have much interaction. "In fact, I find you to be the more formidable one," Shisui remarked, fixing his gaze on Su Ming as he articulated. "Despite lacking any bloodline limit, you possess the ability to suppress my clan's Sharingan and effortlessly dispel my Jinjutsu. You enrolled at the academy at 3, graduated in just half a month, and by 5, undertook a solo mission that lasted 3 years, annihilating an entire nation while completing what appeared to be a C-rank task, yet was far more arduous than it seemed. Frankly, if you were not the Fourth Hokage's adopted son, I would genuinely suspect you to be an infiltrator from another ninja village." "Infiltrator?" Su Ming chuckled. "Have you ever encountered an infiltrator with such extraordinary talent? Which village would be foolish enough to send someone like that?" As for explanations, much like Itachi, Su Ming found it challenging to elucidate what being a hollow truly entailed. So, he decided to let Shisui continue to speculate. "Utilize that little Uchiha brain of yours." Chapter 8. Nine-Tails, we can have a talk. Do you wish to spar? Suddenly, Shisui gazed at Su Ming with a hint of eagerness, akin to how he interacted with Itachi. However, contrary to expectations that he would be accepted, Su Ming outright declined. "Let's reschedule," he said, shaking his head. "While I am indeed curious to witness the Uchiha clan's Susanoo, now is not the time." He gestured towards the small head peeking from the window and smiled slightly. "It's currently break time." Shisui paused, also glancing towards Naruto, then shook his head. Indeed, being able to play around with Itachi is a sign of a fellow brother complex as well. Suddenly, he recalled Su Ming's words. "Susanoo." Shisui's pupils dilated in surprise. How does he know? Before Shisui could inquire further, Su Ming had already turned and waved goodbye as he departed. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, Shisui's expression grew increasingly solemn. "Ming-san, truly worthy of Itachi's admiration." Su Ming approached the house and pushed open the door. The moment he did, Naruto, who had been waiting eagerly, leaped at him like a sloth, hanging off him. To this, Su Ming smiled softly. "Oh, this adorable little brother is certainly quite clingy. However, this feeling seems rather pleasant." Ding ding ding. With a few light sounds, Itachi set down the shuriken he had been handling and looked at Su Ming with a bittersweet smile. "Ming-san, you've grown stronger again." Itachi's grin held a tinge of melancholy. As the prodigy of the Uchiha clan and the son of its leader, he had always carried the weight of genius on his shoulders. Yet, he now realized that the gap between him and Su Ming was widening. You're doing quite well too. You've managed to sustain your time longer than before. However, in comparison to me, you're still far behind." Itachi responded with a hint of resignation. "No need to worry, Itachi." Suddenly, Su Ming appeared before Itachi, offering a gentle smile as he lightly tapped Itachi's forehead. "You are still just a child." Such affectionate words, coupled with the intimate gesture, caused Itachi's face to flush. Moreover, he showed no inclination to shy away from it. "With Ming-sen being so strong, how could I possibly retreat? If I cannot avoid it, I might as well enjoy it. After all, this isn't the first time." With that thought, Itachi's face turned even redder. Although unaware of what Itachi was thinking, Su Ming shook his head, uninterested in pursuing that line of thought. He turned back to search for Naruto's figure. Over the past few days, Itachi had been coming to train with him almost daily. And naturally, Sasuke, as his shadow, had followed along. During their training sessions, the two little ones often played together. Their relationship oscillated between good and bad. When things were good, they would share a lollipop together. However, during the bad times, it could get quite fierce. Having not seen the two small figures, it was uncertain where they had vanished to. Indeed, it was clear that, when Su Ming stumbled upon the two of them, the scene was somewhat distressing. Not to mention the dust covering their bodies. At that moment, Naruto had extended his small hand and grasped something situated between Sasuke's legs, appearing to exert considerable force. As for Sasuke, he seemed to be in considerable pain, having bitten down on Naruto's shoulder. Strangely enough, neither of them shed a tear. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Ming hurriedly intervened to separate the two. Naruto's shoulder bore a row of teeth marks, resembling those of a young bride. While Su Ming couldn't help but think that had he arrived any later, he might have had to consult the recently defected Orochimaru for a gender transformation surgery. Was this what a wife nurtured from a young age looked like? Was the bond between Naruto and Sasuke indeed true love? Su Ming sighed in exasperation. However, for these two little rascals, this was merely a part of their daily lives. Itachi, too, felt a deep sense of helplessness. Today was the same as yesterday, and tomorrow would likely follow suit. Ultimately, Itachi left with a thoroughly aggrieved Sasuke. This time, even Su Ming found it difficult to defend Naruto when Sasuke reported the incident. After all, Naruto had indeed been quite forceful in his grasp, and his shoulder was still red from the bite. Fortunately, it had not escalated into a more serious matter. Otherwise, should Itachi annihilate the Uchiha clan, would they not be left with little choice but to consider the prospect of marrying Naruto? Su Ming pondered this thought momentarily. Shaking his head, he ruffled Naruto's drooping head with a weary expression. All right, it's time to eat, stop pretending. Hee. Naruto lifted his head, grinning. Let us go have ramen. Yay. Ichiraku Ramen was an extraordinarily remarkable establishment. Su Ming recalled that Ichiraku Ramen had been in operation for an exceedingly long time within the world of Naruto. It seemed that no matter what calamity befell the land, once the disaster subsided, the ramen shop would be rebuilt, complete with its original staff. Thus, Su Ming remembered how, in a past life, the shop owner was humorously referred to as Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Of course, Su Ming had distinctly sensed that he was just an ordinary person, not a shinobi. The notion of Otsutsuki Ichiraku was merely a fabrication. After finishing their ramen, the duo strolled back along the street. Unlike before, Naruto, who usually exuded enthusiasm, suddenly appeared somewhat silent. What's wrong? Su Ming inquired. Brother. What kind of people are our mom and dad? After a prolonged silence, Naruto gradually spoke. I've asked Grandpa Third many times, and he always says that our parents died during the Nine-Tails attack on the village. But I don't want to hear that. Suddenly, Naruto lifted his small face, his eyes brimming with longing. I want to know who they are. What kind of people were they? Sasuke has parents. On his birthday, people celebrate him, someone cooks for him, and he is loved. But me, I have no one. Brother, I envy him. I want a mom and dad too. As he spoke, tears streamed down Naruto's cherubic face. Our dad. He had golden hair, just like Naruto, Su Ming said, a nostalgic expression gracing his features as he began to recount tales of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Battles fought, stories told, every detail etched in memory. However, before Naruto could listen to the entirety of the tale, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Carrying Naruto on his back, Su Ming made a decision. He remembered that within Naruto resided a fragment of his father's chakra. Undoubtedly, a portion of his soul lingered within. Upon disturbing the seal of the Nine-Tails, it could manifest. Yet, that would only be temporary and not lasting. He recalled that within the System's template shop, there existed a sage symbol. This symbol could stabilize a soul. As long as the soul was anchored and there was sufficient chakra, theoretically, his father could appear. He needed 20 more points to exchange for the sage symbol. As for chakra, Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra would suffice. While carrying Naruto, Su Ming's voice unexpectedly resonated. Nine-Tails, I believe we can have a conversation. Chapter 9, Naruto. This is a birthday gift for you. Naruto, we can talk. Upon uttering these words, Su Ming found himself within the sealing space. Inside the 8-trigram seal lay a vast cage, and within it, a gigantic crimson fox was resting. An aura of hatred and malevolence emanated from it. Kurama. Detecting the presence of an intruder, the reclining Kurama slowly opened his eyes, and, upon seeing Su Ming, exhibited a hint of surprise. You little brat. Kurama. Long time no see. Su Ming greeted Kurama with a smile. He had known Kurama even before Naruto did, having been 5 years older than Naruto. Previously, he had entered the sealing space in an ideological form, of course, with Kushina's consent. However, only someone as carefree as Kushina would permit a 5-year-old child to enter the sealing space to meet the Nine-Tails. No one else would have allowed it. It was during that encounter that Su Ming and Kurama formed a rather amicable bond. In Kurama's words, Su Ming was the only human he found tolerable. Aside from that old man sage of 6 paths, perhaps it had something to do with their first meeting, where a drunken Su Ming had severed Kurama's whiskers with a single swing of his sword. Regardless, Kurama was notably calmer in Su Ming's presence. What is it, little brat? Come to bother me? Kurama tilted his head, offering Su Ming a sidelong glance. If you have something to say, hurry up, don't disturb my nap. Su Ming felt a twinge of exasperation. Despite being half-sealed, Kurama remained unchanged, still as lethargic as ever. I do have a matter to discuss, Su Ming replied. What is it? I need to borrow some chakra from you. Su Ming refrained from divulging his entire plan to Kurama, for despite his silence, Kurama harbored resentment towards Minato, the very person who sealed him. It is worth mentioning that Kurama was an exceedingly vengeful fox, particularly towards those who had sealed him. Hashirama was one, and Minato was another. If Su Ming were to share his intentions of resurrecting Minato with Kurama, one could only speculate what Kurama might do in response. Thus, it was prudent to keep this information to himself. Better safe than sorry. Here, the Nine-Tails extended its paw, and a small orb of chakra resembling a tailed beast bomb slowly materialized before him. Observing the amount of chakra, a smirk tugged at Su Ming's lips. I must say, Kurama, you're quite generous. Thanks, Kurama. After receiving the Nine-Tails chakra, Su Ming waved goodbye. Rest assured, I will set you free. After all, we are friends. Upon hearing this, Kurama turned his head away with a haughty demeanor and then closed his eyes, seemingly dismissive. Only after Su Ming's departure did a subtle smile creep onto Kurama's lips, revealing a rare moment of warmth. Little brat, after all these years. I didn't expect you to still remember. I had long forgotten. It was at the age of 5 that Su Ming first encountered Kurama. That day, he was still a child who had scarcely tasted alcohol and was caught by Jiraiya, who proceeded to intoxicate him thoroughly. By the time he entered the sealing space, he was swaying unsteadily. Yet, it was that very child who had, with a single stroke, severed Kurama's whiskers. Kurama reminisced about the glint in Su Ming's eyes that day. He saw, in that gaze, a kindred spirit, a beast equal to him. This was the reason Kurama was willing to forge a friendship with Su Ming. In his eyes, they were of the same caliber. After severing his whiskers, Su Ming had patted his chest and assured Kurama, "Don't worry, I will save you and grant you your freedom." Then, unexpectedly, he leaned against the Nine-Tails and fell into a deep slumber. This little rascal. The thought brought a smile to the corner of the Nine-Tails' mouth once more. Such audacity. You are the first to dare sleep beside me. As for the Nine-Tails contemplating any action against Su Ming, what a ridiculous notion. He, the illustrious Nine-Tails, a revered beast, engaging with a mere 5-year-old? How shameless would that be? Even if others might entertain such a thought, they would still need to consider the Nine-Tails' own willingness. After exiting the sealing space, Su Ming returned home and gently placed the slumbering Naruto onto his bed. The days that followed continued in their usual manner. Yet from that day forth, Naruto never once broached the subject of his parents. Not even once. However, while playing with his friends, he would occasionally drift off into thought. Even when his companions made silly faces to elicit laughter from him, it seemed as though he were oblivious to their antics. Thus, time passed slowly. After completing a series of new daily tasks, his template points accumulated to 100. He then accessed the template shop and located the Sage Talisman, clicking to redeem it. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped him, and a piece of talisman inscribed with the character for Sage materialized in the palm of Su Ming's hand. Today was just like any other day. On his way back from the ramen shop, Su Ming, with Naruto on his back, cheerfully inquired, "Naruto, tomorrow is your birthday. Is there any gift you desire?" Gift? Naruto momentarily found himself at a loss. For many years, he had celebrated his birthday alone. On occasion, he even forced himself to forget, fearing that witnessing the festivities outside, while he remained solitary, would cause him to shed tears. A man destined to become Hokage must not cry. "I don't know," Naruto shook his head. "Then I shall decide for you," Su Ming said, affectionately ruffling Naruto's hair. "All right," Naruto agreed, his heart fluttering with a hint of anticipation. After all, this would be his first genuine birthday celebration. Upon returning home, Naruto, brimming with excitement over the prospect of his birthday gift, stayed up late. The following morning, he rose early, eager to see his present. Su Ming smiled, and once more affectionately tousled Naruto's hair. Have you ever seen the Nine-Tails fox within you? Su Ming asked. Naruto was taken aback. How did his brother know? Mentioning the Nine-Tails caused his little face to fall. P.S. So scary. Haha. Su Ming laughed, knowing full well that the Nine-Tails must have frightened Naruto. After all, that beast relished scaring children. Let us go meet him again. Don't worry. This time we'll go together. He won't scare you anymore. To reassure Naruto, Su Ming added, the gift I prepared for you is there as well. Is that so? Naruto, with a troubled expression, consented. In a blink, Su Ming grasped Naruto's hand, and their consciousness transported them into the ceiling space. Hey, you two little rascals, what are you up to now? The Nine-Tails glared at them, its massive frame shaking with irritation. Quiet down, Nine-Tails. Don't scare Naruto. Su Ming cautioned. TCH, how boring. The Nine-Tails turned away, refusing to acknowledge it. P.S. Just a little brat. Why would I frighten him? Disregarding the Nine-Tails, Su Ming tightened his grip on Naruto's small hand, signaling that it was time to begin. Then, under the astonished gaze of the Nine-Tails, he tore the talisman in half. At that moment, a golden light erupted forth. It was Minato Namikaze, their father. Chapter 10, Naruto's Past, the Nine-Tails Quirks. A flash of golden light illuminated the space. A figure with blonde hair and blue eyes, clad in a white Hokage cloak with a green vest and blue skin-tight outfit, appeared. His name was Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Boom. As Minato materialized, the Nine-Tails erupted into a frenzy, its malevolent chakra surging forth. And it struck the cage before it with a claw, as if intending to tear the figure apart. Minato Namikaze. The Nine-Tails roared in anger. The current Nine-Tails had not yet relinquished its hatred towards Minato. Upon seeing the one who sealed it, it regarded him as a sworn enemy. When Minato recognized the enraged Nine-Tails, he had no time to assess the situation. Upon seeing Naruto and Su Ming, he immediately scooped them both up and set them aside. With a flourish of his Hokage cloak, he positioned himself protectively in front of them, absorbing the chaotic chakra of the Nine-Tails. Let the Nine-Tails come at me. Do not harm the children. However, at that moment, a voice echoed from behind the Nine-Tails. Wait, Nine-Tails. It was Su Ming's voice. Little brat, is this your plan? The Nine-Tails glared through Minato at Su Ming, its eyes filled with discontent. On the other side, in the Hokage office, the third Hokage suddenly froze, realizing that chakra belonged to the Nine-Tails. This was bad. Could the seal be malfunctioning? With a sudden change in expression, the third Hokage commanded, Umbu, follow me. There has been a disturbance with the Jinchūriki. Whoosh. Several figures instantly vanished, racing towards the house where Naruto resided. Along the way, the third Hokage's mind raced. Could it be that another village was attempting to target the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki? Yet, no reports of such intentions had reached him. Within the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails was decidedly displeased. Its annoyance stemmed not from Su Ming's release of the fourth Hokage, but from the fact that this little brat had not consulted it. Little brat, you better give me an explanation. Upon realizing that what lay before him was merely the chakra left by Minato within Naruto, the Nine-Tails quieted down, looking at Su Ming with a haughty demeanor, awaiting an explanation. Faced with Minato's equally puzzled expression, Su Ming felt somewhat awkward. Isn't at Naruto's birthday? I wanted to give him a surprise. Minato replied, is this what you call a surprise? This is sheer terror. On Naruto's birthday. Releasing the Nine-Tails for a bit of excitement? What's next? Unleashing a tailed beast bomb and turning all of Konoha into fireworks. He immediately felt a headache coming on. This child was even more reckless than Kushina. Su Ming, you must understand that the Nine-Tails is extremely dangerous, Minato said patiently. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred. The Nine-Tails had calmed down. Minato then turned his attention to Naruto, who stood beside Su Ming, with his blonde hair and blue eyes. Naruto bore a striking resemblance to Kushina. Unbeknownst to him, Minato's expression softened as he looked at Naruto. You must be Naruto, correct? Unexpectedly, upon seeing Minato, Naruto displayed no signs of joy. Instead, he warily hid behind Su Ming. Who are you? Minato was momentarily taken aback. Didn't T-Lord Third tell you? I am your father. Father? To Minato's surprise, Naruto let out a cold laugh. I have no father. I am an orphan. A fox demon. I have no father. No. With that, Naruto's consciousness began to fade, seemingly withdrawing from the scene of their encounter. Su Ming was taken aback, but also somewhat understanding. Since birth, Naruto had never experienced fair treatment, subsisting on expired milk and living in solitude without friends. All he had known was endless loneliness and the taunts of being a fox demon. How could he possibly accept the sudden appearance of a father, especially one so renowned in the village? Sigh. Su Ming sighed as well. After all, he was still just a 3-year-old child. As he beheld the departing Naruto, Minato Namake's expression was fraught with bitterness. He had never anticipated that his first encounter with Naruto would unfold in such a manner. What, indeed, was happening? Minato turned to Su Ming, his eyes brimming with inquiry. Su Ming, what is the meaning of this? Su Ming sighed, grappling with the unfamiliarity of what to convey to his father. Ultimately, he could only utter, Naruto has endured immense suffering over the years. Could you elaborate? Minato's heart shattered at Su Ming's words. His own son did not recognize him and referred to himself as a fox demon. What a perplexing situation. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming directed his gaze towards Kurama, the Nine-Tails, and solemnly inquired, Kurama, you must have witnessed the trials Naruto has faced, correct? Naturally. Kurama replied with a hint of arrogance. The experiences that little Naruto has undergone are quite fascinating. I never imagined he would be subjected to such treatment. Upon witnessing it, I couldn't help but exclaim, Minato Namake's, you truly are a fool. Minato was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, yet he recognized the debt he owed to Naruto. Even in the face of Kurama's taunts, he could only respond, Nine-Tails, please, enlighten me. Observing Minato's discomfiture, Kurama felt a sense of satisfaction. After a brief pause, he raised his chin and declared, well, since little Su Ming has spoken, and you, Minato, have adopted this attitude, I shall share with you. With that, he gestured, and a series of images materialized before Su Ming and Minato. However, the individuals depicted were scantily clad, and the scene appeared quite inappropriate. Su Ming's expression turned peculiar. Isn't that Hashirama with Uzumaki Kushina? And at such a moment, Kurama has this peculiar interest? Minato, too, was left dumbfounded. He suddenly realized that this could imply something about his relationship with Kushina and the Nine-Tails. Cough, cough. Perhaps it was misplaced. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the two, Kurama's composure faltered. Had he not been crimson all over, Su Ming might have noticed his flushed cheeks. With another gesture, Kurama swiftly changed the scene. Now, the young Naruto was seen walking down a street, surrounded by older children who glared at him with hostility. Fox demon. It's that fox demon again. Kill him. How could the third Hokage allow a fox demon to remain in the village? The scenes unfolded like a cinematic reel, causing Minato's body to tremble uncontrollably. Naruto. Chapter 11. If you wish to apologize, you should do so directly to Naruto. Bang. Within the ceiling space, Minato struck the ground with his fist, creating a considerable noise. Yet, he was merely a remnant of the chakra he had once left behind. Despite his anger, it was futile. Witnessing Minato's fury, Kurama seemed to find amusement for the first time and added fuel to the fire. I never imagined that you and Kushina's offspring would be treated in such a manner. To be honest, when the seal was first broken, I did contemplate escaping to have some fun in Konoha. But now, I've changed my mind. Minato Namake's. How delightful it would be if I were to raise Naruto myself, allowing him to confront Konoha and bring ruin to the village you sought to protect. How dare you? Minato roared, his eyes bloodshot. Su Ming stood silently by, refraining from uttering a word. Kurama's remarks were merely intended to provoke Minato. In reality, he would never agree to raise Naruto, given his nature. In Kurama's view, it would be far more pleasurable to simply sleep. At this moment, Su Ming was eager to discover how his father, the fourth Hokage, would respond. Outside, upon emerging from the ceiling space, Naruto felt a wave of despondency wash over him as he stared blankly at the ceiling. For a 3-year-old, the events of the day had been overwhelming. Yet, this was a necessary path. Su Ming had anticipated this scenario. However, he envisioned Minato being woven into Naruto's life. Thus there were certain truths that must be confronted. Father and son, this relationship transcended mere blood ties. He had no doubts about Minato's love for Naruto. However, as Kurama had articulated, when Naruto inevitably found himself at odds with the village, how would Minato, as both the fourth Hokage and Naruto's father, choose? Would he annihilate Konoha? Or would he seek to halt Naruto? The sun shone brightly outside, while Naruto lay quietly on his bed. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence from outside. I'm coming in. Creak. The door swung open to reveal Sarutobi Hiruzen, his countenance slightly grim. He found it difficult to comprehend how the seal of the Nine-Tails had loosened. There were no signs of any ninja intrusion outside Naruto's room, which implied that the seal had not been breached by outsiders. Was it possible that Su Ming was involved? Upon entering, Hiruzen surveyed the room. It had been some time since he had last visited, and it appeared significantly tidier. Su Ming's return seemed to have positively influenced Naruto. Having an older brother was not a bad thing. At the very least, it served as a bond that kept him tethered to Konoha. Is your brother not here? After scanning the room, Hiruzen turned to Naruto and inquired. Naruto glanced around and shook his head. However, there was a hint of confusion in his gaze. He recalled being with his brother just moments ago, yet now he was absent. It's fine, Hiruzen smiled. His absence will facilitate my examination. Grandpa Third. Why have you come? Naruto asked. I haven't visited you in a while. I'm here to check on your health, Hiruzen replied. Oh, Naruto responded, his enthusiasm waning as he lifted his shirt to reveal his belly. Hiruzen promptly examined him. The seal appeared to have merely loosened slightly. No lingering traces of the Nine-Tails chakra were escaping. It seemed to be an accidental occurrence. Everything looks fine. Your health is excellent, Hiruzen assured him with a smile. Naruto had grown accustomed to these routine checkups. In the past, the third Hokage would frequently assess his condition. Initially, he had assumed it was out of concern. But after discovering the existence of the fox within him, everything had become clear. Naruto was not naive. After completing the examination, Hiruzen felt relieved and took out an envelope from his robe, placing it on the table. This is your living allowance for the month. Don't spend it recklessly. He then turned to leave. At that moment, Naruto, who had been silent all along, suddenly lifted his head and asked, as he often did, "Why don't I have a mom and dad? Did I not tell you?" Hiruzen replied, glancing back with his usual cold demeanor. It's the story of the Nine-Tails, isn't it? Many sacrificed their lives because of it, including your parents. But I want to know what my mom and dad were like. What would knowing change? Hiruzen responded, turning away without looking back. The dead cannot be revived. His words were chilling, and his departure was decisive. This scene unfolded before the eyes of those within the ceiling space. Kurama, Su Ming, and Minato. The difference was that while Kurama wore a smirk, Minato's face was a portrait of anguish. The reality of what had just transpired was far more vivid and infuriating than the scenes Kurama had displayed. Yet, Minato clenched his fists, only to release them in a futile gesture. What could he do, knowing it was merely a fragment of chakra, a remnant of what once was? Even so, he could not compel his own son to acknowledge his paternal identity. What a profound failure. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Is this the village you vowed to protect? Are these the people you entrusted your heart to? Minato Namikaze, your gaze seems to harbor a troubling dissonance. Kurama, lying nearby, audaciously remarked. However, this time, Minato offered no rebuttal. His heart was laden with bitterness. It was more than just a troubling gaze. For a fleeting instant, he longed to confront the third Hokage and demand answers. Why? Why does Naruto have to endure such treatment? Why is his identity not publicly acknowledged as the son of the fourth Hokage, the child of a hero? His chakra was nearly depleted. Minato raised his head to look at Su Ming, his expression etched with sorrow. I know I have failed as a father, not being there for Naruto as I should have. I do not seek his forgiveness. Su Ming, please tell Naruto that I am sorry. With that, Minato turned away. The white Hokage cloak, emblazoned with the title of Fourth Hokage, was striking, yet his form exuded a profound sense of desolation. In that moment, he was no longer the Fourth Hokage, merely a father, one who had failed to safeguard his child. If given another chance, how would you choose? Upon hearing this, a reminiscent gleam flickered across Minato's face. If I could choose again, I would cherish every moment with Naruto, because I am a father. Yet, time has slipped away, and so has the privilege of choice. Snap. Su Ming suddenly snapped his fingers and smiled. That is not how the matter stands. If you wish to apologize, father, you should do so directly to Naruto. I shan't take on that task. But, turning around, upon seeing what Su Ming held, Minato froze in surprise. It was the chakra of the Nine-Tails. Chapter 12, The Scheming Kurama. The chakra of the Nine-Tails? Minato was thoroughly familiar with this chakra. However, his current circumstances were somewhat unique. The Nine-Tails could indeed share chakra. Yet, Minato shook his head, smiling bitterly. Just chakra alone is insufficient. What if we add this? In Su Ming's other hand appeared a white talisman inscribed with a large character for sage. A sage talisman? Minato was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that Su Ming would possess a sage talisman. Such a talisman would indeed be of great utility to him, and he could sense that it was beneficial for the soul. This meant he could remain, as a father, to witness Naruto's growth. Kurama, would you mind sharing your chakra? Su Ming turned to the lounging Nine-Tails. Do as you please. Kurama tilted his head disdainfully. As long as you do not disturb my slumber, I have no objections. Despite his nonchalant facade, when Su Ming shattered the sage talisman and utilized it for Minato, Kurama subtly turned his head, glancing with peripheral vision. After all, it was a sage talisman. With a flash of golden light, Minato, who had been fading away, became fully corporeal. Then, Su Ming extended the sphere of Nine-Tails chakra towards him, and upon absorbing it, Minato's form stabilized completely. From then on, he could remain in this space. However, as he was still in a spiritual state, he could only linger within the ceiling space. Yet, for Minato, this was more than enough. After all, he could now watch his son grow. For a father eager to atone and fulfill his parental duties, this was a longed-for opportunity. Once the Nine-Tails chakra was expended, Minato gazed at Su Ming with palpable excitement. Su Ming, where did you obtain such a sage talisman? Merely witnessing Minato's reaction, Su Ming understood his thoughts and replied, Rest assured, father, more of these sage talismans exist, and mother can also be revived. However, Su Ming's voice dropped as he looked at Minato. Are you certain that if Naruto were to be seen by mother in his current state, she would not fly into a rage and incite Kurama to raise Konoha? At this, Minato visibly trembled. He knew Kushina's temperament all too well. If she were revived now, unleashing the Nine-Tails was indeed within her capabilities. Therefore, Minato rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed. We'll discuss this matter further. Haha. Observing Minato's reaction, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Others may not know, but he was acutely aware of the family hierarchy of the Fourth Hokage. Before Naruto's arrival, the order was as follows: Uzumaki Kushina, the matriarch, Su Ming, the second, and Minato, the junior. I shall go summon Naruto. After announcing this, Su Ming departed. Outside, Naruto stood by the window, staring blankly at the street below. During the ceiling space's onset, Su Ming had concealed himself with the aid of the system, thus avoiding detection. Still angry, Naruto? Su Ming approached and ruffled Naruto's hair. His father may have erred, but he loves you dearly. What parent in this world does not love their own child? I understand, brother. Naruto nodded. Nonetheless, it would not be so easy to forgive him. Su Ming regarded Naruto and suddenly winked, grinning mischievously. Shall we teach him a lesson? After so many years of absence, how could he expect to be forgiven so readily? Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes lit up. He took Naruto's hand, and they returned to the ceiling space. I'm sorry, Naruto. Upon seeing him, Minato's face was filled with remorse. Enough, enough. What good is an apology? Su Ming exclaimed with disdain. Why not present something tangible? Tangible? Minato was taken aback, patting his body in search of something to offer Naruto, only to realize that as a mere spirit, he possessed nothing. Thus, he could only awkwardly say, Naruto, your father currently has nothing on him. Do you wish to learn ninjutsu? Surprisingly, Naruto shook his head. With brother protecting me, I do not need to learn ninjutsu. Uffed. At that moment, Kurama, who had been watching, burst into laughter. Minato, I must say, your tactics for winning over a child are utterly lacking. Minato felt a wave of embarrassment. After all, he was a first-time father who had not yet had the chance to fulfill his responsibilities before falling during the Nine-Tails incursion. In that case, allow me to offer a suggestion. Kurama suddenly had a spark of inspiration, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Realizing that with little Su Ming present, he could not exact revenge on Minato, he thought of another approach. Having watched Naruto grow from a young age, and with Minato seeking to make amends, why not concoct some mischief? Haha, Minato, this time you have fallen into my clutches. Kurama turned to Naruto, mischief glinting in his eyes. Naruto, have you ever heard of riding on someone's back? Naruto blinked in surprise and nodded somewhat dazedly. Minato's expression shifted. Meanwhile, Su Ming grinned knowingly at Kurama. Just a moment. Minato seemed poised to object. Yet, Kurama, having made up his mind, seized the opportunity. Did you not say you wanted to make amends to Naruto? Are you afraid to ride on his back? After all, Hashirama dared to do so. All right then. Minato reluctantly acquiesced. Then, he dropped to all fours and lay down. Naruto climbed on top. Giddy up. Giddy up. Father, faster, faster. Ha ha, giddy up. Ha ha ha. Naruto's laughter echoed throughout the ceiling space. Almost an entire day was spent there, and it was the happiest birthday Naruto had ever experienced. Of course, while Naruto reveled in joy, the Nine-Tails was not idle either and enjoyed itself as well. Seizing an opportunity when Minato was distracted, it stealthily swiped at Minato's rear end twice with its claws. This incident only made the Nine-Tails find Naruto increasingly endearing. Meanwhile, Minato also savored the joys of fatherhood. In the evening, Itachi and Sasuke came together to celebrate Naruto's birthday. After indulging in cake, an exuberant Naruto pulled Sasuke aside and whispered, Sasuke, did you know? My father is the Fourth Hokage. As he spoke, Naruto's face radiated with pride. Chapter 13. The Genius Instructor, Minato Namikaze. Inside the Hokage's office, smoke wafted through the air as Hiruzen Sarutobi, with a pipe in his mouth, squinted at the young man clad in Uchiha attire before him. Shursui informed me that although you are still quite young, your talents could merit entry into the Umbu, Itachi. Before Hiruzen, Itachi Uchiha knelt on one knee, his head bowed. However, You should be aware that the relationship between your clan and the village has become somewhat delicate. If I were to recruit you into the Umbu, many may voice their discontent. Hiruzen began slowly. Itachi remained silent. But do not worry. I have faith in you, Itachi. You are you, and they are they. You are distinct. The third Hokage displayed his usual benevolent smile. After all, you are the future gems of the village. Gems. Itachi pondered the word, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Thus, Itachi, the Umbu welcomes you. Hiruzen extended his hand, beaming. Itachi still appeared somewhat bewildered. He was acutely aware of the precarious nature of his clan's relationship with the village. Therefore, he had not harbored high hopes for this application to join the Umbu. Yet, it had been approved. Itachi lifted his head to meet the kind gaze of the third Hokage, feeling a stirring within. Is this the heart of a Hokage? I hear you have a good relationship with Su Ming? Hiruzen suddenly inquired. Itachi was taken aback at first, but upon hearing Su Ming's name, he nodded excitedly. In the days spent with Su Ming, Itachi had been deeply impressed by his strength and demeanor. However, caught up in his excitement, Itachi did not notice the brief frown that crossed Hiruzen's brow as he nodded. Ming-san is a wonderful person, Itachi remarked. Hiruzen smiled, though a flicker of discontent passed through his eyes before he donned a familiar smile once more. If your first task after joining the Umbu is to monitor Su Ming, would you be willing to accept? Monitor Ming-san. Why? Itachi inquired. There is no issue with Su Ming, the third Hokage replied. But his brother is the host of the Nine-Tails in the village. Within him resides a fusion of malevolence and desire, the Nine-Tails. My concern is that Su Ming may be swayed by the Nine-Tails and act against the interests of the village. Should that occur, the village might be forced to intervene. This is something I, as Hokage, would prefer to avoid. After all, you are the future of the village. Hiruzen gazed intently into Itachi's eyes, filled with kindness. Are you willing to accept this task to protect your friend? I am. Itachi nodded, a surge of excitement coursing through him. This task must remain confidential. The third Hokage reminded him. I understand. As a ninja, I will not disclose my mission, Itachi affirmed, then departed. Shortly after Itachi left, the brooding Danzo entered the room. Hiruzen, I hear the seal on the Nine-Tails has weakened? Indeed, Hiruzen did not deny it. The news of the weakened seal could not remain concealed, especially with Danzo's roots being exceptionally well informed. In my opinion, we should seal that Nine-Tails brat away and assign someone to watch over him constantly. That way, the seal would not weaken, Danzo declared, sitting directly across from Hiruzen. Hiruzen shook his head. He is Minato's son. Uffed. Danzo could not suppress a laugh. Minato's son? Now you acknowledge he is Minato's son? If Minato knew how you were treating his son, he would not take kindly to it. Are you using this as an excuse? Do you think me a fool, Danzo? Enough with the chatter. I will ask you one question. Is this matter related to that brat who just returned? The brat who just returned naturally refers to Su Ming, Hiruzen replied, shaking his head. He was not present at the time. It should have nothing to do with him. That is good. Otherwise, I would have to employ some special measures, Danzo sneered. He had his own methods for dealing with potential threats to Konoha. Anyone who posed a danger to the village would find themselves dealt with by his unconventional means. For instance, Tsukumo Hatake. For instance, the former Senju clan, and next, the Uchiha clan. Of course, if Su Ming posed a similar threat, Danzo would not hesitate to employ special measures. As for Minato's adoptive son, he feared not even the legendary White Fang of Konoha, let alone a mere adopted son of the Fourth Hokage. If the biological son of the Fourth Hokage is treated this way, what of an adopted son? I have my own arrangements for this matter. You need not concern yourself, Hiruzen stated. Humph. Danzo did not argue further and left the room. After the birthday, Naruto turned 4. According to the customs of the Ninja Academy, children were to begin their studies at the age of 5. Consequently, Minato found himself quite busy. For the first time, he was troubled about his son's enrollment. Having witnessed Naruto's current life, Minato was no longer confident that Naruto could grow up as healthy and happy as he hoped. His foremost concern was whether Naruto would be bullied once he entered school. Thus, he began to teach Naruto ninjutsu. However, when it came time to personally instruct Naruto, Minato found himself at a loss. Su Ming had previously believed that Konoha only had 2 true geniuses, Naruto and Konohamaru. This was because Naruto had taught Konohamaru how to use the Rasengan, and Konohamaru had learned it from Naruto. Su Ming had always thought that Naruto's poor teaching skills stemmed from Jiraiya. But unexpectedly, Naruto exclaimed, "Next, I will teach you a super powerful ninjutsu." Wow. Naruto's face lit up with anticipation. The first element of this ninjutsu is rotation, Minato proclaimed. The second element is power. Naruto's face was filled with excitement. And there's the most crucial third element, fatality. This ninjutsu is of A-rank difficulty, a super ninjutsu that combines rotation, power, and lethality. The Rasengan. With that, a pale blue Rasengan appeared in the palm of Minato's hand. How impressive! Naruto beamed with excitement. But can I really learn such a powerful ninjutsu? That is precisely why I am teaching you. Minato replied with a smile. And even a fool can learn this technique. Then, Minato conjured a water balloon. This is specially prepared by Su Ming. To practice, you will need to pop this water balloon. Boom. The water balloon burst. It's as simple as that. Minato grinned. Su Ming remarked, "Ah, truly a genius instructor. I, Su Ming, gladly declare you to be the strongest." Chapter 14, Irika. Having experienced the educational approach of Minato Namikaze, Su Ming could not help but place a hand on his forehead, utterly exasperated. It had become clear to him that Naruto's method of instructing Konohamaru was indeed a legacy passed down from Minato. What did it mean to strike once and then have an explosion? Su Ming cast a sympathetic glance at Naruto. I still don't quite understand. Naruto scratched his head. His expression clouded with confusion. Minato's brow furrowed as he replied, "It's quite simple. You strike once and then boom." With a resounding pop, the water balloon in Minato's hand burst yet again. Su Ming grimaced, unable to bear the sight any longer. From this perspective, it seemed that Irika's teaching was far superior. Eventually, after watching Naruto struggle in vain, Minato, out of sheer frustration, called Su Ming over. "Su Ming, could you explain to Naruto how to use the Rasengan?" Su Ming was taken aback. The Rasengan? Wasn't it something you could do simply by having hands? He certainly could not teach Naruto, as he himself lacked the knowledge. He couldn't just say, "You just need hands, right?" That would be utterly absurd. "How about you teach Naruto another ninjutsu?" Su Ming suggested. Considering that the Rasengan was an A-ranked technique, perhaps too advanced for a 4-year-old Naruto, Minato pondered this and agreed. After all, he had spent considerable time developing the Rasengan himself, and expecting Naruto to master it at such a young age was indeed premature. In that case, let us choose a different ninjutsu. Minato decided. "Naruto, the technique I will teach you now is the Shadow Clone Jutsu, a remarkably powerful skill." What Minato was about to impart was not merely the basic clone technique, but one capable of producing tangible duplicates. As he began teaching the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Minato's demeanor improved somewhat. However, due to Naruto's overwhelming chakra capacity, controlling it proved to be quite challenging, resulting in repeated failures. After several unsuccessful attempts, Minato, somewhat helpless, turned to Su Ming for assistance. Naruto looked at him and asked, "Brother, how do I form the hand seals?" Su Ming felt utterly perplexed. Hand seals? Wasn't that simply clapping your hands together and saying the incantation? What legitimate ninja bothers with hand seals? After a lengthy silence, Su Ming finally spoke. "Naruto, I think I should find you a teacher." Minato, initially reluctant, realized he was out of options and nodded in agreement. Su Ming's ideal candidate was Irika, for he possessed exceptional teaching abilities. Even in the original Naruto storyline, Naruto's lack of descent into darkness could be attributed significantly to Irika's influence. Entrusting Naruto to Irika gave Su Ming peace of mind. At that moment, Irika had already advanced to the rank of Chunin and served as a team leader. Well acquainted with the harsh realities of the ninja world, which had gradually led him to feel weary of the incessant strife and turmoil, Irika believed that perhaps his temperament was ill-suited for the battlefield. However, aside from missions, ninjas had few means of financial support. Without undertaking missions, survival was nearly impossible. Moreover, his team relied on him. In moments of confusion, Irika often visited the memorial stone, standing before the names of his parents, as if seeking solace. It was there that Su Ming found him. "Yumano Irika." Alone, Su Ming approached, gazing at the stone, which bore numerous names, some well-known, others obscure. Irika was surprised by Su Ming's presence. Although unfamiliar, he nodded in acknowledgement. Su Ming offered him a gourd of liquor, which was not from this world, but rather from his previous life, obtained through the template shop. The drink was fiery. After taking a sip, Irika's face flushed crimson, tears streaming from his eyes. Su Ming reclaimed the gourd and took a hearty swig himself. "We are all heroes, perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol." Irika felt a little lightheaded, or perhaps it was the sight of such a young person uttering such words. In any case, Irika's tongue was loosened, and he spoke at length about his childhood, tales of being unacknowledged, and his efforts to become a ninja. Those who strive earnestly always deserve respect. Yet in this world, mere effort is insufficient. Take Rock Lee, for example. He devoted years to mastering his taijutsu, only for it to be learned by Sasuke in a matter of days. Lee worked diligently, but that was merely a fragment of countless days and nights. Such is the nature of talent. I am Su Ming. After listening to Irika's account, Su Ming extended his hand in introduction. Irika reciprocated, "I am Irika." Their hands clasped, and thus they were acquainted, an uncomplicated exchange. Then came the purpose of their encounter. "I wish to request your assistance in teaching my brother ninjutsu. As for the third Hokage, do not concern yourself. I will speak on that matter. Consider this a mission, and I shall compensate you accordingly." Su Ming was straightforward, as he always was. Irika hesitated, feeling a flicker of interest but lacking the resolve to commit, prompting him to seek more information. "May I inquire, who is your brother?" "He is Naruto Uzumaki." Su Ming did not shy away from the truth. Anyone upon hearing that name would instinctively associate it with the Nine-Tails and would likely recoil. Yet Su Ming was confident that Irika would not, for he had once been Naruto's guardian angel, and so he would continue to be. As anticipated, Irika displayed hesitation but did not evade or express disgust. After a lengthy pause, Irika sighed. "You may wish to seek someone else. My parents perished during the Nine-Tails incident." Such candor served as a gentle refusal. Su Ming offered the gourd once more. "I understand. My parents also fell victim to the Nine-Tails incident. In fact, before my return, Naruto did not even know their names." Irika opened his mouth and took another swig from the gourd. Despite its spiciness, the alcohol transformed into a sweet warmth as it slid down his throat, leaving him slightly intoxicated. Naruto's life was riddled with hardships, no friends, no recognition. Yet, despite it all, he remained optimistic, aspiring to become Hokage. Su Ming's expression grew serious. "Irika, you must understand, the entity that killed your parents was the Nine-Tails, not Naruto." Irika fell silent. "Moreover, do you know who his parents were?" Irika cast a questioning glance. His father, revered as the Yellow Flash, single-handedly altered the course of the last great ninja war and ultimately sacrificed himself to save the village. At this point, Irika had begun to piece the puzzle together but awaited Su Ming's confirmation. His name was Minato Namikaze. Irika's pupils dilated. "Indeed." Chapter 15. Do you have a father? The shock of learning Naruto's identity swiftly overshadowed Irika's sorrow. Even the intoxication from the alcohol dissipated significantly. Irika's face was a portrait of astonishment. "The fourth Hokage's child." "Indeed." Su Ming affirmed with a nod. "Didn't he expect that, did you?" "Not at all," Irika admitted with a wry smile. Genuinely taken aback that the child known in the village as the Fox Demon was the offspring of the fourth Hokage. This realization led him to question the third Hokage's intentions. Irika was no fool. "In that case, I would like to invite you to educate the son of the fourth Hokage. Are you willing?" "Absolutely," Irika replied, without a moment's hesitation. The legacy of a hero is always deserving of respect. Su Ming smiled faintly. "For this task, I will classify it as a B-rank mission, with a reward of 100,000 Ryo. Rest assured, you will not be shortchanged." 100,000? Irika was momentarily stunned. It is worth noting that, even though his usual missions reward him with only a few thousand, the task that offers a remuneration of 100,000 would require him to forego food and drink, necessitating the completion of 100 missions to accumulate such a sum. Is that not rather excessive? Naturally, ninjas are compensated according to the tasks assigned. The remuneration for D-rank missions ranges from 500 to 2,000 Ryo. C-rank missions yield 2,000 to 10,000 Ryo. B-rank missions offer 10,000 to 100,000 Ryo, while A-rank missions command a staggering 100,000 to 1,000,000 Ryo. Certainly, missions of even higher ranks are beyond their reach. Presently, the compensation that Su Ming has allocated for Irika is undoubtedly the highest for a B-rank task. This is of paramount importance for Irika, who is in dire need of funds. "Not much," Su Ming chuckled. "As long as you treat Naruto well, I would gladly pay even more. The primary concern is that Minato Namikaze is truly not suited for the role of an educator. I will take good care of Naruto," Irika assured him. Su Ming smiled, feeling no apprehension regarding Irika. After providing Irika with the address, Su Ming departed for the Hokage's office. The movement of ninjas requires the Hokage's approval, especially since this is a task issued by Su Ming himself. In the Hokage Tower, within the office, Sarutobi surveyed the mountain of documents strewn across his desk. Despite the fatigue evident in his gaze, there was a hint of enjoyment amidst the weariness. Power, after all, has a way of ensnaring one's senses. After a brief pause, a knock sounded at the door. Sarutobi flexed his stiff neck and called for the visitor to enter. The door swung open, and Su Ming stepped inside. Sarutobi's eyes widened in surprise. "Su Ming, have you come to see me regarding something?" Su Ming nodded. Naruto is now 4 years old, which means he will be of school age next year. The Ninja Academy is not like home. He will encounter a myriad of individuals, and I fear he may be bullied. Thus, I need someone to guide him. Sarutobi nodded in understanding and inquired. "So you've come to me seeking to arrange a teacher?" A look of discomfort crossed Sarutobi's face. I genuinely wish to assist, especially since Naruto is Minato's child and deserves my support. However, given the village's current situation, we simply cannot spare anyone. Su Ming smirked inwardly. Not to mention the number of personnel from Umbu and Root currently sitting idle. Even Kakashi had just returned from a mission and was resting at home. Sarutobi's professed powerlessness was merely an excuse, a reflection of his consistent hypocrisy, left unspoken. Do not trouble yourself. Third Hokage, Su Ming said. I have already chosen a teacher. I am here simply to register the task. Chosen already? The third furrowed his brow. Historically, every individual close to a Jinchūriki has been thoroughly vetted by Sarutobi. No one could approach Naruto without his consent. Su Ming nodded, unreservedly revealing the name. His name is Irika. He is a Chunin. Do you have any objections? Sarutobi pondered momentarily, recalling that Irika was merely an ordinary Chunin without any notable status. He chuckled softly. Of course not. I trust you, just as I once trusted Minato. His smile was benevolent, and had one been unaware of his true nature, Su Ming might have been deeply moved. Yet alas, Su Ming was far too familiar with the third Hokage, a Hokage who espouses the will of fire, yet has rarely made a public appearance in the face of multiple ninja world wars, is paradoxically regarded as the strongest Hokage. He turns a blind eye to Danzo's machinations against Konoha's White Fang and the Senju clan, all in service to consolidating his grip on power. However, when the village truly faces peril, he is willing to step forward and make sacrifices. In this regard, his so-called will of fire is indeed manifested. Thus, the third Hokage is undoubtedly a figure of great contradiction. Nevertheless, this is of little concern to Su Ming. His focus is solely on Naruto. He hopes the third will not overstep, for should he do so, Su Ming would not hesitate to strike him down. Thank you, third Hokage, Su Ming said with a smile, turning to leave. By the way, I define the task as B rank, with a remuneration of 100,000 ryo. With that, he exited, leaving the third Hokage in a state of shock. 100,000 ryo. How incredibly wealthy. The third's reaction had long been anticipated by Su Ming. After enduring the last Great War and the recent incursion from the Cloud Village, Konoha was, quite frankly, financially strapped. It had been ages since a task of such remuneration had been witnessed. To be honest, the third could not help but feel a twinge of envy towards Irika. A mere Chunin. He even contemplated whether, had he treated Naruto better in the past, he might have been able to access some of the funds now in Su Ming's possession. Su Ming was not short on money. He had made that abundantly clear. After 3 years away, his endeavors had not been solely about taking lives. What good is killing without profit? Of course. Su Ming showcased this merely to observe the third's reaction. I have wealth, but I shall not bestow it upon you. Let it vex you. Exiting, Su Ming felt elated, relishing the discomfort he had caused Sarutobi. With Naruto's education secured, the next priority was to enhance his own strength. In this world ravaged by war, where circumstances shift in an instant, life is perpetually at risk. Konoha is no longer a sanctuary. To safeguard his brother, he has all the motivation he needs to bolster his capabilities. Henceforth, he shall devote himself to unlocking the next template. At present, the progress of the first template stands at 156. Only 44 more to go. On his way home, Su Ming had to cross a small river. As he approached the bridge, he perceived a diminutive figure in white attire and brown hair, the tips of which were tied into small bunches. The silhouette faced away, gazing into the water. Su Ming's heart trembled as he recognized the identity of the individual. Hinata's prodigious cousin, Niji Hyuga, a character steeped in tragedy. According to the narrative, this was shortly after the untimely death of Hinata's father. At 4 years of age, Niji had lost his father. Sensing someone behind him, young Niji turned around. The mark of the caged bird prominently displayed on his forehead. His eyes were hollow, with traces of tears still visible. He looked at Su Ming and asked, Do you have a father? Chapter 16. The shock of the Hyuga clan leader. Do you have a father? Upon hearing this, Su Ming visibly flinched. He regarded the child, who was a head shorter than himself, and suddenly felt a surge of sympathy. Yet, this fleeting compassion was quickly extinguished. He was Niji Hyuga. He should not be pitied, for such sentiment is an affront to the strong. I once did, Su Ming replied. He remembered vividly the devastation he felt upon first learning of Minato's passing. It felt as though the sky had fallen. It is the possession of something that breeds the fear of loss. Niji nodded and then turned away, his small frame emanating an overwhelming sense of desolation. I too, he replied, his voice calm and devoid of discernible emotion. After exchanging these few words, the conversation between them dwindled into silence. Su Ming moved closer to Niji, standing beside him as they both gazed into the flowing river. The water danced beneath the sunlight. Niji spoke up. I do not understand why. Despite being merely a family, we must divide ourselves into the main and branch houses. The fate of the branch house is to perish for the main house. My father devoted his life to protecting the main house, only to die in service of it. I refuse to accept this, which is why I fought Hinata. I did not show her mercy. Niji continued to express his thoughts, seemingly oblivious to whether Su Ming comprehended his words. Of course, this was inconsequential. He simply needed a confidant. She is weak, unable to defeat me. I wish to prove that those of the branch house are no less formidable than those of the main house. I am strong, far stronger than they. As he spoke, the small Niji's face bore an expression of unspoken determination. Su Ming offered no consolation but instead produced a flask from his possession. Between men, there is often no need for excessive words. Care for a drink? Niji was momentarily taken aback before accepting the drink. Tilting his head back, he swallowed a hefty gulp of the potent liquor. His demeanor while drinking exuded a certain boisterousness, yet the aftermath was predictable, having never tasted strong spirits before. Niji was soon engulfed in a fit of coughing, tears mingling with his runny nose, as the fiery liquid flushed his face a deep crimson. Simultaneously, it gradually washed away the sorrow that lingered in his heart. Coughing incessantly, it was evident that this was his first encounter with such harsh alcohol. Haha. Su Ming let out a hearty laugh. Just then, Niji seized the gourd once more and downed another mouthful, this time with even more fervor, rendering him visibly inebriated. Su Ming reclaimed the gourd from Niji's grasp, knowing the youth was still too young to indulge excessively. Yet, even with those 2 swigs, it was sufficient to send Niji into a daze, and he soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Shaking his head, Su Ming gazed at the unfortunate child with a sense of helplessness. It seemed he had no choice but to escort him home. However, the whereabouts of the Hyuga clan remained a mystery to him. Luckily, before Su Ming could ponder further, a petite figure made her appearance. With white eyes, short hair, and clad in long garments, Hinata Hyuga, upon making eye contact with Su Ming, felt her cheeks flush and quickly lowered her gaze. Could you return Niji and I to me? Hinata mustered her courage to ask Su Ming. Observing this bashful girl dressed in the attire of the Hyuga clan, Su Ming felt an urge to tease her, finding her shyness utterly endearing. Certainly, but prior to his slumber, he did pledge himself to me. If I return him to you, what compensation shall you offer? Hinata was momentarily taken aback before responding earnestly. I can give you money. Su Ming shook his head, dismissing the notion. The value of the Byakugan transcended mere currency. Only an equivalent exchange would suffice. Hinata hesitated. A smile crept onto Su Ming's lips. How about this? If you relinquish your Byakugan to me, I shall return him to you. Hinata was taken aback, her expression contorting with conflict. Just as Su Ming contemplated ceasing his jest, Hinata's gaze suddenly solidified with determination. All right, I accept your terms. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. Was this girl truly so naive? However, you must ensure Niji and I is returned to my home, Hinata stipulated. Not entirely foolish, she recognized the need to involve her parents. No problem, Su Ming replied, as it was his intention to return Niji anyway. Teasing Hinata had merely been a spontaneous whim. Moreover, he was curious to see the current state of the illustrious Hyuga clan. With Niji slung over his shoulder, Su Ming followed Hinata home. Along the way, despite Hinata leading ahead, she frequently stole glances at Su Ming, and when caught, would blush and mumble. I wasn't looking at you. This girl was simply delightful, Su Ming thought, shaking his head in exasperation. After a few moments, they reached the Hyuga residence. Upon opening the gate, they were greeted by the stern visage of Hayashi Hyuga in the courtyard. Hinata appeared a bit anxious as she softly called out, Father, I'm home. Hayashi responded curtly, yet his gaze was fixed not on Hinata, but rather on Su Ming, his voice sharp as he inquired, Who are you? Father. Yes, my friend. Hinata interjected nervously. He is here to return Niji and I. Hinata wasn't foolish. She was simply too shy to express her true feelings. From their interactions along the way, she had discerned that this charming young man was not a villain. Shy individuals often possess immense courage in specific situations. And Hinata was one such person. Su Ming was taken aback by Hinata's boldness. Her innocence made her all the more endearing. Shaking his head, he gently set Niji down. To his surprise, the renowned Hyuga clan exhibited such an alarming level of hospitality, perhaps it was better to leave. As he turned to depart, Hayashi's body moved swiftly, his arms coiling around Su Ming like tendrils. In an instant, he was behind Su Ming, readying the 8 trigrams palm. Reacting swiftly, Su Ming pivoted, unsheathing his sword in a fluid motion. A chilling gleam of steel appeared, imbued with an unmatched sharpness, slicing through the air. Even Hayashi hesitated to confront such a strike head-on. 8 trigrams reverse palms. Hinata's heart raced with fear as she witnessed her father unleash this technique. In that moment, her thoughts crystallized around a singular notion. How formidable. Crack. The defense of the 8 trigrams reverse palms shattered under Su Ming's onslaught. Seizing the moment, Su Ming hurled a kunai. Hayashi evaded, but before he could regain his composure and launch a counterattack, he suddenly realized that Su Ming had vanished. Whoosh. Hayashi's Byakugan flared to life, detecting the chakra signature emanating from the kunai behind him. In the next instant, a figure appeared, grasping the kunai. Hayashi's pupils widened in shock. Flying Thunder God. Chapter 17. By Su Ming's side. Should be my haven, right? The Flying Thunder God technique. Developed by the second Hokage and refined by the fourth. Since the fourth's demise, this technique had nearly been lost to time. Why could this young boy wield it? A flurry of thoughts raced through Hayashi's mind, yet understanding eluded him. However, the ever-changing nature of battle left no room for distraction. Bang! Hayashi spun around to defend himself, only to be forcefully repelled. A distinct bluish sphere of swirling chakra emanated from Su Ming's hand. Hayashi's eyes widened again. That's the Rasengan, also a technique of the fourth Hokage. Why? Hayashi hesitated, casting a bewildered look towards Su Ming. The impact of the earlier strike still left his arms slightly tingling. What a powerful youth. Hayashi marveled, noting that this child, no more than 8 or 9 years old, held an advantage in their confrontation. Do not be surprised. The techniques of the fourth are all within my grasp. Su Ming spoke slowly. Of course, there are some I do not possess. Had anyone else uttered such words, Hayashi would have scoffed. Yet, staring at this young man before him, he found himself compelled to believe. Who exactly are you? He repeated his earlier question. Su Ming. As he murmured his name, Hayashi's eyes shot open in realization. The adopted son of the fourth Hokage? Su Ming nodded. Upon confirming Su Ming's identity, Hayashi lowered his defenses and prepared to invite him inside. Yet, Su Ming declined. I had expected that a clan as esteemed as the Hyuga would have a commendable approach to hospitality, but I was mistaken. The Hyuga clan is no different than the rest. With that, he turned and walked away without a hint of hesitation. Hayashi stood awkwardly, wanting to call him back, but unable to swallow his pride. At that moment, Hinata spoke up. Su Ming-kun, wait a moment. Su Ming paused, turning to smile. His smile radiated warmth, akin to the morning sun. Perhaps another time, Hinata, forgive me. He reached out to gently pat her forehead. I still hold you dear. As those words left his lips, he vanished. Meanwhile, Hinata's face flushed a deep crimson, her mind a flurry of thoughts. Fixating solely on one. He said he likes me. Thud. Hinata collapsed backward. Catching her, Hayashi's expression twisted with fury. How dare this boy flirt with his daughter in his presence? What an outrageous affront. After a surge of anger, Hyuga Hizashi let out a heavy sigh, placing the 2 unconscious individuals back inside the house. It was evident to him that Hinata had succumbed to her feelings, and as for Niji, he sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting a myriad of memories. I will take care of him, he vowed silently. I will ensure your son is well cared for. I promise. After securing the 2 children, Hizashi departed, feeling the weight of Su Ming's presence affecting his mood. At such a tender age of 8 or 9, Su Ming possessed remarkable strength. Furthermore, his brother, the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki, was now involved with him, leaving Hizashi uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Alas, what a headache. Girls really shouldn't be left unattended at such a young age. As night fell, Hinata and Niji gradually regained consciousness, with Hinata awakening slightly earlier. Upon realizing she had fainted in front of her father, she chose to feign unconsciousness once more, her cheeks flushing crimson at the thought. It was truly mortifying. When Niji finally opened his eyes, the first sight that met him was Hinata's flushed face. And Niji, brother, she stammered. Niji replied coolly, preparing to turn away. Since their father's passing, he harbored little fondness for the main branch of the family, and Hinata felt similarly. Niji, can we have a chat? At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Hyuga Hizashi, resolute, and holding a sealed letter. I initially intended to wait until you were older to share this with you, but my hesitance has only brought you pain. Please forgive me. Hizashi extended the letter to Niji, who tore it open, his gaze trembling as he recognized his father's handwriting. The letter read, Niji, my time is limited. In this fleeting moment, there are matters I must share with you. The situation between the Cloud Village and Konoha must reach a resolution. The Byakugan must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Originally, your elder brother intended to sacrifice himself. Yet as a branch family member, Our duty is to protect the main family. I knocked him unconscious. Niji, what you have seen is only a glimpse of your father's ineptitude, but this time, I did not perish for the sake of the main family, but to protect you. My brother, my family, and indeed the entire village. This is my will. Niji, I have long sought to rebel against the fate of the Hyuga clan. Thus, I have resolved to seize my own destiny. I shattered my own fate, Niji. Destiny must be forged by one's own hands. Your father loves you, Niji. At 4 years old, Niji trembled as he clutched the letter, tears streaming uncontrollably. Suddenly, the usually stern Hisashi knelt, bowing his head low. This is the truth. I am deeply sorry. Had it been I who had perished, things would have been different. The revelation struck Niji profoundly, leaving him in a state of bewilderment for an extended period. The truth, it seems, can often be far more brutal. At that moment, Hinata interjected, Su Ming, allow me to share something with you upon your awakening. When a person is born, what is predetermined is not their fate, but their starting point. We strive, not in defiance, but to make better choices and reach a more favorable conclusion. Hinata smiled warmly. In truth, destiny is a rather beautiful term. Niji paused, his expression clouded with confusion. Hinata continued, in Niji, I am unsure what my better choice is. But I know I am willing to work hard to keep pace with Su Ming. I believe that being by his side is where I truly belong. As she spoke, Hinata radiated joy, like the sun itself. The Hyuga name signifies striving toward the sun, does it not? Our clan should endeavor to shine as brightly. Lord Hyuga, Lady Hinata. Niji trembled, tears glistening in his eyes. At that moment, the chasm between them vanished. Father, must human fate merely drift like clouds in a predetermined direction? Or can one choose their own path? I am still uncertain. Lady Hinata mentioned her destiny lies alongside Su Ming. Perhaps mine does too. Su Ming is truly a wonderful person. Beneath the expanse of the blue sky, Niji raised his head, a smile blooming like the sun. Chapter 18. The Importance of Danzo. After departing from the Hyuga household, Su Ming returned home. He had provided guidance regarding Niji's situation, trusting that Hisashi would manage the matter adeptly. Presently, Su Ming's mind lingered on Hinata's image as he took his leave. What a delightful girl she is. Upon arriving home, Irika had been there for quite some time and was getting along splendidly with Naruto. One must admit, Irika's pedagogical skills were quite commendable. He had managed to teach the formidable jutsu, which had stumped Minato, with relative ease. Naruto was also learning rapidly. Naturally, being the son of Minato and Kushina, Naruto's aptitude was exceptional. In the original Naruto series, his slow learning pace was attributed to the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra. However, with Minato present, the adverse effects of the Nine-Tails chakra were effectively mitigated. In just half a day, Naruto had mastered the challenging shadow clone technique. Brother, upon seeing Su Ming, Naruto rushed over excitedly, throwing himself onto Su Ming. Brother, I learned a jutsu. I am one step closer to becoming Hokage. With diligent effort, Naruto would undoubtedly achieve his goal of becoming Hokage. Su Ming affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, beaming with pride. Su Ming, since you're back, I must take my leave now, Irika said, rising to bid farewell. Thank you, Irika. There's no need for thanks, Irika replied, smiling as he patted Naruto's head. Naruto listens well and is incredibly clever. His rapid mastery of jutsu means I won't be able to teach him for long at this rate. By the way, Naruto, don't forget our agreement, Irika added, grinning and giving a thumbs up. Naruto mirrored the gesture, responding, I won't forget. Once Irika departed, Naruto's spirits soared. However, Su Ming was intrigued by their agreement. When he inquired, Naruto remained tight-lipped. Ultimately, Su Ming learned the details from Kurama. The agreement stipulated that after mastering his next jutsu, Irika would reward Naruto with some money. This left Su Ming even more perplexed, as for various reasons, even Kurama was unaware of the specifics. On his way back from Naruto's house, Irika felt quite content. For the first time, he realized how fulfilling the role of an educator could be. In the midst of flying leaves in Konoha, the fire of life continued to burn brightly. Perhaps this is what the third Hokage referred to as the will of fire. Yet today, while explaining this concept to Naruto, the latter posed a thought-provoking question. When the leaves dance in the wind, and the flames of the fire burn brightly, will the light illuminate the village and enable new trees to sprout? Or, if the leaves ignite a raging inferno, will it lead to the sprouting of new trees or incinerate them all? This query left Irika in deep contemplation, uncertain of how to respond. It was the first time he had encountered such sentiments, especially from a child questioning the third Hokage's words. This was not Naruto's idea, but rather Su Ming's teaching, who had imparted this wisdom to Naruto, explaining that a great fire would indeed ignite, and the direction it would take was ultimately in their hands. Naruto, not fully comprehending, had sought clarification from Iruka, leaving Iruka astounded. As he took a few more steps and approached his home, he was intercepted by a member of the Umbu. Donned in a dog-headed mask, the figure loomed over him, their voice icy. Iruka, come with me. The Hokage wishes to see you. In the Hokage's office. Perpetually shrouded in mist, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, incessantly exhaled clouds of smoke, surveying the entirety of the village under his jurisdiction. A knock resounded at the door, and after receiving permission, Iruka entered. Third Hokage, you summon me? Indeed, Hiruzen replied, his demeanor as gentle as ever. I have heard that Su Ming has asked you to educate Naruto? Iruka nodded, a tremor coursing through him. He had come to understand Naruto's true identity and surmised that there was something unusual about the third's intentions. At that moment, the third's actions undeniably confirmed his suspicions. Perhaps the third Hokage was not as benevolent as he appeared, Iruka mused. It is good that someone is taking on the task of educating him. Hiruzen remarked with a hint of melancholy. You may not be aware, but Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage and Kushina. What? Iruka gasped, astonished that the third would divulge such information. Observing Iruka's reaction, Hiruzen assumed he was entirely unaware of Naruto's lineage and felt a pang of regret for not having tested his knowledge first. Yet, the words had been spoken. I have always wanted to ensure that Naruto receives the treatment he deserves, but as Hokage, I must consider the broader implications. Revealing Naruto's identity could expose him to many dangers. Hiruzen maintained his warm demeanor, a quality that made it easy for others to believe his words wholeheartedly. Iruka nodded silently, absorbing the gravity of the conversation. I am grateful to you, Hiruzen continued. As Naruto's relative, this child has suffered greatly over the years. A shadow of sadness crossed his face. Iruka's perception of the third began to shift, yet he had matters of his own to address. Third Hokage, I have something to discuss with you. Oh, please, proceed. I wish to educate the next generation of our village. In a place where leaves dance in the wind, the fire of life burns eternally, illuminating the village and nurturing the sprouting trees. This is the will of fire that you, third Hokage, have imparted, and I wish to pass it on to the next generation. I humbly seek your approval. A faint smile graced Hiruzen's lips as he rose and approached Iruka. Your aspirations are commendable. When Naruto enrolls in the academy, you shall be his first teacher. Iruka, I have faith in you. As Iruka departed, he could not shake his lingering doubts about the third's intentions, no matter how one viewed it. The identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki held far more allure than that of the fourth Hokage's son. It appeared that the third had ulterior motives. After Iruka left, Danzo entered. His gaze icy. That boy has gone to the Hyuga clan again. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Did I not instruct you to refrain from interfering in this matter? Danzo scoffed. I will keep a watchful eye on anyone who poses a threat to Konoha. No exceptions. It is evident that this boy harbors ulterior motives. Hiruzen, you can no longer afford to be lenient. You must understand the importance of the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki. What do you propose? Hiruzen inquired after a prolonged silence. Danzo spoke coldly. He has not undertaken a mission in quite some time. As a ninja, how can he neglect his duties? Listening to Danzo's words, Hiruzen hesitated for a moment before ultimately nodding. The Nine-Tails were indeed too crucial to ignore. Chapter 19, B-Rank Mission. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed today's task of swinging the sword 2,000 times. Reward, 0, 5 of the system template. Ding. The host Shunming Idaokiri Yuki system template has reached 20. The system will now unlock the extraction for the next template. Would you like to proceed? Extract. As Sumei's voice fell, the system began the template extraction. Moments later, ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a new template. Shadowblade, Longling Wong. Boom. At that moment, a shadow materialized within Sumei's mind. He was a figure concealed in darkness, an intrepid assassin, his gaze filled with wildness and pride. In that instant, Sumei shut his eyes, as if melding with the darkness itself. When he opened them again, he seemed to transform into the figure in his mind, wild and proud. Footsteps echoed, and upon hearing them, Sumei turned to see Itachi, who had just arrived. Before he could greet Sumei, he was startled by the latter's imposing presence, feeling a thrill of apprehension, as if being scrutinized by a beast. The scent of death lingered in the air. Itachi called out, but as the wildness in Sumei's eyes receded, he replaced it with a sunny smile. You're here, Itachi. He clapped Itachi on the shoulder, maintaining their usual camaraderie. Come in. The two trained as they always had. But Sumei, now empowered by a newly unlocked template, was evidently stronger than before. Itachi, distracted, struggled to keep up. After a few swift exchanges, Itachi was forced to concede. Put away your sword. Observing Itachi's troubled demeanor, Su Ming inquired, is something the matter? Itachi hesitated, then forced a smile. You noticed, huh? It seems I can't hide anything from you. Su Ming rolled his eyes. Your feelings are practically written all over your face. I'm not blind. Itachi exhaled deeply, and it became apparent that, for some reason, the usually composed individual found it impossible to conceal his emotions around Su Ming, even joy. After catching his breath, Itachi seemed to gather his resolve, his expression turning serious. Su Ming, have you been influenced by the Nine-Tails? Su Ming burst into laughter, taken aback. He had anticipated Itachi's concern to be of a different nature. The Nine-Tails could never affect me. My bond with Kurama is as strong as iron. Besides, I promised Kurama that I would let him out for a stroll. Hearing Su Ming's words, Itachi's expression brightened considerably. Let us call it a day, Itachi. Su Ming smiled. I have a mission to attend to. With that, he turned to leave. But Itachi's face still bore a look of hesitation as he called out to Su Ming once more. Su Ming, I know, Su Ming interjected with a smile. You're worried about the third Hokage, right? I trust you, Itachi. You're my brother. With those words, he departed. The same phrase, spoken by Su Ming, resonated with sincerity. Itachi watched Su Ming's retreating figure, his resolve solidifying as he silently vowed, no one will harm Su Ming. No one. Su Ming bid farewell to Naruto. Strangely, at the parting moment, Naruto exhibited no overwhelming sense of loss. Instead, he displayed a remarkable resilience, even giving a thumbs up with a beaming smile, saying, Big brother, do your best. All right, my dear little brother. With Minato around, Su Ming felt no concern for Naruto's safety. However, he anticipated that the third would likely intensify efforts to brainwash Naruto. Yet, he had no idea that within Naruto resided two formidable beings, Kurama and Minato. Changing Naruto's mindset would not be a simple task. As Su Ming departed, he reflected on the task assigned by the third Hokage, a smirk forming on his lips. The mission was classified as B rank, a capture assignment targeting a Chunin with a reward of 10,000 Ryo. Ironically, although Su Ming was merely a genin, he was tasked with apprehending a Chunin. Moreover, upon examining the mission location, Su Ming's smirk deepened. Familiar with the original Naruto storyline, he recognized the place all too well, one of Orochimaru's secret hideouts. To think Orochimaru is merely a Chunin? Now that's quite the farcical jest. Regarding Orochimaru, Su Ming had encountered him a few times in the past, a perilous man, or perhaps one of pure intent. Whether he is indeed a man is a question worthy of contemplation, though it is likely that Orochimaru himself would not squander time on such musings. At that time, Orochimaru had expressed a desire to study Su Ming, but regrettably, he was thwarted by Minato. Both Orochimaru and Su Ming felt a sense of loss. Orochimaru lamenting the loss of an intriguing subject for research, while Su Ming sighed for a delectable snake stew. As for whether he could defeat him, severing a few limbs would pose no challenge. The aftermath, naturally, would be left to Minato to clean up. As Su Ming strolled through the village, he chanced upon a familiar figure near the bathhouse. Although not the most tasteful sight, the tall figure with flowing white hair cascading to his waist, adorned with a headband inscribed with the character for oil, was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Regrettably, he was crouched down, peering through the slats of the wooden wall into the women's bathing area, nearly drooling in anticipation. With a resigned sigh, Su Ming facepalmed, recognizing the familiar folly. At that moment, he decided to take action, clasping his hands together to perform the transformation technique. He transformed into Tsunade's likeness and approached Jiraiya, tapping him on the shoulder as he called out, Jiraiya, you're peeping again. Jiraiya, caught off guard, turned with a look of sheer panic. And upon recognizing Tsunade's form, he fell backward in shock. The renowned Sannin, now revealing his comical vulnerability, clearly exhibited a profound fear of Tsunade. Yet soon, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Su Ming. You are not Tsunade, who are you? With arms crossed, Su Ming felt a stirring of embarrassment. Damn it. He had nearly forgotten how voluptuous Tsunade was. What did you say? He retorted, feigning bravado. Jiraiya smirked. Though you bear a striking resemblance, and Tsunade indeed possesses such attributes, you overlooked one crucial detail. What is that? Tsunade is not nearly this gentle. Jiraiya's expression fell comically. If it were really Tsunade, I would have fled the village long ago. Su Ming mused, such vivid memories indeed. With a sudden clap, he reverted back to his original form and looked at Jiraiya with a smile. I have a mission, and I wonder, Jiraiya-sensei, would you be interested in joining me? It concerns Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes widened. The earlier flamboyance vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. His obsession with Orochimaru ran deep. akin to Naruto's fixation on Sasuke in the original narrative. Their experiences as master and apprentice were similar, yet their outcomes diverged. Like Naruto, Jiraiya would pursue any matter involving Orochimaru, regardless of the peril it entailed. Thus, Su Ming felt no trepidation. In truth, after Orochimaru's defection, Jiraiya had also departed, leaving the village behind. However, he would occasionally return to observe Naruto from a distance. He is dangerous, Jiraiya admitted. Surprisingly, after a moment of silence, he spoke again. And quite reckless. I understand, but I have my reasons for going. Su Ming produced a mission dossier from his possession and handed it to Jiraiya. Upon receiving it, Jiraiya's brow furrowed deeply. Nonsense, he exclaimed suddenly. The third Hokage is sending you to your death. I will find him. With that, he attempted to leave. Jiraiya-sama, you ought to be aware of the third's nature, Su Ming remarked without attempting to dissuade him. At his words, Jiraiya paused, falling into silence. As the third's disciple and one of the Sannin, he understood his mentor all too well, which was precisely why they had both chosen to leave. Alas, Jiraiya sighed. Turning back to Su Ming, what are your plans? I am quite eager to meet Orochimaru, or more accurately, to sample the taste of snake stew, Su Ming replied, licking his lips as he spoke. The wildness in his gaze was unmistakable. Noticing his intensity, Jiraiya felt a shiver run down his spine. Instinctively thinking he was looking at Orochimaru himself. No, you are even more dangerous than Orochimaru. If I didn't know you were Minato's son, I would suspect you were Orochimaru's illegitimate child, Jiraiya exclaimed. Su Ming merely smiled, remaining silent. He found himself curious about what Orochimaru's hypothetical child would call him, father or mother. An intriguing topic indeed. The two set out. Orochimaru's stronghold was not far from the Land of Fire, and they arrived without much delay. However, as they approached the lair, Jiraiya appeared hesitant, or rather, fearful. He knew he could not sway Orochimaru back, yet a thread of obsession lingered in his heart. Furthermore, they shared little in common. Jiraiya's mastery of sage arts did not compare to Naruto's verbal prowess, leaving him at a loss. While Jiraiya was a lecher, Orochimaru seemed indifferent to gender altogether. Su Ming mused that if it were Orochimaru, he might simply take possession of someone's body and taunt Jiraiya, saying, Jiraiya, how do you like this new form of mine? That image, paired with Orochimaru's voice, would surely haunt Jiraiya for a lifetime. As Jiraiya hesitated, Su Ming sensed the emergence of two formidable presences outside Orochimaru's stronghold. Two figures cloaked in black, embroidered with red clouds, stood before them. One, hunched and concealed beneath his cloak, had a tail resembling that of a scorpion protruding from behind. The other, with orange hair and a detached expression, bore peculiar purple ripples in his eyes. Their identities were all too evident. Pain and the scorpion, Sasori. Orochimaru faced them. We have gathered quite a bit of intelligence regarding you, and we are even aware of your investigations into Akatsuki, Sasori spoke first. Oh, is that so? Then it seems you are here to take action, Orochimaru replied, licking his lips with a cold smile reminiscent of his usual demeanor. However, I am quite knowledgeable about you. Sasori of the Red Sand. Although you hide within this puppet, your true weapon must be the third Kazekage, correct? Upon hearing this, a chilling glint appeared in Sasori's eyes. Oh, you are quite well informed, I see. I should have never revealed anything. I have a keen interest in intriguing matters, Orochimaru remarked, turning his gaze greedily to the side. The legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths hold great research value. The Akatsuki organization is becoming increasingly fascinating. I truly desire to explore further. At that moment, Orochimaru's chakra surged, indicating his intent to strike. Yet just then, Pain suddenly turned his head, addressing another direction. You two have been watching for quite some time. You may as well come out now. Both Orochimaru and Sasori were taken aback, quickly looking toward the source of his words. They were astonished to see the legendary Rinnegan revealed before them. Two figures emerged. Jiraiya? Orochimaru recognized immediately. Long time no see, Orochimaru, Jiraiya replied. Meanwhile, Su Ming took a moment to survey Orochimaru before shifting his gaze to the other two. Pain, Sasori of the Red Sand. According to the unfolding narrative, it is now the moment when the two of them invite Orochimaru to join the Akatsuki organization. In the Land of Fire, Scorpion narrowed his eyes, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him. His parents had perished at the hands of Konoha's White Fang. Thus, he harbored no fondness for the people of Konoha, including Orochimaru. You two are his accomplices? If so, I would not mind eliminating you both, Scorpion declared. Su Ming observed the situation. While not exactly an accomplice, he had no qualms about addressing any bothersome individuals before confronting Orochimaru. His mere words intensified Scorpion's murderous intent. You little brat from Konoha, are you seeking death? A chilling glimmer flashed at that moment, causing temporary blindness among those present. Once their vision cleared, a red-haired youth had appeared on the scene, Scorpion's true form. What a formidable blade! Watching Su Ming wielding the sword, Orochimaru suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Licking his lips involuntarily, his eyes filled with desire. It seemed this was the perfect offering. Meanwhile, Pain's indifferent gaze wavered slightly. The swiftness of that sword strike had been so astonishing that even he had only perceived a lingering shadow. It was truly too fast. Bang! A puppet collapsed, and Scorpion revealed a grave expression. This was one of the rare battles where his Hiryu could not cope. Moreover, it had shattered with such rapidity. He lowered his gaze to the ground, where the Hiryu lay in two halves, its cut smooth and even. Are you not using your strongest weapon? Su Ming inquired with a cheerful smile, holding his longsword. Chapter 21. The Astonished Pain and Su Ming's Sword. As Su Ming grinned widely, Scorpion hesitated for the first time, beginning to doubt his own capabilities. In that moment, he felt that if the opponent wished, he could indeed cleave him in two with a single strike. The Hiryu was an extraordinarily resilient puppet, and even if damaged, Scorpion could still control it. Yet under that blade, he had utterly lost control. Scorpion fixed his gaze upon Su Ming. His sword appeared to possess a suppressive effect on the puppets. Su Ming continued to smile. Just moments ago, he had unleashed a sword strike. Having unlocked 20 of the template's progress, wielding the God Dream Blade, capable of cleaving through all that exists between heaven and earth. Even a puppet would be no exception. Scorpion remained silent. Instead, Orochimaru suddenly spoke. So this so-called Akatsuki is nothing more than this. They lack the courage to strike even against a mere child. Orochimaru had naturally observed Su Ming's strength. That last sword strike would have posed a deadly threat even if he had personally engaged. However, this did not deter him from disparaging Scorpion. Why don't you give it a try? Scorpion sneered. That simply won't do. I could never bear to part with such a perfect body. Orochimaru turned to Su Ming. May I inquire your name, young one? Sure. I'll tell you after I feast on some snake delicacies. Su Ming replied. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils dilated, revealing a hint of frustration. So it is you. Indeed it is. Su Ming affirmed. Why not join us, young one? As a reward, I could prepare this snake for you. I assure you it would be quite delicious. Scorpion suggested, somewhat unexpectedly, revealing Akatsuki's interest in recruiting him. Although curious about the organization, Su Ming had no intention of joining Akatsuki, for the current leader was Obito, the very enemy responsible for his parents' demise. He indeed sought vengeance, but the timing was not yet right. How about I capture this snake and prepare a feast? While you join us? Scorpion proposed again when Su Ming remained silent. Su Ming chuckled. I actually doubt, Mr. Scorpion, that you could emerge victorious. With that, he approached Orochimaru, patting him on the shoulder. What do you think, Snake? Orochimaru licked his lips, utterly oblivious to Su Ming's action. His strength is still lacking. Then let us put it to the test, Scorpion said coldly, simultaneously producing a new puppet. Meanwhile, Pain frowned slightly. He sensed that Su Ming's strength was considerable. Otherwise, Scorpion would not have attempted to recruit him. Though this was not part of Obito's orders, it seemed to be an unexpected gain. Kekekek. Orochimaru cackled, a gust of energy swirling as he leaned forward, launching himself at Scorpion. Scorpion, with your puppets, you cannot hope to match my prowess. Scorpion sneered, controlling his puppets to strike back. Boom. A tremendous crash echoed through the air. When the dust settled, Orochimaru lay sprawled on the ground, and Scorpion smirked derisively. Jiraiya frowned. Su Ming, however, maintained an expression of amusement. Just as Scorpion prepared to speak, Pain suddenly interjected, this is not over. Suddenly, the fallen Orochimaru raised his head, opening his mouth wide, from which emerged another figure of Orochimaru. However, this time, he maneuvered past Scorpion and directly towards Pain. I shall take the Rinnegan. I have long coveted it. Orochimaru's laughter echoed in the air, yet Scorpion showed no inclination to intervene, instead revealing a mocking expression. Ignorant fool. As Orochimaru charged toward him, Pain remained impassive, showing no intention of movement. Have you become foolish with fear? Orochimaru cackled. However, just as he drew near, Pain activated his Rinnegan and bellowed with authority. Shinra Tensei. Boom. Scorpion's mockery deepened. Jiraiya was utterly astonished. Yet neither of them noticed that at the moment Orochimaru approached Pain, Su Ming had produced a kunai marked with a special insignia. In the next instant, Su Ming vanished. Flying Thunder God. Swoosh. Before Orochimaru, a blade descended vertically, splitting the heavens and earth. Boom. The force of Shinra Tensei radiated outward, causing everything around to shatter in an instant. An expanse of land, stretching for 100 miles, was obliterated in a mere moment. Yet behind Su Ming lay the only surviving sanctuary. He appeared as a divine figure wielding a sword, the arbiter of fate. Pain gazed at the individual before him, momentarily stunned. "You are remarkably strong," he remarked. Su Ming did not respond but turned to regard the still dumbfounded Orochimaru, asking, "Is something amiss?" Orochimaru's excitement was unmasked. "Nothing is wrong. I merely find myself increasingly desirous of your body. A sword technique capable of withstanding the Rinnegan's attack. Such power is beyond even Konoha's White Fang. I have long stated my interest in snake delicacies," Su Ming replied coolly. Orochimaru faltered. A rare display of being taken aback. Perhaps the true counter to a scientist is not an artist, but a gourmet. Art is eternal, yet cuisine can annihilate. "I shall spare this snake," Su Ming declared, directing his gaze toward Pain. Pain frowned. "Before you summon your other bodies, you cannot hope to defeat me." At this moment, Pain was thoroughly taken aback. He possessed 6 bodies, a secret known to few, yet this person seemed to know it all. What a troublesome adversary. After a prolonged silence, Pain turned to Scorpion. "Let us depart." Scorpion nodded, casting a deep glance at Su Ming before turning away. However, just as Pain was about to leave, Jiraiya suddenly interjected. "Are you Yahiko?" Scorpion turned his head slightly to glance at Pain, but he offered no response, departing without hesitation. Jiraiya appeared somewhat disheartened. Su Ming shook his head. "We are not aligned. Our paths do not converge." He turned to Orochimaru. "Shall we converse in a private location?" "Absolutely. I would be delighted." Within their hideout, Orochimaru proudly recounted his achievements, stating that Scorpion Fellow thought he had control over Kabuto, but little did he know, Kabuto has long been under my command. As he uttered those words, a hint of mockery laced his tone before he turned to Su Ming. "I initially intended to join Akatsuki, but now, I have had a change of heart, Su Ming-kun. I find you far more intriguing than Akatsuki. Despite lacking any bloodline limits and being merely an ordinary human, you stand on par with any ninja endowed with such abilities. And that sword that cleaved through the attack of the Rinnegan. Su Ming-kun, your physique is truly captivating." Su Ming maintained his smile, replying, "Mr. Snake, I extend a similar sentiment to you. Your form is equally fascinating to me, to the point where I might just drool." Su Ming drew his sword, its cold gleam reflecting ominously. Suddenly, Orochimaru fell silent. Chapter 22. It was not I who betrayed Konoha, but rather he who betrayed me. On the road, Pain and Conan shared a moment of silence. Scorpion tightened the cloak around him, having refrained from revealing his true self for some time, and felt somewhat uncomfortable. "What should we do?" Scorpion inquired. Their purpose for venturing out was to resolve the issue with Orochimaru. Yet, instead of resolving the matter, they had uncovered an even more formidable adversary. Pain clenched his fist, his expression remaining inscrutable. "Let us return for now." With their combined strength, although they did not fear Su Ming, it was evident that he was not their only concern. There was also Jiraiya. That name loomed large in his memory. However, he was no longer the youth he once was. He harbored his own ambitions. The demon-slaying boy would inevitably become a demon. Pain began to walk, his steps growing heavier. Within the stronghold, after a series of tests, Orochimaru had settled down, refraining from uttering anything inappropriate. He had come to realize that in Su Ming's eyes, he was no different from an ordinary snake. Thus, if he wished to survive, he must first prove his worth. He must demonstrate that he held greater value than mere snake soup. For a moment, Orochimaru felt somewhat helpless. Disregarding Jiraiya, he summoned Kabuto directly. "This is my assistant." A remarkably talented young man, Orochimaru introduced. "This is Su Ming-kun." He gestured towards Su Ming. Kabuto was only a few years older than Su Ming. At that moment, Kabuto regarded the youthful figure before him, who commanded such significant attention from Orochimaru. Then he noticed Jiraiya standing beside Su Ming. Is he Jiraiya's apprentice? Kabuto pondered. No. He suddenly realized, despite their seemingly ordinary positioning, there were unspoken rules among ninjas. In the presence of a rogue of Orochimaru's caliber, if he were indeed a mere apprentice, Jiraiya would never allow him to stand before Orochimaru. Thus, there could be only one conclusion. The individual before him was undoubtedly incredibly powerful. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto smiled and extended his hand. "Hello, Su Ming-kun." "Hello." Su Ming nodded but did not reciprocate the handshake. Kabuto's smile faltered, and his eyes narrowed slightly, creating an awkward atmosphere. At that moment, Orochimaru interjected to ease the tension. "Kabuto is a very astute young man. The information I have regarding Scorpion comes from him. Notably, he was once affiliated with Scorpion." Su Ming nodded, aware of Kabuto's multifaceted spy identity. His feelings towards Kabuto were neutral. After all, A genius often harbors their own pride. Despite Kabuto's obedience in front of Orochimaru, it was difficult for him to accept someone younger than himself like Su Ming. Thus, he felt the need to assert dominance. Moreover, Su Ming was well aware of the information regarding Akatsuki. To him, Kabuto held little value. If he were to be disobedient. Suddenly, Su Ming reached out and forcefully pinned Kabuto against the wall, gripping his neck. Do you feel discontent? Discontent is acceptable, but it must be accompanied by commensurate strength. Any display of dissatisfaction before you possess such strength is nothing short of childish. I shall remember this. Kabuto retracted his earlier demeanor, adopting a more respectful expression. Throughout this exchange, Orochimaru stood aside, showing no inclination to intervene. For someone like him, it was challenging to harbor emotions towards others. Of course, should he truly feel something, it would either result in the target suffering or himself facing repercussions. After all, Orochimaru had once been intrigued by Itachi, only to be swiftly quelled by a mere glance from the latter. Now, however, Orochimaru was drawn to Su Ming, albeit cautious not to reveal too much interest. Otherwise, Su Ming might not hesitate to contemplate making snake soup out of him. Ah, perilous man, Orochimaru mused, rubbing his face, feeling somewhat pained. Beside Su Ming stood the silent Jiraiya. Since encountering Orochimaru, he had uttered no more than a brief greeting, which was rather uncharacteristic of him. This was somewhat abnormal, not in line with Jiraiya's usual demeanor. Nevertheless, neither Su Ming nor Kabuto brought it up. I presume you are aware of my purpose for being here? Orochimaru began. Tusan informed me, Orochimaru replied. Yet, I truly did not anticipate that Su Mingkuin's strength had ascended to such heights. If Su Mingkuin wishes to take me back, I would not resist. However, I suspect you will not do so. Oh, Su Ming inquired, his interest piqued. Why is that? Orochimaru smiled. The wind that sets the windmill in motion will not willingly submit to confinement. For Su Mingkuin, Konoha serves as a constraint. Why not depart from Konoha? Become a rogue ninja. I can assist you in unleashing your winds with greater ferocity. As he spoke, a glimmer of longing flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Showing no concern in the presence of Jiraiya, Su Ming's gaze shifted, locking onto Orochimaru's. His eyes reflected the serpentine nature of loyalty, albeit one that was transient. Should the day come when the master proved weaker than anticipated, the serpent would not hesitate to strike back. A smile graced Su Ming's lips, tinged with a shade of darkness. The second template, Shadow Blade, was activated. In that moment, he transformed into a true hunter, blending seamlessly with the shadows. Using his dual pupils as a springboard, Orochimaru found himself enveloped in darkness. The capabilities of the second template, while reminiscent of illusions, diverged from them. Su Ming preferred to refer to this ability as a domain of darkness. Within this obscurity, he was the sovereign. The path of the blade delineated the territory. With a snap of his fingers, Su Ming watched as Orochimaru shivered and then awakened, his eyes wide with terror. Su Ming chuckled softly, perhaps Mr. Snake's understanding of rogue ninjas aligns with what ninjas often say. A rogue ninja betrays their village, subsequently hunted and pursued, treated like a dog on the run. Such a life is hardly one I aspire to. My comprehension of a rogue ninja, however, diverges somewhat from yours, Mr. Snake. Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance. Su Ming continued. For you, a rogue ninja is one who betrays Konoha, but I am different. Should I ever find myself in the position of becoming a rogue ninja, it would not be I who betrayed Konoha, but rather Konoha who betrayed me. At that moment, Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock, as did Kabuto's, who abruptly lifted his head. Staring at Su Ming with a newfound clarity in his gaze, a light ignited within. Chapter 23. Please grant Konoha a chance. No one had anticipated Su Ming to voice such sentiments. Despite his formidable strength, many in the ninja world possess great power from a young age. Kakashi became a Jonin at 12, and Itachi annihilated the Uchiha clan at 13. They were all prodigies. Although Su Ming was somewhat younger, this was acceptable. However, insight requires time to mature, not something that can be achieved overnight. Jiraiya's gaze towards Su Ming brimmed with astonishment, as he too had not expected such a declaration. Since Su Mingjun is unwilling, let it be. However, this position will always remain reserved for you. Orochimaru gestured to his head. This signified that as long as Su Ming was willing, Orochimaru was ready to assist him at any moment. Su Ming smiled faintly. He turned to Jiraiya. Mr. Jiraiya, now that you are here, you do not intend to remain silent, do you? As his gaze focused on Jiraiya, Orochimaru licked his lips. I could never return, Jiraiya. You should be aware of that. I do know, Jiraiya nodded. Deep down, he harbored a lingering obsession. Yet he was acutely aware of Orochimaru's nature. Unlike Naruto, he had not endured similar experiences nor been influenced by Ashura, and thus he did not possess the same level of obsession that bordered on madness. For him, aside from wanting to reclaim Orochimaru, there existed another mission, the prophesied child of destiny. Jiraiya looked at Su Ming, and a bittersweet smile crossed his face. I somewhat regret coming here with you. You, my friend, are far too powerful and perilous. He added, more dangerous than Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. Though displeased, he could not deny the truth in Jiraiya's words. I was initially concerned that you might join forces with Orochimaru against Konoha, which is why I contemplated intervening. But even if I did intervene, you would be unable to contend with him, Jiraiya. Orochimaru interjected. Jiraiya paid no heed, focusing solely on Su Ming. However, I have now changed my mind. For the sake of the Fourth Hokage, I implore you to grant me, and Konoha, a chance. Jiraiya bent low, adopting a humble posture. Konoha shall never oppose you. This was Jiraiya's solemn vow. After witnessing the recent events and Su Ming's prowess, how could he fail to understand? If handled poorly, Konoha could face its gravest crisis at the hands of Su Ming, a prodigious ninja. If Jiraiya were to assess his genius, he could summarize it in a single word. Perhaps two, Madara and Hashirama. Should Konoha treat him with due reverence, believing in Su Ming and welcoming him as a leader akin to Senju Hashirama, the outcome would be favorable. Conversely, if they failed to do so, they would face the annihilation wrought by Uchiha Madara. Moreover, he was accompanied by a Jinchūriki of the Nine-Tails. If the village were to reach such a dire state, Jiraiya could scarcely conceive any means to thwart them. Only destruction remained. The fate of this situation hinged upon Konoha, or more precisely, the third Hokage's stance. Jiraiya sighed, hoping that Sarutobi Sensei would grasp the gravity of the situation. Simultaneously, a question arose in Jiraiya's mind. Was Su Ming truly the child of prophecy? Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. The child of prophecy should possess the ability to resonate with tailed beasts, and Su Ming had none by his side. It seemed unlikely. I hope so, Su Ming replied. He cared little for Konoha's fate, yet he was deeply concerned for Naruto. With his current strength, while he possessed the means to protect himself, Naruto was still young. He deserved a joyful childhood and a nurturing environment. For that reason, Su Ming was willing to extend Konoha an opportunity. Thank you, Jiraiya nodded before departing. He needed to return to the village and alert Konoha, urging the third to devise better countermeasures. Simultaneously, he wished for improved treatment for these brothers. After all, Su Ming was not merely a young Jinchūriki. He was a fully fledged eagle. Once Jiraiya left, Orochimaru intended to invite Su Ming to observe his research findings. However, upon Su Ming casually pointing out the deficiencies in his research, Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically. Alongside Kabuto, a fervor ignited in their eyes, a thirst for knowledge. Eventually, Su Ming felt a bit unnerved by their gaze and reluctantly exchanged for a device akin to a tablet from his previous life, containing a wealth of educational materials. Admittedly, the level of knowledge in the Naruto world paled in comparison to his former life, so he restricted it to high school level. Nevertheless, this was enough to leave Orochimaru's eyes gleaming with excitement. When Orochimaru inquired about the name of the device, Su Ming mischievously replied, "This is called Ding Talk, and the videos you see on it are termed online courses." Orochimaru nodded, adopting a surprisingly reverent demeanor, thanking Su Ming for allowing him to attend online courses on Ding Talk. Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle at Orochimaru's unexpectedly humorous appearance, especially with such a name attached. However, soon after, Su Ming found himself admiring Orochimaru's dedication to learning. It was simply commendable. Kabuto also coveted the Ding Talk in Orochimaru's hands, staring at Su Ming with longing. Yet upon receiving no acknowledgement, disappointment flickered in his eyes. Su Ming, uninterested, instructed Kabuto to show him around. Orochimaru's stronghold was extensive, featuring numerous private rooms filled with various experimental materials and subjects. Human experimentation was a common sight here. However, as they passed one particular room, Su Ming's attention was drawn to it. Unlike the others, this room appeared exceptionally clean, devoid of dust. Upon entering, he found a clean-cut youth seated on a bed, white-haired, green-eyed, with red shadowing around his eyelids and 2 red dots between his brows. The moment he laid eyes on this youth, Su Ming recognized his identity. Kimimaro, the last survivor of the Kagaya clan and the formidable wielder of the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline. Despite his limited appearances in the original Naruto series and his current youthful form, Su Ming recognized him instantly. "Kimimaro, Lord Su Ming has arrived. Should you not pay your respects?" Kabuto commanded from the side. Su Ming raised a hand to halt him. Nevertheless, Kimimaro stood up, gazing at Su Ming and cheerfully uttering, "Lord Su Ming." Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Kimimaro possessed the ability to manipulate bone growth and density, enabling him to form bones that were harder than steel. Consequently, he also had formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. In the original story, Gaara's absolute defense was shattered by Kimimaro had he not succumbed to illness. It was uncertain whether they could have defeated him. What left a lasting impression on Su Ming about Kimimaro, aside from his immense strength, was his unwavering loyalty. He could be considered the finest subordinate. Su Ming had not anticipated encountering him here. Chapter 24, Pursuing Truth alongside Lord Su Ming. Kimimaro, a solitary soul. Are you alone? Su Ming inquired. Yes, my lord, came the response. Though respectful, it lacked fear. The room was dim, illuminated by little light. As Su Ming surveyed the surroundings, Kimimaro seemed to sense his thoughts and spoke up. In truth, I do not despise the darkness. It has accompanied me throughout my growth. Su Ming nodded. For one who had grown up in darkness, it often becomes a source of reliance. Much like Zabuza and Haku from his past life, or Sasuke and Naruto. Kimimaro and Orochimaru shared a similar bond. It was once mused that had Kimimaro encountered Zabuza instead of Orochimaru, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Now, however, Kimimaro had met Su Ming. The difference was that Su Ming observed a lack of light in Kimimaro's eyes. He remained entrenched in darkness. It appeared that due to Su Ming's presence, this world had deviated somewhat. Kimimaro had yet to pledge allegiance to Orochimaru. Su Ming asked, "What do you despise?" Kimimaro fell silent for a moment before lifting his head. "I despise solitude. I loathe being unneeded. Darkness is not frightening. What is truly terrifying is loneliness. In the dark, those small eyes seem to fade away, losing their luster. If one is unneeded, devoid of purpose, why continue to live?" This was his poignant inquiry. But Su Ming extended his hand, gently resting it upon his head, a glimmer of illumination. The light of Su Ming. Junma Lu raised his gaze, his eyes subtly aglow amidst the darkness. There exists no notion that life must inherently hold meaning. However, persevering might unveil intriguing experiences. Su Ming affectionately ruffled Junma Lu's hair. "Just as you have come here, I have found you." With a snap, Do ignited the candle, illuminating the room. The flickering glow casting light upon all corners and brightening Junma Lu's eyes. As he felt the warmth of Su Ming's palm, a longing blossomed within Junma Lu for the very first time, a desire to follow in Su Ming's footsteps. "Come, let us go." Su Ming caressed Junma Lu's face, trailing his fingers through his hair, a gentle smile gracing his lips. His smile radiated as brightly as the candlelight. While darkness may serve as a solitary refuge, it is the light that embodies true hope. I, too, wish to seek the truths of the world alongside Lord Su Ming. In that moment, the still youthful Junma Lu made a resolute decision. He left the house alongside Su Ming, following closely behind him, his spirits evidently lifted. Yet, at that moment, Do appeared hesitant, as if struggling to find the right words. Su Ming noticed and inquired, "Is something the matter?" Do replied, "Junma Lu is quite special. He has been afflicted by an ailment since childhood, one that even Lord Orochimaru cannot remedy. Thus, even if Lord Su Ming were to request him from Lord Orochimaru." His words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Such a request would likely prove futile. Upon hearing this, Junma Lu trembled. For nothing terrified him more than the thought of being unwanted. For him, the most vivid memories were of battle. For it was only in those moments that he felt needed. A bone spike materialized in his hand, and without hesitation, he lunged it toward Do. Crack! At that instant, a hand seized him. Junma Lu looked up to find Su Ming's face adorned with a gentle smile. Junma Lu wished to explain. But Su Ming shook his head. "Do not fear. I possess a solution for your ailment." "Really?" Junma Lu asked, hope flickering in his voice. Of course. The bone spike vanished, and Junma Lu returned to his former self. Despite his youth, Junma Lu possessed remarkable strength. Had it not been for Su Ming's quick reflexes, Do might have met a grim fate. The cause of this was Do's words, which led Junma Lu to believe he was persuading Su Ming to abandon him. Having narrowly escaped death, Do felt a pang of anxiety, hastily shifting to the opposite side of Junma Lu. With Do's current capabilities, he was thoroughly outmatched by Junma Lu. He spent 80 template points to exchange for some medicine from the template shop, handing it to Junma Lu. With the system in place, Junma Lu's condition was hardly a concern. Nevertheless, despite Junma Lu's seemingly obedient demeanor, Do dared not glance at him again, still shaken by the earlier episode. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pain returned to Akatsuki and immediately sought out Obito. What transpired? Beneath the small hole in his mask, Obito's exposed Sharingan reflected confusion. Although Orochimaru's abilities were formidable, Scorpion's prowess was equally impressive, and with the Rinnegan, the possibility of failure was negligible. Yet now, they had encountered 2 Leaf Village ninjas. Pain recounted the events, prompting Obito to ponder. I did not anticipate that such a talented ninja still resided in the Leaf. He turned to Pain. Is there any possibility of recruiting him? Pain shook his head. He has unequivocally declined. He will not join us. What a pity, Obito replied, his gaze turning cold. Since he will not ally with us, he will inevitably become our enemy when we seek the tailed beasts. It would be prudent to take action preemptively. Furthermore, Anoki of Awagakure has also contacted us, hoping we could create some trouble for the Leaf. Although provoking the Leaf is not a wise strategy at this juncture, Anoki's offered remuneration is simply irresistible. Nagato, prepare yourself. Pain nodded and departed. Despite Awagakure's participation in the last Shinobi World War, they were unable to engage due to a surprise attack on their logistics by the Yellow Flash, leaving most of their ninjas intact. Not to mention, in terms of sheer numbers, Iwagakure surpassed the Leaf significantly. The last war yielded no benefits for them, much to Anoki's displeasure. Especially after Kumogakure dealt a blow to the Leaf recently, reigniting Anoki's restlessness. He has been contemplating ways to incite conflict, seeking recompense from the Leaf. The military strength of Awagakure is Anoki's greatest asset. Moreover, he is acutely aware of the Leaf's Hokage's character. Aside from the second Hokage's undeniable prowess, the others are, to put it bluntly, rather lackluster. The first Hokage gave away the tailed beasts without a second thought. The fourth's reign was tragically short, and the third Hokage, to put it frankly, could be described in one word: cowardly. During the last Shinobi World War, despite having the upper hand, the Leaf opted for negotiations. What else could that be but cowardice? Thus, Anoki concluded that even if conflict arose with the Leaf, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not dare to take significant action. Should a confrontation occur, how could Awagakure possibly falter? After a moment of silence beneath his mask, Obito suddenly rose, determined to personally witness this boy who had cleaved through the Rinnegan's defenses. If possible, he might even take direct action. Chapter 25. This water could be even murkier. Konoha. The village remained tranquil as ever. The streets bustled with life, smiles adorning the faces of its inhabitants. What was different, however, was that the child, often referred to as the fox demon by the villagers, and who would occasionally venture outside, had not been seen for quite some time. Yet, no one seemed to notice. Outside, life continued its vibrant course. Yet within that small dwelling, if one were to draw near, they would undoubtedly hear the occasional sound of cheerful laughter. Such joy? Naruto, you must train diligently, Iruka admonished, attempting to maintain a serious demeanor in front of the grinning Naruto. But before long, he succumbed to Naruto's sunny disposition. Ultimately, he could only helplessly say, Naruto, if you do not put in the effort, we won't be able to fulfill our agreement. Upon hearing Iruka's warning, Naruto's previously playful demeanor turned serious. All right, I relent. Inside the ceiling space, Minato Namikaze felt somewhat helpless. It was only after Su Ming had left that he fully grasped the terms of Naruto's pact with Iruka. They had agreed that as long as Naruto trained earnestly to meet Iruka's standards, he would reward Naruto with a sum of money. Naturally, Naruto had little interest in money. He wished to use his earnings to treat his brother to a bowl of ramen, a bowl featuring his own specially crafted toppings. He had even named his unique creation the Naruto roll. Under the sun, Naruto trained vigorously, his resolve unwavering. Before long, a small head peeked through the entrance. However, upon witnessing the scene in the courtyard, a flicker of disappointment crossed those small eyes. It was Hinata. Upon seeing her, Iruka waved her over. Here to find Lord Su Ming? You arrived too early. He hasn't returned yet. Since Su Ming's departure, Hinata frequently visited, waiting for his return. Yet, each time, she was met with disappointment. Oh, Hinata's small head drooped, and she walked away with a forlorn expression. Hinata, let us return to training. Only by becoming stronger can we protect Lord Su Ming in the future. Niji chimed in beside Hinata, his face beaming with a smile. Hinata nodded firmly, her gaze resolute. I will grow stronger to protect Lord Su Ming. The two departed. Yet, no one noticed. Leaning gently against a tree nearby was Itachi, who observed the scene with a soft murmur. In truth, I too wish to protect Su Mingjun. It was not long after Hinata's departure that a somewhat stooped figure appeared at the entrance, clad in a white Hokage cloak. Iruka recognized him at a glance. Lord, Third Hokage. Iruka greeted respectfully. Iruka, didn't I tell you? There's no need for such formalities, Sarutobi replied with a kind expression. You are Naruto's teacher. Such etiquette is unnecessary. Lord Third is a hero of the village. Proper respect is still required. Irika insisted earnestly. Sarutobi nodded, his gaze toward Irika growing increasingly approving. No one dislikes praise, not even the Third. In the time since Su Ming's departure, the Third had been visiting quite frequently, more so than Hinata. Each time he came, it was either to inquire after Naruto or to bring him small trinkets, seemingly showing genuine concern for the boy. But Naruto, you needn't train anymore. Lord Third Hokage has arrived. Irika called out. Hearing this, Naruto halted his training and rushed over. Grandpa Third, what delightful thing have you brought for me this time? Haha. It's just a small trinket, but I found it quite interesting, so I brought it along, Sarutobi said, producing 2 crystal-clear glass orbs and placing them in Naruto's hands. Wow. They're beautiful. Thank you, Grandpa Third, Naruto exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Sarutobi affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, creating a scene of tender affection. However, once Sarutobi departed, the smile on Naruto's face faded instantly. With a sharp motion, he tossed the glass orbs into a nearby trash heap. Irika-sensei, let us continue our training, Naruto said, turning to his teacher. Irika nodded, unfazed. Indeed, those glass orbs were mere trifles, easily found in street shops. Hardly worth a few coins. Third Hokage, could you be any more perfunctory? Irika shook his head. At Orochimaru's lair, the lights blazed brightly. Su Ming set down the scroll he had been reading and looked at Kabuto, who had just entered, and asked softly, Is there something you need? Lord Su Ming. Kabuto replied respectfully, Lord Orochimaru seeks your presence. Understood, I shall go at once. Su Ming closed the scroll and reached out to pat Jumaro's head. As Jumaro's face flushed, Su Ming chuckled softly and exited the room. The calm, handsome figure of the Hokage in the original story was unexpectedly quite adorable in his youth, more so than Itachi. In the laboratory, Orochimaru had waited a long time. Su Ming-kun, I have news that I believe will pique your interest. What news? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Orochimaru continued. I have just received word that the Akatsuki is planning to make a move against Konoha. Su Ming was taken aback. He recalled that the Akatsuki was still in the phase of gathering funds and should not be ready to act against Konoha just yet. Why would they strike now? Su Ming furrowed his brow. Could it be that due to his influence, Orochimaru did not join the Akatsuki, thus altering their trajectory? It seemed highly plausible. Orochimaru elaborated. The reason the Akatsuki is targeting Konoha is said to be because they were commissioned by Inoki. Inoki? Su Ming mused over the name. He was well aware of Inoki's reputation as the two-toned Inoki. It was rumored that in his youth, he had once battled Madara, but given Madara's prowess, he likely fell victim to a Susanoo. Nevertheless, there was no denying that Inoki possessed strength on par with the Kage level. Most importantly, the Wagakure had retained a considerable amount of its active forces during the last Shinobi World War, far surpassing Konoha's capabilities. Seeing Su Ming silent, Orochimaru continued. During the last Shinobi World War, that old man Inoki didn't gain much benefit, and it seems he can no longer hold back. Su Ming nodded, quickly grasping the implications. He turned to Orochimaru and asked, Are you interested in stirring the waters a bit more? Oh, excitement sparkled in Orochimaru's eyes. What does Su Ming-kun have in mind? Having defected from Konoha, it was impossible for him to harbor no resentment toward the village. Revenge against Konoha was something Orochimaru relished deeply. If I recall correctly, Asuma Sarutobi should be out there right now, correct? Su Ming smiled, the expression laden with intrigue. The waters could indeed be muddied further. This current state was simply insufficient. Chapter 26, The Sorrow of Eggs. On the outskirts of Konoha, a small team was on patrol, led by Asuma Sarutobi, son of the third Hokage. However, he had been away from Konoha for quite some time. Even now, fully aware of Konoha's situation and its shortage of personnel, Asuma stubbornly refused to return due to a disagreement with his father. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag, oblivious to the glares of his comrades, and felt a moment of bliss. Though he had always been at odds with his father, the fondness for smoking was a trait he shared with Sarutobi Hizashi. Asuma believed it made him look quite cool. Coughing, a few nearby members could no longer endure it and glared at Asuma. Could you smoke a little less? Asuma ignored them, his mind filled with visions of Kurenai Yuhi, his goddess. Lost in thought, he finished one cigarette and was about to reach for another when a glint of cold steel suddenly sliced through the air. Asuma instinctively dodged, unable to even warn his teammates in time. Boom! With a resounding explosion, all his nearby comrades fell lifeless. As he witnessed this scene, a chilling expression crossed Asuma's face. When the dust settled, he saw a youthful figure before him. The boy was small, but the bone sword in his hand was utterly terrifying. Junmaro. Even at such a young age, Junmaro possessed formidable strength. Asuma, being the Hokage's son, had considerable skill, but his teammates were not so fortunate. Who are you? Asuma glared at Junmaro. With a sneer, Junmaro pointed his bone sword towards the ground, eyes slightly raised. Sarutobi Asuma? At that moment, Asuma fully realized. Kirigakure. The corpse bone path. His heart raced with fear, and he summoned a short knife, channeling chakra into it to form a chakra blade. This was Asuma's signature technique. Unfortunately, he was not facing Junmaro alone. Earth style, earth wall. Boom. A massive wall of earth erupted from the ground at astonishing speed. Had Asuma not reacted swiftly, he would have been struck directly. In the very moment Asuma dodged, Junmaro's bone sword elongated seamlessly, and without hesitation, he charged at Asuma. Junmaro was born for battle. Even at a tender age, his prowess was not to be underestimated. Clang. The bone sword clashed with the short knife. But Asuma was astonished to find that even with the wind chakra blade, he couldn't leave a scratch on the bone sword. Such hard bone. Asuma's expression turned grave. Caught in a fierce struggle, Asuma found it impossible to break free. Meanwhile, the earth wall continued to rise rapidly, too fast for anyone to react. Asuma was struck directly. Bang! Asuma hit the ground, his mind slightly hazy. Is this the extent of the Hokage's son? A voice remarked nearby. Asuma struggled to lift his head but could not discern the figure's features, only recognizing the two rock symbols on the forehead protector, the emblem of a Wagakure. Asuma lost consciousness. Truly, Mr. Snake was remarkable. He resolved the battle with just a single mid-level ninjutsu. Su Ming stepped forward, offering his praise. Orochimaru removed the forehead protector of the hidden rock village, casually crushing it in his hand. What truly astonished him was the child before him. So young yet possessing such formidable strength. Had it not been for Su Ming's interest, he might have coveted this body for himself. Su Ming remained silent. But his gaze exuded an air of warning. He turned to look at Asuma beside him. Asuma's injuries were not particularly severe, except for a grievous wound between his legs, where blood flowed incessantly. Su Ming recalled hearing a distinct sound of something shattering moments ago. Casting a curious glance at Orochimaru, he wondered if the man had peculiar interests. However, this was undoubtedly a misfortune for Asuma. For a man, such an injury would be more agonizing than death itself. Alas, the sorrow of loss. Let us depart. Su Ming directed at Orochimaru, recognizing that Asuma's condition was dire enough. Orochimaru, with a hint of excitement, licked his lips, pondering what Sarutobi-sensei might think upon seeing his son in such a state. He was eager to witness the expression of Sarutobi, yet lamented the lack of opportunity. But there would be chances in the future. Su Ming smiled, and then took his leave, with Junmaru following closely behind. It would not be long before news of Asuma's injuries reached Konoha, even though Asuma might have only dreamt of what transpired. The mere fact that he fell unconscious would certainly leave Sarutobi troubled. Moreover, with the emergence of Akatsuki and the actions of the Hidden Rock Village, Sarutobi would have no choice but to believe. Even if he remained skeptical, Su Ming would ensure that belief was instilled in him. The loss of his son's ability to procreate would signify a near extinction of the Sarutobi lineage, coupled with provocations from enemy villages. It was uncertain how the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would respond. How could he allow his days to remain so peaceful? Su Ming chuckled to himself. Upon returning to Orochimaru's hideout, this marked Junmaru's first true battle, showcasing his immense capabilities. The Shikatsumiyaku truly proved formidable. Throughout their journey, Orochimaru observed Junmaru's figure. Lost in thought, Junmaru had been discovered within Orochimaru's lair, and he certainly recognized the significance of this individual. Albeit he was well aware that Junmaru's condition was beyond his means to heal. Yet now, it had been Su Ming who restored him. Orochimaru's gaze flickered, and he suddenly inquired, Su Ming-kun, once I have mastered the contents within the scroll, will I be able to catch up to you? Su Ming paused, then chuckled lightly. You are still far from it. The knowledge you must absorb is extensive. As he observed Su Ming's retreating figure, Orochimaru felt a flicker of intrigue. Su Ming-kun is indeed a mysterious individual. Chapter 27, Uchiha Madara. I, Su Ming, shall honor you as a hero. Su Ming-kun contemplated when he would return to Konoha. Orochimaru turned to him, asking, Return to Konoha? Su Ming laughed. It's not so simple to go back. Sarutobi allowed me to leave, undoubtedly believing I would perish at your hands. If I were to return just like that, they would not be pleased. Observing Su Ming's cheerful demeanor, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Given his understanding of Su Ming, he knew he would not altruistically consider Sarutobi and Danzo. The real spectacle had only just begun. Su Ming smiled, gently caressing Junmaru's face. Considering the time, guests shall soon be arriving. Let us go meet them. Orochimaru was taken aback, uncertain of whom Su Ming referred to. Could it be that Sarutobi had sent someone after them? Or perhaps it was a messenger from Danzo? With these questions swirling in his mind, Orochimaru followed Su Ming outside the hideout. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, stirring up a cloud of dust, and amidst this chaos stood a solitary figure. Short hair, an orange mask with black stripes covering one eye, a long black robe draping to the ground, and concealed within the sleeves were chains connecting his wrists. Beneath the mask, a single three-tomo Sharingan was prominently visible. His name, Uchiha Obito. In truth, Su Ming had anticipated Obito's arrival when he repelled Pain and Scorpion. However, at that time, it was merely speculation. Yet, with the news from Orochimaru, Su Ming was nearly certain that Obito would come to see the one who had thwarted the Rinnegan. And indeed, as he had surmised, gazing at the exposed Sharingan, Orochimaru squinted. Uchiha? He frowned, recalling the information he had of various Uchiha clan members. Yet none matched the one before him. Who could he possibly be? Indeed, Obito confirmed, deliberately lowering his voice to a raspy tone. I am Uchiha Madara. This declaration left Orochimaru momentarily stunned, while Su Ming burst into laughter. Uchiha Madara? Do not insult him. What are you laughing at? The fury radiated from Obito's visible Sharingan, directed at Su Ming as he demanded an explanation. Oh, nothing, merely laughing at your unworthiness, Su Ming replied, lifting his gaze. Unfazed by Obito's wrath. The Uchiha Madara I am familiar with was a formidable figure, one who dared to contend with Senju Hashirama, a being who could challenge the entirety of Konoha with sheer force. Though he faced defeat, he did so with dignity and honor. Uchiha Madara would never be this cowardly figure, hiding behind a mask. As Su Ming spoke, Orochimaru glanced sideways, astonished by how well-versed Su Ming was in the history of Uchiha Madara. Indeed, during the Warring States period, had it not been for Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara would have undoubtedly been the unrivaled champion. Even in an era overshadowed by Hashirama, he remained a remarkably radiant star. Jiraiya had always been hailed as a hero. Yet Su Ming believed that if Jiraiya was a hero, then Madara was truly a paragon of greatness. This greatness was akin to that of a legendary warlord. Are you questioning my identity as Uchiha Madara? Obito narrowed his eyes, his fury reaching a boiling point. Su Ming merely sneered. If you truly are Uchiha Madara, then reveal your true self. Madara would never hide behind a mask, not even in the face of aging. In Su Ming's recollections, Uchiha Madara was indeed such a character, one who would never don a mask even as time took its toll on his visage. That was the pride of a true warrior. Yet Obito, clearly, could not comprehend this truth. You were the one who repelled Pain, correct? I see you were playing with fire. With that, Obito ceased his idle chatter, lunging towards Su Ming with remarkable speed. Obito's velocity was astonishing, swift enough that most ninjas would struggle to react. Yet at that moment, no weakling stood beside Su Ming. Junmaru was the first to respond, producing a bone sword in hand. Without hesitation, he advanced, swinging the blade in a furious arc. Obito showed no intent to evade, colliding directly with the attack. Just as the bone sword was about to strike him, a hint of disdain flickered in Obito's exposed Sharingan. The sword passed through him, offering no resistance. Kamui. It was a space-time ninjutsu. Skirting past Junmaru and Orochimaru, Obito appeared right beside Su Ming. Excitement gleamed in his eyes, as if he believed that in the next moment, Su Ming would perish at his hands. However, at that instant, a slight smirk graced Su Ming's lips. He met Obito's gaze, and as the latter approached, a wave of darkness surged within his eyes. Second template, Shadow Blade activated. The realm of darkness enveloped them both, ensnaring Obito within its grasp. For a fleeting moment, Obito's body froze. Though it lasted merely an instant, it was sufficient in a confrontation of masters. A pale blue swirling sphere materialized in Su Ming's hand, and without obstruction, it struck Obito squarely in the face. Rasengan. Bang. Obito was abruptly sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Even his mask, which adorned his face, bore cracks from withstanding the force of the Rasengan. Struggling to rise, he was consumed by an uncontrollable fury. The Rasengan. Su Ming smirked, a hint of mockery gracing his lips. How does it feel to be struck by the same technique twice? The last time Obito suffered such a fate was beneath the Rasengan, during the chaos of the Nine-Tails, at the hands of the Fourth Hokage. Unfortunately, back then, the Fourth, preoccupied with Kushina and Naruto, had not engaged him extensively. Yet today, Su Ming wielded the same technique, and it was far from a mere coincidence. He sought to evoke certain memories within Obito. Who are you? Obito demanded. The one who intends to kill you, Su Ming replied coldly. Preserve your life. I shall personally collect it in due time. With that, he turned away, disregarding the explosive rage that simmered within Obito. Su Ming did not wish to eliminate Obito. Rather, he currently lacked effective means to restrain his Kimui. Even with the power of the second template's domain, he had only slightly impacted Obito. For the Mangekyo's abilities were exceedingly formidable. Once the Uchiha clan awakened the Mangekyo, their power underwent a qualitative leap. Without effective means to restrict Kimui, Obito was nearly invincible. Moreover, there was another crucial point. Obito was not solely his enemy, he was also Naruto's. In this lifetime, as long as he existed, Su Ming would not permit Ashura to sway Naruto, nor would he allow any ridiculous notions of forgiveness towards the murderer of his parents. Obito must die. He absolutely must perish. Chapter 28. Actions against Konoha. Su Ming departed without a hint of hesitation. Before leaving, he did not spare Obito a single glance. As if he were non-existent. Outside the stronghold, the winds howled with sand. The mask on Obito's face continued to shatter, the cracks widening, revealing glimpses of the visage beneath. Meanwhile, the few individuals heading toward the stronghold showed no inclination to look back. Su Ming. A flicker of rage ignited within Obito's Sharingan, etching that name deeply into his memory. He was unaware of why Su Ming possessed the Fourth Hokage's jutsu, or how he knew of that day's events. Yet, none of that mattered. He only desired Su Ming's death, just as Su Ming wished to kill him. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi slammed the letter he held onto the table, his frustration palpable. The missive had been sent from a Wagakure. The reason for Sarutobi's ire lay in the contents of the letter, which stated that several ninjas from a Wagakure had gone missing in Konoha, with the village suspecting that Konoha's forces were responsible for their demise, demanding an immediate investigation. Otherwise, the Wagakure would take matters into their own hands. This declaration, aside from its blatant lack of truth, exuded an air of condescension, as if Konoha were merely a vassal of a Wagakure. Sarutobi was well aware of the truth behind the matter. The Wagakure had simply grown disgruntled after witnessing how Kumogakure had benefited from the recent incident involving the Nara clan. Seeking an excuse for compensation from Konoha, such audacity was outrageous. Did they truly believe Konoha was easy prey? In that moment, Sarutobi instinctively considered replying to Inoki directly, declaring, "If you wish for war, then let it be." However, the voice of reason within him urged him to remain composed. After a lengthy contemplation, he sighed and shook his head. Though Konoha claimed to be the foremost ninja village, it was merely a title. If war were to break out with a Wagakure, they would be utterly outmatched. Thus, he summoned the Umbu, instructing them to thoroughly investigate any actions taken against a Wagakure. He knew full well that none would exist. But appearances had to be maintained. As the Umbu departed, Danzo strode in. "Sarutobi, what are your plans?" Sarutobi sighed. "What else can we do?" Inoki is likely dissatisfied with Kumogakure's gains and is seeking compensation. Danzo nodded, understanding the situation. "Actually, I have an idea." "What idea?" Sarutobi inquired, surprised. His old comrade was not particularly strong, but harbored immense ambition. In times of crisis, he typically could not be relied upon, yet now he appeared to have a plan, which astonished Sarutobi. Danzo smirked. "If Inoki seeks compensation, then let us provide it." "Provide it?" Sarutobi's face fell in disappointment. Initially, he had hoped Danzo might propose a sound strategy, but it seemed he had merely indulged in wishful thinking. Konoha was currently in dire straits. If they were truly able to offer compensation, Sarutobi would not be in such a predicament. Observing Sarutobi's disbelief, Danzo continued, "While we may lack funds, the great clans possess wealth. For instance, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans are likely prepared for Inoki's demands. If we cannot provide compensation, those two villages may very well resort to war. Konoha lacks the capital for such a conflict. As the clans are part of the village, they must contribute to its welfare. If the village is broke, they will have no choice but to step up." Sarutobi felt a headache coming on. Such a strategy could easily incite resentment among the clans. Yet, at present, no better alternatives existed. "What? You are the Hokage?" Danzo sneered. "Do you think they would dare disobey your orders? However, if you are too soft-hearted to give the command, I shall assist you. The Uchiha clan has been rather active of late. Why not seize this opportunity?" "Danzo, know your place." Danzo's words trailed off, but their implication was clear. After he spoke, Sarutobi's expression suddenly turned grave. "If you disagree, then devise your own solution." Danzo chuckled coldly, turning to leave. He had long coveted the title of Hokage. However, Given the current circumstances, it was best left to Sarutobi, for he was the Hokage. Inside the office, Sarutobi's demeanor fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve as he struggled to make a decision. After a long moment, he sighed helplessly and summoned the Iwagakure ninja who had delivered the letter. "I wish to speak with Inoki," Sarutobi stated. "It appears we have no choice but to offer compensation. Konoha cannot afford another conflict." Once the Iwagakure ninja departed, Sarutobi sighed again and called for Itachi. At Orochimaru's stronghold, Su Ming had spent several days there. He had to admit, Orochimaru's capability in gathering intelligence was quite remarkable. Under his command, he had amassed a formidable network. The movements of Konoha and Iwagakure continuously flowed into this place, allowing Su Ming to stay abreast of the latest developments. "How is Kabuto faring?" Su Ming inquired of Orochimaru. "Rest assured, that child is exceptionally clever, especially after your guidance. He has become even more remarkable. He has now reached Konoha, where he will live as an ordinary ninja," Orochimaru replied. Su Ming smiled. Kabuto had always been a multifaceted spy. It seemed he possessed an innate talent for espionage. In the original Naruto series, Kabuto had spent considerable time living in Konoha. However, with Su Ming's appearance, certain events had shifted slightly. Yet, the only alteration was a minor deviation in timing. Kabuto would still go to Konoha. The difference was that this time, he would not serve as Orochimaru's spy, but rather as Su Ming's. With a slight smile, Su Ming remarked, "After a few days, once Do had settled in Konoha, I would instruct him to publicize the contents of the letter from Iwagakure, which he had brought to Konoha, for I wish for the entire village to know what manner of man Sarutobi Hiruzen truly is." Before the letter reached Konoha, it had first arrived in the hands of Su Ming, and only subsequently did it make its way to Sarutobi. Listening to Su Ming's words, Orochimaru's excitement surged. He harbored a unique animosity towards Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Konoha. Every matter that pertained to Konoha piqued Orochimaru's interest, especially at this moment. "Teacher Sarutobi, you remain oblivious to the kind of demon you have provoked, do you not? I truly wonder how long you can withstand a confrontation with such a fiend. I hope you can endure a while longer, otherwise it would be exceedingly dull." Su Ming, for all his flaws, was delightfully wicked. Orochimaru departed. Chapter 29, Su Ming's Nature. Kimimara's Transformation. "Itachi, you must be aware of the current state of the village. It can no longer withstand conflict. This applies to both myself and the Uchiha clan. Konoha is no longer the invincible village it once was. Should war erupt, many lives will be lost, perhaps those of your familiar Uchiha clansmen, perhaps mine, or even Su Ming or Sasuke." As he uttered Sasuke's name, Sarutobi forcibly suppressed the discomfort swelling within him, yet he could not utter the words with calm composure. He was Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his father was Sarutobi Sasuke. And the Uchiha. Naming a child Sasuke was nothing short of a cruel jest. Every time he heard Sasuke's name, Sarutobi felt his sanity fraying, especially in the presence of the Uchiha. This feeling was even more pronounced when confronted with Itachi, who had an evident attachment to his brother, particularly now, in a tone of subservience, as if he were groveling. Perhaps the downfall of the Uchiha clan in the original Naruto was somewhat connected to the name Sasuke. "Lord Third, I understand what you are saying. Upon my return, I will discuss this with my father." Among Sarutobi's words, two names resonated most profoundly with Itachi, Su Ming and Sasuke. "Very well," Sarutobi nodded, adding, "Itachi, the safety of the village now rests on your shoulders." Itachi nodded and departed. After Itachi left, Sarutobi exhaled deeply. Since Itachi had agreed, the matter should be resolved without issue. He then gazed out the window. The night was deep, with glimmers of light illuminating Konoha, making it appear vibrant and prosperous. Sarutobi approached the window, captivated by the scene before him. After a long moment, he clenched his fist. Konoha was still his Konoha. In just a few days, news from Konoha had reached Iwagakure, yet Inoki showed no inclination to make an appearance himself. He sent subordinates instead, deeming it sufficient for Konoha. This news had also reached Konoha and, through Do's influence, had spread throughout the village. Now, the entirety of Konoha was aware that negotiations with Iwagakure were imminent. Moreover, the envoy sent was not their leader or any significant figure, merely a handful of ordinary ninjas. The previous incident with Kumogakure had been well concealed, with few common villagers aware. However, this time was different. Do's abilities were formidable, not only informing the entire village but also inciting their indignation. Many were beginning to question the third Hokage's handling of the situation. At this moment, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi slammed his palm onto the table, his face a mask of fury. "You had best provide me with an explanation. How did this information leak?" In front of Sarutobi stood several Umbu, Danzo, and a ninja from Awagakure. Following Sarutobi's outburst, the Awagakure ninja displayed a disdainful expression. It is impossible for this information to have originated from Awagakure. Lord Third Hokage, I trust you will manage this matter well. Do not let us down. With that, he turned and strode away, disregarding the others entirely. Sarutobi, infuriated, slammed his hand on the table again, causing the Umbu to flinch. Danzo remained unconcerned, though he too wore a somber expression at the Awagakure ninja's insolence. He understood that this ninja's audacity stemmed from the belief that Konoha would not dare to retaliate. Despite Danzo's displeasure, he was reluctant to take any action. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi's anger subsided somewhat, and he addressed the Umbu, commanding, "Investigate this. I want to know who is responsible." The Umbu conducted a thorough investigation, but still could not ascertain who had leaked the information. However, among those privy to this news were two individuals. Aside from a few utterly loyal Umbu, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, the Uchiha clan, motivated by a desire to undermine Sarutobi's authority, could easily orchestrate the rapid dissemination of such information. Only a few prominent clans possessed such capability. Contemplating this, Sarutobi's gaze flickered with apprehension. Nevertheless, even as Danzo urged Sarutobi to take action, the rational Sarutobi shook his head in refusal. Even if the Uchiha clan were indeed behind this, he would feign ignorance. After all, who would bear the financial burden of compensating Awagakure? Sarutobi was not foolish like Danzo. As the news spread ever more rapidly, at this moment, Su Ming, accompanied by Kimimaro and Orochimaru, positioned themselves along the route from Awagakure to Konoha. It wasn't long before individuals from Awagakure made their appearance. Contrary to rumors, they were not merely ordinary ninjas. There were 5 in total, 2 of whom Su Ming recognized: Akatsuchi, Inoki's bodyguard, and Kuratsuchi, known as the Tsuchikage's leg. She was none other than Inoki's granddaughter, a figure amidst the swirling sands. The silhouettes of Su Ming's group appeared somewhat indistinct, yet their presence on this essential path was unmistakably intentional. Akatsuchi and the other 3 instinctively positioned themselves before Kuratsuchi, warily observing Su Ming and his companions. Upon witnessing this, Su Ming let out a soft sigh, feeling a twinge of regret at not being able to see her legs. Kuratsuchi was slightly older than Su Ming. In her teenage years, with long, shapely legs and fair skin, Su Ming lamented silently. In truth, his personality bore some inheritance from the Fourth Hokage, yet it was not a complete replication. The Fourth Hokage, often referred to as a little son, radiated love for every villager in Konoha. As an adopted son, Su Ming exceeded him in certain aspects while falling short in others. His shortcomings lay in the fact that Su Ming lacked the energy to shower every villager with affection, though he certainly harbored a fondness for every beautiful girl. In areas where he surpassed, Su Ming's love transcended village boundaries, extending to beautiful girls from other villages as well. In other words, he was quite the philanderer. Su Ming ran his fingers through his hair, believing that his golden locks were a divine decree. Heaven has made me golden, thus I must be golden. Kimimaro, sensitive to Su Ming's emotional shifts, stepped forward, producing a bone knife that far surpassed his physical proportions. With an exceptionally serious expression, Kimimaro declared, "Hand over the girl." Su Ming burst into laughter, utterly taken aback that such words had emerged from Kimimaro's mouth, especially delivered with such earnestness. Orochimaru, too, was momentarily stunned. While he was indifferent to gender matters, he found the situation rather peculiar. This child seemed somewhat off. Meanwhile, Akatsuchi and the other 3 guards felt insulted. Kuratsuchi was the granddaughter of Inoki, making her their master. Dishonor to the master is death for the servant. They were incensed and, with a furious roar, charged at Kimimaro, who brandished his bone knife without hesitation. Chapter 30. Sarutobi's Collapse. Kinjiro and Akatsuchi found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Su Ming and Orochimaru observed from the sidelines, showing no intention of intervening. Given Kinjiro's prowess, taking on 4 opponents was undoubtedly a daunting task. No matter how exceptional Kinjiro's talents were, the guards personally selected by Inoki would not be lacking in skill. Defeat was inevitable. However, Su Ming aimed to cultivate Kinjiro's potential. A blade, no matter how fine, would rust if not wielded. With a resounding clash, Kinjiro pierced through Akatsuchi's ninjutsu, yet he remained unyieldingly tense. The pressure of facing 4 adversaries was immense. Just as Kinjiro prepared to strike again, Su Ming spoke. "That's enough, come down." Upon hearing this, Kinjiro's expression relaxed, and he sheathed his bone sword, turning to smile at Su Ming as he descended. Su Ming affectionately ruffled Kenjiro's hair before stepping forward to draw his own sword. The four opponents braced themselves. Sensing a formidable threat, Su Ming smiled, his warmth reminiscent of the sun. No need to be anxious. This will be over swiftly. In a flash, blood sprayed as four heads were severed, landing heavily on the ground in a straight line. The sight was so shocking that Akatsuchi stood frozen, instinctively retreating as Su Ming approached. However, in her state of panic, she slipped and fell to the ground. Su Ming knelt before her, meeting her gaze. He gently lifted her chin, disregarding the fear in her eyes, and said with a smile, "Do you recognize who I am now?" Akatsuchi numbly nodded. Her delicate face drained of color. "That's all I need to hear. After all, the ninjas of Konoha have always been forthright." Releasing his grip on her chin, Su Ming wiped the blood from her legs and lightly patted her pale face. "Run. Escape with all your might. If you linger, you too shall remain here." Though he continued to smile, to Akatsuchi, his grin appeared far from sunny. He resembled a demon. Watching her flee in a frenzy, Orochimaru expressed surprise. "I had assumed you would keep her, Su Ming. After all, it can get rather cold at night in my place. Having a warm bedmate would be quite advantageous." Su Ming shook his head. "She still serves a purpose. If Inoki learns that the sole negotiator from Konoha has returned alone, leaving his terrified granddaughter behind, what do you think his reaction would be?" Orochimaru paused before breaking into laughter. "Su Ming, you truly are a devil." Su Ming chuckled heartily. Yet he mused on how Sarutobi would be the first to know of this incident, and how he would react upon discovering that his son had been rendered impotent. The thought of Sarutobi's expression was indeed something to anticipate. Meanwhile, Kenjiro, still nearby, had finally lowered his hands from his eyes. Just moments before, he had covered his eyes while Su Ming had lifted Akatsuchi's chin. "Oh, not suitable for children." At Konoha Hospital, Sarutobi had lost count of how many times he had been enraged. Despite his attempts to remain calm, upon witnessing his son's injuries, his fury was uncontrollable. This was his son, his only son. Although there was also Konohamaru from his lineage, his closest bond had always been with this son. But now, who did this? Who was responsible? In the hospital, Sarutobi's voice erupted in a desperate roar. The trembling medical ninja hesitated before responding. Asuma called out for a Wagakure while he was unconscious. "The Wagakure?" With that exclamation, Sarutobi stormed out, filled with rage, and headed to where the Wagakure ninja were residing. "You had better explain to me how my son came to be injured." However, as soon as Sarutobi finished speaking, the Wagakure ninja smirked coldly. "Third Hokage, your timing is impeccable. I also need an explanation. What does the rumor circulating in Konoha mean?" "Rumor? What rumor?" Sarutobi was taken aback. Kakashi, who had followed him, explained. "There are whispers in the village that the Wagakure ninja who came to negotiate was killed by Su Ming for insulting Konoha. Now, the villagers proclaim Su Ming a hero, asserting he defends the honor of the foremost ninja village." At that moment, Sarutobi's face turned ashen with fury. For the first time, he harbored murderous intent towards Su Ming. Previously, when rumors circulated, he had entertained the possibility of Su Ming's involvement, but he had been on a mission to capture Orochimaru. Surviving that ordeal was challenging enough. How could he have managed anything else? Yet, it appeared he truly was the culprit. After the previous incident, the villagers' dissatisfaction with a Wagakure had reached a boiling point. Su Ming's actions in slaying a Wagakure's emissary undoubtedly preserved Konoha's reputation as the foremost ninja village. But, war? Who would take responsibility for the impending conflict? Sarutobi felt an overwhelming surge of anger, almost as if his lungs might explode. At that moment, the Wagakure ninja coldly stated, "Third Hokage, we demand accountability." "Accountability? You can shove your demands." Sarutobi barely restrained himself from lashing out, instead managing to say, "I will handle this matter. If it is not resolved satisfactorily, the Wagakure's hands will not reach Konoha." The Wagakure ninja, sensing Sarutobi's fierce gaze, promptly fell silent. "We shall await your favorable response." As Sarutobi departed, it was one of the busiest days of his life, all due to Su Ming. He even began to suspect that Asuma's situation might also be tied to Su Ming. The crux of the matter was that with Su Ming's current standing in the village, even if he returned, Sarutobi would find it challenging to punish him directly. Damn it. At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office swung open, and Jiraiya entered. He had heard the rumors circulating in the village, but, due to his haste, had not grasped the full extent of the situation, only knowing that the villagers held Su Ming in high regard. Thus, he felt a sense of relief, thinking, it seems Sarutobi-sensei has a good eye after all. It appears the third Hokage and I are on the same page regarding Su Ming. Before he could express this thought, he was met with Sarutobi's furious gaze. Before he could say another word, with a loud crash, the desk that had been passed down since the first Hokage shattered. Sarutobi's face was as dark as coal as he bellowed, "Get out." Chapter 31. The imminent war begins. Iwagakure. In the morning, Inoki was in an exceptionally good mood. Believing that Sarutobi lacked the courage to instigate war, thus, Konoha would inevitably have to pay reparations. His subsequent task was to strengthen Iwagakure. However, in the afternoon, he received reports from his subordinate ninjas that Akatsuchi had returned, and she was alone. Inoki stepped outside to find Akatsuchi in a disheveled state, her face covered in dirt. Her entire body, save for her pale legs, smeared with grime. Where are Akatsuchi and the others? Inoki narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. Upon seeing Inoki, Akatsuchi, trembling with fear, finally found solace and rushed into his embrace. Inoki comforted her repeatedly. After a short while, Akatsuchi gradually managed to recount the truth. Konoha. They truly dared to strike. As his gaze shifted, Inoki noticed the red marks on his granddaughter's legs. Haida was momentarily taken aback. The bloodstains on her legs were remnants of Su Ming's actions, yet she had been so focused on her escape that she had momentarily forgotten about it. She recalled how Su Ming had murmured while wiping away the blood. Indeed, white is more aesthetically pleasing. Was this the work of that Konoha ninja? Inoki inquired. Haida nodded in affirmation. Very well, you should rest now, Inoki said, patting his granddaughter's shoulder and offering a few words of comfort. Once Haida had departed, Inoki's expression morphed into one of ferocity. He had just spoken of discussing reparations. Yet he had swiftly executed one of the guards from Iwagakure and even allowed his granddaughter to be disrespected. Sarutobi, you truly are a cunning one. You wish to negotiate? Very well, I shall personally engage you. Inoki abruptly gestured. Iwagakure ninjas, follow me. We are heading to Konoha. With this command, the ninjas of Iwagakure sprang into action, leaving only a handful to guard the village as they surged towards Konoha. Inoki's actions were tantamount to declaring war. In Konoha, Itachi emerged from his father's chamber, his countenance still burdened with gravity. He had anticipated that persuading his father to accept the third Hokage's terms would be an arduous task, and he had braced himself for his father's outright refusal. To his astonishment, however, his father, Fugaku Uchiha, had consented without hesitation to the request for the Uchiha clan to compensate Konoha. He had always believed that the village and his clan were irreparably at odds, yet he had not expected this outcome. Itachi, what brings you to see the clan leader at such a late hour? At that moment, several Uchiha clan members approached. Listen well, Itachi, the trio bore cold expressions. It would be wise not to engage in any treachery against the Uchiha clan. We, as members of the Umbu, have means of contacting others. If you were to betray us, we would not show you mercy. Konoha is the Uchiha's Konoha. The news of Itachi's induction into the Umbu had already spread among the Uchiha clan, leading to hostility from many, especially the more radical members. Itachi turned to face the trio, recognizing the mockery and disdain etched upon their faces. They seemed less like kin and more like adversaries. Remember our words well. The trio warned icily. Just then, Itachi's eyes transformed, his Sharingan manifested, and in an instant, he vanished, appearing before the three. Bang! The three collapsed to the ground. Utterly defenseless, Itachi rose slowly, stating, I recall saying not to judge a person by their appearance, nor to assume I am a patient individual and generalize from that. Those who speak of the clan and belittle it, like you, are gravely mistaken about the depth of my resolve. As he spoke, Itachi advanced toward the trio. He walked slowly, but each step was a torment for them. A kunai materialized in his hand. The three, filled with terror, stammered, What are you going to do? I have utterly lost hope in the Uchiha's capacity, Itachi declared. This time, let me make it abundantly clear what you truly are. With that, he raised his hand. Just then, a sudden voice interrupted. Nisan, stop this. It was Sasuke's voice. Sasuke, who had been hiding nearby, felt a surge of panic. He recalled his brother's words. That the Uchiha clan was one to be proud of, their clan emblem a symbol of pride. Yet now, Itachi froze. With a thud, he hurled the kunai into the wall. Bowing his head, he said, I apologize, I acted impulsively. He relinquished his resistance, not wanting Sasuke to witness anything too gruesome. He was still so young. Itachi was apprehended and imprisoned under the charge of harming clan members. As the clan members departed, none noticed that at that moment, Itachi's Sharingan had evolved into the Two-Tomo form. In the Hokage's office, smoke swirled around. Reports from the front lines indicated that the ninjas dispatched by Iwagakure had indeed been slaughtered by Su Ming. This news was grave, suggesting that a conflict between the two villages was imminent. However, Konoha was in no position to engage in battle. The only clans he could rely on were the Hyuga and Uchiha, but during the last Ninja World War, the Uchiha had received no due recognition for their contributions and had been forcibly distanced from the village's core authority. Thus, convincing them to participate in the fight would be exceptionally challenging. As for the Jonin, Konoha's elite forces were severely lacking. The older generation of Jonin had perished or departed, while the new generation had yet to fully mature. Present-day Konoha was far from the esteemed first ninja village it had once been. It was merely a facade of strength. Moreover, Sarutobi had received word that Inoki had summoned the ninjas of Awagakure and was en route to Konoha, seemingly unwilling to relent. More critically, following Awagakure's mobilization, other ninja villages were also beginning to stir, Kumogakure and Kirigakure. Sarutobi rubbed his forehead, his head throbbing painfully. The door swung open, and Danzo entered. I always said that boy would be trouble. We should have eliminated him while we had the chance. He began, immediately adopting a tone of reproach. Sarutobi shot him a cold glance. And who was it that fervently pushed for Su Ming's mission? Danzo fell silent. Sarutobi, uninterested in his retort, repeatedly perused the battle reports arriving from the front lines. If this continues, I suggest we hand Su Ming over. Danzo proposed. Hand him over? Sarutobi scoffed. Do you have any idea what the villagers call him now? They refer to him as the hero of Konoha, the prodigious youth of Konoha. If someone like him were to be handed over to Awagakure, do you think you could bear the responsibility? Danzo was rendered speechless. Having not anticipated that due to a single incident, Su Ming would gain such immense renown within Konoha. Chapter 32, which is more important, the mission or Naruto. At Orochimaru's lair, after completing today's routine tasks, Su Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead and sheathed his long sword. He accessed the system template and saw that the progress for the Shunming Dao, Orange Right Capital template had reached 24, while the Shadow Blade, Lonling King template had hit 5. Once the second template reached 20, a new template and new abilities would be unlocked, though he was yet unaware of what those abilities would entail. After finishing his training, Junmaru, who had been standing by for quite some time, stepped forward obediently to hand Su Ming a towel. Su Ming accepted it, wiped his brow, and affectionately ruffled Junmaru's hair. Junmaru beamed with a silly smile. Su Ming shook his head, then turned his gaze towards Orochimaru, who had just approached. Any new updates? Orochimaru nodded. The envoys sent by Konoha to Awagakure to meet with Inoki were all slaughtered. Furthermore, Inoki even sent those severed heads to Lord Sarutobi, indicating that war is inevitable. Orochimaru looked at Su Ming, as if inquiring about their next course of action. Su Ming replied with a smile, there's no need to rush. Our task is not to intervene, but to wait. If Sarutobi wishes to wage this battle, he will undoubtedly need the support of Konoha's prominent clans. However, the Hinata clan has recently suffered a loss with Hisashi's death, and many of the Hinata clan members are quite disillusioned with Konoha. Even if they were to act, they would not commit fully. As for the Uchiha clan, even if they were to engage, Sarutobi would not dare to utilize them. Listening to Su Ming's words, Orochimaru also chuckled. Just then, news from Kabuto arrived, and Orochimaru turned to report to Su Ming. New information has come in, and it just so happens that it pertains to you, Su Ming. Su Ming was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that Sarutobi wished for him to engage in the battle? Orochimaru nodded, confirming that indeed, that was the intention of their sensei Sarutobi, and he feared that the news would not be long in coming. Su Ming let out a cold laugh. As expected, not long after, news from Konoha arrived. Konoha possessed its own unique methods of communication. Su Ming glanced at the letter penned by Sarutobi Hiruzen, sneering as he tore it to shreds. Awagakure had already reached the borders of the Land of Fire and had made their move. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, had personally taken action against Konoha. The war had commenced. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered Su Ming to abandon his current mission and join the battle, coordinating with the Hyuga clan to repel the invasion from Awagakure. Su Ming chuckled derisively. Engaging in battle? That was out of the question. He intended to expose Sarutobi's cowardice to all of Konoha, and thus could not simply take to the battlefield. Even if he were to intervene, it would be at a decisive moment. The torn letter floated in fragments around him. Sarutobi had not anticipated that the war would truly begin in this manner. When he learned that Inoki had taken to the field himself, he was momentarily stunned. Despite having entertained such thoughts before, he had quickly dismissed them. Ultimately, he could only command the prominent clans of Konoha to rush to the battlefield. The Hyuga clan, renowned as Konoha's foremost clan, sent more than half of its members to the front lines. However, the process was far from simple. When Sarutobi approached Hyuga Hayashi, he uttered merely 2 sentences, and Hayashi immediately faltered. He remarked, next year, Hinata will be enrolling in the academy, right? And Niji, if I recall correctly. He is set to enroll this year? After Sarutobi concluded these two statements, Hayashi's complexion darkened as he summoned his clan members. Reluctantly, but for the sake of Hinata and Niji, they had no choice but to engage. The Hyuga's participation significantly alleviated the pressure on Konoha, allowing Sarutobi to relax his brow somewhat. Yet, this was not the end. News from the borders indicated that the previously quiet Kumogakure was once again stirring. Remembering the formidable duo from Kumogakure, Sarutobi felt a headache coming on. Last time, it had been Minato who defeated them. But now, Sarutobi sighed, overwhelmed. Creak. The door swung open, and an Umbu member entered. Third Hokage, regarding Su Ming's message. Sarutobi took the letter and, after perusing it carefully, his expression soured considerably. Bang. With a muffled thud, the newly replaced table caved in. Sarutobi was infuriated. Did he believe my orders were optional, to be heeded or disregarded at whim? The contents of Su Ming's letter were scant, conveying only that he was currently occupied with his mission and could not extricate himself. Asserting that a ninja's duty was to fulfill their mission, hence Su Ming would never abandon it. Feeling Sarutobi's fury, the Umbu trembled in fear, not daring to utter a word. After a moment, Sarutobi's anger subsided slightly, and he turned to the Umbu, instructing, "Go summon Danzo." The Umbu departed, and shortly thereafter, Danzo entered, looking at Sarutobi with a puzzled expression. "Did you need something?" Sarutobi handed Danzo the letter from Su Ming. After reading it, Danzo smirked. "I knew it. It was about time. Enough with the idle chatter." Sarutobi impatiently interrupted him. "You proposed this last time, and I agreed." "Oh, which proposal?" "The suggestion of sending a Jinchūriki to the battlefield." Danzo narrowed his eyes, looking at Sarutobi with discontent. Unable to recall ever making such a proposal about sending a Jinchūriki to war. What Sarutobi spoke of was merely his own conjecture. Danzo understood that Sarutobi had summoned him merely to find a scapegoat. After all, Sarutobi, with his illustrious name, was reluctant to bear such a stain. To send a 4-year-old child to the battlefield would tarnish Konoha's reputation beyond repair. And what if I refuse? Danzo's eyes narrowed. He was equally unwilling to be the scapegoat. Sarutobi sneered. "Do not think I am unaware of your collusion with Orochimaru. That arm of yours must be a product of that experiment, correct?" Danzo stared at Sarutobi for a long moment before finally conceding. Fine. He repeated the word thrice, clearly incensed. "Thank you for graciously accepting my proposal. I truly appreciate it." With that, he stormed out. Sarutobi exhaled deeply, his gaze falling upon the letter on the desk. "Su Ming, what holds greater importance, your mission or your brother? How will you choose?" Chapter 33. When your sword is aimed at Konoha, the ninja world trembles for you. At Naruto's home, Iruka arrived as early as usual. Ever since he discovered that Naruto's parents were the Fourth Hokage and his wife, Iruka had been even kinder to Naruto. Of course, it was not solely due to the identity of the Fourth Hokage. Rather, it stemmed from their shared experiences. Both were heirs to heroes, both having endured tragic childhoods. The only difference was that Naruto had an older brother. In moments like these, Iruka found himself envious of Naruto. "If only I had an older brother. Iruka-sensei, what are we practicing today?" Upon Iruka's arrival, Naruto burst forth with excitement. Naruto was always brimming with enthusiasm. "Well, I need to confer with the Fourth Hokage about that." "Ah, discuss it with Dad? He won't teach me anything." Naruto pouted, somewhat disdainful, regarding the Fourth's existence. Naruto had inquired about it with Su Ming, who deemed it the right time to share the secret with Iruka. Thus, Iruka became one of the few privy to this knowledge. In the ceiling space, hearing Naruto's words, Minato scratched his head awkwardly, chuckling. Kurama rested his 2 paws on his chin, adopting a rather comfortable posture, and squinted his eyes at Minato. "Naruto is right. Your intellect is ill-suited for teaching him. No matter how clever he is, you wouldn't be able to teach him," Kurama boasted, grateful that Naruto was following him. Minato appeared embarrassed, but upon reflecting on Kurama's words, he felt something was amiss. At that moment, several Umbu members suddenly appeared in Naruto's home. More precisely, they were members of Root. Iruka eyed the newcomers warily and demanded, "What do you want?" The Root ninjas ignored Iruka, turning directly to Naruto. "Uzumaki Naruto, come with us." Naruto stood beside Iruka, equally cautious, and asked, "Where are we going?" "Where are we going?" The Root ninjas sneered. "To the battlefield, of course. As a Konoha ninja, the village is currently engaged in battle with other ninja villages. How can you not contribute?" Iruka stepped forward, blocking Naruto. He is only 4 years old. With so many ninjas in Konoha, why must a mere 4-year-old child be sent to the battlefield? In response to Iruka's questioning, the Root ninjas showed no intention of answering. They simply looked at Naruto and coldly stated, "Come with us." In the ceiling space, upon witnessing this scene, Minato felt his vision darken. The two of them had sacrificed themselves for the village. He had thought that after their demise, Konoha would treat their child kindly. However, Naruto's childhood had been extremely bleak. Had it not been for Su Ming, Minato could hardly imagine what kind of life Naruto would have led. Yet now, as Konoha was at war with other ninja villages, they were attempting to thrust a mere 4-year-old child into battle. Was there no one left in Konoha? If it weren't for the fact that he was trapped in the ceiling space and could not emerge, he would have confronted the third Hokage. "Why do you not go to the battlefield yourself, and instead send my son?" At this moment, the last shred of hope he had for Konoha shattered completely. No wonder the Sannin had departed one after another. Konoha had become a place of sorrow. "Will you take the initiative, or shall we assist you?" Several root ninjas urged as Naruto remained motionless for a prolonged period. Iruka attempted to step forward to intervene, but Naruto halted him. He addressed Iruka, saying, "There's no need. Iruka-sensei, you cannot stop them." Iruka's gaze dimmed. Indeed, he could not deter them. These individuals were the elite ninjas of Konoha. Elite ninjas. How absurd. At this moment, even he felt compelled to question the third Hokage, wondering why these elite ninjas were not on the battlefield while a mere 4-year-old child was. "I will not obstruct you." Iruka continued to stand protectively in front of Naruto, staring intently at the group, stating each word with conviction, "But I have a request. I want to accompany Naruto to the battlefield." "Iruka-sensei, you need not go to such lengths," Naruto remarked, looking at Iruka. Iruka shook his head gently. "No, Naruto. I will be with you." He clasped Naruto's hand tightly, smiling. "With a teacher by your side, there's nothing to fear." "Yes, I'm not afraid." Naruto nodded. "So, this is Konoha? The Konoha my parents fought valiantly to protect." Iruka gazed at Naruto with tenderness. "Perhaps my strength is lacking, and I cannot assist you much. But, Naruto, what I can do is to always be by your side, no matter the circumstances, even in life or death. This is something Su Ming taught me." "All right, we agree." The root ninjas showed no concern for Iruka's request. To them, it was merely a matter of one more death versus one less. They possessed no emotion, only a single-minded loyalty to Danzo's orders. At that moment, their Lord Danzo was leisurely resting at home. The war in Konoha? That was a matter for Sarutobi to worry about. Naruto and Iruka were dispatched to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Itachi remained imprisoned within the Uchiha clan's confines. Unaware of the events unfolding, the news swiftly reached Su Ming through Kabuto's hands. Upon receiving the information, a surge of killing intent erupted from Su Ming. So intense that even Orochimaru instinctively formed hand seals, feeling as if his life was in imminent danger. "Kimimaro, prepare yourself. We are leaving." Kimimaro nodded. Moments later, Su Ming and Kimimaro arrived outside their base, ready to depart. "Mr. Snake, continue your work diligently. In the future, we shall collaborate again." Su Ming departed, accompanied by Kimimaro. Orochimaru watched their retreating figures, rendered speechless for an extended period. He understood the implications of Su Ming's parting words. A future collaboration undoubtedly referred to an alliance against Konoha. Although Su Ming was formidable, he could not single-handedly confront an entire ninja village, even one that was not united. Human effort has its limits. In the past, I always dreamed of becoming the wind, propelling the windmill, but now I have discovered the joy of waiting for the wind to rise. Su Ming, you are that gust of wind. For you, I will diligently cultivate my strength until the day you decide to strike Konoha. Observing Su Ming's silhouette, Orochimaru's lips curled into a smile, brimming with excitement. "Ah, Sarutobi-sensei, you have made a grave mistake this time. An error far greater than allowing me to escape. Indeed, with age comes folly." Orochimaru turned and walked back into the base. He would soon depart from there, preparing for that day. He firmly believed that when Su Ming aimed his sword at Konoha, the entire ninja world would tremble. Chapter 34. Su Mingjun, we are all waiting for you. At the border of Konoha, a hastily constructed encampment, Hyuga Hizashi furrowed his brow, analyzing the battlefield situation. Given the current circumstances, Iwagakure showed no signs of probing. Their assault was utterly ferocious. Based on Konoha's military strength, it was wholly insufficient. Raising his head, he rubbed his aching forehead. Recalling Sarutobi's promise that reinforcements would arrive 2 days after the Hyuga clan reached the border. However, the 2 days had passed, and the reinforcements had yet to arrive. Hyuga Hizashi sighed. At that moment, a ninja from the Hyuga clan entered to report, "Head of the clan, Konoha's reinforcements have arrived. Let them in quickly." Hyuga Hizashi felt a surge of excitement. Despite the disparity in strength between Konoha and Iwagakure, being on the defensive and occupying advantageous terrain. He felt confident that they could hold their ground as long as they had enough ninjas. In that fleeting moment, several defensive strategies formed in his mind. However, when he saw the reinforcements entering, he was momentarily stunned. There were only 3 individuals, 1 root ninja, 1 shunin, and astonishingly, a 4-year-old child, the same age as Hinata. In an instant, Hyuga Hizashi's face turned ashen, as if he were about to devour someone. He looked at the root ninja. "You are the reinforcements sent by Lord Third Hokage?" The root ninja nodded, then shook his head. "Only those 2 are. I must return to report to Lord Danzo. Furthermore, Lord Danzo instructed me to tell you, Hyuga Dano, not to entertain any ideas of tricks. Lord Danzo will be waiting at the Hyuga clan's stronghold for your return." A threat. A blatant threat. After speaking, the root ninja left without hesitation. Bang! Hyuga Hizashi slammed his fist on the table, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. At that moment, he longed to take the Hyuga clan and flee, abandoning everything. However, that was impossible. The presence of Danzo's envoy signified that he could not entertain thoughts of retreating. "You, Hyuga clan, are entirely within my grasp." This was a deadlock. The only course of action available to him was to fight fiercely, to clash at the front lines. Only in this way could he hope to safeguard the safety of the Hyuga clan behind him. Taking a deep breath, Hyuga Hizashi strove to calm his emotions, then turned to the 2 individuals brought by the root ninja. He recognized the child, Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchūriki of the Nine-Tails. A Jinchūriki was indeed a secret weapon for every ninja village, but one that could be controlled. Now, a 4-year-old child, could he truly manage the tailed beast? If he lost control, his entire Hyuga clan could very well be annihilated alongside him. "Clan leader Hyuga, I've heard my brother speak of you." At that moment, Naruto, who had remained silent, looked toward Hyuga Hizashi. "Your brother? His name is Su Ming." Hyuga Hizashi nodded slightly, about to speak when he suddenly froze, his pupils dilating in shock. Su Ming's younger brother? That could only mean, "Indeed, I am the son of the 4th Hokage," Naruto candidly admitted. However, it was precisely Naruto's frankness that left Hyuga Hizashi utterly mute. A deathly silence enveloped the air. He forced a bitter smile. "The son of the 4th has arrived, Sarutobi. You truly are generous." Simultaneously, an icy dread washed over him. Was this the will of fire from the 3rd Hokage? What exactly illuminated Konoha's flame? In stark contrast to Hyuga Hizashi's reaction, Naruto remained remarkably calm. He even surveyed his surroundings before addressing Hizashi, "Clan leader Hyuga. We only need to hold out for one day. After one day, my brother will arrive." After hearing Naruto's words, Hyuga Hizashi finally scrutinized Naruto closely. Having initially been astonished by his identity as the 4th son, Su Ming's brother. However, it was now apparent that this 4-year-old child was remarkably composed. His gaze and eyes were reminiscent of the 8-year-old boy he had seen before. "One day, you say?" Hyuga Hizashi murmured. "Su Mingjun, I shall place everything on your shoulders. Please, do not let me down." The clamor from outside resonated as Hyuga Hizashi's eyes glimmered with determination. "All members of the Hyuga clan, rally with me to face our foes. We vow to safeguard Lord Naruto. The son of the 4th Hokage is no mere boy." After Hizashi departed, Naruto gazed out for a long while, unmoving. "Brother, I will wait patiently for your return. I will be good and wait." On the road to the land of fire, 2 figures dashed forward, Su Ming accompanied by Komodori. At this moment, Komodori felt a pang of guilt, despite exerting all his strength. He found himself unable to keep pace with Su Ming. If only he could be a touch faster, he would not be a burden to Su Ming. He must strive to become stronger. They were nearing the land of fire. Anxiety flickered in Su Ming's eyes. "Naruto, wait for me. I will not allow anyone to harm you. I swear it." The Wagakure launched yet another assault, their numbers vastly outnumbering those of Konoha. The only reason they had managed to hold their ground thus far was due to the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, which allowed them to detect enemy movements and set traps. Yet this was not an infallible strategy. No matter how powerful the Byakugan, it was rendered futile against overwhelming numbers. Now, under the personal command of Inoki, they were breaching Konoha's defenses. Once they took this position, nothing would obstruct their advance into the heart of Konoha. Inoki soared into the air, unleashing a storm of earth and stone. Seeing the mounting casualties among the Hyuga, Hizashi gritted his teeth and charged upward. He was the only one capable of confronting Inoki, even if just for a moment. Faced with foes outnumbering them several times over, not a single Hyuga retreated. They still held on to hope. But that hope was not in Konoha, it was in Su Ming. Boom. The battlefield erupted in chaos as Irika desperately shielded Naruto. He had steeled himself for the possibility of dying to protect his student. As a teacher, There was no greater honor than to sacrifice oneself for a pupil. Awagakure ninjas broke through the Hyuga defenses, 4 or 5 intruding directly toward Naruto and Iruka, their faces twisted in malice. War does not discriminate by age. Even children incite their bloodlust. Iruka gripped his kunai tightly, bracing for impact. Naruto's face reflected tension, yet he did not falter. The Awagakure ninjas charged forward. But just as they were about to reach them, a flash of cold steel shot into the sky. Heads flew, blood splattered, and headless corpses collapsed to the ground. Su Ming turned, shielding Naruto's view from the gruesome scene. Upon seeing Su Ming, Naruto unhesitatingly leapt into his brother's embrace. In that moment, it felt as though he had embraced the entire world. With a wide grin, Naruto declared, "Brother, I didn't cry at all." Chapter 35. That man, strong as a demon. "Brother, I didn't cry at all." His bright, innocent words were the only purity amidst the blood-soaked battlefield. A 4-year-old child, bearing the weight of expectation, had overcome the fear of facing enemies and death, waiting steadfastly for his brother's arrival. He firmly believed that his brother would come. That was their unspoken promise. Unbeknownst to him, Iruka wiped his eyes. Before he could even lament the harsh wind or the sand that clouded his vision, he suddenly spotted 2 Awagakure Chunin materializing behind Su Ming, their kunai thrusting unhesitatingly toward him. "Be careful," he managed to shout just as the glint of steel flashed, accompanied by the sickening sound of blades meeting flesh. Su Ming remained unmoved, yet the 2 Awagakure ninjas fell in unison. Komodori tightened his grip on his bone sword, standing resolutely beside Su Ming as his most loyal protector. Though Komodori was scarcely older than Naruto, children on the battlefield were often overlooked, along with the deadly threats they posed. With a swift movement, Komodori struck again, another foe collapsing to the ground. He remained silent, steadfastly guarding Su Ming. Naruto extricated himself from Su Ming's embrace, understanding that this was not the time for recklessness. "Brother, you go ahead. I can protect myself." He beamed. Su Ming ruffled Naruto's hair affectionately. The tide of battle was turning decisively. Victory for Awagakure was merely a matter of time. Although Su Ming turned to leave, he paused to communicate with the Kyuubi within Naruto. "Kyuubi, your chakra can be shared with everyone, correct?" The Kyuubi crossed its arms dismissively. "Of course, my chakra is formidable." With a smile, Su Ming replied, "Then I shall rely on you." He turned to Naruto. "Naruto, I am entrusting you with an important task." "What is it?" Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Use the shadow clone technique to share the Kyuubi's chakra with everyone." "Okay." Naruto formed the necessary seals, and with a resounding bang, dozens of shadow clones erupted into existence. "Naruto, just touch their bodies, and I can transfer chakra to them," the Kyuubi instructed. "Got it." The multitude of Narutos sprang into action, swiftly distributing the Kyuubi's chakra amongst the members of the Hyuga clan. A wave of crimson enveloped them. "What is this? So strange. I feel an immense surge of power," exclaimed the Hyuga ninjas. "Is this Naruto's ability? How impressive." Even Iruka and Komodori were adorned with the red cloak of the tailed beast, their expressions mirroring shock. Observing the exhilarated Naruto, Su Ming smiled and turned to Komodori. "Protect Naruto. I will assist Lord Hisashi." Komodori nodded and positioned himself beside Naruto. "Everyone, let South join forces and drive these villains away," Naruto shouted with fervor. As his words echoed, the Hyuga clan members' fighting spirit ignited. They would battle alongside Lord Naruto. They would vanquish these foes and show Naruto their strength. They could not afford to lose face in front of him. Such enthusiasm. It seemed Naruto possessed an innate leadership quality. Su Ming smiled and departed with reassurance. With the Kyuubi's chakra aiding them, the Hyuga clan's combat prowess would undoubtedly be enhanced, making the defeat of Awagakure nearly certain. Su Ming's destination was another battlefield, where the outcome would decisively influence the ultimate victory of the war. Inoki and Hyuga Hisashi. In truth, the gap between the two was not insurmountable, although Inoki was powerful. The Byakugan, one of the 3 great ocular jutsu, was not to be underestimated. However, with the Awagakure ninjas holding the advantage in numbers, Inoki did not feel the need to end the battle swiftly. He merely needed to prevent Hisashi from providing support. But now, with Su Ming's arrival, the tide began to shift. Inoki grew anxious, his attacks becoming more ferocious as Hisashi gradually fell into a disadvantage. At that moment, Su Ming arrived. He stood beside Hisashi, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Allow me to take over, dear father-in-law." Hisashi froze momentarily, locking eyes with Su Ming, his expression suggesting that had Inoki not been present, he might have lashed out. Su Ming responded with a smile, drawing his sword with fluid grace. The elegance of Su Ming's swordplay was striking. Yet Hisashi could not appreciate it at that moment. His thoughts were consumed with, father-in-law? Which of my daughters is he referring to? Hinata or Hanabi? The battle commenced. Inoki, wary of the suddenly appeared youth, remained on high alert. However, when they finally clashed, he realized he had overestimated his opponent, yet underestimated him simultaneously. For Su Ming was far too powerful. Doton, Iwagakuken. With a fierce roar, Inoki's right arm was soon enveloped in a layer of rock, forming a colossal stone arm that plunged directly towards Su Ming. Observing this strike, Hyuga Hisashi felt his breath quicken. He had experienced the immense power of such an attack. It was formidable. Yet, Su Ming drew his sword and executed a vertical slash. The blade shimmered, shattering the rock fist with effortless grace, as if he were merely delivering a common strike against an ordinary ninja. Boom! Amidst the cascading debris, Inoki stared at Su Ming in astonishment, his gaze lingering in disbelief. Su Ming smiled. No need to look at me like that. You're not my type. I prefer your granddaughter. Inoki, along with Hisashi, seemed utterly bewildered by the audacity displayed in front of the father-in-law. Listening to Su Ming's words, Inoki furiously pointed at him, exclaiming, "So it's you." "Indeed. It is I," Su Ming retorted, smirking. With a flick of his hand, a specially crafted kunai was hurled, albeit slightly off target, allowing Inoki to evade it. However, the moment the kunai struck the ground, a smile crept across Su Ming's lips. In the next heartbeat, his form vanished. When he reappeared, it was behind Inoki. Flying Thunder God, Elder, be wary of your back while out and about. His palm opened, revealing a pale blue, swirling chakra sphere. And Su Ming unleashed a Rasengan directly into Inoki's waist. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, and Inoki's complexion shifted dramatically, turning a sickly shade. His waist had always been a vulnerability, which had only worsened with age. Now, under the force of Su Ming's Rasengan, Inoki was grievously injured and collapsed, losing his combat ability. Standing before Inoki, Su Ming towered over him, the victor declared. Inoki stared blankly at Su Ming, finally realizing that this man was as powerful as a demon. Chapter 36. The war is far from over. In another battlefield, bolstered by the chakra of the Nine Tails, the Hyuga clan gained the upper hand. The Wagakure was in utter disarray. Konoha had achieved victory. As Inoki retreated, Su Ming did not impede him. A person of such shadow-level strength, if intent on death, could be exceedingly dangerous. If he were determined to take a life before he perished, it would be nearly impossible to stop him. Although the threat Inoki posed to Naruto was minimal, Su Ming did not wish to gamble even on a 1 in a million chance. Moreover, keeping Inoki alive served another purpose. Su Ming's strength was now on par with that of a shadow, yet he was not eager to reveal it prematurely. At the very least, until Naruto had attained a certain level of prowess, it was unwise to expose his true abilities. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly raise the suspicions of Sarutobi and Danzo. He could indeed escape Konoha with Naruto, becoming a rogue ninja. The world was vast, and with Su Ming's abilities, he could evade detection. The very notion of a rogue ninja was, in essence, a mere farce. However, that was not his desire, nor was it what Naruto deserved. The Fourth Hokage and his wife would rather sacrifice their lives than see Konoha harmed. Beyond the responsibilities of a Hokage, they firmly believed Naruto deserved a happy and carefree childhood. If he were to abscond with Naruto, it would undoubtedly obliterate that hope. He was still a child, in need of a childhood, companionship, and joyful growth. Until Naruto matured, Su Ming would bear the weight of everything for his brother. Naruto, all you need to do is grow up happily. I shall shoulder the darkness that remains. The Iwagakure forces withdrew. The Hyuga clan erupted in cheers, reveling in their hard-won victory. They had never anticipated such an outcome, yet retreat was not an option, for behind them were their children and families. They had to protect them. The jubilant Hyuga clan lifted Naruto high into the air, tossing him up and catching him repeatedly. For an extended period, Naruto basked in the ecstasy of this experience, a feeling he had never encountered before: acceptance, gratitude, joy. Watching this scene, Su Ming unconsciously smiled, oblivious to the disapproving gaze of Hyuga Hisashi. Shortly after, Hisashi approached Su Ming, fixing him with a steady stare. Which of my daughters have you taken a fancy to? Hinata was 4 years old, and Hanabi was a year younger. With Su Ming's prowess, courting either would not pose a challenge, especially since Hinata was evidently smitten. Yet, Hisashi sensed that Su Ming harbored ulterior motives. As expected, upon being questioned, Su Ming chuckled. Why is my esteemed father-in-law so fixated on which one? Wouldn't it be delightful to have both? With a playful pat on Hisashi's shoulder, Su Ming turned towards Naruto, while Hisashi's expression darkened, devoid of any joy. While they had indeed triumphed in the battle against the Wagakure, Hisashi had suffered a resounding defeat in another realm. News of victory returned to Konoha, and the next step was to return home. However, upon their return, a tempest was destined to brew. Sarutobi Hiruzen would scrutinize Su Ming with greater intensity. Yet, Su Ming felt no trepidation regarding this. Naruto was thriving in his interactions with the Hyuga clan, with the only exception being Hisashi, who steadfastly avoided any encounters with Su Ming. Everything else was proceeding remarkably well. It was not until nightfall that Su Ming finally encountered Hisashi again. Approaching him with a cup of sake in hand. "Care for a drink?" Su Ming inquired. "Humph." Hisashi turned his head aside, ignoring Su Ming entirely. Su Ming chuckled, unfazed, and indulged in his drink alone. "I hope Lord Hyuga can keep my strength a secret," he stated earnestly, abandoning the playful tone of father-in-law. "Why?" Hisashi was taken aback. "Shouldn't tea revealing your strength be advantageous? Then no one would dare to bully you." Su Ming shook his head. "It's different." He looked at Hisashi. "If my strength were to be exposed, and the news of my victory over Inoki reached Konoha, what do you think my reputation in the village would be?" "Excellent. You would be hailed as a hero, and perhaps even the next Hokage," Hisashi asserted confidently. Su Ming responded. "The last man to achieve such glory was Hatake Sakomo. Surely, Lord Hyuga is aware of his fate." Hisashi paused, reflecting. Hatake Sakomo, known as the White Fang, a man who single-handedly infiltrated Sunagakure, eliminated Chiyo's son, and returned unscathed, was a figure of immense strength, even worthy of wearing the Hokage's mantle. In truth, had the White Fang lived, the position of Hokage could very well have been his after the Fourth's fall. Yet, the reality was he had succumbed to despair after a failed mission and took his own life. That man possessed strength on par with a shadow. "You are implying?" Hisashi gazed at Su Ming, disbelief etched on his features. "It seems, esteemed father-in-law, that your days in Konoha have been rather comfortable," Su Ming remarked with a slight smirk, laced with teasing. "The wars of Konoha have never truly ceased. They merely shifted from the forefront to the shadows following the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War. Beneath the light, darkness has never vanished. It has always existed." Hisashi fell silent. Su Ming smiled and departed. Upon returning to his quarters, he found Naruto, flushed with excitement, clinging to Kimamaro's shoulder. "Brother, you're so much cooler than Tobirama. That guy just hides behind his brother, whining like a baby. You're the real deal. Hick, come, let us drink." This was the scene that greeted Su Ming upon his return. Kumahiro was at a loss, his forehead covered in black lines. Yet he found himself utterly powerless in the face of a drunken Naruto. Su Ming slapped his forehead in exasperation. Naruto's tolerance for alcohol was truly abysmal. He hurriedly stepped forward to pull Naruto away, fearing that if he delayed any longer, Naruto might attempt to bite someone. Once separated, Naruto promptly fell into a deep slumber. Su Ming shook his head in resignation. After soothing Kumahiro, he gazed out of the window, restless and unable to sleep. Tomorrow, they would arrive in Konoha. Little did Hinata Hayashi know, the war was far from over. Upon their return to Konoha, the true battle would commence. Sometimes, the real adversaries were not outsiders, but rather those within one's own ranks. When facing external threats, their presence remained elusive. Yet once the dust settled and the spoils of victory were shared, they would emerge without hesitation, ready to stab you in the back. This sentiment was something that the likes of Konoha's White Fang, the Uchiha clan, and even the long-extinct Senju clan could surely relate to. Such was the reality of Konoha. Chapter 37. By What Right? At the entrance of Konoha village, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Danzo and several other ninjas, stood waiting. They had been waiting for quite some time, yet not a single member of the Hyuga clan had returned. From early morning until the sun was high in the sky, and then until sunset, still, no one had appeared. What was going on? Wasn't it agreed that they would return today? Danzo glanced impatiently at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, upon hearing his voice, finally turned his gaze after a prolonged silence. They must be on their way. The journey from the border to Konoha should take no more than 3 days, yet time had already surpassed that. They had stood waiting for a long time. From the Hokage to the advisors, down to the ordinary ninjas, everyone had stood there all day. Many wore expressions of impatience, including the 2 advisors. Had it not been for the third Hokage's presence and his unwavering patience, Mito Gate Inn and Torian Koharu would have left long ago. Yet even so, dissatisfaction brewed within them. Meanwhile, not far from Konoha, several campfires blazed as the members of the Hyuga clan gathered round. They huddled by the fire, chatting and laughing, indulging in food and drink, quite content. They could have returned to Konoha by morning, and indeed, Hayashi Hyuga wished to return directly. However, Su Ming had intervened. He suggested that after several days of battle, the clan members were quite fatigued and would benefit from a brief respite. Indeed, as Su Ming had pointed out, after fighting continuously for days with a dwindling number of personnel and no reinforcements, Hayashi had been compelled to stretch his clan members to their limits. While they had successfully repelled the Iwagakure-s assault, exhaustion weighed heavily on everyone. Hayashi acquiesced to Su Ming's request but ordered only a half-day's rest to hasten their return. That half-day was the only respite these valiant defenders of Konoha could hope for, and it was perhaps the most relaxed they would be, for soon they would be home. Home was always a warm haven, was it not? As they resumed their journey, Su Ming held on to Naruto, who in turn grasped Komihiro's hand, the smallest among them laughing the most joyously. Before long, the outline of Konoha emerged before them, igniting excitement among the Hyuga clan members. Especially upon spotting a number of ninjas awaiting their return at the gates, their hearts surged with emotion. They nearly shouted in unison, "We have returned. We are heroes." However, what awaited them was a cold reprimand. "Why have you returned so late?" Danzo's voice cut through the atmosphere. The Hyuga clan members froze in shock. Mito Gate-in spoke icily. "Do you have any idea how long we have waited for you? From morning until now? You better provide us with an explanation." Hayashi was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly replied, "Well, you see, after repelling a Iwagakure, the clan members were utterly exhausted, so I ordered them to rest for a while." "Rest?" Mito Gate-in sneered. "Do you not realize that due to your unilateral decision, we have accomplished nothing all day, causing great losses to the village?" Hayashi fell silent. The entire Hyuga clan stood mute. Their initial fervor and joy were ruthlessly extinguished. Even among Konoha's ninjas, many furrowed their brows. Yet, as the Hokage's advisors spoke, they dared not voice their dissent. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. This scene seemed all too familiar, and he was about to utter some words of consolation when Su Ming intervened. He turned to Mito Gate-in. "What do you wish to say?" Mito Gate-in smirked. Su Ming offered no words. He merely drew his sword. With a swift motion, a flash of cold steel cut through the air, and Mito Gate-in barely had time to react before he felt a chill on his face. Instinctively reaching up, he found his hands stained with blood. That single strike had marred his visage. Terror flickered across Mito Gate-in's face. Su Ming remained expressionless. "I possess little patience. So if you wish to leave your final words, please do so swiftly." Blood dripped from the sword's tip as a throng of ninjas stared at Su Ming in astonishment. His demeanor was still one of indifference. "I am unclear about how crucial your duties are, advisor, that you were so eager to dismiss the sacrifices of these people. Of course, if you are on a mission to meet your demise, I apologize. In fact, to express my regret, I could even escort you there." With a flick of his sword, the cold glimmer danced ominously. Mito Gate-in instinctively retreated a few steps. They had fought on the front lines to safeguard the peace of the village. Su Ming pointed toward the Hyuga clan, speaking slowly. "They fought for days and nights, without rest, to protect the village and their families from harm. They risked everything for this cause. Pray tell, advisor, when they were engaged in battle to defend the village, where were you?" Faced with Su Ming's inquiry, Mito Gate-in and his companion averted their gazes, stammering. Where had they been? Comfortably lounging at home, plotting how to manipulate the new generation of Konoha ninjas to ensure their compliance. Establishing authority, there was no better opportunity than to strike at the recently victorious Hyuga clan. Moreover, when we returned, we never requested anyone to wait for us. You two also came voluntarily. Waiting for us was your choice, not ours. If you harbor any grievances about this, then I am afraid you can leave now. You may leave now." Su Ming spoke these words without reservation. The Hyuga clan members, hearing this, felt a surge of excitement, including their leader, Hayashi, whose face flushed with pride. At that moment, he found himself inexplicably favoring Su Ming, contemplating that having such a son-in-law might not be a bad choice after all. However, Mito Gate-in and Torian Koharu fell silent in the wake of Su Ming's words. Yet, standing nearby, Danzo began to chuckle coldly. "Su Ming, if I recall correctly, you left the village on a mission, did you not? Has that mission been completed?" "Has the mission been completed?" Naturally, it had not. Setting aside the task of capturing Orochimaru, Konoha had forcibly sent Naruto to the battlefield, leaving Su Ming with no choice but to follow. Yet now, in Danzo's words, it had become a point of leverage against him. Sigh. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had remained silent, finally spoke. It was merely a mission. Moreover, Su Ming and the Hyuga clan together protected the village. They are the heroes of the village. While completing missions is the duty of a ninja, safeguarding the village deserves recognition. However, failing to complete a mission also warrants punishment. especially since he has just attacked an advisor. This is a grave error. Danzo interjected. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, seemingly acquiescing to Danzo's assertion. He wore a forlorn expression, as if to say there was little he could do. Yet as Hokage, he certainly had the power to overrule Danzo, for now. He simply aimed to use Danzo's hand to suppress Su Ming. This intent was clear to any discerning eye. Anger surfaced on the faces of the Hyuga clan members. Hinata Hizashi was about to speak, but was halted by Sarutobi. Now was not the time to clash with Sarutobi. Protecting Konoha and failing a mission counterbalanced one another. However, having just injured a Hokage advisor, punishment was inevitable. Sarutobi decisively stated, Su Ming, the village has decided to confiscate your ninja headband and require you to reflect at home for several days. Do you have any objections? On what grounds? Before Su Ming could respond, a sudden voice pierced the air. The voice was soft and youthful, Naruto's. With a defiant expression, Naruto fixed his gaze upon Sarutobi, reiterating, on what grounds? Chapter 38. The Hidden Sacrifices of Minato Namikaze. On what grounds are you taking away my brother's ninja headband? He protected the village and everyone in it. He is a hero of the village. Each word spoken by Naruto was imbued with determination, though he was merely a child of 4 years. Who would heed the words of a child, even if he was a Jinchūriki? Children's thoughts are often the most easily disregarded. Whenever they muster the courage to voice their feelings, they are frequently dismissed as unruly or immature. In such instances, adults typically resort to reproach. Danzo gazed at Naruto and coldly remarked, your brother has erred. The absence of further punishment is already the greatest leniency. He should be grateful to Konoha. Though Naruto remained silent, his stubborn gaze revealed his refusal to accept this outcome. Yet, his opinion held little weight. Sarutobi's expression reflected guilt, as if he felt some compassion. Naruto, a village must adhere to rules. Within these rules, every child can flourish. Regulations provide us with protection, and we must abide by them. In truth, we are not punishing your brother. He is indeed a fine and capable ninja. However, this matter is significant, thus allowing him a period of rest is not unreasonable. Sarutobi's demeanor was benevolent, but beneath that smile, Hizashi felt a chill. At that moment, the Nine-Tails within Naruto suddenly initiated communication with Su Ming. Little brat, I can no longer tolerate the actions of these old fools. If Naruto were older and capable of withstanding my power, I would have gladly emerged to deal with them myself. Su Ming smiled faintly. The Nine-Tails had good intentions. If Naruto were older and able to handle the Nine-Tail strength, then what would it matter if Konoha were to perish? However, Naruto was still young. The depths of Konoha's waters ran deep, with Danzo and Sarutobi wielding considerable power. Even if a conflict erupted now, many ninjas might hesitate to act due to their identities as brothers, but in a life-or-death situation, such considerations could easily be cast aside. With Kakashi, Might Guy, and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, Konoha still possessed formidable strength. To combat an entire village single-handedly was still beyond reach. Su Ming was strong, yet he was still insufficient compared to the likes of Hashirama and Madara. He needed to grow. Su Ming removed the headband from his forehead and handed it to an Umbu ninja. At that moment of handing over the headband, he suddenly drew his sword. A flash of cold light slicing through the air, blood splattering. An arm was severed and fell to the ground. Danzo clutched his severed limb, glaring furiously at Su Ming. With a cold expression, Su Ming remarked, my brother is still young. Speak to him kindly, or next time, I won't hesitate to sever your head. Danzo trembled. That swift strike had been astonishingly fast. Such swordsmanship reminded him of a certain individual, Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake. Su Ming departed with Naruto and Kinmaru. As the Konoha ninjas noticed Su Ming approaching, they instinctively recoiled, none daring to obstruct him. They parted to allow the trio passage, with Naruto and Kinmaru closely trailing behind. Yet, no one noticed the flicker of resentment in the young Naruto's eyes. My brother is also my only one. Once Su Ming had left, the oppressive atmosphere gradually dissipated, allowing Danzo to finally reveal his bitterness, snorting disdainfully before departing. The two Hokage advisors followed suit, leaving only Sarutobi and a throng of ninjas. With a sigh, Sarutobi turned to Hizashi, intending to offer words of praise, but the sentiment felt hollow, and he ultimately abandoned the idea, patting Hizashi's shoulder before taking his leave. The 1,000 Hyuga clansmen, too, appeared dejected. Hizashi sighed, the visage of the Fourth Hokage surfacing in his mind. Is this what you desperately sought to protect, Konoha? Throughout their journey, Naruto remained silent, his mood subdued. Su Ming turned back, ruffling Naruto's hair and chuckling. What are you thinking about? Brother, why do they treat you this way? Naruto inquired, bewildered. Perhaps it is because they are afraid. afraid of my brother growing stronger and taking away what is theirs. Naruto appeared to grasp part of it, yet insisted, but brother would never do that. Su Ming replied, some things, even if brother would never do them, others may still suspect. Just like before. People feared you not because you intended to harm them, but because they believed you might. Sometimes, humans can be far more terrifying than tailed beasts. Su Ming shook his head with a smile. Indeed, the Nine-Tails is adorable. At the mention of tailed beasts, Naruto's spirits lifted. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, listening to Naruto's words, the Nine-Tails scoffed, me adorable? What a joke. How could anyone call me adorable? Minato, here, a little further. Yes, apply pressure, feels good. At this moment in the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails had shrunk to the size of an adult and lay on the ground, relishing Minato's massage. As for why the Fourth Hokage would give the Nine-Tails a massage, it was because when Su Ming had requested the Nine-Tails to share its chakra with the Hyuga clan, the Nine-Tails had agreed but secretly blackmailed Minato into providing massages as a condition. In the past, Minato would never have consented, but for the sake of his two sons, he had to endure. A father's love is indeed as towering as a mountain. The Nine-Tails lay on the ground, reveling in the comfort. So good, so very good. Truly worthy of the fourth. The small room became somewhat cramped with 3 occupants, yet Naruto relished the sensation. The events of that day were etched deeply in his heart. He understood that the one who truly cared for him was his brother, not Konoha. He was still too young to protect him. But Naruto vowed inwardly that one day he would safeguard his brother. That night, the 3 of them squeezed onto a single bed from the moment they climbed in. Kimmeru's face flushed bright red. Sharing a small bed was a novel experience for both Naruto and Kimmeru, especially since Naruto, when sleeping, had a tendency to shed his clothing. Due to his young age, he lay in the middle, rolling about and making it difficult for Kimmeru to find rest. This experience was unprecedented for both children. Their friendship had been forged on the battlefield, yet it deepened in this intimate setting. Chapter 39. In truth, the younger brother also wishes to protect the elder brother. The following morning, Su Ming rose early to practice swordsmanship, only to discover that Kimmeru was already awake, diligently training outside. Upon seeing Su Ming, Kimmeru's face turned crimson once more. It must be said, this bashful demeanor made Kimmeru quite endearing. Unable to resist, Su Ming pinched his cheek and laughed heartily. Today's routine task was to practice swordsmanship 3,000 times. Su Ming drew his sword, unleashing one strike after another, the sound of slicing wind echoing through the air. Remarkably, every strike of Su Ming's sword, whether in angle or force, mirrored the previous one with unwavering precision. This is an exceedingly challenging cultivation method. Yet, Su Ming imposes exceedingly high standards upon himself. Time swiftly passes, and under the sun, the young man is drenched in sweat. 2 figures are present. One large and one small. 2,997. 2,998. 2,999. 3,000. Completed. Su Ming sheathes his sword. The system's voice resonates. Congratulations, host, on completing today's task, practicing swordsmanship 3,000 times. Reward. Template 1 Progress 07. Template 2 Progress 09. Following the acquisition of these template progressions, Su Ming's first template, the Divine Dream Blade of Kyo, has reached 294 progress, while the second template, the Shadow Blade of Lan Ling Wang, has attained 91 progress. Once the progress of the second template reaches 20, Su Ming will be able to draw a new template. However, that requires time. Having finished his training, the door suddenly swings open, revealing Naruto, who steps out while stifling a yawn. Yet this time, when Su Ming opens the door, he does not hear the usual call for food. Instead, Naruto scans the surroundings as if searching for something. This action piques the curiosity of both Su Ming and his companion. What's wrong, Naruto? Has Irika-sensei not arrived? Naruto inquires. Having met Irika's requirements, Naruto eagerly anticipates the reward promised by Irika. This is a matter he has kept close to his heart, a promise that even Su Ming, his elder brother, has not divulged. However, today, Irika has yet to make an appearance. No, is something the matter? Su Ming asks. And no, Naruto stammers. Just then, Irika appears. A hint of apology evident in his gaze directed at Naruto. I'm sorry, Naruto, I'm late. He pulls out some money from his pocket and solemnly hands it to Naruto. This is your reward. Thank you, Irika-sensei, Naruto exclaims with exuberance. After receiving the money, he quickly grabs Su Ming's hand, his face alight with excitement. Brother, let us go eat. It's my treat. At this moment, Naruto understands why he has been training so diligently, for the sake of treating his brother to a meal. With a gentle smile, Su Ming ruffles Naruto's hair and replies. All right, but this time I expect you to spend all your money. As if I would. Naruto retorts playfully. Oh, and let's invite Junmaru too. The three of them walk away, laughter echoing through the air. However, left behind, Iruka wears a resigned expression. Naruto, did you forget about me? Iruka muses to himself. Feeling a pang of bitterness, the three enjoy their meal immensely, fulfilling Naruto's long-held wish. Afterwards, they return home, shedding their identities as Leaf Village ninjas. Which brings a sense of ease to Su Ming. Not long after his return, Itachi arrives, accompanied by Sasuke. Ming-san, Itachi says, his face marked by a look of regret. I was held up by other matters when Naruto was in trouble. No harm done. Su Ming replies with a reassuring pat on Itachi's shoulder. Naruto is fine now. And besides, it wasn't your fault. You're still just a child. Itachi instinctively wants to argue this point, thinking that Su Ming is just as young. But upon meeting his brother's smile, he finds himself swallowing his words. It seems that in front of Ming-san, he truly is just a child. Naruto, do we still have dumplings? Su Ming inquires, tilting his head. Yes. Naruto raises an empty skewer, only to sheepishly lower it, realizing he had grabbed the wrong one. On the way back, Su Ming had specifically brought back some dango, but Naruto had sneaked a few during the journey. Su Ming chuckles as he ruffles Naruto's head again, taking the remaining dumplings and offering them to Itachi. A welcome gift. Itachi is momentarily taken aback. You won't dislike it, will you? Su Ming smiles. Of course not. Itachi replies, his cheeks turning a shade of red. It seems that Su Ming has indeed discovered his secret fondness for sweets. Otherwise, he wouldn't always leave treats for him. As Su Ming observes Itachi enjoying the dumplings, he casually remarks, in 2 days, Naruto and Sasuke will be starting school, right? Itachi nods. The Ninja Academy. A place to make new friends. I hope Naruto and Sasuke will like it. They will surely enjoy it. Su Ming assures. After a brief exchange, Itachi departs due to other matters, but Sasuke does not follow his brother as he usually does. He stays behind. Once Itachi leaves, Sasuke approaches Su Ming. Is there something you need? Su Ming asks, curious about the youthful Sasuke's demeanor. I want to be your disciple, Sasuke declares. Su Ming is taken aback. Why? Isn't it better for Itachi to teach you? After a moment of silence, Sasuke raises his gaze to meet Su Ming's, his determination shining through. I want to protect my brother, just like Naruto does. Naruto has told him that one day he must become strong enough to drive away all the bullies who torment his brother. Sasuke's expression is resolute. I don't want my brother to be bullied by our clan anymore. His eyes reflect sincerity, brimming with love for his brother. The Uchiha clan is peculiar. Only those who love deeply can also harbor such profound hatred. Itachi is one, and so is Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke is merely a younger brother wanting to protect his elder sibling. Brother, please help me. Naruto pleads. Su Ming chuckles. You're quite quick to ask for favors. He agrees to take Sasuke as his disciple. The two children exchange knowing smiles, each recognizing the sentiments of the other. Who wouldn't wish to protect their brother? Chapter 40. The enrollment ceremony. Su Ming accepts Sasuke as his disciple. In fact, Itachi had suggested this much earlier, but at that time, Sasuke was too young to commit. However, today, Sasuke brings forth the request himself. Through Sasuke's descriptions, Su Ming also learns of the nearly irreconcilable tensions between the Uchiha clan and the Leaf Village. Itachi's imprisonment occurs in the original Naruto storyline after Shirsui's death. During that time, Itachi harbored murderous intent towards his clan, had Sasuke not appeared. The outcome could have been a river of blood, but it did not come to pass, laying the groundwork for the Uchiha's eventual demise. Itachi unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan during that period. Now, it appears that events are unfolding ahead of the original timeline. Su Ming is uncertain whether Itachi will bring about the downfall of the Uchiha, but as a friend, he cannot allow Itachi to shoulder that darkness alone. Itachi, remember, you have friends, you are not alone. The day of the Ninja Academy's opening ceremony arrives. Itachi takes a leave of absence from his missions to attend Sasuke's enrollment ceremony. While Su Ming accompanies Naruto, the ceremony is bustling with excitement, serving both to forge friendships among the new generation of ninjas and to strengthen bonds among the older generation. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is a crucial event to solidify his authority and indoctrinate the new ninjas. Thus, no matter how busy he is, he will not be absent. Su Ming-kun. As Su Ming and Naruto arrive, they hear a voice calling out. Turning, they see a youthful Neji and a bashful Hinata. Su Ming-kun, Hinata murmurs. Her cheeks flushed. Haha. Su Ming smiled and gently pinched Hinata's cheek, remarking on her cuteness today. Hinata blushed deeply, even losing the courage to meet Su Ming's gaze. Observing this, Hyuga Hisashi sighed, pressing his forehead in resignation. He realized that even if he forbade Hinata from associating with Su Ming, it would be futile. Alas, one cannot keep a growing girl tethered. At that moment, Hinata's small hand suddenly wriggled free from Su Ming's grasp, tugging at his sleeve and leading him away. What is the matter, Naruto? Su Ming paused, glancing back. Naruto pouted, brother, if I don't intervene soon, she'll whisk you away. Uffed. Hisashi chuckled at the unexpected display of jealousy from Naruto. It seemed that the rival for his daughter's affection transcended gender. How amusing. The events surrounding Su Ming had not gone unnoticed. After the previous incident, Hisashi felt a palpable shift, with various clans in Konoha deliberately distancing themselves from them. This instilled a sense of crisis within him. Although he bore no ill will towards Konoha, he could not ignore the suspicions of others. Thus, he found himself less resistant to Su Ming. There was no doubt about Su Ming's potential. Should he continue to grow, he could wield power capable of reshaping Konoha. Itachi approached with Sasuke in tow. In the current climate, if there was anyone who could genuinely connect with Su Ming, it would undoubtedly be Itachi. Ming-san, Itachi greeted. Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke stood behind their respective brothers, both huffing in unison and turning their heads away, even in differing directions. This child. Itachi exchanged a knowing smile with Su Ming. The enrollment ceremony was officially commencing. In the most prominent position, Sarutobi Hiruzen, donned in his white Hokage robe, addressed the gathered children. Congratulations on your enrollment. From this moment forth, you must strive diligently with the goal of becoming ninjas. I hope that upon your graduation, you will contribute to the betterment of this land, where the leaves dance, the fire of life endures, illuminating the village and nurturing the young saplings. This, I understand as the will of fire. Hiruzen's speech continued to revolve around the so-called will of fire, a concept that had indeed influenced Konoha and the new generation. Yet, that was in the past. The current Konoha would not be so easily swayed. After the third's address, he noticed Su Ming standing nearby and approached him. Su Ming, you must understand that my decision came from a place of hardship. As the child of Minato, you should be aware of the many enemies he had. My actions were intended to protect you. It was a sentiment echoed by Naruto as well. Su Ming smirked inwardly, though outwardly he displayed a radiant smile. I understand. Thank you, Third Hokage. Hiruzen nodded and patted Su Ming on the shoulder. As he made to leave, he kindly looked at Naruto. Naruto, now that you have enrolled, be sure to get along with your classmates. Got it, Grandpa Third. I will. Naruto replied enthusiastically. Hiruzen left, but as he departed, Naruto suddenly remarked, brother, why do I feel like I want to punch him? Punch him? Su Ming chuckled, admitting that he harbored similar thoughts. That hypocritical face sometimes made one want to unleash a flurry of fists. There will be opportunities. Su Ming ruffled Naruto's hair. Naruto, Sasuke, come here. At that moment, Iruka's voice called out. Just as Su Ming had anticipated, Iruka was the homeroom teacher for Naruto and Sasuke. Alongside them were others known as Konoha's 12 young powers. Inuzuka Kiba, Narashikamu, Hyuga Hinata, Rock Lee, Tintin, Haruno Sakura, and Yamanaka Ino. With Naruto and Sasuke included, the 12 young powers were complete. Among them, the most striking were undeniably Sasuke and Naruto. In terms of appearance, Naruto had always been handsome, but his previous malnutrition had marred his looks. Now, however, he towered even taller than Kakashi, his youthful features still present but overshadowed by newfound charm. They had undoubtedly become the center of attention. The other girls in the class gazed at them with starry eyes. Simply put, they were handsome. After greeting Su Ming and Itachi, Iruka led Naruto and Sasuke into the classroom. As it was their first lesson, seating arrangements were to be decided. The trio would share a desk. Despite their usual disagreements, Naruto and Sasuke surprisingly chose to sit together. That left the remaining seat as a coveted target for the girl ninjas. The first to arrive was Haruno Sakura. Can I sit here? Sakura asked. Her cheeks flushed as she stole a glance at Sasuke, thinking, he is so handsome. She glanced at Naruto too. He is handsome as well. If I could sit here, I'd be blissfully faint. However, to Sakura's surprise, after her inquiry, both boys spoke in perfect unison. No way. After saying that, they glared at each other, huffing and turning their heads away. Chapter 41, A Duel with Sure Sway. The days at the Ninja Academy were treating Naruto and Sasuke well, as they were evidently quite popular. With Iruka's guidance, Su Ming felt reassured leaving them behind. Itachi, however, departed with a different purpose. He had joined the Umbu and was tasked with missions. Before leaving, Su Ming patted Itachi's shoulder, earnestly reminding him, Itachi, remember, you are not alone. In times of difficult decisions, please remember that you still have me. As he spoke, Su Ming's smile radiated warmth, a stark contrast to Hiruzen's insincere grin, as Su Ming's sincerity shone brilliantly like the sun. Itachi nodded, feeling a surge of warmth within him. He departed, his steps noticeably more resolute than before. This young man, shouldering the fate of the Uchiha and the village's expectations, for the first time felt that perhaps the heavy burden was not his alone to bear. If it became too much to handle, Ming-san would be there. Yet, before that, he needed to endure. He didn't want to fall too far behind Ming-san. After leaving the academy, Su Ming encountered a familiar face on his way home. Though not exactly a close acquaintance, they had previously made an agreement to engage in a duel. However, due to circumstances, the matter had been left unresolved. Now, that individual had reappeared, awaiting Su Ming, the implications clear. Su Ming smiled slightly. It's been a while, Shursui. I've been waiting for you. Let us begin, Shursui replied. There were no excessive pleasantries or flowery words. Neither was one for idle chatter. For them, battle was the ultimate form of communication. Shursui wielded a tanto. Having shifted from his previous preference for shuriken after joining the Umbu, he now felt the blade suited him better. I'm coming. With a warning. Shursui gripped his tanto tightly and charged at Su Ming. Clang. The swords clashed. Su Ming drew his own blade. The contact of their weapons sending a gust of air surging backward, a testament to the strength each combatant exerted. Amidst their fierce duel, a figure observed quietly from a distance. With white hair, a black mask, and a forehead protector obscuring his left eye, the identity was unmistakable, Hatake Kakashi, the son of White Fang. Kakashi concealed himself nearby, observing the fierce duel between Shursui and Su Ming. Unlike his usual indifferent demeanor, Kakashi's expression was now one of profound seriousness. In order to gain a clearer view of the unfolding battle, he lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. It was this very eye that left him utterly astonished. Such formidable swordsmanship. Kakashi had only witnessed such mastery once before, and that individual's name was one he preferred not to utter. That person had sacrificed a mission to save a comrade, and, in the end, was unjustly condemned, even by those he had rescued. Ultimately, he took his own life, leaving behind a young Kakashi. What manner of sword technique is this? The clash between the two fighters continually captivated Kakashi's attention. The Uchiha clan possesses a unique bloodline limit, and Kakashi was well aware of the incredible power of the Sharingan. Yet, the other youth, was he not the child of Minato? How could he also be so strong? Shock and confusion enveloped him, but the battle raged on. Shursui, there's no need for hesitation. Unleash your ocular techniques. Otherwise, defeating you like this would be rather dull, Su Ming remarked. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Shursui retreated momentarily, his eyes transforming, and then the three-tomo Sharingan manifested. Truly impressive, Kakashi thought, as Su Ming commended Shursui in his heart. Without hesitation, Shursui activated his three-tomo Sharingan. As he did so, he formed hand seals. During his sprint, multiple identical Shizuis appeared, each a tangible entity. Body flicker technique. Shursui had long been renowned for his mastery of this technique, which attested to its formidable nature. Be careful, Su Ming-kun, Shursui warned, as several copies of himself closed in on Su Ming, all striking simultaneously. Su Ming attempted to evade, but at that moment, one of the Shizuis shifted its gaze, causing Su Ming's vision to blur. Jinjutsu. Shurzui's illusion was extraordinarily potent. From a distance, Kakashi's pupils constricted at the sight. He realized that had he been in Su Ming's position, he would have been utterly defenseless against Shurzui's assault. This was undoubtedly due to Shurzui's deeper understanding of the Sharingan, surpassing even Kakashi's own comprehension. Yet, Su Ming moved. Even with Shurzui's illusion in play, it failed to hinder Su Ming's actions. With a swift motion, the long sword gleamed coldly, striking the Shurzui beside him, which then transformed into crows. Another illusion. Kakashi was left dumbfounded. He had long been noticed by both Su Ming and Shurzui, who had not taken care to conceal him during their skirmish. As Shurzui employed his Jinjutsu, Kakashi was ensnared within it, rendering him privy to all that Su Ming could see, which only deepened his astonishment. At that moment, Kakashi instinctively thought the battle was nearing its conclusion, as Su Ming appeared to be ensnared within an illusion. After gaining the Sharingan, Kakashi had come to understand the true potency of such ocular techniques. It was fair to say that once ensnared in an illusion, the battle was effectively over. Moreover, Shurzui was exceptionally skilled in Jinjutsu. However, Kakashi did not anticipate that Su Ming's swordplay would transcend mere illusions. The crows that had manifested from Shurzui's form disintegrated into ash the moment they took flight. With a single strike, Su Ming shattered Shurzui's Jinjutsu. As the illusion dissipated, Su Ming pressed his sword against Shizue's neck. Shizue offered a wry smile, conceding defeat. He had lost so thoroughly, even after employing his most confident techniques of body flicker and Jinjutsu. Incredible. You need not suppress yourself. Your Mangekyo Sharingan is also within your grasp. Su Ming remarked with a smile. This revelation left Shizue momentarily stunned. He had yet to disclose the activation of his Mangekyo Sharingan to anyone. So how could Su Ming possibly know? Instinctively, he tightened his grip on his katana, fully aware of the allure the Mangekyo held for other shinobi. Do not worry. I harbor no ill intentions, Su Ming reassured him. In fact, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your care of Itachi during this time. Su Ming smiled. Shizue had always treated Itachi well. If not for that, considering the formidable power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Su Ming would have preferred to confiscate it to prevent Itachi from making foolish decisions in the future. Although not blood brothers, he could still use it for himself, which would be quite satisfactory. However, Shizue had shown kindness to both Itachi and Naruto, which made it difficult for Su Ming to act against him. Chapter 42. Konoha's White Fang. He is a hero. Reflecting on Shizue's Mangekyo, Su Ming felt a twinge of regret. Those who could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan were exceedingly rare. Besides Itachi, Sasuke, Shizue, and Fugaku, the only others readily accessible were Kakashi and Obito. Su Ming held a fondness for the Sharingan, beyond its unique abilities. It possessed a striking aesthetic. It would be inappropriate to forcibly take Sasuke's or Fugaku's Sharingan, as Itachi would likely react with hostility. Shizue's current situation was not conducive to action. However, it seemed that Kakashi and Obito were potential candidates. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Su Ming's gaze shifted to the concealed Kakashi. Upon noticing Su Ming's attention, Kakashi instinctively trembled. Given his personality, he had rarely engaged in such acts of voyeurism, aside from studying Paradise of Affection. Now, it was evident that Su Ming had discovered him. Kakashi felt a surge of panic, even instinctively desiring to retreat. Come out, Kakashi. Su Ming called. Kakashi froze momentarily before stepping into view. As he rose, he lowered his forehead protector to conceal his Sharingan once more. Kakashi approached Su Ming, who scrutinized him closely. With his white hair, black mask, and the forehead protector obscuring his left eye, he donned a tight black combat uniform, complemented by green Jonin armor. The red insignia of the ANBU adorned his shoulders and back. This was Kakashi's attire. However, upon glimpsing Kakashi's black mask, Su Ming suddenly recalled a moment from the original Naruto series, where Naruto and Sasuke speculated about what lay beneath Kakashi's enigmatic mask. Was it thick lips, or perhaps buck teeth? At that time, the seemingly aloof yet secretly passionate Kakashi was quite intrigued by this mystery. Su Ming, always inclined to act on a whim, extended his hand and reached for Kakashi's mask. Kakashi instinctively recoiled, but he was no match for Su Ming's swiftness. The mask was swiftly removed, revealing a rather handsome visage. Su Ming clicked his tongue in surprise, realizing that the youthful Kakashi could indeed be considered a striking young man. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback by Su Ming's audacity. Unfazed, Su Ming casually replaced the mask on Kakashi's face, saying, "I was merely curious." Kakashi was left speechless. Patting Kakashi on the shoulder, Su Ming inquired, "You've been watching for quite a while, haven't you? What do you think?" Kakashi paused, then shook his head. "He's too strong. I am no match for him." Su Ming chuckled. It was indeed certain that Kakashi was no match for him. At this juncture, while Kakashi was quite capable, he had yet to reach the level of a Hokage. Nonetheless, being able to observe the battle between Su Ming and Shizue was commendable enough. "What do you consider to be your greatest ability?" Su Ming asked Kakashi. After careful contemplation, Kakashi's mind first conjured the image of the Sharingan, followed by Chidori, and he voiced his answer. Su Ming shook his head. Kakashi was completely taken aback. While the Sharingan was formidable, it was ultimately derived from another. Regardless of how adept one became, it was challenging to achieve the original owner's level of mastery. "Many are aware of the origin of your Sharingan," Su Ming remarked. "It comes from Obito." Kakashi fell silent. The mere mention of Obito conjured memories of a not-so-pleasant past. Perhaps that was one of the rare moments of warmth in Kakashi's childhood, yet it was ultimately destroyed. Su Ming understood Kakashi's thoughts, but chose not to dwell on the subject further. He said, "Have you ever considered practicing swordsmanship?" Swordsmanship? Kakashi was taken aback. He had indeed never thought of it, or rather, he was afraid to think of it. In the past, he had yearned for it, aspired to it, and even vowed to gain renown in the ninja world through swordsmanship. However, after Tsukumo Hataki's suicide, everything had crumbled. The mere mention of swordsmanship was something Kakashi was reluctant to entertain. His expression gradually turned cold. "I cannot wield a sword, nor will I ever," he declared resolutely. laced with disdain. Su Ming shook his head, stating, "In all of Konoha, I only admire two individuals. One is my father, Minato Namikaze, a true hero. The other is known as the White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake. He too was a hero." Su Ming locked eyes with Kakashi, articulating each word with conviction. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Kakashi's body trembled slightly. A ninja who fails to complete a mission is merely a waste. What good is it to save comrades if one is still met with scorn? After a long pause, Kakashi spoke, his voice trembling. "My father's death has profoundly impacted me." Su Ming replied, "A ninja who abandons their mission for the sake of their comrades is never a waste. Conversely, those who forsake their comrades for the sake of a mission are the true scum." Turning to leave, Su Ming offered Kakashi a smile. "Honestly, I still believe you are quite suited for swordsmanship." With that, he departed, leaving Kakashi in contemplative silence. After a while, he looked up at the sky, murmuring, "Father." Chapter 43. Itachi's Birthday. Itachi, from this day forth, I, in the name of the Third Hokage, appoint you as the captain of the Umbu Division. I hope you will strive earnestly, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, puffing on his pipe as he patted Itachi's shoulder in the Hokage's office. Itachi, with a respectful demeanor, replied, "But I have only recently joined the Umbu. Is this appropriate?" "There's nothing inappropriate about it," Hiruzen replied with a warm smile. "You are an exceptional young man. The village needs youth, needs vitality. Sometimes, introducing fresh blood is a wise choice. Besides, Itachi, I have faith in you." Hiruzen's smile radiated encouragement. Itachi lowered his gaze, appearing respectful, but concealing the confusion in his eyes. The village and his clan were in a state of irreconcilable conflict, and the arrogance and hubris displayed by his kin were palpable. Yet the village, if conflict were to erupt, the outcome for the Uchiha would be dire. Itachi's mind drifted to the man standing behind Sarutobi, the ruthless Danzo. With his merciless nature, the Uchiha clan would face utter annihilation. The only survivor would be Itachi himself, certainly not Sasuke. "Do not worry too much." A large hand suddenly rested gently on Itachi's shoulder. "I will handle the Uchiha matters and strive to find the best resolution. After all, we must not forget that the Uchiha is also part of Konoha. Sometimes, attempting to trust them might be the better option." Third Hokage, Itachi looked up, disbelief etched across his features. He had never considered that the Third Hokage possessed such a broad-minded perspective, yet the Uchiha. "You may return to your duties," Sarutobi instructed. "Yes," Itachi replied, turning to leave. As he was about to exit, Sarutobi suddenly called out to him, "During this sensitive period between the village and the Uchiha, please refrain from frequent contact with Su Ming and Naruto. It may inadvertently implicate them." "I understand." Itachi nodded and departed. In his gaze, something was gradually solidifying. Itachi believed that shouldering all the responsibilities himself would bring joy to others, even if it meant being misunderstood. He was resolute and noble. By a small river, Su Ming sat on the edge of a bridge, his legs dangling down. Beside him was a young woman with long, beautiful black hair, a beauty mark beneath her right eye, clad in a purple qipao and wearing arm guards. Of course, the iron forehead protector on her forehead signified her status as a genin. Her name was Uchiha Izumi, who had graduated from the Ninja Academy not long ago. Su Ming had crossed paths with her on his way back, though it wasn't purely a matter of fate, as Izumi had specifically come to find him, for Itachi. Izumi was a strikingly beautiful girl, gentle, and likely the ideal type for many men. However, Su Ming shook his head, for she was Itachi's girlfriend. At their age, few could rival Itachi. Izumi nodded. "Indeed, Itachi-kun is like that." Su Ming chuckled, "But it's precisely this side of Itachi that possesses a unique charm, making him quite endearing." Listening to this, Izumi seemed to recall something, her cheeks flushing. "Do you like Itachi?" Su Ming suddenly asked. "Huh?" Izumi, caught off guard by the question, initially froze. Then her face turned crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Yet, in the end, she still nodded, her head drooping. "Itachi likes you too," Su Ming continued. "Oh," she replied simply, but at that moment, Izumi felt a rush of embarrassment, wishing she could sink into the ground. It was the expression of someone who had just learned of their beloved's feelings, joyful yet tinged with fear. Finally, Izumi mustered her courage. "In a few days, it will be Itachi-kun's birthday, and I want to prepare a gift for him, but I'm unsure what to give. Please help me." That was the purpose of Izumi's visit. Itachi's birthday was approaching. It is likely that Itachi himself has not noticed the impending day. He has been quite busy, attending to matters of the Umbu as well as affairs concerning the Uchiha clan. However, Izumi remembers, and that is splendid. There is no need to present him with extravagant gifts. If possible, a few skewers of dango would suffice, the kind he often enjoys, those delightful three-colored dumplings. Yet, Izumi hesitates, questioning whether Itachi would even appreciate such a treat, given that he seldom indulges in sweets. Surely, he would, without a doubt. Su Ming smiled. Then I thank you. Su Ming-kun. Izumi rose, preparing to depart. However, after taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back and bowed to Su Ming. Su Ming-kun. Please do not inform Itachi that I visited. I wish to surprise him. I implore you. Su Ming smiled and acquiesced. Such is the simplicity of love. Such pure-hearted children. What Itachi lacks has never been gifts. Rather, it is companionship. It is difficult to fathom how a 13-year-old boy, who slaughtered his entire clan while bearing the weight of the truth, manages to navigate life. He has not even shared his fondness for sweets with his childhood friend, Izumi. Itachi, you say you adore rainy days. Is it not because, during such times, one can weep freely, without drawing attention? Izumi is a remarkable girl. She can accompany you. I hereby consent to this union. Gazing at the river flowing beneath the setting sun, Su Ming remained seated, quietly observing. Until, brother, it's time to go home. Naruto's voice broke the silence. Su Ming turned and smiled joyfully. I'm coming. The small figure dashed toward him, almost colliding with the stoic Sasuke standing nearby. Naruto leapt into Su Ming's embrace, and in that fleeting moment, Su Ming glanced back. Sasuke, would you like to join us? Oh, Sasuke appeared somewhat reluctant. Yet he approached nonetheless, a flicker of delight shining in his small eyes as he grasped Su Ming's hand. The three of them returned home, filled with joy. If one had a choice, who would willingly embrace solitude? Creak. The door swung open. Exhausted from a long day, Kakashi collapsed onto his bed, his mind swirling with Su Ming's parting words. In truth, perhaps the swordsmanship would suit you better. Rising, Kakashi gazed about the room, lost in thought. The furnishings remained untouched since his father's time. He had never dared to rearrange them. Even items that had fallen into disuse were preserved in their original positions, for he feared that any change would alter the essence of the space. The more one moves things, the fewer traces of his father remain, until all is lost, never to be recovered. He is strong, renowned as the copy ninja beyond these walls. Yet within his home, he is merely an ordinary person yearning for familial affection. No matter how powerful the Sharingan, capable of replicating jutsu and movements, it cannot replicate the love that dwells within his heart, nor can it reproduce the essence of his father's presence. Kakashi retrieved a long-preserved box, one he had never opened. Inside lay a short blade, a tanto, known as White Fang, his father's favored weapon. At that moment, Kakashi gripped it tightly in his hand. Chapter 44, Su Ming's Plan. Morning arrived. After completing his daily tasks, Su Ming accepted the towel offered by Kimimaro, wiping his brow as he inquired, "Have you grown accustomed to living here these days?" Kimimaro's cheeks flushed inexplicably, yet he nodded. As a child, Kimimaro, possessing the strongest bones in his clan, was deemed the ultimate weapon and confined within a prison. After encountering Orochimaru, he had lived alone. Everything changed upon meeting Su Ming. He experienced something entirely different and, consequently, harbored newfound hope for the future. For he now had someone he wished to protect, Su Ming and Naruto. Despite Naruto's mischievous antics, his snoring at night and occasional sleepwalking, life had become quite lively. You will get used to it, Su Ming assured him, habitually ruffling Kimimaro's hair. How long such days could persist remained uncertain. The Uchiha and Konoha were bound for conflict. In this battle, self-preservation would not prove difficult. Yet Su Ming's ambitions extended beyond mere survival. He intended to eradicate Itachi's delusions regarding the village. The hope of the Uchiha clan has never rested in the hands of Konoha, but rather within their own lineage. A pivotal point lies in the hands of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. He must possess sufficient resolve. This matter required further confirmation, and Itachi's birthday presented an opportune occasion. Moreover, Su Ming currently lacked allies. On the fateful night of the Uchiha massacre, aside from the higher-ups of Konoha, Obito would also make an appearance. The only reliable ally Su Ming had was Kimimaro. Yet his strength was still lacking compared to that of a Kage. He needed further growth, especially since he had to remain behind to protect Naruto. It would be a challenge for Su Ming alone to influence the outcome. Thus, after much contemplation, he conceived an alternative solution, Minato Namikaze. The resurrection of Minato would provide substantial assistance. Su Ming shared this plan with Minato, who fell silent for a considerable time. While resurrection was indeed feasible, as the fourth Hokage, Minato had heard of the jutsu developed by the second Hokage, though he also knew it to be exceedingly cruel, necessitating the sacrifice of living beings, rendering it a forbidden technique. Perceiving Minato's concerns, Su Ming assured him, "You need not worry, father. I have devised a method to replace living sacrifices. One that does not involve such cruelty. Minato nodded but added, furthermore, my soul is sealed, which complicates matters regarding my resurrection. That is simple. I am familiar with the Shiki Fujin technique, Su Ming replied. Minato nodded, ceasing his objections. Su Ming then took his leave. Before long, Naruto awoke, washed up, and prepared to set out. Breakfast was typically enjoyed outside, alongside Sasuke. Shortly after Naruto finished his morning routine, Sasuke happened to pass by. Reluctantly pulled along by Naruto for breakfast. Each time Su Ming witnessed Sasuke's reluctant demeanor, he couldn't help but smile inwardly. Sasuke was not entirely sincere. On their way, Sasuke inquired about what made his brother the strongest. After pondering, Su Ming replied that it was the Sharingan. Itachi was indeed a prodigious ninja. Yet his true power seemed to have transformed qualitatively upon awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. To assert that Itachi's greatest asset was the Sharingan would be indisputable. Upon hearing this, Sasuke subtly probed into the method of awakening the Sharingan. Su Ming shrugged. You would be better off asking Itachi directly. He is far more knowledgeable on the matter. Sasuke nodded, seemingly indifferent, yet he etched this information deep within his mind. After sending the two boys on their way, Su Ming did not leave immediately. Instead, he meandered around the ninja academy, appearing aimless until he confirmed that no one was following him. Finding a secluded spot, he signaled to Kabuto. Lacking direct means to contact Orochimaru, he was reliant on Kabuto. The Edo Tensei technique was certainly within Orochimaru's repertoire. The only obstacle was that he lacked a portion of the Fourth Hokage's remains. However, Su Ming possessed what was needed. He required Kabuto's assistance. Not long after, Kabuto arrived. Su Ming-sama, he greeted, bowing respectfully. Su Ming nodded, gesturing for him to relax. Yet Kabuto insisted on maintaining his formality. Once he was convinced, he would be more obedient than anyone else. Where is Orochimaru? Su Ming inquired. At the border of the Land of Fire, Kabuto replied. Upon hearing the news, Su Ming was somewhat taken aback. Orochimaru had been placed on the wanted list by Konoha, classified as an S-rank rogue ninja. It goes without saying that Konoha's intention to capture Orochimaru was paramount. However, he never expected that Orochimaru would dare to remain within the borders of the Land of Fire at such a time. Nevertheless, since Orochimaru was indeed present in the Land of Fire, matters became considerably more convenient. I must contact Orochimaru. I require his assistance to resurrect the Fourth Hokage. The Fourth Hokage? Do was initially stunned, but soon comprehension dawned upon him. After receiving this news, he felt a surge of excitement. Having spent a considerable amount of time in Konoha, Do was well aware of the treatment Naruto had endured. Should the Fourth Hokage be resurrected and learn of Naruto's plight, it would undoubtedly be a most intriguing scenario. Perhaps it would lead to a confrontation between the two Hokages of Konoha. That would certainly be a captivating affair. As he pondered, Do excitedly licked his lips, revealing a sinister smile. At the border of the Land of Fire, amidst a dense forest, Orochimaru, wearing a conical hat, suddenly halted in his tracks, his excitement palpable. Resurrecting the Fourth Hokage was indeed a splendid idea. Su Ming, are you planning to strike at Konoha? The thought of Minato clashing with Sarutobi Sensei is exhilarating. Hee. Orochimaru cackled with glee. Upon receiving Do's message, he unhesitatingly altered his course, heading towards Konoha. As for Konoha's bounty on his head, to be frank, it was merely a jest to him. In his current state, Orochimaru would likely go unrecognized even by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Chapter 45, The Annoying Pillar. As the Ninja Academy day concluded, Sasuke appeared particularly joyful, though the reason eluded him. His gait was one of indifference to those around him. As usual, Su Ming came to pick up the two children. After escorting Sasuke away, Naruto quietly informed Su Ming. Brother, did you know? The pillar has gone mad. Su Ming was taken aback. What is going on? Naruto shook his head, uncertain of what had caused Sasuke's sudden exuberance. Anyway, he didn't retaliate when I confronted him today. And that girl, Haruno Sakura, he smiled at her. And she just fainted. Irika-sensei was frantic. Before Su Ming could respond, Naruto continued. Sakura fainting is somewhat normal. I accidentally bumped into her once. And she fainted for quite a while. But Sasuke is acting very strangely today. He seems like a blissful fool. Uffed. Such a phrase was something Su Ming had taught Naruto during a bout of boredom, and he was surprised it was being used so soon. Su Ming shook his head. Recalling the question Sasuke had posed earlier, an unsettling feeling lingered, as if something significant was about to transpire. It must be related to Itachi, he mused. Naruto, let us not dwell on such matters. Focus now. They're coming. Naruto quickly prepared himself. At the Uchiha clan's compound, when Sasuke arrived home, Itachi had yet to return. After waiting inside for a brief moment, he settled on the outer steps, resting his chin on his hand, eagerly anticipating Itachi's return. Sasuke, sitting on the ground will give you a chill. Uchiha Makoto approached with a smile. Mother, I'm not afraid. I want to wait for brother to come back. I have something very important to discuss with him. Then wait, I shall take my leave. Makoto entered the house, glancing at her husband, Uchiha Fugaku, with a sigh. Sasuke is becoming increasingly reliant on Itachi. Fugaku did not respond immediately, his brow furrowed in thought. After a moment, he seemed to notice Makoto's presence and offered an apologetic smile. My apologies, I was lost in contemplation. Still pondering the affairs of the village? Yes, Fugaku sighed. The clansmen are growing increasingly discontent with the village. It's becoming difficult to suppress. I fear what may come of it. Don't think too much. You should trust that the third Hokage believes in us, Makoto reassured him, massaging Fugaku's shoulders to help him relax. If only the third truly believed in us. Then that would be a comfort, Fugaku replied with a wry smile. He understood Sarutobi's character well. If the third truly had faith in the Uchiha clan, he would not be burdened with so many worries. But poor Itachi, caught in the middle of this turmoil. Fugaku felt a pang of guilt. Then let us make it up to him. Itachi's birthday is approaching. Why not celebrate it? By the way, I heard he has made a good friend. Perhaps we could invite them over for his birthday? Makoto suggested. That is indeed a splendid idea. Fugaku gazed out the window, where a familiar figure gradually emerged at the entrance. Itachi had returned. Nisan, Sasuke exclaimed, rushing toward him. Itachi intercepted Sasuke, feeling quite exasperated with his younger brother. What is it, Sasuke? Of course, there is something very significant. What is it? Itachi raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's serious demeanor. It was an expression he had never witnessed before. Sasuke stepped back, his face stern. Brother, I wish to awaken the Sharingan. Please teach me. Your Sharingan must be your most formidable ability, right? I wish to be as powerful as you. Sasuke was exhilarated, completely oblivious to Itachi's increasingly grim expression. The Sharingan? Is it something one can simply awaken? The conditions for awakening it are so stringent. Do you wish me to harm our parents? Or do you intend to challenge me? In an instant, Itachi was engulfed in frustration. Without hesitation, he drew a small blade from his waist and struck the hilt against Sasuke's forehead, gritting his teeth as he declared, I refuse. Then, Itachi turned on his heel. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back, adopting a very serious tone as he admonished Sasuke. Sasuke, give up. I will not allow you to awaken it. Why not? Sasuke was bewildered. Because I am your brother. Itachi, rarely showing anger towards Sasuke, departed, leaving behind a bewildered Sasuke. This incident was one that Su Ming was undoubtedly unaware of. Had he known, he would have surely burst into laughter. The awakening of the Sharingan is a task both simple and complex. Yet, once one learns the conditions required, few would wish to pursue it. For who among those that love would willingly allow their beloved to perish? In the original Naruto narrative, if given a choice, Sasuke would likely prefer to forego the Sharingan rather than witness the deaths of his parents and brother. Yet, he was left with no alternatives. Sasuke, feeling aggrieved, retreated into his mother's room. Meanwhile, Itachi sat quietly in a corner, gazing silently at the sky. The clan, the village. In training Naruto, besides the routine drills, there was also the practice of controlling Kurama's chakra. Kurama and Naruto were quite compatible. Aside from both being rather stubborn, there wasn't much else. However, once conflicts arose, Kurama would behave like a petulant child. In the end, Su Ming had to pacify both Naruto and Kurama, which left him somewhat exasperated. As for Minato, caught in the midst of this chaos, he found that soothing either party was futile and even ended up being the target of Kurama's frustrations, making his situation rather pitiable. At times, Su Ming pondered how much easier it would be if Kushina were present, with a single punch from each. Both Naruto and Kurama would calm down. Naruto would undoubtedly be Konoha's most obedient child, while Kurama would also be the most well-behaved tailed beast. Yet, the time was not yet ripe. In the absence of sufficient strength, resurrecting Kushina would be of no benefit. He did not wish for Naruto to witness a living tragedy. Similar to Sasuke, the day after tomorrow would mark Itachi's birthday. However, when the invitations were sent out, Itachi was on a mission, and instead, Izumi attended. If Su Ming-kun could come, Itachi-kun would surely be delighted, Izumi sincerely expressed. Moreover, the clan head wishes to meet you, Su Ming-kun. Thus, I kindly request that the Uchiha clan be invited as guests the day after tomorrow. Izumi spoke with sincere enthusiasm. Su Ming smiled and nodded in agreement, but remarked, if I am to attend, we will need 2 additional pairs of chopsticks. Naturally, he could not leave Naruto and Junmaru behind. As for the possibility of Asuma recognizing Junmaru, Su Ming was not concerned. As the son of the Hokage, how could he possibly appear in the Uchiha clan, which had a tense relationship with the village? That would only invite trouble for Sarutobi. Upon Su Ming's agreement, Izumi appeared quite elated. It was evident that her heart was set on Itachi. Of course, she also shared with Su Ming about Sasuke's situation. Upon hearing this, Su Ming could not help but chuckle. In Naruto's words, it was clear, that pillar is asking for a beating. Chapter 46, Happy Birthday Itachi. Having decided to celebrate Itachi's birthday, Su Ming felt the need to prepare gifts. However, he had yet to determine what to present. Once Naruto learned of this, he decisively declared that they should gift ramen. Su Ming grimaced slightly, wishing he would reconsider. As for Junmaru, after some contemplation, he suggested giving bones. Su Ming found this suggestion utterly unacceptable. They were indeed two troublesome children. Ultimately, Su Ming exchanged for a protective talisman from the system's shop, which was said to possess the power to ward off evil and offer protection. Regarding Itachi's health issues, Su Ming had yet to uncover the truth, so he hoped that the talisman might prove to be of some benefit. In the Uchiha clan's territory, the birthday of the Uchiha clan's young master was not a trivial matter, especially as Fugaku intended to make amends with his son, rendering the celebration even more grandiose. However, given the current tense situation, Su Ming was the only external guest invited. Even if others were invited, it was likely that no one would dare attend at such a critical juncture. Su Ming, of course, was undeterred. When Izumi conveyed the news of Su Ming's agreement to Itachi, he appeared genuinely delighted. For the first time, Izumi observed Itachi behaving like a child, which left her slightly disappointed, as she felt she might not occupy the foremost place in his heart. Yet, that disappointment quickly faded, for she remembered that Su Ming was a boy. With this thought, her joy returned, bubbling forth like that of a child. Before his birthday, Itachi took a leave of absence to stay at home, as the preparations did not require his involvement. Sasuke was also quite well behaved that day, allowing Itachi the freedom to wander at will. He contemplated seeking out Su Ming, but abandoned the idea upon recalling the third Hokage's words. He could not put Su Ming in danger. At the Nanha River, a legendary stream where Hashirama and Madara once played and even forged their bond, two legendary figures of Konoha established a profound friendship that influenced the village. Unbeknownst to him, Itachi found himself at this very location, where he encountered an individual clad in a crimson cloud-patterned cloak and a single-eyed mask. "Who are you?" Itachi asked warily. "I am Uchiha Madara," Obito declared, intentionally styling his hair to resemble Madara's as he gazed at Itachi, speaking slowly. Despite having sported this look for some time, Obito still felt somewhat unaccustomed to the long black hair atop his head. Such a carefree and wild hairstyle ultimately did not suit him. Yet, he was somewhat captivated by the sensation of referring to himself as Uchiha Madara, as if that name embodied strength. Itachi took a step back, clearly not fully believing Obito's words. Unfazed, Obito understood that he could not rush with a prodigy like Uchiha Itachi, a genius of the Uchiha clan. "I can assist you," Obito offered. "Help you deal with the Uchiha clan." Itachi did not immediately refuse. Although he did not completely trust the name Uchiha Madara, it still held a significant impact on him. The individual capable of contending with the god of shinobi, the true deity of the Uchiha clan. "You need not rush to respond," Obito continued. "If you ever require assistance, you may seek me out. I can help you." After speaking, Obito activated Kimui and vanished. He had observed Itachi for a considerable amount of time, only daring to appear once he confirmed that Su Ming was indeed absent. Initially, he had intended to approach the Uchiha clan, but after considering Su Ming, he ultimately decided against it. Fortunately, Itachi had come here, granting him the opportunity to appear. After Obito's departure, Itachi fell into a contemplative silence. Though he had tried to forget, the matter could not be evaded. How should he choose? This remained a persistent question. Itachi had indeed contemplated sharing this with Su Ming, but whenever he encountered him, he found himself unable to speak. "I have borne this painful burden alone long enough. Why should I impose it upon Su Ming?" For Itachi, when emotions ran deep, it was never about sharing, but rather about shouldering the shadows while allowing the other to bask in the sunlight. "I will watch over you, yet remain unobtrusive." Su Ming and Sasuke. Itachi remained silent as he made his way back home. The Uchiha clan was efficient in their preparations, and the arrangements were splendid. Those clan members who had previously held animosity towards Itachi, in these recent days, had surprisingly shown smiles. This scene only deepened Itachi's hesitation. Decisions, after all, are never easy. The following day, Su Ming arrived with Junmaru and Naruto. Before their arrival, Naruto, who held a particular disdain for Sasuke, had specifically instructed Junmaru to eat his fill, declaring that he intended to eat the Uchiha clan into bankruptcy, exhausting even the funds set aside for Sasuke's new trousers. Su Ming chuckled, praising Naruto's lofty aspirations. Within the ceiling space, Minato felt utterly embarrassed, while the Nine-Tails hurriedly deflected blame, asserting that Naruto's actions were entirely his own doing. He, the Nine-Tails, was not so foolish. The challenge of impoverishing the Uchiha clan was likely as daunting as the task of suffocating the third Hokage with smoke. Of course, there was also a saying about using Tsunade's chest to suffocate him. However, if it came to that, Su Ming would not mind enduring Tsunade's company. In any case, everyone was in high spirits that day. Itachi emerged to greet Su Ming, accompanied by Izumi and Sasuke. "Happy birthday, Itachi!" Su Ming exclaimed cheerfully, presenting the protective talisman. Itachi accepted it with joy. "Happy birthday, brother Itachi!" Naruto chimed in with a mischievous grin, handing over a discount coupon for Ichiraku ramen, adding, "I specifically chose this for you." Izumi beamed at Naruto, likely finding him quite amusing. Itachi smiled and expressed his gratitude to Naruto, who waved it off, saying it was unnecessary since he would break even. Itachi paused, looking towards Su Ming, who wore an expression of helplessness. Junmaru, as per usual, presented his small bones, which he had an unusual obsession with. However, the bones he offered were a pair, differing in shape, yet when combined, formed a heart. Izumi was utterly delighted, finding Junmaru to be the most adorable child she had ever encountered. The three of them entered the Uchiha clan territory. Under Itachi's lead, they were met with the gazes of many. Some looks were ordinary, while others were distinctly different. Su Ming even caught whispers that suggested, "Is that the Jinchūriki of the Nine-Tails? Young Master Itachi truly has foresight. With the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki under his control, our clan could threaten the higher-ups of Konoha." Su Ming shook his head. It was apparent that people's talents varied greatly. Individuals like Itachi, who were not only handsome but also gifted and intelligent, were indeed rare. As for the Uchiha who had just spoken, his intellect seemed lacking. Su Ming paid him no mind. Primarily, Naruto had dashed off, inquiring about where to eat and dragging Junmaru along with him. Before departing, he shot Su Ming a glance, signaling him to keep Itachi occupied as he pursued his grand ambitions. Su Ming felt exasperated. Just before Naruto left, within the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails continued to mock Minato, asserting that Naruto acted on his own accord. In truth, Minato wished to retort, claiming it was all Kushina's influence. However, fearing the Nine-Tails would seize the opportunity to hold it against him later, he could only endure in silence. Before long, Fugaku Uchiha emerged to receive Su Ming, extending the hospitality befitting a distinguished guest. This was a gesture of goodwill from the Uchiha clan. Chapter 47. Fugaku, let us collaborate. Itachi, that child, has few friends. In the reception room of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku pushed the teacup before him towards Su Ming with a smile. It is rare to see Itachi so attentive to someone. In truth, I was somewhat taken aback when I learned that you possess no bloodline limit. The alliances between clans often hinge upon mutual suitability. Thus, I conducted an investigation into your background. Fugaku offered a sheepish smile. "Forgive my impetuousness, Su Ming-kun." He sipped his tea lightly before continuing, "As the fourth Hokage, your standing is not inferior to that of the Uchiha. On behalf of the Uchiha, I extend a warm welcome to you." Su Ming chuckled and took a sip of his tea, though his manner of drinking starkly contrasted with Fugaku's. He gulped it down in one go. "Since you, Lord Fugaku, have acknowledged my friendship with Itachi, I shall refrain from further prattling." He gazed at Fugaku, inquiring, "What is the current state of affairs between the Uchiha and the village?" Fugaku fixed his gaze on Su Ming, studying him for a considerable time. Upon confirming that Su Ming was indeed earnest, Fugaku hesitated, somewhat incredulous that a 10-year-old child would begin to ponder such matters. Nevertheless, he replied, "It is quite dire, primarily due to the trust one place in Itachi." Fugaku sighed, acknowledging that if the current trajectory continued, war would soon be upon them. Su Ming nodded in agreement, for this was precisely the purpose of his visit. "What are your thoughts, Lord Fugaku?" he asked, looking intently at him. Resolving the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha is simultaneously simple and complex. The crux lies in the opinion of the clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha, whose stance is paramount. Fugaku remained silent, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. He had long been torn between heeding his clan's call to attack Konoha and opposing them to protect the village. To clarify further, his indecision stemmed from a desire to achieve both objectives simultaneously, resolving the issues of Konoha and his clan. Hence, Itachi would join the Umbu. Yet, this was not the correct decision. Such a perfect solution simply does not exist in this world. Itachi, caught in the midst, suffered greatly. Itachi's torment was largely a product of politics, compounded by Fugaku's indecisiveness and Danzo's ruthlessness. What do you think would happen if one day the Uchiha truly went to war with Konoha? Which side would Itachi choose? Su Ming adopted a more straightforward approach, pressing Fugaku for an answer. Fugaku fell into complete silence. He understood his son all too well. If that day ever came, would Itachi genuinely stand with the Uchiha? This was a question Fugaku dared not answer, for he was uncertain. Itachi was his pride from a young age. He had been capable of thinking with the mindset of a Hokage, a source of both pride and fear for Fugaku. For Itachi approached problems with the perspective of a Hokage, rather than that of the Uchiha clan leader. Observing Fugaku's silence, Su Ming discerned the unspoken truth. Itachi would not stand with the Uchiha. Absolutely not. Fugaku too realized this. If one day Itachi found it necessary to eliminate the entire Uchiha clan, even his own parents, what would you do then, Lord Fugaku? Fugaku fell silent once more. He had never contemplated such a scenario, never considered that his son might take the lives of his kin, or even his own. However, as he calmed his mind and reflected, he suddenly recognized that Itachi was indeed capable of such actions. With a bitter smile, Fugaku confessed, "I have no choice, do I? He is my son." This was Fugaku's answer. He resolved to sacrifice himself. While Fugaku was undoubtedly a good father, he was not a good clan leader. He had failed to guide the Uchiha toward prosperity, yet his love for his two sons was profound. It truly is a conundrum. Su Ming shook his head. Are all members of the Uchiha clan this troublesome? Considering Itachi, Sasuke, and now Fugaku as well. I truly owe you Uchiha a debt. Has it crossed your mind, Lord Fugaku, that such sentiments may only deepen Itachi's suffering? You may die, bringing an end to your own turmoil, yet Itachi will survive, bearing the weight of the Uchiha's downfall. And with Itachi's character, Sasuke will remain. He will harbor hatred, fear, and will stop at nothing to eliminate his beloved brother. Is this what you wish to see? Su Ming met Fugaku's gaze unwaveringly. Fugaku's body trembled. He had not considered all these implications. However, upon hearing Su Ming's words, his eyes widened in horror. Indeed, he would not wish for such a fate. Absolutely not. Raising his head, he looked towards Su Ming, inquiring about what should be done next. Su Ming smiled, having achieved his purpose. He turned to Fugaku and softly said, Lord Fugaku, let us collaborate. For Itachi, and for Sasuke. Outside the reception room, Naruto, in mild distress, lifted his shirt to gaze at his round belly, glancing at the considerable amount of food still remaining beside him, feeling despondent. He finally realized how laughable his earlier thoughts had been. It must be noted that he had merely consumed a small fraction of a single serving, and there remained in abundance. Turning his head, he saw Kimuru vigorously devouring his meal, having already finished his own serving and now tackling a second. Naruto swallowed enviously. Indeed, one cannot generalize the physical capacities of individuals. Not far away, Boruto hid behind a cherry blossom tree, secretly observing Itachi and Izumi seated together. He pouted, displaying his displeasure. Yet, Itachi and Izumi appeared quite cheerful. Izumi held 2 skewers of dango, offering one to Itachi, and the two blushed while enjoying their treat. Cherry blossoms fluttered down, landing on their shoulders. Izumi's head inched closer to Itachi's shoulder. Sasuke's mouth drew nearer to his nose, the angle sufficient to hang 3 oil pots. Naruto chuckled beside them, playfully nudging Kinmaru and mocking Boruto. However, due to his overindulgence, the laughter soon turned uncomfortable. Most crucially, Boruto overheard. He swiftly turned his gaze, unleashing his ire upon Naruto. Just like in their childhood, the two engaged in a scuffle. Yet this time, Naruto found himself at a disadvantage. Itachi wrapped his arm around Izumi's shoulder, smiling as he looked at his brother. Izumi gently leaned against Itachi, quietly watching. Cherry blossoms continued to fall, petals cascading like a fairy tale. However, not far away, hidden in the shadows, several root ninjas suddenly rose, their expressions dark as they departed from the scene. Chapter 48, Too Bloodthirsty. Observing his subordinates before him, Danzo's mind began to whirl. The appearance of a Jinchūriki within the Uchiha clan's territory, what could this signify? As a village's secret weapon, a Jinchūriki could undoubtedly bring devastating power in times of war. Thus, nearly every village sought to retain their Jinchūriki tightly within their grasp. Konoha was no exception. Now that the Jinchūriki had appeared within the Uchiha's domain, and given that Danzo regarded the Uchiha as a threat to the village, he could not help but suspect ulterior motives on their part. Although he longed to storm the Uchiha clan and confront Fugaku directly, Danzo understood that the current situation did not permit such rashness. The timing was not yet right. Thus, he made his way to the Hokage's office. Inside the Hokage's office, smoke lingered perpetually in the air. After entering, Danzo deliberately waited a few seconds to allow the smoke to dissipate before proceeding further. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was deeply engrossed in his work. Upon noticing Danzo's entrance, he raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What brings you here, Danzo?" "The Jinchūriki has appeared within the Uchiha clan's territory," Danzo stated plainly, cutting straight to the chase. To Tawanzo's surprise, Sarutobi merely nodded and then fell silent. Tawanzo inquired, "Will you not take any measures?" Sarutobi retorted, "What measures should I take? Today is Itachi's birthday, and Naruto is simply celebrating with him. There is no need for such alarm." Tawanzo, however, still wore a look of hesitation. "The matter of the Jinchūriki should be of utmost priority," he insisted. "I am aware." Sarutobi nodded, "But they also deserve some respite. The Uchiha are, after all, from Konoha, and I place my trust in them." "Trust?" Tawanzo scoffed. "Your blind trust will lead to Konoha's ruin." With a cold snort, he stormed away. Shortly after Tawanzo's departure, a figure suddenly appeared. "Thank you, Lord Third, for trusting the Uchiha." "Shursui, there's no need for such formality," Sarutobi replied warmly, patting Shursui on the shoulder. "The Uchiha are part of Konoha, and I will find a better way to dispel the prejudices against the Uchiha clan." Shursui's voice trembled with emotion, and he instinctively considered revealing the secret of his Mangekyo Sharingan and the use of Kotoeme Tsukumi, but suddenly recalling Su Ming's warning, he restrained himself. "However, my strength alone is ultimately limited. Shursui, I will need your assistance." "Rest assured, Lord Third, I am willing to give everything for the village," Shursui declared resolutely. Sarutobi smiled with great satisfaction. In the Uchiha clan compound, in the reception room, Fugaku sat in silence. He had been quiet ever since Su Ming revealed his plans. After a long pause, he finally looked up at Su Ming. "Konoha's strength is still formidable. The Uchiha clan alone cannot stand against it. There is no need to hastily put the entire clan at risk," Su Ming replied. "I have many cards up my sleeve, which you will see in due time. For now, I only seek your stance, a firm one, befitting a clan leader. This is for the good of the Uchiha, as well as for Itachi and Sasuke." After a moment of contemplation, Fugaku nodded. Su Ming smiled and extended his hand. "Shall we have a pleasant cooperation?" Fugaku reciprocated, shaking his hand. Little did Fugaku realize that this conversation would alter the fate of Konoha and the Uchiha clan, as well as that of Itachi and Sasuke, the troublesome brothers. In hindsight, Fugaku would come to view this collaboration with Su Ming as one of the wisest decisions of his life. In the future, when the Great Fire truly engulfed Konoha, threatening to consume everything, it would be through this alliance that the Uchiha would survive and even be reborn. In that moment, he would understand just how powerful a friend his son had made, a being akin to a deity. Upon reflecting on his life, Fugaku would find that his greatest pride was not in awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, but in having such a remarkable son. But that is a story for another time. As Su Ming rose, Fugaku stood to see him off. Upon opening the door, Su Ming was struck by the dazzling sight of blooming cherry blossoms. The people beneath the cherry trees were all smiling with joy, except for Naruto and Sasuke, who were entangled in a playful scuffle, their surroundings littered with petals, resembling two flower children, or perhaps the cherry blossom duo. After Su Ming stepped out, Itachi's face brightened. Upon receiving a nod from Su Ming, his joy was evident. Izumi, observing this, instinctively pouted and flirtatiously tossed her hair, presenting an alluring pose. Under the cherry blossoms, she appeared extraordinarily beautiful. However, Itachi simply remarked, "You seem to have enjoyed your conversation with my father." Leaning against a nearby spot, Su Ming watched the flurry of cherry blossoms fall. Itachi sat nearby in silence. At that moment, Izumi realized how absurd her previous thoughts had been. Fortunately, Itachi beckoned her over, and she excitedly ran to him. "Izumi is a wonderful girl," Su Ming remarked. "Take good care of her." He remembered that in the original Naruto story, Izumi met her demise at the hands of Obito, calling out Itachi's name in her final moments. He was likely her only support. The tranquility was short-lived. Tawanzo arrived, filled with rage. While Sarutobi might overlook the appearance of a Jinchūriki among the Uchiha, Tawanzo could not, especially since he considered it a matter of protecting the village. He believed Jinchūriki should be confined, imprisoned for better control. Thus, he came alone, confident that the Uchiha would not dare to act against him. As he was an aide to the Hokage, overseeing the route, should the Uchiha raise a hand against him, it would be viewed as treason. However, it was Su Ming who acted. As Tawanzo stepped into the Uchiha compound, Su Ming rose, casually downing a drink he had procured from somewhere, before confronting Tawanzo. The Uchiha were taken aback. Itachi was momentarily stunned, while Izumi looked worried. Naruto, on the other hand, covered his eyes with his small hands but peeked through the gaps out of curiosity. Ultimately, when Su Ming unceremoniously sent Toanzo flying, Naruto's hands instinctively closed over the gaps. Wow, that was too brutal. I'm too young to witness this. Chapter 49. Encountering Obito again, Su Ming's machinations. Toanzo left in disgrace. There have been few moments in his life when he felt so humiliated, yet each time, he encountered this young man named Su Ming, and he could never best him. Su Ming had struck too swiftly. Toanzo had not anticipated the force of the blow and was sent sprawling. Rising in fury, Toanzo found himself under another rapid punch from Su Ming. Do you have no sense of a ninja's dignity? Toanzo shouted in anger while attempting to evade. Su Ming did not respond, continuing to throw punches. After a brief scuffle, Toanzo muttered, "Take care of yourself," before retreating in a rather undignified manner. The Uchiha remained bewildered. Itachi wore a concerned expression, while Izumi looked at him. Naruto, oblivious to the tension, laughed heartily, applauding his brother's prowess. Sasuke, disturbed by Naruto's laughter, engaged him in yet another playful tussle. The two boys embraced beneath the cherry blossom tree, rolling around without a care. Will everything be all right? Itachi asked, glancing at Toanzo's departure with a hint of worry. Is there a cause for concern? Su Ming replied, there will certainly be repercussions. Toanzo's hatred for the Uchiha and for me will only intensify. Even without my intervention, allowing him to maintain his arrogance would still lead to trouble. He would undoubtedly take pleasure in trampling on the Uchiha and on me, flaunting his power. Some individuals, much like a certain yellow dog Su Ming encountered in his past life, grow fiercer the more you fear them. Yet, if you show no fear, even surpassing their ferocity, they will come to fear you. Until they are made to suffer, they will continue to bite at your heels. As Itachi's birthday drew to a close, Sasuke's gift was particularly special. In the finale, Sasuke serenaded Itachi with a birthday song. The moment his off-key voice rang out, Su Ming sensed impending trouble. But the more terrifying events lay ahead. For the first time, Su Ming realized that the true horror of the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit was not the Sharingan, but rather the sound itself. As the birthday song for Hashirama reached its crescendo, Naruto could no longer bear it and rushed to the cherry blossom tree, expelling the contents of his stomach in a fit of nausea. The other Uchiha clan members, though not as dramatically affected, were scarcely better off. Hashirama, with a flushed face, observed the scene with a tinge of pity. It was at this moment that Su Ming comprehended that sound release was not an Uchiha specialty, but rather a unique gift of Hashirama himself. Perhaps the mighty weapon employed to counter Indra's sage art, his ability to sing the tailed beasts to sleep, was indeed that very sound. Within the ceiling space, Kurama had already lost consciousness. Su Ming chuckled helplessly, struck by the magnitude of Hashirama's talent. As the day waned, Itachi's birthday gathering drew to a close. At the entrance of the Uchiha clan grounds, Su Ming gently tapped Itachi on the forehead, urging him to live well, reminding him that his life was more precious to both himself and Sasuke than the entirety of Konoha. With that, Su Ming departed, leaving Itachi standing in a daze. The warmth of Su Ming's touch lingering on his forehead, yet his mind was consumed by the words spoken at parting. On the road, Su Ming grasped Naruto with one hand and Kinshiki with the other. In truth, for everyone, the world is not vast enough to encompass all. Yet it can certainly hold those who matter. Whether it be Su Ming or Naruto, Konoha has never represented the world. The world is defined by our connections. As long as you exist, the world exists. Upon arriving home, it was not long before Kabuto appeared, bearing news of Orochimaru's arrival at the borders of Konoha, hidden in a nearby village. Yet, it could hardly be termed hiding, as Orochimaru had long since changed bodies, even opting for a form of a different gender for secrecy. Su Ming rubbed his forehead, realizing with resignation that a worrying scenario had indeed come to pass. However, with Orochimaru's arrival, the revival of Minato Namikaze could be advanced in earnest. Reviving Minato necessitated addressing two fundamental aspects, the soul and the body. Minato's soul was not residing in the Pure Land. Despite Su Ming's use of a sage seal to preserve a fragment, it was insufficient for resurrection. Thus, the release of Minato's soul was imperative, a task suited for Orochimaru, who would undoubtedly find such matters intriguing. Consequently, Su Ming instructed Kabuto to convey this to Orochimaru. The second requirement was the body, White Zetsu. Su Ming was uncertain of where to locate White Zetsu, but he knew precisely how to find Obito. Departing his home, he concealed himself near the Uchiha territory. Utilizing the abilities of his second template, Shadow Blade, he was confident that the Uchiha clan would remain oblivious to his presence. Much like Obito, Obito harbored complex emotions towards Itachi. He admired him, yet resented him. As the possessor of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito acknowledged Itachi's exceptional talent. If anyone among the Uchiha could awaken the Mangekyo in the present day, it would undoubtedly be Itachi. Yet, Obito's feelings towards the Uchiha clan were intricate. The only person capable of stirring different emotions within him was Rin. Yet, his desire was to create a world with Rin, not to resurrect her. In a world with Rin, Obito would exist, but Kakashi might not. The thought of what Obito truly desired was difficult to fathom. Su Ming did not dwell on it. He merely knew that he could find Obito here. And indeed, he found him, Obito, who sought to locate Itachi. "Long time no see," were Su Ming's first words upon their reunion. At the sight of Su Ming, Obito's one visible Sharingan instinctively trembled. Were it not for his mask, one might have seen the corner of his mouth twitch upwards. In that moment of eye contact, Obito instinctively prepared to use Kimui to escape. However, Su Ming swiftly activated the abilities of his second template, rendering Obito's gaze momentarily vacant, followed by the swift throw of a kunai, placing Su Ming before him as he struck a palm against Obito's form. Obito regained consciousness and narrowly evaded Su Ming's ensuing attack, activating Kimui to phase out. This time, however, he had learned his lesson and refrained from immediately revealing his physical form, instead waiting a moment before doing so. As a result, the Rasengan passed harmlessly through him, and Obito chuckled triumphantly, departing with a hearty laugh, feeling as though he had toyed with Su Ming, having humiliated him thoroughly. Yet, unbeknownst to Obito, Su Ming had already planted the Flying Thunder God seal on him during their first encounter. Everything that followed was merely part of Su Ming's deliberate scheme. The White Zetsu prepared for the revival of Minato Namikaze. Su Ming had anticipated every step. Chapter 50. Impure World Reincarnation. However, due to being caught off guard by Su Ming's Flying Thunder God last time, Obito became wary and deliberately lingered within the Kimui space for a while before emerging in a location with White Zetsu. Yet, at the instant he appeared, a chilling wind rushed from behind him. As he turned, he was abruptly confronted by a figure that had already materialized. Swish! A glint of cold light flashed as a long sword struck. It was Su Ming's blade. Aido. Obito had taken every precaution, even intentionally delaying in the Kamui space to prevent Su Ming from laying hands on him for a surprise attack. Yet, despite his doubts about whether Su Ming could reach him from such a distance, the impossible had occurred. Su Ming had indeed arrived, along with his sword. Swish! Blood sprayed as a portion of Obito's body was cleaved off in a single stroke, causing him to retreat in panic and activate Kimui once more, escaping. Within the Kamui space, the injured Obito collapsed heavily to the ground. Had he not fled swiftly, Su Ming's blade would have severed him in twain, sending him to the Pure Land to meet Madara. At this moment, Obito's expression twisted with rage as he furiously called out Su Ming's name, vowing that once his plan succeeded, he would ensure Su Ming faced dire consequences, without fail. After Obito departed, Su Ming slowly surveyed the surroundings. The atmosphere was dim, devoid of light, resembling a cave. Before long, a white figure materialized. Su Ming smiled. This was the objective of his journey, White Zetsu. As he reached out, White Zetsu offered no resistance as Su Ming grasped him in hand. The slimy texture elicited a frown from Su Ming. After securing White Zetsu, he did not leave immediately but continued deeper into the cavern. He recalled that Uchiha Madara was also present here. However, upon reaching the innermost chamber, he discovered only a decrepit corpse. Judging by its attire, he could vaguely discern the remnants of Madara. It was indeed Madara, long deceased, most likely from old age. After all, the era of Madara was far removed from the present. Even in times of peace, a ninja might not live to see this day. Moreover, Madara had suffered grievous injuries. With a sigh, Su Ming reflected that had he encountered this king of the Uchiha dance, they might have shared drinks and engaged in a contest of skill. Alas, that possibility had slipped away. No matter how powerful one becomes, eventual departure and death are inevitable. Though it is lamentable, such is the rule of the shinobi world. Su Ming departed, having acquired White Zetsu, the sacrificial requisite for reviving Minato Namikaze. However, due to White Zetsu's swift evasion, he had only managed to capture one, sufficient for the revival of Minato. In truth, had time permitted, Su Ming would have wished to seize several more bodies, with the intent of resurrecting both Hashirama and Tobirama together, particularly Tobirama, so he could witness how his chosen heir had led the Senju clan to its demise under his watch. One could only imagine how riveting that moment would be. Alas, time was not on his side. The resolve of Konoha against the Uchiha was intensifying. After capturing White Zetsu, Su Ming returned home, leaving behind a shadow clone, and departed from Konoha. He sought out Orochimaru, for the technique of Edo Tensei was one he felt was more suited to his expertise. Naturally, Orochimaru was equally intrigued by the prospect of releasing the soul of the Fourth Hokage, as the caster of Edo Tensei could control the resurrected individual. The very thought of having the Fourth Hokage combat Konoha was exhilarating. When Su Ming located Orochimaru, he had already employed the Death God's mask. After Su Ming entrusted him with the method to release the Shinigami's seal, Orochimaru liberated the soul of Minato Namikaze. Ah, Su Ming-kun, you've arrived rather swiftly. How are preparations coming along? Su Ming inquired, his gaze fixed on Orochimaru. We can proceed at any time, Orochimaru replied. Very well, Su Ming said, producing white zetsu. This is the offering I have prepared. Orochimaru's gaze lingered on white zetsu for a considerable time, evidently recognizing its uniqueness. Thus, his look towards Su Ming became imbued with a greater fervor. Su Ming understood his intentions all too well. Fear not. I will procure such research materials for you in the future. I am most grateful, Su Ming-kun. Orochimaru smiled, clearly elated. The time had come for the resurrection ritual of Minato Namikaze. Upon Su Ming's nod of affirmation, Orochimaru commenced. Hand seals, tiger, snake, dog, dragon. Orochimaru executed the seals with deliberate slowness, his expression tinged with reverence. This forbidden technique, pioneered by the second Hokage, was not merely something Orochimaru had learned. He had even made some enhancements after extensive research. As the final seal was completed, Orochimaru clasped his hands together. Summoning technique, Edo Tensei. With Orochimaru's incantation, the soul from the Pure Land was drawn forth, descending from above and landing upon white zetsu. The white zetsu on the ground began to levitate spontaneously, gradually transforming into the form of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Edo Tensei complete. Minato, it has been a long time. Orochimaru looked upon his creation with satisfaction, licking his lips in excitement. Upon hearing Orochimaru's greeting, Minato paused momentarily, instinctively asking, who are you? Then, he turned to Su Ming, inquiring, is this your new girlfriend? Su Ming retorted, what the hell? Girlfriend? Orochimaru as a girlfriend? That is utterly revolting. Even Orochimaru himself seemed confused about his gender identity. Rolling his eyes, Su Ming could hardly be bothered to respond to Minato. At that moment, Orochimaru used his original voice, allowing Minato to recognize him. The atmosphere turned awkward. Minato quickly shifted the topic. How is Naruto? He is doing well. Eating plenty, sleeping soundly. Aside from missing a father, he is perfectly fine. Su Ming's words left Minato feeling a bit embarrassed, especially in front of Orochimaru. He cast several pleading glances at Su Ming, hoping for a more favorable attitude. But Su Ming either averted his gaze or stared blankly at the sky, leaving Minato somewhat speechless. Am I not the Fourth Hokage? Do I not deserve some dignity? All right. I summoned you for a reason, Su Ming stated bluntly. Minato nodded in understanding. Leave that mysterious masked man to me. I will stop him. Su Ming had yet to reveal to Minato the identity of Obito, so he remained unaware that the masked man he perceived as a threat to the ninja world was, in fact, his former disciple. Of course, when Obito realized his teacher did not recognize him after his transformation, he had indeed thrown quite a fit. However, considering the changes in appearance, identity, and voice, along with the passage of many years, who could have suspected it was Uchiha Obito? Yet, Obito was furious. It was quite a helpless situation. Chapter 51, Summoning Technique. Arise, Minato Namikaze. Su Ming approached and patted Minato's shoulder, offering a nod of approval. Minato was taken aback. You little brat, how dare you be so familiar? The key was that familiarity should be contextual. Did he not see that Orochimaru was still present? Could he not show a bit more respect? Unexpectedly, Su Ming glanced at Orochimaru and casually waved him off. You're dismissed. It's no longer your concern. Orochimaru nodded. Very well. If Su Ming-kun has matters to discuss, just have Kabuto inform me. With that, he departed, his attitude remaining remarkably respectful. Minato was left dumbfounded. What just happened? That was Orochimaru-sensei. Even he addresses you with such deference? He stared incredulously at Su Ming. Su Ming shrugged. What are you looking at? He is not your biological father. Minato mused. That is undeniably true, but why do I feel such a strong urge to punch someone? Meanwhile, the other half of Kurama within Minato couldn't help but chuckle at this. Minato, you sealed me away, yet you can't muster some confidence? Kushina isn't here. And she wants to know if you toughen up. Suddenly, Minato's eyes brightened. Should I call Orochimaru back to resurrect my mother? Minato immediately shrank back. A true man knows when to bend, and when to stand firm. Within Konoha, even after some time had passed, Danzo's anger had yet to subside. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Su Ming, wishing he could obliterate him. Yet, he found himself unable to overpower him. He touched the bandages on his arm, lost in contemplation. Izanagi last time, Danzo had nearly lost control, but that was within the Uchiha clan. Exposure would be far too perilous. Now, his gaze darkened, clearly plotting something. Recently, the Uchiha clan had been quite active, and he stood up to seek out Hiruzen, feeling that he could no longer tolerate the situation. In the Uchiha clan, Su Ming's sudden request for an audience surprised many Uchiha members. The meeting with the clan leader further stirred their interest, prompting some to entertain ulterior motives. A few members discreetly departed, heading towards Naruto's home. In the reception room, Su Ming said directly, "Fugaku, have you considered my proposal? I believe you should make the most prudent choice as a clan leader." Fugaku chuckled wryly. He felt a sense of pressure before a child who appeared to be the same age as his own son. The aura emanating from Su Ming was akin to that of the Hokage. "I wish to witness your strength," Fugaku stated. "Simple enough," Su Ming replied. With a snap of his fingers, he produced a specially crafted kunai, infusing it with a modicum of chakra, and declared, "Summoning technique." Fugaku was bewildered. "You're capable of summoning a spirit beast without performing hand seals? Are you certain you're not jesting?" However, when Su Ming successfully summoned a creature, Fugaku was left speechless. Upon recognizing what had been summoned, he was even more astonished. His thoughts echoed with one phrase, "No way." As expected of the fourth's son, summoning his own father as a spirit beast. Impressive. He resolved to keep Itachi and Sasuke away from Su Ming, lest they be led astray. At that moment, Minato entered the reception room and greeted Fugaku. "Fugaku-san, it's been a while." At this moment, Fugaku finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The fourth Hokage was indeed real. The truth of his existence was far more terrifying than mere death. While it was common knowledge that the fourth had perished, the implications of his return were staggering. Lord Fugaku need not worry. While a person may die, it does not imply they cannot be resurrected. Su Ming assured him with a smile. Fugaku's countenance was one of utter shock. Such grandiose claims were audacious, yet he found himself intrigued. Nodding in agreement, he felt reassured. If that were the case, he had no reservations. The Uchiha clan remained under his command, despite the many who wished to confront Konoha. However, there were equally many who preferred peace. Su Ming advised Fugaku to abandon those who sought conflict, just as a lizard sheds its tail to survive. The Uchiha's current plight resembled that of the lizard. A perfect resolution was unattainable. Sacrifices must be made. Fugaku resolved to act. Yet, Su Ming shook his head, indicating that the situation was far more complex. The tensions between both parties had reached a critical juncture. They were at the point of no return. Even if he were to expel those clan members now, Konoha would not spare the Uchiha clan. "What is your suggestion?" Fugaku inquired. "Relocate your kin and discard the obstinate ones who wish to wage war against Konoha. Let them become the cannon fodder for the revival of the Uchiha," Su Ming proposed. "Only when the Uchiha truly vanishes will Konoha feel at ease." Fugaku fell silent, then nodded in assent. To rise from the ashes, the Uchiha had only this path. Of course, only 5 individuals were privy to this plan: Su Ming, Fugaku, Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru, and Kurama. The hidden matters would be transferred to Orochimaru, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique for relocation. Concealment without detection was Orochimaru's specialty. As a serpent, he possessed unique skills. After all, to avoid becoming a dish, one must strive relentlessly. This scheme was unknown to Itachi and Shursui, and Su Ming had no intention of divulging it to them, particularly to Itachi. Their current rapport with Konoha was delicate. Knowledge of this plan could incite suspicion among Konoha's higher-ups. Upon Su Ming's departure, several Uchiha clan members went to Naruto's home, intending to capture him. They harbored the audacious notion of controlling the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki. Alas, their aspirations were noble, but their strength was lacking. After discarding a few Uchiha members, Kumaru calmly returned. Upon his return, Naruto expressed confidence, exclaiming, "I knew they wouldn't withstand your little punches." Kumaru shook his head. "Are they that powerful?" Naruto asked, surprised. Kumaru shook his head again. Naruto was utterly perplexed. Kumaru extended 2 fingers, then retracted one, stating, "1 finger is sufficient to deal with these individuals." Naruto, taken aback, was incensed by such nonchalance. Is my Uchiha clan truly that weak? The second brother, once a staunch supporter of the Uchiha, had faced numerous setbacks since becoming Su Ming's disciple. While Naruto possessed commendable strength, he also had a formidable brother, who, upon his return, had brought back an even more monstrous figure. Were there truly so few geniuses in the world? Wasn't the Sharingan one of the three great ocular jutsu? Why could he not perceive it? Su Ming returned, sans Minato, as it was not the right time to reveal his presence. Although Minato longed to reunite with Naruto, he had to exercise restraint. Minato disappeared from the ceiling space, but aside from Kurama's slight reaction, the moment passed without incident. Minato worried that Naruto might miss him. But Naruto was oblivious, his focus entirely on Su Ming. "Brother," he exclaimed, filled with excitement. Chapter 52, The Movements of the Uchiha and the Changes in Sarutobi. Upon his return, Su Ming also brought Shisui along, primarily to facilitate the awakening of Naruto's Sharingan. After arriving, Su Ming turned to Naruto with utmost seriousness and asked, "Naruto, do you wish to awaken your Sharingan?" At Su Ming's words, Sasuke initially froze. Then his face lit up with uncontainable joy. Did he wish to awaken his Sharingan? Naturally. He longed for it immensely. He had even broached the subject with Itachi, only to be met with a merciless refusal. Now, with Su Ming's proposal, Sasuke did not hesitate to agree. Su Ming maintained his grave demeanor, cautioning, "The process of awakening the Sharingan is fraught with agony. Are you willing to endure it?" Naruto nodded resolutely. "I am willing. I can endure any suffering as long as it leads to awakening my Sharingan." His determination was palpable. Su Ming shook his head, remarking, "Youth and its naivety. The pain of awakening the Sharingan is not something just anyone can withstand." He gestured to Shisui, signaling him to proceed. Shisui, possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, could easily cast a small Jinjutsu on Naruto. In a short time, under Shisui's watchful gaze, Naruto's eyes glazed over as he succumbed to the Jinjutsu. The illusion was meticulously crafted by Su Ming, the night of the massacre. His beloved brother would slay their entire clan, murdering their parents, and dismissing Naruto with a cold, indifferent tone, "My foolish brother. If you wish to kill me, then hate me, despise me, live on in your ugliness, flee, and struggle for survival. When you possess eyes like mine, come find me." "No, no, no," Naruto screamed, his heart wrenching in despair. He could not fathom that his beloved brother could become such a monster. Their parents lay in a pool of blood, and his brother's blade was stained with the crimson of their kin, the blood of their parents. In the throes of his anguish, Naruto's eyes wept crimson tears. Then, his gaze transformed, becoming a brilliant scarlet. Within that crimson hue, a Tomo Sharingan emerged. The Sharingan had awakened. "That will suffice, Shisui," Su Ming declared. Shisui nodded and dispelled the Jinjutsu. Naruto gasped for breath. Even after breaking free from the illusion, the impact of that horrific scene weighed heavily upon him. He regarded Su Ming and Shisui with a wary gaze. Su Ming offered no comfort, stating, "What you witnessed may not be devoid of truth." Naruto fixed his gaze on Su Ming, determination igniting within him. "Strive to grow stronger. That day shall not be far off, and until then, your focus must be on fortifying yourself." Su Ming placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder, urging him not to disappoint Itachi. With that, Su Ming departed. Naruto's resolve solidified. He would protect his parents and prevent such a nightmare from occurring. To guard, this was his ninja way. As for the Uchiha clan's movements, they only served to bolster Danzo's resolve. Although the last encounter with Sarutobi had been deflected, this time would be different. The Jinchūriki was no trivial matter. Thus, when he stood before Sarutobi again, his confidence was unwavering. Sarutobi lifted his gaze to Danzo. "If this concerns the Uchiha, then do not speak. We cannot move against them." Danzo wore an expression that suggested he had anticipated such a response. "Is there a problem with Naruto Uzumaki? What issue?" Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. The Nine-Tails Jinchūriki was indeed a significant matter, one of monumental importance. Danzo smiled. A few Uchiha clan members wished to take him. Sarutobi, aware of the ramifications of the Nine-Tails being controlled by ill-intentioned individuals, understood the immense threat it posed. "You needn't elaborate on the Uchiha's intentions. I am well aware." Sarutobi fell silent, contemplating the implications. Regarding the Uchiha clan, it has been apparent since the era of the second Hokage that the policies have remained unchanged, exclusionary. They have been systematically barred from the village's core and denied access to power. During the last Shinobi World War, when a decisive advantage was within reach, the legendary three retreated alongside the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was acutely aware that he could not afford to grant the Uchiha clan an opportunity to establish their authority. The ramifications would be unfathomable. Yet now, they had the audacity to target the Jinchūriki of the Nine-Tails. He gently squeezed his pipe, pondering if there was truly no room for conciliation. This matter required further deliberation with Shisui, Sarutobi mused. Danzo remained silent, aware that Sarutobi's compassion had always been a weakness. However, he also understood that even if Shisui were summoned, it would not alter the situation. Thus, he refrained from intervening. After a brief moment, Shisui arrived. Lord Third. Lord Danzo, he greeted. Sarutobi gestured for him to forego formalities and, with a furrowed brow, conveyed the troubling news shared by Danzo. I still have faith in the Uchiha clan. Our village cannot endure another civil war. I have always aspired to resolve conflicts through peaceful means, but the difficulty is immense. Sarutobi sighed, his face etched with concern. Shisui remained silent. Having only just learned of his clan's actions and fully aware of the hostility such behavior would provoke among Konoha's higher echelons, I summoned you to discuss a more favorable strategy. After all, the Uchiha clan is ultimately a part of Konoha, unless absolutely necessary. I do not wish to resort to violence against them, Sarutobi stated, looking at Shisui. Shisui continued to remain silent. Alas, Sarutobi sighed again. Perhaps I, as the third Hokage, have not done well enough. Otherwise, we would not be facing so many issues. His lamentations revealed the weight of age upon him. This scene was keenly observed by Shisui. Finally, unable to contain himself, Shisui spoke. Actually, Lord Third, I may have a solution, though I am uncertain if it will be feasible. Oh, pray elaborate. Sarutobi responded with interest. In the next moment, Shisui's eyes transformed, revealing the Manjikyu Sharingan. I have activated the Manjikyu Sharingan. A gasp escaped both Danzo and Sarutobi. Astonishment and trepidation flooded their expressions. The Manjikyu Sharingan posed an immense threat. Upon awakening the Manjikyu, I acquired a power known as Kodoamatsukami, which enables me to alter another's will without detection. If I can modify the will of clan leader Fugaku, the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha will be resolved directly. Sarutobi suppressed his shock and replied, Then Shisui, I must entrust this matter to you. Shisui nodded and departed. Shortly after his departure, Danzo shot Sarutobi a sardonic glance. But this time, Sarutobi refrained from retorting, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Danzo chuckled as he exited. The Manjikyu Sharingan, indeed, constituted a formidable threat. How could one place their trust in such an Uchiha? Chapter 53. The Uchiha with questionable intelligence in recent days, Hashirama, having awakened his Sharingan, eagerly sought to spar with Naruto. The outcome was predictable. Hashirama's abilities, enhanced by the Sharingan, slightly surpassed Naruto's. Thus, in their encounters, Hashirama consistently held the upper hand. Yet before he could bask in pride, Kurama willingly shared some of Naruto's chakra. In Kurama's own words, how could one under my protection be bullied? With that, Naruto hurled Hashirama aside, grinning widely. Hashirama, you've lost again. Humph. Hashirama turned away, deliberately ignoring Naruto. The sudden surge in Naruto's strength during their sparring was evidently unnatural. Hashirama contemplated accusing him of cheating, but found no evidence to substantiate his claim. Nonetheless, he would never concede that he was inferior to Naruto. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his rear, Hashirama declared, I'm just not in good form today. Let us fight again tomorrow. Hey! Naruto shot him a middle finger. Such was the nature of their friendship. This dynamic was mirrored at the Ninja Academy, although they often appeared at odds. Should an outsider attempt to meddle or target one of them, the other would undoubtedly spring into action without hesitation. A camaraderie to be envied. Sumire approached, patting Sasuke on the shoulder, and inquired with a smile, How is your training progressing? Sasuke's face flushed inexplicably as he muttered, It's going okay. Naruto interjected. Indeed, it's going okay. He fought 8 matches and won 3, so there has been some improvement. Upon hearing this, Sasuke fumed. Naruto laughed heartily and sauntered away, well aware that his brother had something to discuss with Hashirama. Given Hashirama's possessiveness, it was prudent to keep some secrets from him. Once Naruto departed, Sumire reassured Hashirama. There's no need to rush. You've only just awakened your Sharingan. With more practice, you'll catch up to Naruto. Hashirama nodded in agreement. Sumire understood that the results were likely influenced by Kurama's interference. Ever since Minato's return, Kurama had taken a keen interest in Naruto, seeking to prove he cared more than Minato did. Of course, Minato could not bestow chakra or teach jutsu as Kurama did, leading Naruto to neglect his training. Over time, he had become a target of Kurama's derision. Kurama reveled in his triumph, feeling vindicated for all the grievances endured while in Kushina's womb. Before long, a figure appeared at the entrance, scanning the surroundings before stepping inside, confirming nobody was tailing him. Orochimaru. Lord Sumire, we have a situation. Orochimaru's tone was urgent, indicating the gravity of the matter. Sumire raised an eyebrow and inquired, What is it? Orochimaru replied solemnly, Shisui is in trouble. Damn it. Sumire's expression shifted dramatically. Despite repeated cautions against revealing the secrets of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Shisui had disregarded them. With a smack to his forehead, Sumire lamented. Is every member of the Uchiha clan a fool? In saying this, Sumire momentarily overlooked Sasuke's presence. Master? Sasuke weakly reminded him. Sumire recalled Hashirama and quickly added. You don't count. Hashirama sighed in relief, but the next moment, he heard Sumire's voice again. You're even worse than a fool. Master, is this really appropriate? Hashirama protested. Don't you care about your adorable disciple's feelings? Nevertheless, Hashirama's pitiful gaze was ignored by Sumire, who was no Itachi. Sumire turned to Orochimaru. Continuing his inquiry, is Shisui still alive? He has already fled, but Danzo has dispatched someone to pursue him. Sumire inhaled deeply. I understand. I will handle this, he said resignedly. Orochimaru nodded and departed, having merely come to relay the news. Espionage was always his line of work. Master, where are you going? Orochimaru asked as he left. Without further ado, Sumire replied, to collect the body. He left those words behind as he exited, with Shisui being pursued by Danzo. If Sumire were to search for him now, by the time he found Shisui, the body would likely be cold. Thus, rather than searching for Shisui, it was more prudent to wait at the place where Shisui would inevitably jump. The Uchiha clan truly was a source of incessant worry. Sumire moved swiftly, and before long, he arrived at the southern edge of the He River, the very site where Shisui would leap from the cliff. However, Su Ming had forgotten exactly where Shisui had jumped, so whether he could wait for Shisui depended purely on fate. Fortunately, Shisui was quite resilient, and before long, he appeared in Su Ming's line of sight. Su Ming stepped forward and rescued him. After exchanging for a medicinal pill from the system store, he administered it to Shisui, who then gradually regained consciousness. However, upon awakening, the first thing Shisui did was turn his head and vomit to the side. Naturally, this was a side effect of the pill Su Ming had exchanged. Having lost both eyes, Shisui's body was already frail, and the leap from the cliff had undoubtedly inflicted severe damage. The fact that the pill managed to save Shisui's life was already commendable enough. As for the taste, there was no choice. After more than half an hour, Shisui, pale as a ghost, shakily supported himself against the ground, gazing around in confusion. Am I still alive? Of course. Su Ming rolled his eyes, thinking. If you wish to die, I could assist you with that. Were it not for Shishui's potential utility, Su Ming would have seriously considered knocking some sense into him, even contemplating seeking out Orochimaru for a brain transplant. He had warned him not to disclose the secrets of the Mangekyo Sharingan to Konoha, yet he still did. Now, even if Konoha had no intent to intervene, they were inevitably compelled to act. Su Ming looked at Shisui helplessly, realizing that the awakening of the Sharingan had little correlation with intelligence. Hearing Su Ming's words, Shisui managed a sheepish smile. Despite the near-suicidal situation, now that he had survived, who would wish for death again? Shisui quickly shook his head. Struggling to rise, he bowed toward a nearby boulder, exclaiming, Thank you, Su Ming, for saving me. Su Ming smirked. I'm right here. Oh, Shisui, as if awakening from a dream, quickly turned around to express his gratitude once more. Su Ming began to doubt whether this collaboration with the Uchiha clan was indeed the right choice. He recalled Itachi mentioning that Shisui was one of the clan's top geniuses, not to mention possessing considerable intelligence. Yet now, it was utterly unnoticeable. Never mind, it would have to do. If it weren't for Itachi, he would have extracted those 2 eyeballs in advance. Su Ming rubbed his forehead, feeling exasperated. Chapter 54, The Eruption of Conflict. It seemed that Shishui's Sharingan had already been given to Itachi. Sometimes, Su Ming genuinely wished to crack open Shishui's head to see if it was empty inside. The things he had done were truly indicative of a lack of common sense. However, it was not the time for such thoughts. Shisui was still of use. Su Ming shook his head and led Shisui away. For now, Su Ming had no effective means to address Shishui's blindness, as he was not a medical ninja, and the system lacked suitable medicines. Thus, they had to make do for the time being. Su Ming brought Shisui to Minato Namikaze and allowed him to meet Fugaku. Initially, Fugaku was unaware of Shishui's actions, so upon seeing Shishui's blindness, he was taken aback. Shisui, what happened to you? Fugaku asked, astonished. It should be noted that the Uchiha clan treasured their Sharingan immensely. If such eyes were to be collected by others, it would be tantamount to provoking the Uchiha. Unless the clan members volunteered. What on earth had happened to Shisui? Fugaku's tone turned serious as he looked at Shisui. Shisui froze, suddenly feeling embarrassed. Su Ming facepalmed. This action was somewhat thoughtless. What exactly happened? Fugaku inquired again. This time, Shisui hesitated and recounted the events. After finishing, He stood quietly like a child who had done something wrong, awaiting Fugaku's response. However, Fugaku remained silent. The atmosphere grew heavy. After a prolonged silence, Shisui sensed something was amiss and looked up, only to be met with Fugaku's hand striking him without hesitation. Without a moment's pause, Fugaku's palm landed squarely on Shisui's head. Shisui was left dumbfounded, staring blankly at Fugaku. "Why are you looking at me?" Fugaku shouted angrily. Smack. Another slap followed. Perhaps feeling that one slap was insufficient, or perhaps simply caught up in the moment, Fugaku continued to strike Shisui, leaving Su Ming to feel as though Shisui's head had swollen significantly. Yet Fugaku's anger was still not quelled, as he poked Shisui's head, saying, "You actually dared to disclose the awakening of the Mangekyo to the higher-ups of Konoha. Don't you know that even if you say nothing, they already fear our Uchiha clan? I awakened my Mangekyo long ago, yet I have been hiding it from Konoha. But you, on the other hand, just blurted it out." Fugaku's ire grew with each word, but he suddenly noticed that Shisui's head was already swollen. Even if he continued to strike, it probably wouldn't hurt anymore. Reluctantly, he abandoned the idea. Meanwhile, Shisui was utterly bewildered. He stared blankly at Fugaku. "Chieftain, have you awakened your Mangekyo as well?" "What? Surprised?" Fugaku glared at him. "It's just a Mangekyo. It's not that difficult." Shisui was completely stunned, feeling increasingly foolish. Meanwhile, Su Ming silently gave a thumbs up, realizing that Itachi and Sasuke's flair for dramatics was indeed inherited from Fugaku. Just a Mangekyo. Such words could have revived half of the deceased Uchiha clan members. After giving Shisui a thorough lesson, Fugaku's anger subsided somewhat, and he turned to Su Ming, saying, "Su Ming, I have said all I needed to say. This child is now in your hands. Rest assured, feel free to discipline him as you see fit. I won't interfere." "Su Ming, I just saved him. And you tell me to discipline him?" Rubbing his forehead, Su Ming understood the legacy of the Uchiha clan. He looked at Shisui for the next few days. "You will stay here, do not go anywhere. When I need you, I will come to find you." With that, Su Ming departed with Fugaku. A part of the Uchiha clan had been completely settled here. However, Fugaku could not leave. As the clan leader, he was too conspicuous, and his departure would attract too much attention. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan, both Fugaku and Su Ming maintained their usual calm demeanor. Meanwhile, during this time, Danzo and the Root were anything but tranquil. They were frantically searching for Shisui, yet there had been no leads. Lord Danzo, a subordinate from Root, reported the situation. Danzo's expression darkened as he listened to the current developments. "Is there no news of Shisui at all?" The subordinate shook his head. "The Uchiha clan should not be aware of this matter, right?" "They are unaware." "That's good." Danzo nodded. If the Uchiha clan were to discover that he intended to hunt down Shisui and seize his Sharingan, it would likely lead to a civil war. Konoha could wage war against the Uchiha, but the reason for such conflict could not stem from him. One Sharingan was already sufficient. The Mangekyo was not an ordinary Sharingan. Contemplating the Mangekyo in his possession, Danzo felt a surge of excitement. The news of Shisui's disappearance did not remain concealed for long. It quickly spread and continued to escalate. Shisui's disappearance had been so sudden that the Uchiha clan members left behind could hardly react. After some investigation, the scant clues pointed towards the inner workings of Konoha. This indicated that Uchiha Shisui had been murdered by someone from Konoha. Those capable of accomplishing such a feat were few. In fact, one could say there were only a handful. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Fugaku, and Itachi. Among them, the most suspected was Itachi. During this time, Itachi had been drawing too close to Konoha. Even Itachi, in his pursuit of fulfilling the Umbu's missions, has disregarded the internal matters of the Uchiha clan. This has incited considerable discontent among many Uchiha clansmen. Once discontent brews, it inevitably leads to an explosion. It is merely a matter of time. Before long, Root ninjas began to frequently appear outside the Uchiha clan, with some brazenly surveilling them in broad daylight. Their watch was relentless, a constant 24-hour scrutiny. In response to this, the radical faction of the Uchiha bypassed Fugaku and sought out Sarutobi. Upon calling Danzo, Sarutobi provided the rationale that they suspected the Uchiha clan was manipulating the Nine-Tails, inciting the chaos, thus necessitating a thorough investigation. One piece of evidence cited was Uchiha Shisui, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, capable of controlling the Nine-Tails. When the Uchiha clan mentioned Shisui's disappearance, Danzo sneered, questioning whether this was not a ruse by the Uchiha to deliberately hide him away. The ensuing argument was highly contentious, culminating in the Uchiha representatives storming off, despite Sarutobi's attempts to counsel Danzo to temper his approach. However, Danzo only intensified his efforts. The root ninjas not only maintained constant surveillance over the Uchiha, but also subjected every clan member entering or exiting to inspections. This provoked a culmination of tensions that could no longer be suppressed. Chapter 55, The Night of Annihilation. The Uchiha clan resolved to instigate a revolution. In the dimly lit Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Mito Gate Kurenai sat together. Before them, Itachi knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing them. As he spoke, he lifted his gaze to observe the expressions of the three men. The situation was urgent. Before they took action, he must act first. Danzo narrowed his eyes and spoke directly. The Uchiha were once comrades. I wish to resolve this through dialogue rather than force. I will find a solution. Sarutobi slightly shook his head, refraining from outright agreement. As he glanced at the other two, no one voiced opposition, and thus it was decided. After they departed, as Itachi prepared to leave, Danzo called him back. Itachi turned, locking eyes with Danzo. Despite the pleasant words of the third Hokage, when it came to a critical moment, he would still protect Konoha. I hope you can make a choice, to side with your family and face annihilation together, or to stand with Konoha and, before the rebellion, protect your brother and eliminate the Uchiha clan. I trust you will make a choice. Shock flickered in Itachi's eyes. Despite his grievances toward his clan, he had never contemplated exterminating the Uchiha. Danzo paid no heed to Itachi's turmoil and continued. To protect the village, we must quell everything before the rebellion. The only ninja capable of undertaking this task is a double agent from both Konoha and the Uchiha. Itachi, you are the only one fit for this. Danzo's gaze bore into Itachi, serious and unwavering. Will you accept this mission? Itachi fell silent, offering no response. Danzo shook his head and prepared to leave. You had best decide quickly before I issue orders. Otherwise, no one from the Uchiha will survive, save for you. With that, Danzo departed, leaving Itachi in a state of confusion. The village, the clan, the ninja. He looked up at the sky. Makoto, what should I do? Upon exiting, Itachi found himself unconsciously drawn to the outside of the Uchiha household. He stood outside, refraining from entering. The sounds of joy from within reached his ears, even from outside. Brother, come on, come on. Naruto's voice rang out. You sneak attacked me, you stinky Naruto. Sasuke's angry retort followed. Haha. Naruto laughed heartily. Dare you come again? Watch my ultimate technique. Body flicker 1,000 years of pain. Ah. The sound of pillars echoed in agony. Naruto's laughter was deafening. This scene left Itachi, who had intended to seek out Makoto, momentarily stunned. He halted, enveloped in silence. Makoto and Naruto were so blissful. If he approached them, would he disrupt their lives? Moreover, how could he involve Makoto in the conflict between his clan and the village? Suddenly, a forced smile broke across Itachi's face. As for Sasuke being with Makoto, I feel at ease. He cast a furtive glance at Sasuke, quietly wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Forgive me, Sasuke. Itachi departed. He had found friends, yet in times of danger, he was even less inclined to involve them. Itachi had few friends, Shursui and Makoto. Shursui was gone, leaving Makoto as his only confidant. Live well, Makoto. Carry my blessings. Not long after Itachi left, Makoto appeared at the spot where he had stood, gazing at his retreating figure with a gentle sigh. Itachi, in the end, did you remain silent? Once again, shouldering it all alone. However, how could that be? Behind Makoto, Sasuke and Naruto looked at him with serious expressions. Master, has my brother left? Sasuke inquired. Makoto nodded. Yes, he has. He is a good brother. Sasuke fell silent, clutching his rear, appearing somewhat dejected. Naruto, placing his finger under his nose, smelled it, and his expression changed suddenly as he swiftly flicked his hand away. Pillars. Do you remember what I taught you? Sasuke nodded, suddenly adopting a serious tone. My foolish brother. As he spoke, the newly awakened Sharingan glimmered ominously in his eyes. Beside him, Naruto flicked his fingers several times before feeling relieved, as the odor had lessened considerably. Within the ceiling space, Kurama extended a claw to his forehead, somewhat exasperated. What a fine child. How could he become foolish just days after meeting Minato? A troublemaker, that Minato. Gazing in the direction Itachi had left, Makoto remained silent. Itachi, this time, I will not let you bear it alone. After bringing Naruto and Sasuke back into the house, Makoto activated the Flying Thunder God technique, arriving at Fugaku's side. He looked at Fugaku, inquiring, what news? Fugaku nodded, everything is prepared. His demeanor bore a hint of anger, prompting Makoto to seek clarification. Fugaku explained, these people directly bypassed me, representing the Uchiha clan in negotiations with Konoha. Where do they place me, the clan leader? Fugaku was furious. They had conducted these matters without informing him, only revealing the results of the negotiations upon their conclusion. This left Fugaku feeling marginalized, forced to confront Konoha. Although he harbored significant discontent toward Danzo's actions, he was still the clan leader, and matters concerning the Uchiha were ultimately his prerogative. These individuals could not be allowed to remain. They were a cancer to the Uchiha. That night, Itachi would arrive. He requested Fugaku and his wife to prepare, assuring them that he would protect Sasuke. Fugaku nodded in agreement. Mikoto departed. This time, he brought Minato back to their home. When the two children saw Minato, they froze in surprise. Sasuke, having never met Minato, was momentarily at a loss. As for Naruto, "Dad, when did you come out?" Minato replied. He was about to take a life. Initially concerned that Naruto might miss him in his absence, he had repeatedly requested Mikoto to bring him along, but Mikoto had declined. Now that he was here, he discovered that Naruto had barely noticed his absence. His mentality was crumbling. As night fell, Itachi donned his uniform, standing resolutely beneath the moonlight. Not long after, the space shifted and Obito's figure emerged. "Are you ready?" Obito asked. Itachi nodded, his expression devoid of warmth. "If you find yourself in a dire predicament, you may join my organization," Obito suddenly proposed. "Your organization?" Itachi was taken aback. Obito affirmed, "The organization is called Akatsuki." Itachi acknowledged this with a nod, neither accepting nor rejecting the offer. Subsequently, the two parted ways, heading towards the Uchiha clan grounds and the Konoha guard station, respectively. The night of the massacre was about to commence. Chapter 56, My Foolish Brother. Minato Namikaze spent a considerable amount of time with Naruto, attempting to make up for the long-standing debt he felt towards him. Although there was also a presence within the ceiling space, it felt more tangible to Minato in the present moment. Meanwhile, Hashirama behaved surprisingly obediently in front of Minato, a demeanor influenced by Naruto's descriptions of his father. To convince Hashirama of Minato's prowess, Naruto exerted considerable effort, ultimately summarizing all the fears Hashirama harbored. Thus, upon meeting Minato, Hashirama acted like a dutiful little spouse. Inside the ninja academy, they left shadow clones behind, supported by Su Ming and Kurama, ensuring the clones would remain until the Uchiha situation was resolved. As for any potential discovery, Iruka was indeed one of their own. As night fell, Su Ming entrusted Junmaru with Naruto's safety, departing with Minato and Hashirama. As Hashirama left, Naruto disdainfully patted his shoulder, boldly declaring, "Don't embarrass me." The trio then departed. After parting with Obito, Itachi made his way to the Uchiha clan grounds, while Obito headed for the Konoha guard station. Thus, the three of them separated once more. Su Ming accompanied Hashirama to seek out Itachi, while he instructed Minato to locate Obito. Before leaving, Su Ming specifically cautioned, "At the Uchiha, there's a girl named Izumi. Protect her." This was Su Ming's earnest request as he departed, underscoring its importance. Hashirama merely twitched his lips, remaining silent. Minato nodded. Committing Su Ming's words to memory, he held promises in high regard, especially after his experiences with Obito and Kakashi. The night was deep. On this unusual evening, the Konoha guards appeared surprisingly lax. Clad in attire reminiscent of Madara, Obito entered the Konoha guard station, his crimson Sharingan blazing. "Who goes there?" came a stern shout. However, the next moment, a scream pierced the air. Under the flickering lights, blood splattered against the walls, staining everything visible a deep crimson hue. The Konoha guard station was essentially a gathering place for the more radical members of the Uchiha clan. Obito's killing speed was astonishing once he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Very few Uchiha stood a chance against him. Within moments, the majority of the Uchiha present in the guard station were mercilessly slaughtered, and those who arrived in response posed no threat to him either. He continued to draw his blade, relentlessly hacking away, his eyes visible beneath the mask. Devoid of emotion, only pure exhilaration remained. The sensation of extinguishing Uchiha lives was undeniably delightful. He stepped outside, but just as he prepared to leave, a chilling gust swept in. Two shuriken embedded themselves into the wall near Hashirama. Obito halted, turning to face the source. It was a female ninja, Izumi Uchiha. "Oh, not bad," he mused, evaluating her. His purpose for being here was not only to recruit Itachi, but also to collect Sharingan. Izumi's eyes were indeed impressive, meeting his criteria. Swish, swish. Two shuriken were swiftly thrown, but Obito coldly deflected them. He then launched chains that ensnared the fleeing Izumi. Feeling utterly helpless, as Obito raised his sword, a figure flashed through her mind. Itachi, the one who had cared for her, who brought her warmth. "Please, save me," she whispered, as if pleading with the image in her mind. "Save me, Itachi, save me." Her voice echoed hauntingly through the night. Swoosh. Obito's long sword descended, blood spraying forth. However, it was not Izumi who received the blow. Instead, a figure suddenly appeared before her, striking Obito's arm with a pale blue chakra sphere. Turning around, Minato smiled gently. This time, I am not late. Then, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Obito, long time no see. Boom. The Uchiha clan grounds flickered with light as Itachi, masked, charged in. The sound of swords piercing flesh echoed frequently, and it was not long before the lights extinguished, blood splattering everywhere. The vast Uchiha grounds fell into a haunting silence. Itachi emerged from a building, slowly gazing at the sky. The mask had been removed from his face, revealing an expression shrouded in darkness. The flames within the building faded, the moonlight obscured, casting an endless darkness over Itachi's visage, rendering him terrifyingly grim. Blood dripped slowly from the tip of his sword as his heart turned cold, compelling him to move forward. Suddenly, a figure materialized in the center of the path. Itachi. What is the purpose of this slaughter? Fugaku gazed at his most cherished son, his heart stirred. Upon seeing Itachi's demeanor, Fugaku instinctively considered abandoning the fight. But he recalled Su Ming's words, "It is not yet the time." His eyes ignited with crimson, the three tomo manifesting and transforming into the Mangekyo. Itachi's body jolted, his pupils constricting rapidly. Why must you do this? What future do you envision? Fugaku inquired. The next instant, Itachi's three tomo Sharingan also transformed, revealing the Mangekyo. In this moment, Fugaku beheld the diminutive figure of Sasuke in Itachi's eyes. Itachi's gaze shifted. This is the future I see. Ah, Sasuke. With a loud thud, Fugaku vanished. Itachi stared blankly at everything before him, murmuring, a shadow clone? He pressed on. As he advanced, Itachi's mind raced. His father represented his greatest adversary. This would be a duel between Mangekyo Sharingan wielders. Outside Fugaku's room, Itachi hesitated. At that moment, Fugaku's voice drifted from within. Come in, Itachi. There is no ambush. The door opened, and Itachi stepped inside. Fugaku and Mikoto stood with their backs turned to him. Father, I do not wish to engage in fratricide. Itachi moved forward. You have chosen your side. Throughout, Fugaku's tone remained calm. Father, mother, we understand. Itachi, Mikoto interjected. In the end, I entrust Sasuke to you. Itachi advanced, his grip on the blade trembling. I understand. Do not be afraid, Fugaku reassured, his voice still tranquil. This is the path you have chosen. Compared to you, our suffering is but a fleeting moment. Even if our thoughts diverge, I remain proud of you. You truly are a kind child. Swish. Outside the window, leaves drifted down. Itachi wiped away his tears and exited the room. The clouds that obscured the moon were blown away by the wind, revealing a crimson moon, akin to the blood that soaked the ground. Itachi, we have waited for you for so long. He looked up to see Su Ming and Sasuke. Itachi trembled, incredulous at the sight of them. Min-san. Su Ming remained silent. When his gaze met Sasuke's, he found his brother's expression cold, softly uttering, "My foolish brother." Chapter 57. Itachi, entrust the responsibility to father. My foolish brother. Sasuke's youthful voice resonated throughout the area, causing Itachi to freeze momentarily. Min-san, why did you bring Sasuke here? He felt a sense of urgency. At this juncture, the Uchiha clan posed a grave danger to both Sasuke and Su Ming, with Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo potentially appearing at any moment. The wayward bird has lost its path. I have come to guide him home, Su Ming replied. Upon the sudden appearance of Su Ming and Sasuke, Itachi felt a surge of urgency. With little regard for anything else, he swiftly transformed his eyes into the Mangekyo Sharingan and directed his gaze towards Sasuke, intending to assist him in awakening his own Sharingan. However, just as Itachi's eyes fell upon Sasuke, the latter abruptly raised his head. To Itachi's astonishment, his eyes had also transformed, crimson and fierce, the Sharingan. How could this be? When had Sasuke achieved this? Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief as he absorbed the reality unfolding before him. Surprised, are we? Sasuke's voice cut through the air. I had thought brother could test my abilities with his wisdom. But Sasuke shook his head, the meaning clear. Oh, my foolish brother. If you wish to kill me, then harbor your hatred and curses. Live on in your wretchedness, constantly fleeing. When I possess eyes like yours, I will stand before you and end your life. The shock within Itachi's heart was overwhelming, leaving him unsettled. With Su Ming present, even if he had the will, he could not bring himself to harm Sasuke. Moreover, he had never desired to. Sasuke's awakening had unraveled all of Itachi's meticulously laid plans. Even now, he found it hard to believe. Are you truly surprised? A voice came from behind Itachi. He turned, his expression shifting dramatically. It was none other than Fugaku and Mikoto. Itachi's pupils constricted in shock. Father, mother, how is this possible? Fugaku casually moved about, exhibiting no signs of distress. Moments ago, Itachi had refrained from action. They had taken their own lives merely to present a facade for him. Fugaku smiled and glanced at Su Ming. This was Su Ming's idea. Itachi looked at Su Ming in confusion. I mentioned, the wayward bird has lost its path. I have come to guide it home. Su Ming chuckled, affectionately ruffling Itachi's hair. Welcome home, Itachi. Fugaku and Mikoto stepped closer, standing beside Itachi. I once believed that death could resolve all issues. Yet Su Ming has enlightened me. It is merely an evasion, imposing burdens upon our children. I still possess the strength, Fugaku smiled, and thus, I shall strive to shoulder the weight for both of you. Itachi, Fugaku earnestly regarded his son, lay down your burdens. Allow your father to carry them. When I am too old to continue, the responsibility will fall to you. After all, I am a man too. With a sincere smile, Fugaku glanced at his wife and son. Itachi's gaze trembled as he took in the scene before him. Tears streamed down his cheeks. For the first time, he wept like a child, a true child. In that moment, he was no longer alone. He was Itachi, Uchiha Itachi. Of the Uchiha clan, not the solitary figure of the Umbu he had once been. Thank you, Su Ming. Itachi sincerely expressed his gratitude. Su Ming smiled, gently patting Itachi's face. You must not have heeded my previous words. Standing outside my door for so long without entering. Do you deem me unhelpful? As he spoke, Su Ming playfully tugged at Itachi's ear, pulling it sharply. Ouch! Su Ming, that hurts! Itachi cried out. Fugaku and Mikoto laughed heartily. They realized they had been mistaken all along. Thank goodness for you, Su Ming. Brother, how was my performance? Sasuke looked at Itachi, a proud smirk on his face. Sasuke's earlier act had genuinely deceived Itachi, and now, recalling it, he felt an uncontrollable ire rise within him. He reached out, firmly grasping Sasuke's ear. How bold of you to deceive even your brother. You've grown. Ouch, brother. That hurts. Sasuke pleaded, but Itachi, who had always been gentle with him, paid no heed and continued to pull. After a moment, Itachi inquired, what about our fallen clan members? Do not worry about them, Fugaku reassured him. They were sacrifices I intentionally left behind. For the Uchiha clan to progress, sacrifices must be made. Those obstinate and antiquated members would undoubtedly become a cancer. Itachi nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Then what shall we do next? He asked, looking to Fugaku. Fugaku turned to Su Ming, who stated, as before, Fugaku, you and Itachi must not appear in Konoha for a time. Let the Uchiha of Konoha become a thing of the past. The group nodded in agreement. Su Ming then looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, the coming days may demand much of you. He then turned to Itachi, who comprehended his intent. With the activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke promptly fainted. Sasuke, as a crucial bargaining chip in Itachi's dealings with Konoha, would undoubtedly draw attention, necessitating meticulous arrangements. One more thing, Itachi suddenly interjected. What about Madara? Do not fret, Su Ming replied. There will be others to deal with him. He may well be preoccupied with his own troubles. By the way, Su Ming teased, looking at Itachi, your little girlfriend should be safe and sound. Instantly, Itachi's face flushed, displaying a hint of bashfulness. At that moment, Su Ming and the others burst into laughter at Itachi's reaction, creating a scene of camaraderie. For the time being, matters concerning their parents were set aside. However, Itachi, you'll still need to inform the third Hokage about Sasuke. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee their suspicions won't arise. Su Ming reminded him. Itachi nodded. I understand. The group departed, leaving only the unconscious Sasuke behind amidst a sea of corpses. First, I must express my gratitude. The village's peace has been preserved, Sarutobi spoke, turning his back to Itachi. Yet, I still regret not finding another way. I apologize. Itachi lowered his head. The one who should apologize is I. From now on, Konoha will regard you as a rogue ninja responsible for the massacre of your clan and will place you on the wanted list. To be hunted without regard for life or death. That is only to be expected. What do you plan to do next? Sarutobi asked as he slightly turned. Casting a sidelong glance at Itachi. I have sought out Akatsuki. I will follow them to ensure they uphold their vows, Itachi replied. Sarutobi nodded, secretly relieved. The Uchiha, particularly one with the Mangekyo, was truly a terrifying prospect. This outcome seemed to be the best possible resolution under the circumstances. As Itachi departed, Sarutobi turned to watch his retreating figure, exhaling with a newfound sense of relief. Umbu, relay the message. We are heading to the Uchiha clan. Chapter 58, Konoha. Let it be destroyed. Teacher Minato, Obito gazed in astonishment at the figure of Minato Namikaze before him. He was both shocked by how the deceased Minato had returned to life and astounded at how he recognized him. It's been a long time, Obito. Since the Nine-Tails incident, this was their first meeting. Minato's emotions were complex. He had not anticipated that the one responsible for their demise would be his former student. Obito, after a brief moment of bewilderment, regained his composure and smirked. Teacher Minato, have you come here to meet your end? My apologies, Obito, Minato replied. His voice tinged with regret as he prepared to act. A pale blue sphere of chakra materialized in his hand. Rasengan. This A-rank ninjutsu, which he had created, was immensely powerful. At that moment, Obito's fury ignited upon seeing the Rasengan, a technique that had brought him to defeat twice, once at the hands of Minato and once by Su Ming. And now, it was coming again. Kamui. The space-time ninjutsu activated abruptly. Minato's attack passed through Obito, and as it did, Obito's physical form suddenly manifested, unleashing a furious assault that struck Minato. However, bang. Shadow clone. In the next instant, the figure of Minato Namikaze emerged behind Obito. Flying Thunder God. The prearranged Flying Thunder God seal activated. Boom. The Rasengan struck Obito with pinpoint accuracy once more. The familiar agony threatened to cloud Obito's mind. However, at that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared, a cold glint sweeping through. And Obito was caught directly in its path, with no chance to evade. Father, you're too slow, came Su Ming's voice. With his back turned to Obito, Su Ming's longsword dripped with blood. Obito lay heavily wounded, suffering greater injuries than before. Yet, before Su Ming could launch another attack, Obito activated Kamui and vanished. Su Ming paid him no mind. He turned to Minato and jested, "Are you reluctant to engage, or have you simply grown old?" Minato felt a twinge of embarrassment. Being reprimanded by his own son was indeed a rather awkward affair. If you're getting old, then perhaps it's time to refrain from overexerting yourself, to alleviate the discomfort. Minato looked towards Su Ming and inquired, "Since the Uchiha clan is no longer in the spotlight, what shall we do next?" Su Ming replied, "Indeed. The Uchiha clan has faded from view, for henceforth, they shall no longer be Konoha's Uchiha, but rather, our Uchiha." He gazed at Minato. "You ought to understand the treatment we have received from Konoha, and you should know my intentions." Minato fell silent. He was well aware of Su Ming's thoughts. The wounds inflicted upon him and Naruto by Konoha over the years would surely demand retribution. The concealment of the Uchiha clan was merely one move in a larger strategy. Konoha was no longer the Konoha it once was. Naruto had grown, and Konoha, too, would need to pay the price. Su Ming's gaze turned icy as he spoke slowly. "Let us depart. It is time. Sarutobi Hiruzen will soon arrive, and you must leave." Minato asked, "And what about you?" Su Ming smiled, "As for me, with the Uchiha clan's downfall, I am now the last remaining threat to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Therefore, I must remain, to present him with an opportunity. If he does not act, then I shall assist him." At that moment, within the Uchiha clan grounds, a group of Umbu had arrived. How brutal. What on earth transpired here? The Umbu, surveying the bodies of fallen Uchiha clan members, were visibly shocked. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached slowly, commanding, "Protect the survivors." Just then, an Umbu reported, "There is a survivor here." Sarutobi turned to see it was the unconscious Sasuke. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Hiruzen's eyes. With this, the matter would be resolved. Danzo stepped forward and remarked, "Resolved? Do you not realize that this amounts to us being impaled?" Hiruzen retorted sharply, "It is but a mere bone." Danzo shrugged indifferently. "Danzo, I can no longer tolerate your unilateral actions." Suddenly, Hiruzen's gaze sharpened. "From this day forth, your position as an advisor to the Hokage is revoked. You will take this time to reflect at home." Listening to Hiruzen's words, Danzo silently turned away, offering no rebuttal. Another scapegoat? He slightly lifted his head, gazing at the blood-red moon in the sky. "I have long grown accustomed to this. Hiruzen, you have always lived in the light, while I have dwelled in the shadows. This, too, is why I envy the Hokage. If only I were Hokage." He turned his back to Hiruzen, his gaze flickering. Just then, an Umbu ninja approached. "Third Hokage, the bodies of the Uchiha clan members do not match." "Do not match?" Hiruzen was taken aback. "What do you mean?" The Umbu explained. "All the bodies of Uchiha clan members with Sharingan have completely vanished." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's gaze shot towards Danzo, anger flickering in his eyes. However, noticing the same shock in Danzo's expression, he realized this was not Danzo's doing. If not Danzo, then who could it be? Itachi? Danzo was equally astonished. He had indeed desired the Uchiha Sharingan, but now someone had acted before him. Who could it be? He glanced at Hiruzen. In that moment, Both understood they were not responsible. Confusion filled their hearts. Hiruzen commanded, "Conduct a thorough investigation." Furthermore, from this day forward, Uchiha Itachi, the slayer of his clan, is to be classified as an S-rank rogue ninja. Any ninja on missions who encounters him must treat him as an enemy. Understood. At the entrance of Konoha, 2 root ninjas pursuing Itachi had already been bound by Su Ming. Looking at the tardy Itachi, Su Ming remarked, "You're quite slow, Itachi." Itachi, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I still fall short compared to you, Ming-san." Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no issue, then pointed at the 2 bound root ninjas, saying, "Your former subordinates." Itachi nodded, his expression somewhat pained. Stepping forward, Su Ming patted Itachi's shoulder. "I'll leave them to you." Itachi nodded, drawing his sword and swiftly ending the lives of the 2 ninjas. He then looked at Su Ming. "Ming-san, will you return with me?" Su Ming shook his head with a smile. The demise of the Uchiha will undoubtedly instill fear within Konoha. The current Konoha needs a hero, and I shall be that hero, akin to the legendary White Fang of the past. I've given Hiruzen a chance. I hope he seizes it wisely. Otherwise, the destruction of Konoha would be rather dull. Su Ming chuckled, a smile reminiscent of a devil ass. Naruto has grown, so what further concerns could he have? Konoha, let it perish. Chapter 59, Kurama, I require your strength. The Uchiha clan was annihilated overnight, leaving a significant impact on Konoha. After all, the Uchiha clan was a powerful lineage that, alongside the Senju clan, had co-founded the village. Despite Hiruzen's efforts over the years to diminish the influence of such prominent clans, the name Uchiha remained widely recognized. The sudden obliteration of such a powerful clan would undoubtedly draw the attention of the villagers. The higher-ups of Konoha handled the situation remarkably well and swiftly, as though they had rehearsed it numerous times before. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as usual, puffed on his pipe. Although the newly replaced desk was cluttered with documents, he expressed no dissatisfaction. The resolution of the Uchiha clan's matter was akin to removing a thorn from his heart, leaving him immensely relieved. Now in Konoha, there was hardly anyone who could pose a threat to him. However, Hiruzen suddenly recalled one uncertain variable: Su Ming, Minato's adopted son. Due to Naruto's circumstances, this adopted son had gradually found himself opposing Hiruzen, and he possessed exceptional talent. Most importantly, his connection to Itachi was concerning. If he were to learn that Itachi had acted under Konoha's orders to annihilate his clan, who knew what actions he might take? For a moment, Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. Just then, the door was knocked upon, and an umbu wearing a dog mask entered. "What is it?" Hiruzen asked without looking up. "To report to you, Third Hokage, we discovered 2 bodies of Konoha ninjas near the village entrance, along with the unconscious Su Ming." Su Ming. Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the reporting umbu. "Yes," the umbu nodded. "He appears to be severely injured." In Su Ming's unconscious grasp lay a ninja forehead protector, which undoubtedly belonged to Itachi. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed at the mention of Itachi as he pondered deeply. After a moment, he addressed the umbu with a firm command: "Take him to the hospital, and remember, this matter must not be leaked." Yes, after being transported to the hospital, strict surveillance was imposed, and any sign of movement was to be reported to me immediately. The umbu departed. In the vacant Hokage office, Sarutobi, with a pipe clenched between his teeth, furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Why had Su Ming appeared at the village entrance? Was he there to thwart Itachi? Yet, how had he learned of Itachi's whereabouts? Although the situation was perplexing, Sarutobi was acutely aware of one crucial fact: this matter must remain concealed from the villagers. Otherwise, Su Ming's desperate attempt to obstruct Itachi would garner him immense respect within the village. Coupled with his status as the 4th Hokage's son, this could potentially jeopardize Sarutobi's position. It was imperative that this remained undisclosed. After a moment's reflection, Sarutobi refrained from burying himself in village affairs and instead rose from the Hokage office, leaving the matter of Su Ming's hospitalization uncommunicated to anyone. Inside the Konoha hospital, after a brief period of surveillance, the umbu decided there was no immediate threat and temporarily eased their watch. During this interval, Sasuke awakened. In truth, he had been awake for some time, merely feigning sleep due to the presence of a watcher nearby. Now, with the observer gone, he turned towards Su Ming and whispered, "Master, how did you end up here?" Suddenly, the seemingly gravely injured Su Ming opened his eyes. "I came to the hospital for a visit, and perhaps to play the hero," he replied, his voice robust, betraying no hint of injury. Sasuke was taken aback, entirely bewildered by this response. Su Ming chose not to elaborate further, to obscure the true circumstances surrounding the Uchiha massacre. all blame would be shifted onto Itachi by Sarutobi. In doing so, Sarutobi was willing to tarnish Itachi's image to elevate his own standing, exaggerating his own role in the Uchiha incident to enhance his influence and solidify his authority within Konoha. This manipulation was a game Sarutobi played with remarkable skill. Su Ming's intention was to kick Sarutobi aside at the moment he believed he had orchestrated everything and was prepared to accept the outcome, thus reaping the benefits for himself. While the concept was simplistic, Su Ming feared that explaining it to Hashirama would be futile. After all, political matters were far less engaging to Hashirama than vying for affection with his sister-in-law. The two conversed for a brief, while before the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, prompting them both to silence their conversation and feign unconsciousness once more. At this moment, it was far too soon for either of them to awaken. Next would be Sarutobi's time to perform. Meanwhile, Sarutobi was making his way directly to Naruto's home after leaving the Hokage office. With Su Ming absent, this was a crucial opportunity for him to brainwash Naruto, a task he excelled at. The will of fire. Every time he recalled it, Sarutobi felt a surge of pride in his genius. He knocked on the door. Naruto, with his legs dangling, sat at the edge of his bed. Sarutobi entered. Naruto, what's the matter? You appear quite unhappy. Is your brother not here? Naruto shook his head. No, he's out for some business and has been gone for quite a while. Sarutobi approached and ruffled Naruto's hair. You should be happy, little one. After patting Naruto's head, he withdrew his hand behind his back and gave it a subtle shake. After all, your parents wished for you to enjoy a joyful childhood. What kind of people were my parents? Naruto inquired. This time, Sarutobi did not evade the question. He looked directly at Naruto. Your father was an exceptional ninja whom I respected, and your mother was a remarkably beautiful woman. They were very much in love and were once my right and left arms. As he spoke, Sarutobi's lips curled into a gentle smile, projecting a warm demeanor. Naruto seemed to be emotionally stirred, gazing intently at Sarutobi. The elder continued, in fact, your parents entrusted you to me in their final moments. Throughout this time, I have been preoccupied with Hokage duties and may have neglected you. After much contemplation, I have decided to make amends. Henceforth, I shall increase your allowance. Naruto, you must strive to do well. Sarutobi smiled as he exited. However, unbeknownst to him, once he departed, Naruto's previously innocent demeanor shifted to one of cold resolve. Reminiscent of Itachi from that fateful day, he firmly shut the door, drew the curtains to block out the clamor of the outside world, and shadows crept ominously across his brow. Within the ceiling space, Kurama, usually languid, bore an expression of grave seriousness. Not long after, Naruto's consciousness entered the ceiling space, and he addressed Kurama. Kurama, let us merge. I require your power. Chapter 60. If he is wrong, then I shall err alongside him. I must assist my brother. Naruto's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. But my power is too weak. My brother said that when I grow up, he will teach me to wield the power of Kurama, and at that time, I will be strong, perhaps even stronger than him. Yet, I do not wish to wait that long. He looked at Kurama, enunciating each word clearly. I am aware that my brother is undertaking something significant, something pivotal for the village. I know he has been planning for a long time, but due to my youth, he has merely been preparing. However, he has now commenced his actions. Hashirama's brother is a good man, and he has always treated me well. I refuse to believe he could commit such heinous acts against his own kin. If he were to do so, it would surely be under duress. The only entity capable of orchestrating such a tragedy is the village itself, the third Hokage. When my brother falters, Hashirama intervenes to obstruct him. And I am glad for Hashirama, because he is pursuing what he believes in. But if it were I would not intervene. Looking at Kurama, Naruto suddenly broke into a smile. My brother is my son. If he makes a mistake, then I shall err alongside him. Brother, no matter what he does. It is right. Upon witnessing the resolute glint in Naruto's eyes, Kurama tilted his head, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Then, he abruptly exclaimed, wait a moment, and quickly turned away, seizing the opportunity to wipe away the tears threatening to spill from his eyes. Why must you stir such emotions so early in the morning? I truly cannot stand you. Fine, since you appear sincere, I shall grant your request. What Watergate could not accomplish, I shall achieve with ease. Kurama raised his paw, and his chakra flowed ceaselessly into Naruto's being. In that instant, Naruto began to undergo a profound transformation. At Konoha Hospital, Hashirama awoke as anticipated. Upon regaining consciousness, he glared with hatred, immediately activating his Sharingan, startling the nearby Umbu. Then, without knowing where he had procured a shuriken, he hurled it with ferocity. Itachi die? Thud. The shuriken pierced the wall, narrowly missing the Umbu, who was left in shock. The Umbu, tasked with monitoring two injured individuals, had assumed it would be a rather simple undertaking. Despite their unique identities, the Umbu had not taken it seriously. Yet, at that moment, realization dawned upon him. This was a matter of life and death. Waking up and attempting to kill someone? What manner of person is this? Is this the Uchiha clan? After missing his target, Sasuke withdrew the shuriken, ready to strike again, but fortunately, the Umbu reacted swiftly, snatching the weapon from Sasuke's hand and delivering a powerful blow that sent him staggering back while bellowing, "Uchiha Sasuke, what are you trying to do?" At that moment, Sasuke appeared as though he had just awakened, awkwardly meeting the Umbu's gaze. "My apologies, I mistook you for my damn brother." The Umbu glared at Sasuke. Despite their anger, they realized one crucial fact. Uchiha Sasuke truly harbored a deep-seated animosity towards his brother, for such behavior could not arise from mere misunderstanding. The narrative continues. The awakening of Sasuke Uchiha soon reached the ears of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Before long, he arrived at the scene. "Sasuke, I am deeply saddened by the events concerning your brother," Hiruzen stated. "Such occurrences are beyond my desire, yet they are unavoidable." Sasuke's eyes still glimmered with resentment, his crimson Sharingan glaring unabashedly, even in the presence of Hiruzen. "Fortunately, you are still alive. The Uchiha incident will not tarnish your future. You may continue your studies at the Ninja Academy, and the village will nurture you as well. Rest well." Hiruzen departed, having come solely to ascertain Sasuke's condition. Now assured, he felt a great weight lift from his heart. It appeared that the Uchiha clan had indeed been annihilated. The next step was to manage Sasuke effectively, ensuring he continued to serve the village. Hiruzen contemplated his strategies for both Sasuke and Naruto. However, he did not anticipate that after his departure, Sasuke's eyes would revert to their original state, no longer the Sharingan. He had maintained the Sharingan purely out of uncertainty, wary of revealing any weaknesses to Hiruzen. It was far more prudent to utilize the Sharingan openly, as Hiruzen would never doubt its activation. After all, the awakening of the Sharingan was unmistakable. The room fell silent once more. Sasuke turned to the unconscious Su Ming beside him. "Master, how long must we remain here? The duration is not determined by us, but rather by Hiruzen's capabilities and when he can resolve the situation," Su Ming replied. "Huh." Sasuke was taken aback. He recognized every word his master spoke. Yet the collective meaning eluded him. "Forget it." Su Ming scoffed, unwilling to elaborate. Explaining such matters to a child seemed a waste of effort. Thus, he added, "Why ask so many questions? Go to sleep." "Okay," Sasuke acquiesced. The room returned to tranquility. But not 2 minutes later, Sasuke's voice pierced the silence again. "Master, I miss my brother." "Hold it in." A minute passed. "Master, when will I see my brother again? Does he miss me?" "Master." Suddenly, Su Ming seized a nearby pillow and pressed it against Sasuke's head. "This foolish child, why can't you keep quiet? Stop thinking about your brother." After a couple of minutes, Sasuke finally fell silent. Content: Su Ming lifted the pillow, ready to indulge in a nap. Yet, it was not long before. "Master." Su Ming growled, "Enough." The pillow flew from his grasp, striking Sasuke squarely in the face. Meanwhile, the village of Konoha had erupted into a flurry of activity. The news of the Uchiha clan's extermination could no longer be concealed. The vast expanse lay desolate, and soon enough, every villager was aware of the tragedy. However, amidst the chaos, several names garnered particular attention: Itachi, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo Shimura. Among these, Itachi was the perpetrator of the massacre, while Danzo sought to aid him but failed. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, endeavored to thwart Itachi's actions and protect the village, emerging as a hero. As the news spread, Hiruzen's reputation as a formidable ninja resonated once more. Many villagers remarked on the enduring prowess of the third Hokage. Yet, amid the accolades, a discordant voice emerged. It was not Hiruzen who stopped Itachi, it was Su Ming. Chapter 61, Struggle, Fear, Konoha. This assertion appeared so abruptly that it left even Hiruzen's meticulously arranged plans in disarray. Not only the villagers, but even Hiruzen himself was taken aback by the suddenness and rapid dissemination of this information, which swiftly overshadowed Hiruzen's heroic efforts to protect Konoha. The identity of Su Ming, the fourth Hokage's adopted son, had also been revealed, further bolstering the narrative. The fourth Hokage's self-sacrifice to seal the Nine-Tails was still fresh in the villagers' memories, as the devastation wrought by the Nine-Tails rampage was still vivid. No one could forget their fear from that time, when the fourth Hokage emerged as the village's savior. Consequently, the revelation of Su Ming's lineage lent even more credibility to the claims, rapidly gaining acceptance among the populace. Bang! In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen's face darkened. Who was responsible for this? He had anticipated that after the Uchiha's demise, not only would a significant threat be eliminated, but he would also garner prestige to solidify his rule. However, now, at the moment he should have been reaping praise, Su Ming's name eclipsed his own, transforming into the villagers' hero, a young figure, wielding a sword, defending the village. The villagers seemed more inclined to believe this narrative, especially given Su Ming's status as the orphan of a hero. The Fourth Hokage's legendary deeds had left a profound impact, and many villagers held him in the highest regard. Although there had been no news of the Fourth Hokage having any heirs, the current circumstances left Hiruzen's countenance stormy. He realized he had no chance against Su Ming. This revelation indicated that all his meticulous plans had inadvertently served to elevate Su Ming's position. Damn it, such a predicament seemed to have occurred before. But how could this happen when Su Ming had been unconscious? He suddenly recognized that the village was not as easily manipulated as he had presumed. It seemed to elude his complete control. With a grim expression, he ordered the Umbu to investigate the matter thoroughly. Yet, the momentum of the situation could not be halted. The news spread like wildfire. Outside Konoha Hospital, a throng of villagers awaited anxiously, having learned of Su Ming's presence there. They congregated, eager to welcome him upon his discharge. Su Ming's esteem had risen to exceed that of the once revered Konoha White Fang. When the Umbu relayed this information to Hiruzen, he nearly crushed the pipe he habitually smoked. His eyes narrowed, his fury mounting. Yet, there was nothing he could do. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. Within the hospital, the recovering Sasuke, still regaining his strength, cast a worried glance at Su Ming. Master, those people outside are quite terrifying. If the Umbu weren't blocking the entrance, they would surely have rushed in by now. Su Ming chuckled softly. In truth, my reputation isn't quite so grand. However, the recent events, the incidents with the Cloud and Rock villages, have put Konoha under significant pressure. Konoha prides itself as the foremost ninja village, yet it has shown weakness during these consecutive wars. Hiruzen's handling of the situation has left the villagers deeply dissatisfied. They are desperate for a strong figure to restore the village's image, and that person is me. The last incident with the Rock village was suppressed covertly by Hiruzen. But this time, everything has erupted. Perhaps Hiruzen intended to bolster his own credibility and regain the villagers' trust. However, Su Ming smiled. At the crucial moment, he had kicked Hiruzen down a peg, merely by asserting his own presence. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was likely seething with frustration. Moreover, in such a predicament, he could not afford to exhibit any semblance of anger. Instead, he was obliged to display concern for Su Ming, who was hospitalized due to grave injuries. By doing so, he could preserve his reputation for benevolence. Su Ming slowly gazed out the window, his heart heavy with contemplation. Was such a tactic unscrupulous? Perhaps to some extent. But for Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was hardly so. Hatake Tsukumo had perished for similar reasons. Su Ming was merely employing the same methods that had once driven Konoha's White Fang to his demise. However, the roles had now reversed. The Umbu had been fully mobilized to ensure the safety of Konoha Hospital. Sarutobi Hiruzen even had to dispatch additional personnel, for the existing force was insufficient. During this time, Kabuto entered quietly. Sasuke-kun, I didn't expect to find you here. Upon seeing Sasuke, Kabuto greeted him with a smile. Kabuto-senpai, what brings you here? Kabuto grinned, moving directly to Su Ming's side and respectfully stating, Lord Su Ming, the tasks you assigned have been completed. Su Ming nodded, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Witnessing this exchange, Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment. It dawned on him that Kabuto-senpai was, in fact, a subordinate of his master. His master had orchestrated everything long ago. Master. He is incredibly formidable. At that moment, Sasuke recalled his brother's words from their first encounter with Su Ming. Perhaps, I will perish at his sword. It seemed his master surpassed his brother in strength. Suddenly, Kabuto relayed, Lord Orochimaru has sent word. He has gathered his subordinates and intends to establish a new ninja village in the land of Rice, near the land of fire. What are your thoughts? A ninja village? Su Ming was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. He had not anticipated this development to occur so soon. According to the original plot, Orochimaru's establishment of a ninja village was supposed to happen later. However, due to his own actions, circumstances had changed. Very well, Su Ming nodded. Upon hearing Su Ming's agreement, Kabuto's face lit up with joy, for it indicated that Lord Su Ming acknowledged their efforts. He eagerly said, Please grant a name to the new ninja village. The name of the village? Without hesitation, Su Ming declared, Let it be called Sound. The Sound Ninja Village would henceforth be your designation. Kabuto nodded, his excitement palpable. He then withdrew to promptly convey the news to Orochimaru. The forces under Su Ming, Uchiha, Orochimaru, and Kurama were more than capable of confronting any ninja village head-on. Yet, a smile played upon his lips as he mused, Sarutobi, I still wish to see you struggle. My ambitions extend beyond merely the destruction of Konoha. Annihilating Konoha would merely require the tailed beast bomb of Kurama, but that would offer the most straightforward and comfortable demise. How could I allow you to perish so easily? The suffering endured by Naruto over the years cannot simply conclude this way. Struggle. Fear. Konoha. Chapter 62. Third Hokage, do you yearn for death? The fusion of Naruto with Kurama would require more time. The primary issue was that Naruto's body was not yet strong enough to withstand the immense chakra of Kurama. Even with Kurama's wholehearted assistance, the amount of chakra Naruto could manipulate remained but a fraction of its vast reservoir. His current strength barely reached the level of a jonin. Too weak. Within the ceiling space, Kurama observed Naruto's serious demeanor and cautioned, Naruto, your desire for power is commendable, yet haste is unwise. If you rush, both of us may find ourselves in peril. Naruto nodded in understanding. An incident involving a Jinchūriki would also affect the tailed beast. Sensing Naruto's newfound calm, Kurama reassured him. Do not rush, we shall take our time. I can foresee that your brother has grander plans, and your primary focus now should be on enhancing your strength. If you act too hastily, you may become a burden rather than a boon. Moreover, while Minato may not have been the sharpest tool in the shed, his strength was nonetheless impressive. After all, he was the man who sealed me away. At this moment, Kurama suddenly recalled, by the way, if you wish to master my chakra, you could also summon Minato. He possesses my other half within him. After Minato was resurrected, the remaining portion of Kurama's soul was likewise released from the Shinigami's grasp and resides within Minato. Harnessing the Nine-Tails chakra, Minato might prove instrumental. However, Kurama hesitated, for he was not entirely convinced of Minato's capabilities. Yet, there seemed to be no better alternative. Naruto acquiesced. The pillar did not linger long in the hospital before departing, returning to the rhythm of his life. Apart from being notably colder and more stoic than before, there was little change. Nevertheless, he remained under the watchful gaze of the Umbu, with every action reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The situation in Konoha had stabilized. Aside from Su Ming's reputation remaining intact, if not on the rise, there were no other pressing matters. However, this situation was a significant source of frustration for Sarutobi Hiruzen. In fact, due to his absence from visiting Su Ming, some villagers had begun to harbor discontent towards him. Reluctantly, the busy third Hokage finally found the time to visit Konoha Hospital to check on the hero of the village. Coincidentally, today was the day of Su Ming's discharge. Arriving late, Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the throng of villagers gathered outside the hospital, his expression darkening in dismay. He realized he could not even squeeze his way through. The esteemed third Hokage found himself unable to enter this modest hospital. Most troubling was the fact that he recalled never having faced such a chorus of adulation during the victory of the Third Great Ninja War. Yet now, Su Ming had garnered such acclaim. Clenching his fists in silence, jealousy burned within him as he watched the villagers chant Su Ming's name, ignoring even the presence of Sarutobi, who stood clad in his white Hokage robe. This time, rather than lowering his hat to shield his face, he made an effort to present himself. Yet, no one paid him any heed. Just then, a voice rang out. Third Hokage. Huh. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, a flicker of hope igniting in him. Had someone finally recognized him? Turning around, he saw a ninja from the Hyuga clan. If he recalled correctly, her name was Hinata Hanabi. Instantly, Sarutobi found the little girl utterly adorable. He smiled gently, presenting his most amiable expression. What is it? Could you please step aside? I wish to see Lord Su Ming. You are blocking my view. The voice was timid, yet to Sarutobi, it struck like thunder. At that moment, his mind echoed a single thought. I am utterly losing my composure. Wordlessly, he stepped aside, and the girl, blushing deeply, dashed toward the crowd, excitedly calling out Su Ming's name. The atmosphere around them was lively, yet Sarutobi felt an overwhelming sense of isolation. The joy of others felt disconnected from him, merely a cacophony to his ears. Before long, Sarutobi was finally spotted amidst the crowd, for Su Ming had approached. Third Hokage, I didn't expect you to be here to welcome me. Su Ming greeted him with a beaming smile. However, as Hokage, why are you out here? Why not go inside? Su Ming spoke sincerely. Sarutobi wore an expression of frustration. Upon his arrival, in a bid to appear approachable, he deliberately chose not to allow the Umbu to accompany him. Yet now, he strained to force a smile upon his face, endeavoring to present himself as amiable. Su Ming, congratulations on your discharge. Thank you, Lord Third. Su Ming's demeanor remained genuinely sincere. However, In an unexpected moment, this smile ignited a surge of anger within Sarutobi. Instinctively, he felt the urge to lash out. Nevertheless, surrounded by so many villagers, Sarutobi ultimately reined in his emotions. Perhaps his path of endurance indeed lay in restraint, a skill in which he excelled. As the villagers gradually dispersed, upon Su Ming expressing his desire to converse with the third Hokage, they all discreetly withdrew, leaving not a single soul behind. Ironically, Sarutobi had previously repeated such words countless times, yet responses had been scant. At that moment, Sarutobi felt as though the Hokage was not himself, but rather Su Ming. This very youth before him. A clever maneuver indeed. Once the crowd had entirely dissipated, Sarutobi addressed Su Ming, who made no attempt to refute. He had always been forthright. Much like when he harbored affection for a certain girl, he would unabashedly inquire, "Shall we bathe together at the Konoha hot springs tonight?" Without a hint of shyness. This candor could be considered one of Su Ming's virtues. Now, he turned to Sarutobi and broke into a grin. "In fact, just a moment ago, I thought that donning a white robe might be more fitting. Of course, it would be even better adorned with a number." Sarutobi's expression stiffened, his eyes betraying a hint of hostility. The notion of a white robe coupled with a number was unmistakably indicative of the Hokage's attire. In that instant, even Sarutobi experienced an illusion, as if it were Su Ming who stood as the Hokage, and he, merely a subordinate. Sarutobi's gaze turned frigid as he regarded Su Ming. "Are you attempting to challenge the authority of the Hokage?" "Certainly not," Su Ming replied, still smiling. "To be honest, I hold little interest in the position of Hokage. I am not one to die for others." He looked directly at Sarutobi, enunciating each word. "In contrast, I find greater enjoyment in assisting others to meet their demise." "Lord Third, do you yearn for death?" Beneath the setting sun, Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his gaze on Su Ming's retreating figure, his expression a tapestry of complexity. For the first time, he felt an unsettling lack of control over this individual, who was merely 13 years of age. A sense of frustration welled within him. Yet, he found solace in the fact that he harbored no aspirations for the Hokage's position. This, perhaps, was a silver lining. Chapter 63, Commemoration of White Fang. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Sarutobi found himself unable to settle his mind for an extended period. He felt as though a bone was lodged in his throat. Originally, this bone belonged to the Uchiha clan, small and narrow. Though uncomfortable, it was manageable. However, at this moment, the bone seemed to pierce through his throat, suffocating him. Glancing at the mountain of tasks piled on his desk, Sarutobi let out a weary sigh. Moments later, he summoned the Umbu, instructing them to seek out Danzo. At times, the hidden forces lurking in the shadows proved to be more advantageous. Sarutobi appeared weak, but that was merely an outward facade. When it came to internal threats to his Hokage authority, he would stand firm. Even if he hesitated, Danzo would undoubtedly push him. The matter concerning White Fang had unfolded in precisely this manner. As Su Ming walked along the path, he inadvertently displayed his intentions upon encountering Sarutobi. If Sarutobi possessed any wit, he would surely regard Su Ming with heightened significance, perhaps even surpassing the attention he granted to the Uchiha clan. However, when facing the Uchiha, Sarutobi held Itachi as a trump card. In contrast, when confronting Su Ming, he had no advantageous cards to play, save for Danzo. Su Ming's candor was, in fact, disconcerting to Sarutobi. Given Su Ming's current standing, should he truly develop ambitions toward the Hokage position, it would undoubtedly place immense pressure on Sarutobi. Initially, he had envisioned leaving the Hokage position to his son upon his retirement. Yet now, Su Ming's words were far from mere banter. He harbored his own ambitions. This realization caused discomfort and fear within Sarutobi. It was akin to a thorn lodged in his throat. Although not fatal, it was sufficiently irritating. Su Ming's aims were not simply to dismantle Konoha. He required a more intricate strategy. Those who scheme on a grand scale do not operate with simplicity. After parting ways with Sarutobi, Su Ming did not return directly. As he traversed the streets, he diverted into a flower shop, the Yamanaka flower shop. The proprietor, Yamanaka Inoichi, was not nearly as renowned as his daughter, Yamanaka Ino. At least in Su Ming's mind, her name was far more memorable. Upon entering the flower shop, the first thing he noticed was a girl with golden hair. She was quite charming, though what captivated him most was not her adorable visage but her slender waist. Su Ming recalled that among all the graduates from the Ninja Academy, only Ino wore her forehead protector tied around her waist. Noticing someone had entered, Ino looked up slightly. "May I assist you with something?" Upon recognizing Su Ming, she momentarily froze, then suddenly displayed a bashful demeanor. "Are you Lord Su Ming?" Su Ming smiled. "Indeed I am. I would like to purchase some flowers. What kind of flowers would you like? Perhaps having never seen Su Ming this closely before, Ino's breathing became somewhat rapid. For a young girl, especially one enamored with heroes, a figure like Su Ming would undoubtedly become an object of her affection. Not solely Ino, but many other girls would feel the same. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, he remained oblivious to Ino's change in demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Flowers suitable for a hero." "A hero? Are you giving them to someone special?" "Yes," Su Ming nodded. "For a hero named Hatake Sakomo." "Hatake Sakomo?" Ino was taken aback, completely unfamiliar with the name. Under Sarutobi's deliberate efforts, the impact of White Fang on the village had long been downplayed. Nowadays, aside from the older generation of ninjas, few were aware of this once celebrated hero of Konoha. Nevertheless, she thought to herself, since Lord Su Ming referred to him as a hero, he must be an exceptionally formidable individual. The flowers Ino selected were red camellias, also known as hero flowers, an ideal choice for a hero. Su Ming accepted the flowers from her hands, but when it came time to pay, he offered a bit more than necessary. Just as Ino realized and was about to return the excess, Su Ming gently plucked a yellow flower from a nearby cluster and tucked it into her hair. "This flower suits you perfectly." Su Ming departed, like a fleeting breeze, leaving no trace behind. Yet, the blush on the girl's cheeks spread from her ears, gradually enveloping her entire being. As she gazed at the yellow flowers swaying gently in the wind, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of beauty. Su Ming then made his way to the cemetery. However, he did not visit the well-known public graveyard. Instead, he ventured to a secluded corner, to a solitary, lowly grave. This was the resting place of White Fang. Before the grave stood a figure, a young ninja wearing a mask. Today marked the memorial day for White Fang. Su Ming laid the flowers at the grave, and Kakashi turned his head, momentarily taken aback. "I came to pay tribute to a hero." Without excessive words, Kakashi simply replied, "Thank you." Su Ming shook his head. The two remained silent throughout, for men need not exchange many words. As he was about to leave, Su Ming deliberately inquired, "How does it feel?" Kakashi understood the implication and responded, "Quite well. I believe the sword techniques suit me perfectly." He added, "After all, I am Hatake Sakomo's son." As Su Ming uttered these words, he fixed his gaze upon Kakashi's eyes, noting that despite his tremors, there was a resolute determination within him. It seemed that he had already come to terms with the situation. Su Ming nodded affirmatively. "I shall ensure justice for the late White Fang." Kakashi paused momentarily, hesitating as he replied, "This may have repercussions for you. If it's for my sake, there's no need for such measures." A light chuckle escaped Su Ming's lips. "I never realized before that you possessed such thick skin. Has this been a result of your recent intensive training?" Kakashi glanced at Su Ming, his eyes conveying the thought, "I've learned from you." However, he refrained from articulating this sentiment. Understanding his implication, Su Ming remarked, "If that is the case, I suppose I am half your mentor. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a teacher." Suddenly, Kakashi interjected, "No need for that. I won't take advantage of you. Just call me half a disciple." Su Ming inquired, "What does it mean to be half of a father?" Ultimately, Kakashi sighed, choosing not to delve deeper into this inquiry, responding, "The higher-ups in Konoha will not allow you to proceed with this." Su Ming shook his head, asserting, "That is their concern. What I intend to do is my own desire." He stepped forward, declaring, "I have stated before that I hold great respect for the late White Fang. His story deserves a fitting conclusion. My time is limited, and as I mentioned earlier, I regard the late White Fang as an equal. As a senior, I feel compelled to remind you, Kakashi, he is watching over you. Do not let him down. You are his son. Make him proud." Kakashi's body trembled slightly. With that, Su Ming departed. Chapter 64, Danzo's Scheme, a supplement for Naruto. As Danzo entered the Hokage's office, a sense of pride welled within him. After all, it was not long ago that he had been ousted from his position as an advisor to the Hokage. Yet now, in a short span of time, Hiruzen summoned him back, indicating that he was still indispensable. Danzo even contemplated leveraging this opportunity to extort greater power. However, upon observing Hiruzen's furrowed brows, he quickly dismissed the notion. "What troubles you?" he asked, narrowing his eyes with a serious demeanor. "Our troubles have arrived," Hiruzen replied. "Troubles?" Danzo was taken aback. The Uchiha clan had been annihilated, and there was no longer any significant threat to him. As he was about to articulate his thoughts, Danzo suddenly halted. A realization struck him. There was indeed someone who could pose a threat to Hiruzen, himself, Shimura Danzo. Could it be that Hiruzen summoned him with intentions of taking action against him? Danzo's caution heightened. Yet, Hiruzen paid little heed to Danzo's unease. Much like the villagers who only had eyes for Su Ming, overlooking him entirely. Danzo's lips twitched in discomfort. White Fang, Hiruzen suddenly remarked, is now more fearsome than he ever was. Consequently, Danzo discerned the source of Hiruzen's concern. Su Ming, the adopted son of the Fourth Hokage. I had warned long ago that decisive action should have been taken against him. Otherwise, we would face dire consequences. Hiruzen pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. It was the same refrain he had heard before. Whenever a prodigy emerged in Konoha, Danzo would regurgitate this line. Of course, Hiruzen had once been inclined to listen, until the day Danzo spoke of Asuma, at which point he ceased to believe. The situation was now exceptional. After calming himself, Danzo delved deeper into the circumstances, eventually falling silent. After a long pause, he stated, he is now 13 years old, possessing strength comparable to Itachi's. Furthermore, he lacks a bloodline limit, which may hinder him from reaching Itachi's level. The real challenge lies in his esteemed reputation within the village. Hence, our approach must begin with his reputation. Hiruzen regarded Danzo with intrigue. When it came to schemes, he indeed fell short of Danzo's cunning. Sensing Hiruzen's interest, Danzo felt a surge of pride and excitement. In the case of White Fang, I orchestrated a plan to blame him for a failed mission, leading to his suicide. The same strategy could be employed against Su Ming. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, urging Danzo to continue. We could aid in building his reputation. He relies on his standing in the village as a shield, which renders him untouchable. If we assist him in elevating his status, his esteem will reach its zenith. However, at the pinnacle, a blemish will arise. Danzo smirked. What do you think will happen then? Hiruzen's expression shifted. When one ascends to great heights, even the slightest stain will be magnified. A notorious villain may commit heinous acts, yet if he performs a single good deed, he will be lauded by many. This is what we call a prodigal son's return or a reformed sinner. Conversely, an unparalleled virtuous individual who has consistently done good will be vilified for even the tiniest misdeed. Such is human nature. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. The very forces that elevate him, his prestige, his reputation, the villagers of Konoha, are equally capable of casting him down, perhaps irreparably, akin to White Fang. Hiruzen suppressed his shock, nodding in agreement, albeit grumbling inwardly. Truly a cunning old fox. I must remain vigilant. Danzo's scheme received Hiruzen's tacit approval, all thanks to the immense pressure that Su Ming exerted. Upon returning home, Su Ming was greeted by the sight of Naruto adorned in a tailed beast outfit, prompting a faint smile. The attire suits you well. Naruto's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, his demeanor becoming somewhat bashful as he replied, doesn't this make me look strong? Indeed, Su Ming said, affectionately pinching Naruto's cheek. A little fox with a toothy grin. At Naruto's current level of strength, he truly resembled a small fox. Although he was the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki, his physique remained too feeble to withstand the excessive chakra of the Nine-Tails. However, there was indeed a swifter solution. Naruto, do you wish to become stronger? Su Ming inquired. Absolutely. Naruto replied almost instantaneously. Su Ming continued, that is splendid to hear. The method he envisioned was simple yet well suited for Naruto, Sage Mode, derived from Mount Myaboku. Unfortunately, Jiraiya's whereabouts were currently unknown. Since the last encounter with Pain, he had exhibited some peculiar behavior, and it was likely that he was off searching for answers. Though such endeavors would prove futile, the once loyal disciple had changed irrevocably. No one remains unchanged. The world of humanity is ever evolving. Although Jiraiya was absent, entering Mount Myaboku was not entirely impossible. After all, Minato was still around. The contract established with the Toads would suffice, allowing Naruto to learn Sage Mode without necessarily needing Jiraiya's presence. Su Ming promptly communicated with Kurama within Naruto, instructing him to summon Minato. Originally, Kurama had intended to call Minato for training, and Naruto agreed, though he hesitated to finalize the decision. Now, with Su Ming's prompting, a golden flash appeared, revealing Minato's figure. Looking at his two sons, Minato inquired, what is it? Su Ming rolled his eyes. Can I simply summon you for a chat? Well, of course, Minato replied, acknowledging that he had no recourse with these two sons. However, the term chat sounded somewhat awkward. Before Minato could ponder further, Su Ming interjected. You should have a way to enter Mount Myaboku, right? Minato nodded. Su Ming, do you wish to learn summoning techniques? My summoning skills are quite. I'm not interested. Su Ming promptly interrupted. The toad is exceedingly unattractive. I shall not pursue it. Ahem. This is rather awkward. Thus, Su Ming pointed at Naruto and led him to Myaboku Mountain. The Sage Mode is most suitable for Naruto, and after mastering it, he would be better equipped to endure the chakra of the Nine-Tails. Minato Namikaze understood, yet he remained somewhat concerned. Naruto is still young. Might it be too soon for him to learn Sage Mode? Su Ming pondered for a moment and concluded that it was not too early. However, for the sake of safety, he decided to provide Naruto with this. With that, he retrieved a blue vial from the system space. What is this? Minato inquired, taken aback. A substance that enhances a man's strength, a supplement for Naruto. Su Ming replied with a mysterious smile. The blue vial was boldly inscribed with 2 Chinese characters. Kidney Treasure. Chapter 65. The Indestructible Demon Body. Naruto departed, carrying the kidney treasure with him. Upon seeing the small blue vial, Naruto was momentarily stunned. While Minato regarded it with a contemplative gaze, his thoughts veiled. Of course, the kidney treasure produced by the system was not the genuine article. It merely served as a form of buff enhancement. Su Ming's rationale for bestowing it upon Naruto was to expedite his comprehension of Sage Mode. With the aid of the kidney treasure, Naruto's understanding would flourish at an accelerated pace. As Naruto embarked on his first journey away from home, he felt more apprehensive than excited. Nestled in Minato's embrace, he pondered whether he might be abducted. Meanwhile, Minato wore a proud expression. Years ago, when he courted Kushina, his posture had been quite similar. Back then, Kushina had been captivated by his handsome visage under the moonlight. Although the individuals had changed, surely Naruto should also appreciate his father's charm. Yet, the reality was quite different. Naruto squinted ahead. The wind was fierce, making it difficult to keep his eyes open. But as his surroundings gradually came into focus, he suddenly screamed, "Ah, a tree. Dad, quick dodge. We're going to crash into the tree." Minato reacted swiftly, but still a moment too late. Bam! The 2 bodies tumbled to the ground. Rubbing his head in pain, Naruto looked at Minato, who was also massaging his head, and asked, "Dad, are you alright? Shouldn't I carry you instead?" "No need. I can manage," Minato retorted decisively. What a joke it would be if his son had to carry him. That would be a monumental loss of face. Naturally, this was merely a minor interlude. Minato's speed was astonishing, unimaginably fast. In no time, they arrived at Myaboka Mountain. Next, it was Naruto's turn to learn Sage Mode. At home, only Su Ming and Kinshiki remained. With Naruto's departure, the atmosphere had grown considerably quieter. Neither Su Ming nor Kinshiki were particularly talkative. Su Ming felt it unnecessary, or perhaps was simply too lazy to engage in conversation. Kinshiki, having lived in darkness for so long, had yet to acclimate to the light. However, he had proven quite adept at household chores. During Su Ming's absence, Kinshiki had managed to plump up Naruto, while focusing on his recovery. Su Ming had neglected his daily tasks. After checking the system template, he discovered that the progress of the second template had reached 196, indicating that he could unlock the next template today. After refreshing himself with a splash of cold water, he drew his sword and swung it. Even in a casual motion, Su Ming's swordsmanship exuded an innate beauty. In moments like these, it felt as though the sword had melded with him, as if it were an extension of his arm. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed today's daily tasks. Reward: first template progress 0. 5. Second template progress 0. 6. Ding! Detected that the second template progress has reached 20. You may unlock the next template. Would you like to draw? Yes. Without hesitation, he opted to draw. The new template promised new abilities, fundamental to establishing his standing in the ninja world and serving as his weapon to protect his loved ones. The template drawing commenced. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the third template, Indestructible Demon Body Armor. Boom. At that moment, a tall and handsome figure materialized in Su Ming's mind. Clad in blue armor, he exuded a cold and unyielding presence. Within his form resided immense power, and every movement he made was enough to instill terror in his enemies. This was the Indestructible Demon Body. Some referred to him as the Armor King, while others called him Armor Father. At that moment, Su Ming felt the overwhelming power coursing through him, gradually infusing his being. It was the power of the demon. Buzz! The sword trembled. Su Ming's short yellow hair instantly lengthened, transforming into white. The white cascaded over his shoulders, and the strength of the demon body imbued the air with a chilling aura. With a swift step, the ground crumbled beneath him as though it were mere tofu, his foot piercing through. At that moment, Su Ming comprehended that the capabilities of this new template bore similarities to Sage Mode. However, this was not Sage Mode, but rather the demon body. In addition to strength, it possessed an extraordinary vitality, the power of the demon. Embracing the demon's strength was not for the purpose of slaughter, but rather to better protect those he wished to safeguard. Su Ming released the demon body, returning everything to its original state. The sunlight remained bright. Turning, he noticed Kinshiki cowering in a small corner, curled up. Fear was evident in his eyes. Su Ming approached and gently patted his head, Kinshiki was as docile as a little kitten at that moment. What is the matter? That was so terrifying. The power emanating from you, Lord Su Ming, is truly frightening. His voice trembled, betraying his fear. Su Ming had not anticipated that his mere mild demonstration of the demon body's power would cast such an overwhelming sense of intimidation over Kinshiki. This, too, showcased the formidable nature of the demon body. After a brief period, Kinshiki calmed down. The fear in his eyes faded, and he gradually accepted the reality of this immense power. When the demon body had manifested earlier, Su Ming had genuinely felt the colossal force within him. It was merely unfortunate that he currently lacked suitable targets for practice. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed. Turning, he saw Kabuto, who appeared slightly breathless, bowing to Su Ming. Lord Su Ming, Orochimaru has arrived and wishes for you to assess the quality of his subordinates. Very well, Su Ming nodded, acknowledging the message. Ever since that incident, Kabuto had become quite well-behaved and courteous. This was a commendable change. Taking Kinshiki's hand, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and the two arrived at the Uchiha clan's hidden location. Upon their arrival, Su Ming immediately heard excited voices. Ming-san, Itachi exclaimed, his face lit with enthusiasm. It's been a while. Su Ming smiled slightly. His gaze shifted to Izumi, who also looked shy. She was not wearing a ninja uniform, but had donned casual home attire, resembling a little housewife. Behind them stood Fugaku, alongside Orochimaru. The other four, who would later be known as the Sound Four, accompanied Orochimaru. Naturally, Kinshiki remained with Su Ming. The four displayed an air of arrogance, likely due to their perception of Su Ming's youth, which elicited a degree of disdain. Su Ming-kun, it has been quite some time. Orochimaru greeted. Su Ming nodded, opting for brevity in conversation. He turned to Kinshiki and gently remarked, Kinshiki, these four are yours to play with for a while. With that, he strode directly toward Fugaku and the others, not sparing a glance at the four. The four individuals were filled with intense fury, ready to strike, when Junmaru stepped forward, blocking their path. With a calm demeanor, he unsheathed his bone sword, declaring, You shall face me. Chapter 66. The preparation to annihilate Konoha and revive Kushina. You are but a mere child. We offer you the opportunity to surrender. Do not claim that we bullied you. Spoke Doi, one of the four. I have no intention of bullying a child, so concede while you still can. Chimed in Kidomaru. The other two, though silent, conveyed a similar sentiment. Junmaru, however, remained expressionless. In the next instant, he vanished, reappearing before Kidomaru, his bone sword aimed directly at his vital point. Just as he was about to strike, he recalled Su Ming's words to take his time. Altering the sword's trajectory, he instead thrust it toward Kidomaru's shoulder. Thud! The blade met flesh, blood spraying forth. Junmaru retreated, casting a cold gaze at the four. After a moment, he glanced at them, then at his sword, shaking his head slightly. In an instant, the bone sword shortened, transforming into a dagger. This indicated that with a weapon he was more comfortable wielding, they should not find themselves at such a disadvantage. Junmaru's actions thoroughly incensed the four, with Kidomaru exclaiming, That was a sneak attack. I was careless. Junmaru remained silent, vanishing once more in an instant, his dagger appearing as he effortlessly severed Kidomaru's towering hair. Instantly, Kidomaru felt a chilling breeze on his scalp and, upon touching it, realized he was now bald. His face flushed with rage. Withdrawing, Junmaru contemplated further, ultimately sheathing his bone sword and opting not to use weapons anymore. Come at me all at once. I believe this way, we can prolong the battle. If it becomes necessary, I will fight you with one hand behind my back. Meanwhile, Su Ming, Faike, Orochimaru, and others departed. Itachi appeared quite agitated, unable to maintain his usual composure even in the presence of his father. Faike sighed and inquired of Su Ming. How is Sasuke faring? Itachi was momentarily taken aback, sensing he had forgotten something important. He is quite well, Su Ming replied. When Itachi departed, he warned the higher-ups of Konoha. Currently, Sasuke remains valuable to them, and as long as he refrains from malevolence, they will not trouble him. That is good to hear. Faike nodded, relieved. With Sasuke safe, he felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart. What must we do next? Faike asked, acutely aware that Su Ming's rescue of them was not merely a whim. There was a deeper purpose, particularly relating to Itachi. Su Ming met Faike's gaze, unreservedly stating, I plan to take action against Konoha. Upon hearing this, Faike narrowed his eyes, a look of as expected crossing his face. Izumi, sensing the tension, discreetly withdrew, allowing the men space. Itachi lingered for a moment, then turned to find Izumi. Now, only three remained, Su Ming, Orochimaru, and Faike. Upon hearing the intent to strike Konoha, Orochimaru licked his lips in excitement, clearly intrigued. When does Su Ming intend to make his move? He asked. Soon, once Naruto masters the power of the Nine-Tails. We can act, Su Ming replied. The Nine-Tails. Both men were momentarily stunned by the mention. Fyake's eyes widened in shock, while Orochimaru could barely contain his excitement. The prospect of unleashing the Nine-Tails against Konoha was rare, and on that foundation, Orochimaru had further ideas. I possess parts of the first and second Hokage's bodies. We could use Edo Tensei to summon them, which would greatly assist us in our assault on Konoha. Su Ming smiled inwardly, recognizing the truth in his words. In the original storyline, Orochimaru had summoned the first and second Hokage to confront Konoha, forcing Hiruzen Sarutobi to resort to the Reaper Death Seal, sacrificing his life to seal them away. Now, however, Orochimaru could summon more than just the first and second. The fourth was also available. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Upon hearing the keywords Edo Tensei and first and second, Fyake's astonishment was palpable. As the Uchiha clan leader, he was well aware of the forbidden technique, but had not anticipated that anyone would still possess such abilities. Summoning the first and second to obliterate Konoha? The third Hokage's psyche must surely be in turmoil. Fortunately, Fyake felt a sense of relief. He was glad he had not crossed paths with Su Ming. Otherwise, if Orochimaru summoned Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan would be finished. As this thought crossed his mind, Fyake's eyes sparkled with sudden excitement. I have an idea. His unexpected enthusiasm puzzled both Su Ming and Orochimaru, leaving them unsure of what had taken hold of him. Fyake looked at Orochimaru and asked, Does the Edo Tensei require parts of the deceased's body? Orochimaru nodded, still perplexed. Fyake continued, I know where Sarutobi Hiruzen's body is located. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes lit up with excitement, gleaming like two bright lanterns. Su Ming was momentarily stunned, his mind racing. What a suggestion! Summoning Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then having him join forces with Uchiha Sasuke against Hiruzen Sarutobi? Imagining the scene where Uchiha Sasuke pats Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder, saying, Brother, you are truly impressive, made Su Ming pray for Hiruzen Sarutobi's well-being. Orochimaru, however, was genuinely intrigued. Su Ming had not anticipated that Fyake, who appeared so composed, would have such a mischievous streak. The Uchiha truly lived up to their reputation. Fyake then took Orochimaru to find Minato Namikaze, and they left together. When they returned shortly after, their faces were adorned with expressions that were difficult to articulate. Su Ming could only sigh in resignation. However, he recalled another matter. Since the plan to annihilate Konoha was in motion and they were waiting for Naruto to fully master the Nine-Tails power, this period, with the aid of Shinju, would not require much time. Thus, it was time to resurrect Kushina. When the fireworks were set off, the family must be together. Su Ming sought out Orochimaru, who was accompanied by Jiraiya, as they had found Sarutobi Hiruzen's body parts while searching for Pain's whereabouts. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Orochimaru nodded in agreement, and they commenced the resurrection. The process went smoothly, and with a flash of light, the ethereal red-haired figure of Kushina emerged. However, when Kushina opened her eyes and saw Minato beside Jiraiya, her expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, she was before Minato, delivering a punch to his head with a resounding duong. Minato, were you peeking at the women's bathhouse? Su Ming could only facepalm in exasperation. Konoha's reputation for vice truly preceded it. Chapter 67. The situation in Konoha and the fury of Sarutobi. Mother, maintain some decorum. Su Ming urged helplessly. Right, dear decorum. Look at all these people around. Minato added. At that moment, Kushina finally took notice of her surroundings, offering an awkward smile. In her previous moment of excitement, she had inadvertently revealed her lack of ladylike composure. Clearing her throat, Kushina discreetly pulled Su Ming aside and whispered, What is happening here? Su Ming had no choice but to recount the events in their entirety. Naturally, since he had resolved to annihilate Konoha, he concealed nothing regarding Naruto's plight. Upon hearing of Naruto's misfortunes, Kushina's fury became uncontrollable, erupting with force. You wretched Sarutobi, we sacrificed ourselves to protect Konoha, and this is how you treat my son? With a resounding thud, in her agitation, she inadvertently struck Minato once more. Oh! In that moment, Orochimaru, Fugaku, and Jiraiya instinctively distanced themselves from Kushina. Observing her in such a state, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. If only Kushina were truly alive. Naruto's childhood would undoubtedly have been filled with joy. Kushina would never allow Naruto to suffer even the slightest harm. She would have been the epitome of a mother, so devoted that, should Naruto aspire to the position of Hokage, she would unhesitatingly kick Minato aside. Sometimes, fate is indeed peculiar. Naruto was robbed of such experiences. Yet, fortunately, there was still time to amend this. Gazing at Kushina, Su Ming smiled with delight. "Welcome back, mother." Within Konoha, an unexpected momentum surged forth, causing the discussions surrounding Su Ming to diminish momentarily before rising again. In an instant, if there was one name that resonated throughout the village, it was not that of the Hokage, but rather Su Ming's. This burgeoning sentiment, which should have incited caution in the Hokage, was not only overlooked by Sarutobi Hiruzen, but was also met with frequent praise. On numerous occasions, he publicly extolled Su Ming's virtues. Under such circumstances, Su Ming's prestige within Konoha had escalated to an extraordinary level, so much so that even the slightest blemish would be magnified and become widely known. Before long, his record of mission failure was laid bare for all to see, and, under the influence of those with ulterior motives, a cacophony of denunciations ensued. Ninjas are tasked with executing missions, and failing to complete them naturally warrants repercussions. The villagers were unaware of the truth. They merely knew that Su Ming had failed to accomplish his duties, oblivious to the fact that he had sacrificed his mission to save the village. They had no need to know such details. Fame breeds jealousy. Although he typically led a quiet life, when the opportunity arose to destroy him, many seized it with fervor. White Fang had encountered a similar fate. Therefore, in a matter of hours, Su Ming's heroic reputation transformed into that of a failure. Moreover, throughout this ordeal, the third Hokage remained silent. As the outcry intensified over time, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally took a stand. He vowed to provide the villagers with a satisfactory explanation. In an instant, Hiruzen's reputation soared. The accolades previously amassed for Su Ming were now redirected towards him. He indeed dispatched Umbu ninjas to Su Ming's residence, yet upon arrival, they found it desolate, completely empty. When this news reached Hiruzen, he could no longer remain idle and personally rushed to Naruto's home, only to uncover no traces there either. It was as if Su Ming had vanished into thin air. At that moment, the phrase "Flying Thunder God" echoed ominously in Hiruzen's mind. His expression darkened to a shade of despair. In the next instant, Su Ming was branded as an SS-class rogue ninja for absconding with the Jinchūriki. This marked the first instance of a rogue ninja surpassing the S-class in Konoha's history, demonstrating the extent of Hiruzen's wrath. The Jinchūriki was the village's secret weapon and a formidable deterrent against other villages. Yet now, the Jinchūriki had disappeared right under Hiruzen's nose. Shortly thereafter, Asuma Sarutobi's injuries healed, and during a conversation with Hiruzen regarding the situation, he suddenly realized that the one responsible for his predicament was none other than Orochimaru and that boy from Su Ming's household. In that moment, Hiruzen's animosity towards Su Ming reached its zenith. In a fit of rage, he began to monitor Sasuke as well. Chaos enveloped Konoha. Meanwhile, Kabuto, after consulting with Su Ming, received orders to further tarnish Su Ming's reputation. Not long after a clandestine meeting with Iruka, the latter emerged as Su Ming's brother's teacher, standing forth to accuse him of various misdeeds. A chorus of condemnation erupted, yet no one could locate him. In the new Uchiha clan territory, Itachi sat beside Su Ming. Perplexed as he inquired, "Ming-san, why do you deliberately tarnish your own reputation?" Su Ming replied, "Reputation is only of value when you care about it. If you care too much, it cannot protect you. It may even become a liability. Conversely, when you are indifferent to it, it transforms into your most potent weapon. Sarutobi Hiruzen believes he can destroy me this way, but he fails to realize that the dirt he seeks is utterly unfounded. What I possess is the true weapon. Consider this." When the first and second Hokage confronted him, questioning the future of the Senju clan, which side do you think the villagers of Konoha would trust, Sarutobi Hiruzen or us? As he spoke, Su Ming chuckled, his expression radiating a confidence that suggested he held all the cards. The thoughts of those foolish villagers were of no consequence. After all, their fate was sealed from the moment they treated Naruto as they did. Destruction. Before long, news arrived from Minato that Naruto was ready to emerge from his seclusion. With the aid of the sage's power, Naruto swiftly mastered the sage mode. Upon acquiring this skill, he promptly returned. However, before he could reunite with Su Ming, he was whisked away by Kushina. That night, in the depths of the evening, Minato gazed enviously at the lights within their home, sighing deeply. He observed as the lights flickered brightly, then extinguished. Kushina cradled Naruto as they drifted into a deep slumber, while Minato lacked the courage to enter the room. He was utterly terrified of Kushina. In truth, Minato's strength far surpassed Kushina's. Yet fear, too, can be a form of love. Out of love, he embraced every facet of her being. Naruto slept soundly, nestled in Kushina's embrace, as gentle tears trickled from his eyes. Kushina tenderly wiped them away, her movements delicate, as if the slightest pressure might rouse him. Outside, amidst the cold winds, Minato donned his Hokage cloak, the fabric rustling in the breeze. Yet he tightly wrapped himself in his garment, striving not to disturb his wife and child as they slumbered peacefully. Chapter 68. In such a Konoha, the destruction feels utterly guiltless. Su Ming typically awoke early, but when he finally roused, Kushina had already vanished. Upon rising and stepping outside, he was greeted by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Su Ming felt a twinge of confusion. The Uchiha clan's customs did not dictate such an early preparation of meals. Apart from the Uchiha, no one else resided here. Could it be Orochimaru? Su Ming paused, pondering whether a change in gender had also brought about a transformation in temperament. Following the delectable scent, he ventured forth, soon spotting the familiar crimson hair of Kushina, busily preparing an array of dishes. Kushina was bustling about, an impressive spread of food laid out before her, both recognizable and unrecognizable dishes alike. Observing this scene, Su Ming was taken aback. The quantity of food rivaled that of a grand imperial feast. Mother, have you raided an entire ninja village's supply of ingredients? After spending half the day without any progress, Su Ming helplessly remarked. Only then did Kushina notice Su Ming, and with a hint of apology, she said, I just thought I didn't know what Naruto liked, so I made a bit more. All right, that's enough, Su Ming sighed. There's no way the Nine-Tails can finish all this. I'll go wake Naruto up. With that, Su Ming left the room. However, as he stepped outside, he encountered Minato, who had just returned using the Flying Thunder God technique, cradling a considerable amount of ingredients in his arms. Upon seeing Su Ming, Minato's expression turned awkward. Good morning. Su Ming merely rolled his eyes, ignoring him as he walked away. Morning. The happy family of four enjoyed breakfast together. After the meal, Naruto proudly demonstrated his newly learned sage mode, which delighted Kushina immensely. In her excitement, she playfully scolded Minato for not resurrecting her sooner, lamenting that if she had, she could have cared for Naruto earlier. As for whether Minato would use the impure world reincarnation technique, she dismissed it, asserting it was his fault anyway. The family was in high spirits. Before long, Orochimaru arrived, seeking Su Ming. There were reports from Orochimaru's informant in Konoha. The situation in Konoha had become perilous. After Su Ming and Naruto went missing, the third Hokage was nearly on the brink of losing control. In this chaos, Danzo had seized some power, and his root division began a strict investigation into certain prominent clans. Among them, the Hyuga clan was under special scrutiny. The clan leader, Hayashi Hyuga, had been captured, and his two daughters, along with Niji, were also being monitored. There were even threats that if Su Ming did not return, the Hyuga clan would be punished as accomplices to a rogue ninja, accused of harboring a traitor. When Orochimaru delivered the news, he observed Su Ming's reaction and stated, Sarutobi-sensei likely intends to use the Hyuga clan to lure you out. He must have made considerable preparations. It would be prudent for us to avoid this storm. Su Ming shook his head. There's no need for such caution. Since Sarutobi wishes for my appearance, I shall oblige. I am merely uncertain whether he can withstand my arrival. Su Ming chuckled, his smile radiating confidence. You, Sarutobi, seek to entice me into your web. I am fully aware of your schemes, but I am unafraid. In the face of absolute power, any ploy is rendered futile. Su Ming departed alone. He chose not to bring anyone else, for he believed that true power should be revealed at the appropriate moment. Revealing it too early would lead the enemy to relinquish their struggle, thus robbing him of the anticipated thrill. Sarutobi, have you ever tasted despair? Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, Su Ming materialized in Konoha. The moment he appeared, he was detected by patrolling Umbu, who swiftly surrounded him. Yet, despite their encirclement, they hesitated to act. Su Ming made a slight motion, causing the Umbu to tense up momentarily. No need to be anxious. I am merely stretching, he said with a smile, stretching leisurely in front of the Umbu, exuding an air of relaxation. Now enough of this game. Take me to see Sarutobi. The lead Umbu nodded and escorted Su Ming onward. In the Hokage's office, the moment Sarutobi laid eyes on Su Ming, his fury surged, and he bellowed, Where have you hidden Naruto? Observing the enraged Hokage, anyone else would have been intimidated by his formidable presence. However, Su Ming felt no fear and even stifled a laugh. Was the third Hokage truly terrifying? No. Su Ming perceived this as mere impotent rage. Naruto is in a fine place. He truly enjoys it there. Su Ming, you are playing with fire. With a resounding bang, Sarutobi slammed his palm onto the desk, rising in anger. Su Ming remained nonchalant, responding, Isn't the will of fire all about playing with fire? I wonder, Lord Third, how well do you think I am playing with it? He spoke with a cheerful grin. The very essence Sarutobi took pride in was the will of fire. Yet, upon hearing Su Ming's interpretation, he could not help but feel a surge of indignation. I will ask you again, where have you hidden Naruto? He is my brother, and I have every right to take him elsewhere, Su Ming retorted. But he is also Konoha's Jinchūriki. Regardless of the reason, the Nine-Tails must remain in the village. From the moment he became the Jinchūriki, his actions are no longer solely his to decide. Sarutobi exclaimed angrily. Su Ming scoffed. So? Even if he wishes to leave the village to see the world, he must seek your permission? Indeed, even if he wishes to associate with anyone, it requires my consent. As Hokage, I must ensure the Nine-Tails' safety. Sarutobi thundered. The safety of the Nine-Tails? Have you finally revealed your true nature? Do you believe the Nine-Tails needs your protection? What you truly desire is to control the power of the Nine-Tails to intimidate other villages. Su Ming queried. So, is it your intention, Lord Third, that your kindness towards Naruto all these years was solely for the sake of the Nine-Tails? Su Ming asked earnestly, genuinely wanting to understand Sarutobi's perspective, despite already harboring suspicions. What else could it be? Sarutobi sneered. From the moment he was sealed with the Nine-Tails, he ceased to be an ordinary human and became a weapon of immense power. A weapon that could potentially go berserk at any moment. Do you think I would grow attached to a weapon? Indeed, Su Ming replied, losing interest in further inquiry. Is this truly your perspective? Suddenly, he burst into a boisterous laugh. Once his laughter subsided, his gaze turned icy. With a mindset like yours, with a village like this, destroying it would evoke no sense of guilt whatsoever. Chapter 69. The interrogation begins. In a dimly lit secret chamber, Hayashi Hyuga stared blankly at the ceiling, contemplating the length of time since he had last experienced such darkness. As the clan leader of the Hyuga, who would dare confine him to such a place? Yet, Sarutobi did, because he was the Hokage. Within the confines of the chamber, Hayashi pondered many things, particularly the future of the Hyuga clan amidst the tumultuous state of Konoha. This left him feeling thoroughly bewildered. Just then, a flash of light caught his attention as a figure emerged. Lord Hayashi, it has been a long time. The voice carried an eerie chill. Upon recognizing Orochimaru, Hayashi instinctively stepped back. How did you know I was here? Orochimaru replied. There is no need for you to know that, Lord Hayashi. Just understand that I am here to propose a collaboration, and that is sufficient. Collaboration? Hayashi's wariness heightened. Orochimaru was now an S-rank rogue ninja in Konoha. It was evident that any collaboration would not bode well. Hayashi instinctively prepared to refuse. However, Orochimaru continued. There is no need for you to hastily decline. You see, I am working for Su Ming. The mention of Su Ming's name caused Hayashi to freeze, displaying an expression of disbelief. You mean to say that even someone as dangerous as Orochimaru serves him? If you still doubt it, Lord Hayashi, take a look at this. Orochimaru produced a kunai, specially crafted. As Orochimaru's gaze shifted towards Hayashi, he smiled and snapped his fingers. Snap! A golden light flashed from the kunai. Two figures materialized before them, Minato and Kushina, the Fourth Hokage couple. Upon witnessing the Fourth Hokage couple, Hyuga Hizashi was taken aback. However, upon gazing into their eyes, he understood, exclaiming, Edo Tensei? Lord Hizashi, it has been a long time, greeted Minato upon his appearance. Hizashi nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Kushina inquired, Lord Hizashi, do you have children now? Taken aback, Hizashi hadn't anticipated Kushina to pose such a question, and he instinctively replied, Yes, why do you ask? You do. Kushina seemed somewhat excited. Are they boys or girls? Two girls, Hizashi responded candidly. At that moment, Kushina's eyes sparkled with delight. Girls, two of them? Minato, in a state of exasperation, rubbed his forehead. He was well aware of what Kushina was thinking. After all, how old could the children possibly be? Wasn't he a tad premature? To prevent Kushina from continuing, Minato interjected, We are here on Su Ming's behalf, to discuss matters with Lord Hizashi. What matters? The destruction of Konoha. As Minato spoke these words, he was utterly serious, devoid of any semblance of reluctance. Hizashi was taken aback. Had even the Fourth Hokage lost faith in Konoha? Was this place truly worth staying in? I know what you are thinking, Lord Hizashi. I was indeed the Fourth Hokage, but that was in my past life. In life, I dedicated everything as the Fourth Hokage for the village. However, the Fourth Hokage has become a relic of the past. Now, I am merely a father who wishes for his children to be happy. If there were even a sliver of hope regarding Konoha's actions towards them, I would not have come to this. As Minato spoke, Hizashi gazed intently into his eyes, perceiving nothing but sincerity. I understand, Hizashi replied. I am also a father. He recalled Hinata, Hanabi, and Niji, his resolve growing stronger. What must I do? Simply follow Su Ming's orders. Hisashi nodded. After contemplating, if Su Ming were indeed the mastermind behind all this, then perhaps it wasn't so bad after all. After all, they still maintained a decent relationship, even if it was not one he had cultivated. Raising daughters is wonderful. At that moment, the Hyuga would no longer be the Hyuga of Konoha. This was something even Sarutobi Hiruzen had not anticipated. Su Ming's methods were remarkably ruthless. Sarutobi ordered Su Ming to be imprisoned and to be interrogated in front of all the villagers of Konoha in 3 days. During the capture of Su Ming, Hiruzen even summoned Danzo to ensure the process went smoothly. Yet, Su Ming showed no intention of resisting, entering the prison with an air of confidence. This went so smoothly that the suspicious Danzo believed Su Ming was plotting some kind of trick. But from beginning to end, Su Ming had no intention to fight back. Thus, 3 days passed in tranquility. While Su Ming remained calm within the prison, Konoha was anything but peaceful. The first SS rank rogue ninja since the village's inception had appeared and was subsequently captured, set to face interrogation. A public trial of this nature was uncommon in Konoha. Following Su Ming's capture, the praises for the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen grew increasingly louder. In fact, Hiruzen's public appearances had notably increased, as he was met with nothing but commendations. However, he failed to notice that those villagers who praised him began to gather in an orderly fashion once they departed. Should these individuals encounter danger or engage in battle, their eyes would reveal the Sharingan, shocking to Hiruzen. Yes, they were all Uchiha clan members. This was orchestrated by Su Ming, with the intent of deceiving Sarutobi Hiruzen. Responsible for this was Itachi. In matters concerning Ming's life, Itachi exerted extraordinary effort, contemplating every detail to ensure not a single error occurred. Because of this, the Uchiha clan members grew increasingly respectful towards the young clan leader, for he exhibited remarkable leadership skills. Even the Uchiha clan revered strength. Moreover, the young clan leader possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's direction, Su Ming was brought forth. The interrogation took place in the most prosperous area of Konoha, allowing most citizens to witness. The interrogation space was modest, featuring a raised platform with a cross. The interrogated individual would be bound to that cross. Long before, under Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo's arrangements, the area was surrounded by Konoha's villagers, who had eagerly awaited this moment. The fall of a hero always seemed to evoke a certain thrill. Su Ming was brought forth and, at Danzo's signal, was led to the cross. However, when he arrived at the cross, he was not bound. The Umbu guarding him released him, respectfully bowing before taking their positions beside him. Danzo, witnessing this, exclaimed in anger, "What is the meaning of this?" No one acknowledged him. The Umbu stood silently beside Su Ming. Yet, as they moved, their attire was slowly removed, revealing garments adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem. At once, everyone was taken aback. Su Ming glanced at the two and smiled. The interrogation was indeed about to commence, but it was not intended for him. Thank you for your efforts, Hiruzen. Chapter 70. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is this how you handle matters? Uchiha Su Ming. How dare you conspire with the Uchiha clan? Danzo seethed. All right, let us rephrase that. Su Ming interjected, waving his hand. You have labeled me a rogue ninja. What am I collusion with the Uchiha? If I am a rogue ninja, I naturally must engage in actions befitting one. After uttering these words, Su Ming clapped his hands twice. Following his clap, numerous villagers suddenly stood up, tearing off their clothing to reveal garments bearing the Uchiha clan emblem. Simultaneously, they bowed deeply towards Su Ming, shouting, Lord Su Ming. The uproar was deafening. This caused Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's expressions to darken. Naturally, the same went for Mito Kazumi and Toka Konohagakure, both of whom had previously faced humiliation at Su Ming's hands. Now that Su Ming was in trouble, they eagerly anticipated this moment. However, they did not expect such a significant upheaval in what Sarutobi had vowed would be a secure environment. Thus, they glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, you'd better provide us with an explanation. Indeed, wasn't the Uchiha clan supposed to have been eradicated under your orders? How can they still be here? Just as they finished speaking, a gasp arose from the crowd. What? The Uchiha clan was actually ordered to be exterminated by the third Hokage? Wasn't it said that Itachi killed them out of dissatisfaction with his clan? How could the third Hokage do such a thing? It can't be true, can it? Are you foolish? How could the words of the Hokage's advisor be false? Suddenly, the crowd erupted into discussions. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned a deep shade of crimson. He glared at the two who had just spoken. The truth behind the Uchiha massacre must never be revealed to the villagers. This was a secret Hiruzen had worked tirelessly to conceal, even from his own son. Fearing uncontrollable chaos, he never anticipated that the secret he had so carefully hidden would be exposed in such a public manner. At this moment, Sarutobi's desire to eliminate the two of them had reached its zenith. Among the members of the Uchiha clan that had appeared, he also recognized Fugaku and Itachi. How could he remain oblivious to the fact that this was all a cunning ploy orchestrated by the Uchiha clan? He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had suffered a complete defeat. Third Hokage. Regarding the Uchiha matter, we require your explanation, Fugaku stated. An explanation? Tsunade snickered coldly. What kind of explanation do you seek? Since you reside in Konoha, you should abide by its rules. That is your explanation. With a resounding slap, Sarutobi could no longer contain his fury and struck Tsunade across the face. Tsunade glared at Sarutobi. How dare you lay a hand on me? Sarutobi shouted in anger. Silence. Speak another word, and I shall end you. His rage had nearly clouded his judgment. Though Tsunade and her companion were not particularly formidable, they had leveraged their connection to the second Hokage to secure advisory positions. Typically, Sarutobi had turned a blind eye to their antics, but at such a critical juncture, they not only failed to assist but actively sought to undermine him. Truly, they were the epitome of unreliable allies. This was a Sarutobi Hiruzen that Tsunade had never witnessed before. Under his roar, she fell silent, choosing not to speak further. It was precisely because he had never erupted in such a manner that his outburst was all the more terrifying. Sarutobi glanced at Danzo, who seemed to understand. The Root and Umbu ninjas swiftly united. Danzo sneered. What of the Uchiha clan still being alive? This is Konoha. Do not presume that you can stir up any waves here. Sarutobi retorted. Konoha ultimately belongs to me. With the alliance of the Root and Umbu, it appeared that the situation was firmly in their grasp. Yet, at that moment, Su Ming clapped his hands twice and proclaimed, Hyuga clan leader. It is time for your performance. As he spoke, a figure materialized instantaneously. It was Hinata Hisashi, who had been confined by Sarutobi and the others. Upon his emergence, he raised his arm, and a multitude of Hyuga clan members gathered behind him. Hisashi bellowed, follow Lord Su Ming. In an instant, the tides shifted anew. The alliance of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, two great ocular jutsu families, was unprecedented, having only occurred during the Warring States period due to Hashirama. Now, it was happening because of Su Ming. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo wore expressions of extreme displeasure. The Hyuga clan, once loyal to Konoha, had now turned against it. Sarutobi, his face a mask of fury, directed his gaze at Hisashi. I require an explanation from you, Hisashi. Hisashi coldly replied. The explanation you seek, Third Hokage, was given the moment my brother died. From that point on, the Hyuga clan has remained loyal to Konoha. But what has Konoha provided us? Glory? Pride? No. None of that. Konoha has demanded that the Hyuga clan be on the front lines during war, even at the cost of my two daughters and Niji's threats. When the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki went missing, Konoha did not investigate. Instead, they imprisoned me and my family. This is what Konoha has bestowed upon us. The Hyuga clan has nothing to feel guilty about towards Konoha. Yet today, we are utterly disillusioned with it. At that moment, Hisashi spoke the truth from his heart. When his brother had died, he had held hope for Konoha, believing it to be the last chance. Yet he was mistaken. This was merely the beginning. Konoha sought to obliterate the Hyuga clan entirely. How could he acquiesce to that? As Hisashi's words echoed, Sarutobi fell silent. The villagers, too, were rendered mute. They were confronted with darkness they had never before heard of, a chronicle of blood and tears from a great clan. The Hyuga clan appeared resplendent on the surface, but bore the weight of so many burdens for Konoha. Yet in the end, what had the village offered them? Distrust and opposition. Nothing more. They were utterly exhausted by it all. I acknowledge that I have not handled your matters adequately, but please believe me. I will address them and restore justice to you. Sarutobi spoke earnestly. However, at that moment, Su Ming scoffed. Time for you to handle things? Can your words be trusted? He cast his gaze over the crowd. Do you know my identity? I am the son of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. But did you know that I am merely an adopted son? The Fourth Hokage has a biological son. That son, whom you disdain and refer to as a demon fox, is none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki, the descendant of the Fourth Hokage, sacrificed himself to protect the village. Su Ming fixed his glare upon Sarutobi. Tell me, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is this how you handle things? Chapter 71, The Appearance of Orochimaru. When Su Ming's voice resonated, all fell silent. The villagers of Konoha, the Uchiha, the Hyuga, and even the Umbu were rendered mute. In their minds, the image of a small boy materialized, an image of helplessness. Though so young, he endured scorn from the villagers, suffering pains that even adults could scarcely bear. His name was Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the Fourth Hokage. In an instant, upon hearing this revelation, the expressions on the faces of the crowd became indescribably complex. Sighing heavily, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared forlorn. There were reasons for my actions. Su Ming coldly chuckled, choosing not to respond, clearly dissatisfied with the answer. Meanwhile, Danzo barked, Su Ming, is this how you address the Hokage? You are being disrespectful. Amidst Danzo's furious shout, Su Ming's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, and with a flash of cold light, one of Danzo's arms was severed. Clang! The sword was sheathed. Danzo clutched his severed arm, his expression fierce as he glared at Su Ming. Do not look at me with such eyes. They will not earn you mercy. I am a person who cherishes peace. Thus, with a swift motion, another cold glint flickered. A root ninja, who had attempted to ambush Su Ming, collapsed to the ground. Unfazed, Su Ming continued, the best way to maintain peace is to eliminate all adversaries. He flashed a grin. Do not worry, Danzo. Your head will remain atop your shoulders for now. I will collect it later. Though he smiled warmly, like the sun, both Root and Umbu ninjas instinctively took a step back, gazing at Su Ming as though he were a demon. Turning his attention back to Sarutobi, Su Ming offered an apologetic smile. My apologies, my sword is rather unruly. You may continue your deception. Sarutobi Hiruzen, continue to deceive? Sarutobi exclaimed. So whatever I say next, no matter how eloquent, even if I could bring the Fourth Hokage back to life, it would be considered deceit? Instantly, Sarutobi lost interest in continuing the conversation. He could only state, things are not as simple as you believe. Su Ming remained silent, merely glancing at the sword in his hand, which trembled slightly. He raised his gaze. It says it cannot. One sword cannot. Sarutobi snapped. Are you mocking me? Sarutobi was on the verge of a breakdown, yet the villagers of Konoha watched, eagerly awaiting his response. Reluctantly, Sarutobi pressed on. The reason for concealing Naruto's identity was that during the Third Shinobi World War, the Fourth Hokage made many enemies. Hiding Naruto's identity was to ensure his safety. Upon hearing this, the villagers were initially taken aback, then nodded in understanding. If that were the case, everything made perfect sense. After all, during the last Shinobi World War, the Fourth Hokage was undeniably of immense significance, and there were certainly many who harbored grudges against him. Following his demise, if it were to be discovered that his offspring still existed, they would undoubtedly become targets of animosity, perhaps even specifically pursued for assassination. Many villagers nodded in agreement, evidently acknowledging Sarutobi's assertion. Witnessing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression brightened considerably. At least some were listening. However, Su Ming let out a cold chuckle. Might I inquire, Lord Third, which identity do you believe possesses greater allure? That of the Jinchūriki of the Nine-Tails, or that of the Fourth Hokage's son? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance instantly stiffened. Su Ming continued, in comparison to the identity of the Jinchūriki, the title of Hokage's son seems rather inconsequential, does it not? Indeed, given the significance of the tailed beasts, their allure far surpasses that of being the Hokage's progeny. Sarutobi's previous argument now appeared utterly untenable. After a moment of contemplation, the villagers began to react, their gazes towards Sarutobi Hiruzen shifting noticeably. As a result, Sarutobi's expression grew even more grim. This time, he refrained from retorting and instead fixed his gaze upon Su Ming, his demeanor turning decidedly calm. What exactly is your intention? He inquired. Though Su Ming had inadvertently garnered the support of both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, numerous other factions remained within Konoha, including the Sarutobi, Nara, and Inazuka clans, all intrinsically linked to Konoha and, by extension, to Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. In other words, even if Su Ming desired to instigate conflict, Konoha was not guaranteed to falter. Furthermore, Konoha possessed reserves of power for wartime, all of which the Hokage could mobilize. Assessing the current situation, Sarutobi found himself in a position of advantage. After weighing the strengths of both sides, Sarutobi's confidence gradually grew. Thus, he posed that question. What do you truly wish to achieve? Su Ming smiled, nonchalantly glancing at the cross not far away. Today, Lord Third has come here to interrogate me. I wonder, what charges does the esteemed Third intend to bring against me? Just as Sarutobi opened his mouth to respond, Su Ming interjected, is it for an unfinished mission? He clapped his hands, and from the crowd emerged a figure who ascended to the elevated position before binding himself to the cross. It was Orochimaru. Long time no see. Sensei, Orochimaru exclaimed, excitedly licking his lips. Su Ming remarked, this is the task I undertook, to capture an elite Chunin. His voice was not loud, yet it carried enough for all to hear. Upon Orochimaru's arrival, many failed to recognize him due to his change in appearance. Thus, Su Ming kindly inquired, "Might I ask, Mr. Orochimaru, to what extent has your power ascended?" Orochimaru replied with a sinister smile, "I can easily eliminate several Jonin. Even you, sensei, may not be my match at present." Orochimaru was not wrong. Should he utilize the reanimation jutsu to summon the first and second Hokage, even a handful of Jonin would scarcely suffice. Su Ming continued to smile, declaring, "This was indeed my original mission, to capture an elite Chunin, Orochimaru. And now, I have accomplished it." He placed particular emphasis on the word elite. The crowd comprehended his implication. Orochimaru's prowess was well known, as one of the legendary three. A disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, his strength was undeniably formidable. Not only was he designated as an elite Chunin during missions, but he had also been assigned to Su Ming. What, then, could this elite truly signify? If that were the case, even the Hokage would merely be an elite Jonin at best. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd, directed at Konoha's upper echelons and Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Chapter 72. I want the flames of Konoha to engulf the entire shinobi world. The moment Orochimaru made his appearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed impending trouble. Indeed, events began to unfold in an unfavorable direction. Yet even at this juncture, Sarutobi could not fathom why Orochimaru would heed Su Ming's words and serve him. He was all too familiar with his disciple's character and the extent of his rebelliousness. A person so obstinate had now inexplicably acquiesced to Su Ming's demands. "Minato, how did you come to have such an extraordinary son? If Asuma had even half of that, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Nevertheless, regardless of the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained Hokage, having endured numerous trials. Thus, he declared, "That mission was issued by Danzo. I am not privy to its particulars." Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Sarutobi, his expression incredulous. The implication was clear. Was he to bear the blame once again? So Sarutobi Hiruzen could remain unblemished, with all blame falling upon him? Anger surged within Danzo. He could not allow himself to be scapegoated any longer. However, just as he opened his mouth to protest, Sarutobi turned, his gaze icy. The meaning in his eyes was unmistakable to Danzo. Should he refuse to acknowledge the truth, Sarutobi would expose all of his misdeeds. At that point, he would not merely face interrogation, but perhaps death itself awaited him. Damn it! Danzo clenched his fists tightly, only to release them moments later, bowing his head in resignation. "That mission was indeed issued by me," he conceded. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his attention to Su Ming, affirming, "I was indeed unaware of the specifics. Had I known, I would never have permitted it. After all, as Hokage, I am responsible for every ninja in this village." Sarutobi's words were fervent, exuding the essence of a Hokage. Despite the many events that had transpired, upon hearing his declaration, someone in the crowd shouted in approval. Subsequently, supporters of Sarutobi began to rally, expressing their unwavering faith in the Hokage. This sentiment resonated deeply within the hearts of the villagers. Su Ming had not anticipated that merely these words would suffice to topple Sarutobi. Otherwise, what would the last several decades of his tenure as Hokage signify? His preparations were far from complete. Su Ming possessed the patience of a hunter, an essential trait for capturing prey. Moreover, he did not merely seek to ensnare his quarry. He desired to plunge them into utter despair, to experience the depths of darkness. "No worries, I have faith in you, Lord Third," Su Ming smiled, his expression deceptively sincere. The kind of smile that could easily deceive a young lady. Sarutobi nodded, seemingly convinced by Su Ming's words. The two exchanged smiles. A subtle clash between a cunning fox and a wily young pup. In this contest of wits, sometimes a bloodless struggle could still evoke trepidation. This time, it was evident that Su Ming held the upper hand. While their relationship seemed to have softened, the reality was far from it. Both parties had come perilously close to severing ties. Sarutobi diverted his gaze from Su Ming to Orochimaru, his former disciple and now a rogue ninja. The legendary three of Konoha had always been his pride. After nurturing the three ninjas, Sarutobi had taken great pride in his educational prowess. However, seeing them depart the village had left him with complex feelings. Orochimaru sensed Sarutobi's scrutiny. "Sensei, do you know why I have come here today?" His voice was barely above a whisper, not easily discernible to the villagers, yet Sarutobi heard him clearly. He arched an eyebrow, a hint of inquiry evident in his expression. "Su Mingjun is a person of considerable ambition. He is the gust of wind that I hold in high regard. I understand that with my capabilities, I cannot propel the windmill, yet I can patiently await the arrival of the wind." This conflagration in Konoha, should the wind be sufficiently fierce. Master Sarutobi must be aware of the consequences that shall unfold. Is the wind indeed powerful enough? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, fully cognizant of what was to come. The wind fuels the flames, causing them to grow ever more intense until they become an inferno, consuming all in their path. I am convinced that Konoha merely serves as a catalyst to further ignite this fire, and Master Sarutobi, you are undoubtedly one of the largest and most substantial logs in this pyre. It is a pity, however, that you have grown old. As he uttered these words, Orochimaru displayed a trace of regret. Yet, in Sarutobi's eyes, this regret appeared as nothing more than mockery. Such was the reality. Orochimaru held a unique sentiment towards Konoha and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The latter was his mentor, his guiding light, yet also the one who had led him step by step into the abyss. The defeat in the Third Shinobi World War, the death of Rope Tree, in the past. Orochimaru had once aspired to become Hokage, to cherish the village. But he became disillusioned. He saw through it all. Konoha was never meant to be his true home. He had long sought where his true belonging lay, and now, he had found it. Await the wind. If one cannot become the wind, then one must quietly stand by and wait for the wind to rise and set the wheel of destiny in motion. And Su Ming is that wind. He can set the windmill in motion, altering the fates of others. This was made abundantly clear through Itachi and Shursui, members of the Uchiha clan. Previously, Orochimaru had only trusted in science, yet he ultimately realized that there are matters beyond its grasp. He could meticulously study all things, provided there was sufficient data, but he could never elucidate the essence of life itself. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained enveloped in silence. He indeed had aged, no longer the formidable shinobi he once was. He was well aware that had he been in his youth, Konoha would never find itself in such peril. But there are no what-ifs. Matters must reach their conclusion. Thus, he turned to Su Ming once more and inquired, "What do you wish to do?" This time, his query was formal and earnest, devoid of humility, yet imbued with resolve. Su Ming responded with equal seriousness, "I desire for this fire in Konoha to engulf the entire shinobi world. What was once owed must be repaid. The grievances of Naruto and the Fourth Hokage couple." Suddenly, Sarutobi raised his arm, and the Umbu, Root ninjas, and other followers of his glanced at each other, their gazes trembling as they tightened their grips on their kunai. A battle was on the verge of erupting. Yet Sarutobi's hand remained suspended in the air, for at that moment, he beheld a figure. A silhouette, both familiar yet strange. Clad in pristine attire, with clean hair, new goggles, and an unmistakably familiar head of golden locks, Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchūriki of the Nine-Tails. He traversed the crowd, slowly making his way to this high ground, the arena of conflict. The third Hokage regarded the now taller Naruto with mixed emotions. As he prepared to speak, he abruptly froze, for in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of Nine-Tails chakra emanating from Naruto. Chapter 73. If you deem me a demon fox, how could I refrain from acting as one? The dense chakra of the Nine-Tails surged forth from Naruto, and upon realizing this, Sarutobi was struck with shock. He instinctively believed that the Nine-Tails was about to break free. The very beast that had once wreaked havoc upon the village, threatening to annihilate everything, was poised to return. However, he soon noticed that Naruto retained his consciousness. Moreover, his elder brother Su Ming showed no signs of concern. Even Orochimaru appeared to be one who had anticipated this moment, wearing a knowing expression. Thus, Sarutobi confirmed his realization. His astonishment directed at Naruto as he asked, "You have mastered the power of the Nine-Tails?" Among the tailed beasts, their designation is determined by the number of tails, which also signifies their strength. The Nine-Tails, without doubt, is the most formidable of the known tailed beasts. Mastering the power of a tailed beast has historically been the aspiration of all Jinchūriki. Yet, even among other tailed beasts, few have succeeded. The prospect of controlling a tailed beast's power is nearly impossible, especially for the mightiest of them all, the Nine-Tails. And now, Naruto had achieved this? At such a young age? The depth of Sarutobi's astonishment was beyond measure. Simultaneously, he contemplated the implications of power. With the Nine-Tails in the possession of Su Ming's faction, they would be at a distinct disadvantage. In an instant, Sarutobi's expression darkened considerably. How could they engage in combat when faced with the Nine-Tails? 1,000 of their ninjas hurling shuriken would be met with a single-tailed beast bomb from the enemy. What could they possibly achieve? In that fleeting moment, Sarutobi's mind raced, filled with regret. Had he treated Naruto better in the past, perhaps this situation could have been avoided. Yet even now, a sliver of hope lingered in his heart. After all, he had been relatively kind to Naruto later on. Thus, he maintained his customary amiability. Naruto, where have you been all this time? I have been quite worried about you. The emotional appeal. Su Ming chuckled softly from the side, noting that it was too late to play the emotional card now. Had Sarutobi shown genuine care for Naruto from the outset, treating him like a beloved apprentice, then Su Ming would not have minded extending Konoha a reprieve. After allowing Naruto to grow, not only would Konoha retain its title as the foremost ninja village, but the entire shinobi world would come to revere it. Yet, Sarutobi had squandered this opportunity. A hand of excellent cards poorly played. Now, attempting to employ emotional appeal with Naruto was futile. He was no longer a mere child. Thank you for your kind intentions, Third Hokage, Naruto replied politely. Such politeness only served to create distance. I have come here to take my brother back. Naruto turned to Sarutobi, his voice calm. Third Hokage, do you have anything to say? As he spoke, the cloak of the tailed beast began to materialize around him. An aura of malevolence and dread instantly enveloped the area. Sarutobi's heart raced with fear. When this power emerged, the villagers erupted in panic. This is the power of the Nine-Tails. The demon fox, it is truly the demon fox. The demon fox has come forth. Isn't he the son of the Fourth Hokage? How could the demon fox be unleashed when the Fourth Hokage sealed it away? Forget about the Fourth Hokage's son. He is now nothing more than a demon fox, a creature that once laid waste to our village. Its reappearance surely heralds another calamity. What shall we do? What shall we do? With the Fourth Hokage absent, who can subdue this demon fox? The villagers were in a frenzy, their faces marked by terror. Suddenly, someone shouted, the Third Hokage is here. The Third Hokage is present. Indeed, the Third Hokage must have a way to contain this demon fox. At this, the villagers turned to Sarutobi, imploring, Third Hokage, we beseech you to save us. Quickly, capture this demon fox. Yes, Third Hokage, if you do not subdue this demon fox, it will surely bring ruin upon our village once more. For the safety of the village, please eliminate this creature. The crowd was incensed, entirely forgetting that Naruto was the son of the Fourth Hokage. They overlooked that the Fourth Hokage had once saved the village. And Naruto, too, existed to protect the village, by sealing the Nine-Tails within him. He indirectly continued the Fourth Hokage's legacy of safeguarding Konoha. Yet, in their eyes, they could not perceive the greater picture. All that they could see was the potential threat to their own lives. And merely a potential at that. Throughout, Naruto had never harbored any intention to harm them. Just moments ago, he had deliberately steered clear of the villagers. At this moment, as the villagers gazed at Hiruzen Sarutobi with hope, he wore a bitter smile. Eradicate the Nine-Tails? Such words were spoken with ease, but did he not wish to? Even if he desired it, it was entirely beyond his capabilities. The Jinchūriki who had fully mastered the power of the tailed beast still found themselves facing the formidable Nine-Tails. How could one expect to eliminate such a being? It would require the resurrection of the first Hokage to even entertain such a notion. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt utterly inadequate to confront the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki. He feared that even with 8 lives, he would not be enough. Thus, when they spoke, Hiruzen had no intention of responding. As for taking action against Naruto, that was a laughable thought. At this juncture, even a slightly harsh word directed at Naruto was beyond his courage. Just then, as the pleas of the villagers grew louder, the chakra emanating from Naruto surged, becoming increasingly tangible. Under the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto's demeanor grew ever colder. Finally, he bellowed, silence. This thunderous command resonated like a clap of thunder, silencing the previously clamorous villagers of Konoha. They stood in stunned silence. Fear etched across their faces as they gazed at Naruto. One could hear a trembling voice utter, the demon fox. At that moment, Naruto vanished in an instant. Reappearing before the speaker, his arm raised and gripping the man's throat. With force, he lifted him off the ground. What did you just say? His voice was devoid of emotion, chillingly indifferent. As the man met Naruto's gaze, it was as if he were staring into the eyes of an ancient beast, cold and brimming with murderous intent. Those were the eyes of the Nine-Tails. While holding the man aloft, Naruto suddenly caught a whiff of a foul odor. The man had lost control of his bodily functions. With a disdainful scoff, Naruto flung him aside and turned to face the gathered villagers. Do you wish to die? The villagers fell silent in shock. At that moment, Hiruzen opened his mouth. Naruto, do not frighten them. Naruto turned back. The unique pupils of the Nine-Tails narrowing menacingly at Hiruzen, followed by a chilling voice. Did I permit you to speak? Chapter 74. The True Man, Danzo. Naruto's actions, his outburst, and everything he did were all within Su Ming's anticipation. Even if Naruto were to deviate from his original plan and shatter it, Su Ming would not furrow a brow. Suppression, when pushed to its limits, will inevitably explode. No one undergoes a drastic transformation without cause. If one can bask in the light, they will not willingly turn toward darkness. When a person strides unhesitatingly into the shadows, it signifies that they have lost even the last yearning for light. At that point, light ceases to be hope and becomes poison. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Even the nine-tailed beasts, when first separated, did not harbor such hatred for humanity as they do now. Every action has its consequences, much like Naruto's current stance. This was the culmination of pent-up frustration, and Su Ming would not intervene. Rather, if Naruto were to further suppress himself, Su Ming would actively encourage his outburst. Konoha. He indeed wished to relish the process of its destruction. However, the entirety of Konoha pales in significance compared to Naruto. Su Ming knew how to discern what was of greater importance. At this moment, gazing at Naruto's icy countenance, Hiruzen exchanged a brief glance before lowering his head, unable to meet his gaze any longer. The eyes of the Nine-Tails were indeed fearsome, but for Hiruzen, it was not solely that. He saw not only those terrifying eyes, but also the childhood of Naruto, filled with disappointment and darkness. Upon witnessing Hiruzen bow his head, Naruto turned away to regard the villagers. He remained silent, yet his chakra swelled even more intensely. Hiruzen felt a chill run down his spine, for this seemed to be a precursor to the release of a tailed beast ball. Should Naruto truly unleash a tailed beast ball here, half of Konoha would be obliterated. The power of such a technique was well known among the ninja villages. It was equivalent to nuclear weaponry. Thus, even during times of war, few villages permitted their Jinchūriki to utilize such means, for it was far too terrifying. Before resorting to such methods, there remained a possibility for negotiation between the parties. However, once unleashed, it would lead to a scenario of total annihilation. It would no longer be war, it would be a massacre. Hiruzen had long been fixated on the Nine-Tails, not only to harness its terrifying power, but also as a deterrent against other villages. With such power at his disposal, other villages would think twice before launching an attack. Yet now, this very force loomed over his own village, over Konoha. Hiruzen's complexion shifted. He could no longer remain silent and bellowed, "All ninjas, protect the village." At Hiruzen's command, both the Umbu and Root ninjas positioned themselves in front of the villagers, including Inoshikicho and other clans. Even those who had been observing were compelled to engage in battle, for if a tailed beast ball were to be unleashed, the entire village would face catastrophe. In an instant, they all sprang into action. Even a Jonin stealthily approached, intending to strike Naruto before he could release the tailed beast ball. The release of such a technique indeed required time, especially considering the formidable power of the tailed beast ball Naruto was gathering. However, just as the Jonin drew near, Su Ming made his move. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, a glint of cold light flashing forth. A head was sent soaring through the air, tracing a graceful arc before crashing to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Thud! The body hit the ground. Su Ming positioned himself before Naruto, sword pointed forward, and smiled upward. "You wish to strike? You haven't consulted me yet. Su Ming, what do you intend to do? Are you truly set on destroying Konoha? That is the village that raised you." A Jonin exclaimed urgently. Yet Su Ming's response was to draw his sword. Swish! Another Jonin who attempted to approach Naruto fell. The number of Jonin remaining since the last Ninja World War was already scant. Now, Su Ming had slain two in quick succession. In that moment, the eyes of the others reddened with fury. To me, the destruction of Konoha is merely a display of fireworks. As long as Naruto is pleased, it is not out of the question. With a flick of his sword, he cast off the blood that still clung to it and shouted, "Come and fight." At this moment, under the protection of the Umbu ninjas, the villagers of Konoha seemed to find their courage, echoing shouts of, "Kill them! Kill that demon fox! They must not be allowed to live. Third Hokage, do not let them survive. If they live, they will destroy the village. Only by eliminating them can Konoha be saved. Third Hokage, your previous decisions were all correct. The demon fox is, after all, just a demon fox. He was born to destroy the village. Even if the fourth Hokage were here, he would kill this demon fox to protect us." The crowd was incensed, and the protecting ninjas frowned in response. For such words were excessive. Even Hiruzen furrowed his brow slightly, knowing this was not the time for hesitation. Yet he hesitated. In that moment of doubt, Danzo stepped forth with a cold smile. In the previous encounter, when the second Hokage made the decision to leave behind someone to hold the rear, he hesitated, allowing Sarutobi to seize the opportunity, and thus the title of Hokage was bestowed upon Sarutobi. This event became a source of deep regret for Danzo. However, now Danzo realized that the moment had arrived. He stepped forward, raising his hand dramatically to unravel the bandages that coiled around his arm. In an instant, the Sharingan embedded in his arm was fully revealed. The multitude of Sharingan appeared, terrifying and grotesque in their display. Danzo confronted Naruto with an air of righteousness. "Kyuubi, if you have business, come at me. Do not harm the villagers. Konoha has not only the Hokage, but also me, Shimura Danzo. I shall protect Konoha." Danzo's fervent declaration exuded a sense of justice, garnering cheers from the villagers of Konoha. At that moment, Danzo standing among the villagers soared, filling him with delight. As he contemplated that if he could endure this ordeal, perhaps he could vie with Sarutobi for the position of Hokage. Yet, he failed to notice the sardonic smirk gracing Sarutobi's lips. Did he not recognize that this was an opportune moment to bolster his reputation? Why then did he not step forward sooner? For standing out could only yield one outcome. Indeed, Danzo's voice captured Naruto's attention. The terrifying eyes of the Nine-Tails were instantly imprinted in Danzo's gaze. In that fleeting moment, a chill coursed through Danzo's body, causing him to instinctively want to retreat. However, it was too late. Chapter 75. Would another tailed beast ball be acceptable? Even Su Ming had not anticipated that Danzo would emerge at this critical juncture, revealing all of his greatest secrets. That arm, riddled with Sharingan, was a shocking revelation. Yet, Su Ming began to understand that Danzo's appearance was a desperate attempt to assert his presence. After all, he had remained silent for too long, absent any challenges. Sarutobi might remain in the position of Hokage indefinitely. If he wished to compete, now was his only chance. Moreover, Su Ming recalled that after collecting a significant number of Sharingan, Danzo possessed the forbidden technique, Izanagi. By imprinting a prior state with a Sharingan, he could resurrect himself at the cost of destroying one of his eyes. Now, as Danzo showcased the Sharingan on his arm, a chill of dread swept through the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha had always safeguarded their Sharingan with utmost care. Even in death, measures were in place to prevent their loss. Yet now, they discovered an alarming number of Sharingan in Danzo's possession, all implanted within a single arm. That arm no longer symbolized mere strength. It was akin to a declaration of war against the Uchiha clan. At that moment, Fugaku, as the clan leader, stepped forward. However, Su Ming interposed himself. "Fugaku, there is no need for haste. He has come to challenge Naruto. Let Naruto handle this." Su Ming chose to place his faith in his brother. Izanagi was indeed formidable. Yet what Danzo faced was no ordinary attack, but rather a tailed beast ball. After hearing Su Ming's words, Fugaku nodded, relinquishing his desire to pursue the matter further. He too had faith in Naruto, for Naruto, having fully harnessed the power of the Nine-Tails, was immensely powerful. Fugaku and Su Ming positioned themselves beside Naruto, eliminating anyone who dared approach. Only Danzo remained. "Kyuubi, whatever tricks you have, unleash them upon me. If I, Danzo, flinch even slightly, I shall not be a man." Upon hearing his proclamation, Naruto let out a cold laugh. His chakra surged, transforming into the tangible form of the Nine-Tails. He then consumed the amassed chakra, only to expel it in a violent torrent. In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted, altering the expressions of all present, including Sarutobi. "Form the formation. Quickly, form the formation. We must hold it back." With Sarutobi's frantic cries, all of Konoha's ninjas sprang into action. Centered around Sarutobi, various clans, ANBU, and Root desperately concentrated their chakra, channeling it into a single ANBU ninja. Would release, 4-pillar prison. Boom. In an instant, a colossal wooden cage encircled Naruto and Danzo, sealing them within. Yet, as soon as the cage materialized, it began to distort. The destructive nature of the Nine-Tails chakra was overwhelming, forcing its way through the cage upon its formation. "Quickly, channel more chakra. Do not cease," Sarutobi shouted. Thanks to the collective efforts of Konoha's ninja, the cage barely maintained its form, teetering on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Yamato, who controlled the jutsu, appeared pale, on the verge of losing consciousness. On one hand, the chakra being fed to him was immense. On the other, the devastation wrought by the tailed beast ball was terrifying, threatening to obliterate everything without mercy. Interestingly, as Konoha's ninja exerted themselves, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and Su Ming stood silently to the side, observing with cold detachment. The diligent efforts of Konoha and the frantic cries of Sarutobi were indeed quite amusing. Of course, the one suffering the most was undoubtedly Danzo, trapped within the cage. In fact, upon realizing he was ensnared by the wood-released jutsu, he could no longer contain his frustration and began to curse vehemently. A torrent of expletives, previously unuttered, flowed from his lips, all directed at Sarutobi's lineage. He had only sought to play the hero and elevate his standing in Konoha. Yet, Sarutobi's maneuver had effectively severed his escape route. Damn that Sarutobi, Danzo cursed. However, soon his shouts and all other emotions were drowned out by the tailed beast ball. Boom. The terrifying explosion detonated instantaneously, and within that tiny cage, explosions erupted in rapid succession. At such a moment, even with Izanagi and Danzo's multitude of Sharingan, he could not escape death. Boom, boom, boom. After but a brief moment, the cage was utterly shattered. Then, the force of the explosion surged outward. However, the cage had already absorbed a significant portion of the energy. And with the wood-released Jutsu's special suppressive ability against the tailed beast's power, the force of the tailed beast ball was considerably diminished. Subsequently, under Sarutobi's command, the barrier was released. Though explosions continued, their intensity had markedly decreased. The barrier was now sufficiently robust to withstand the onslaught. Witnessing this scene, many villagers exhaled in relief. Their worries alleviated. Some even sneered. I thought the Kyuubi was powerful. Is this all it amounts to? It's nothing extraordinary. As long as we stand united in Konoha. Even the Kyuubi is not that formidable. Eliminate the Kyuubi. Eliminate the Kyuubi. In an instant, the villagers began to chant fervently. At that moment, the explosions ceased. As the residual waves dissipated and the dust settled, a figure emerged. It was Naruto, his attire pristine, hair immaculate, and even his goggles bore no trace of damage. At this moment, Naruto's countenance remained icy. The only figure visible was Naruto. As for Danzo, he had likely been reduced to nothing more than ashes in the explosion. When Naruto reappeared, Sarutobi and the others were left utterly astonished. In such a confined space, with explosions occurring in rapid succession, it was inconceivable that even the embodiment of the Nine-Tails could emerge unscathed. However, Naruto appeared utterly unscathed. This was due to the celestial talisman Su Ming had previously bestowed upon him, which rendered him impervious to harm. Consequently, Su Ming remained completely unperturbed. Eliminate the fox spirit. The cries of the villagers of Konoha grew ever louder, and at that moment, a cold smile crept upon Naruto's lips. He slightly raised his arm, palm facing upward, and opened it wide. At its center, a tailed beast ball began to coalesce once more. Instantly, the expressions of all the ninjas in Konoha shifted dramatically. Good heavens! Conjuring one tailed beast ball had already proven to be an arduous task. Should another materialize, the outcome was all too predictable. The villagers' shouts continued to reverberate. At this juncture, one ninja could no longer contain himself, turning around to bellow, "Silence, all of you, or I will end your lives." The villagers fell silent, confronted by the fierce glares of the ninjas. Chapter 76. Your existence is a grand firework display. The power of the Nine-Tails is unparalleled among the tailed beasts. While other tailed beasts may require considerable time to harness a tailed beast ball, the Nine-Tails is an exception. In more tranquil moments, the Nine-Tails often boasted to Su Ming about its might, and such arrogance was not unfounded. It was genuinely powerful. At this moment, as the tailed beast ball reappeared in Naruto's hand, the faces of all Konoha's ninjas paled. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips twitched in distress. How on earth could they combat this? He recalled Danzo, but alas, Danzo had been reduced to mere remnants, dissipated into the air. Sarutobi swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he urged, "Naruto, remain calm. You must stay composed." At this point, fear had entirely taken hold of them, dreading what Naruto might do next. Even Fugaku and Hinata Hayashi felt a chill of trepidation. At this moment, a singular thought occupied their minds. Thank goodness I chose the right side. Otherwise, how could one contend against such monstrous power? Would they use their heads as shields? Even their lives would be insufficient for protection. Hinata Hayashi, recalling past humiliations, gazed at the distressed Sarutobi and felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. It was as if all the pain endured by the Hyuga clan was being repaid in full. Fugaku shared a similar sentiment and, of course, felt a tinge of envy towards Hinata. He glanced at Su Ming, contemplating how wonderful it would be to have a daughter. Even if he could not win over Su Ming, at least there was Naruto. Alas, he had only 2 sons. Sigh, how disappointing that was. In the face of Sarutobi's pleas for mercy, Naruto's expression remained icy. "Naruto, this is Konoha, the place that nurtured you. You grew up here. Can you bear to destroy it?" Sarutobi realized that appealing to emotions was his last chance. If it were only Naruto and merely the Nine-Tails, there might be a way to handle it. However, in addition to the Nine-Tails, there was also Su Ming, the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan. Coupled with the villagers protecting Konoha, their capabilities would be severely restricted. Victory in this battle was utterly impossible. Thus, he had no choice but to play the emotional card. Even a child, despite wielding immense power, could still be swayed if the emotional appeal was compelling enough. This was Sarutobi's rationale. Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Naruto shook his head. Instantly, Sarutobi's face brightened, and he quickly added, "You wouldn't want to annihilate Konoha, would you? I know Konoha has wronged you in the past, and we have committed many mistakes. Rest assured, we will make amends. We will repent. You also aspire to become Hokage, don't you? I can guarantee your designation as the next Hokage's successor. If you agree, I can announce it right now." After Sarutobi finished speaking, Fugaku and Hinata Hayashi exchanged cold laughs, inwardly cursing the shameless old man. To tie the Jinchūriki to Konoha with mere empty titles was quite the cunning plan. The next Hokage's successor? Wouldn't the Hokage still be him? His authority would remain intact, and with a perfect Jinchūriki, Konoha's combat strength would vastly improve. Sarutobi, indeed, had clever designs. Yet, Naruto's shake of the head was not in response to Sarutobi's words. He replied, "You are mistaken. What I mean is, I harbor no feelings for Konoha. It is the place that gave me life, yet it is also the place that inflicted pain and suffering upon me." Naruto spoke slowly. "What I have endured and suffered has all been at the hands of Konoha." His expression remained impassive. "My feelings for Konoha amount to the tailed beast ball." He moved his palm. If one was insufficient, he would conjure another. The tailed beast ball grew larger and larger. Sarutobi's expression darkened further. However, this time, the tailed beast ball was hurled directly into the sky. Then boom. In that instant, all the high-rise buildings of Konoha collapsed under the force of the explosion. The detonation persisted for an extended duration, long enough for every villager to tremble as they gazed at the sky. Previously, the explosion had occurred within the confines of a wooden prison, where it had been difficult to witness its full impact. But now, it was painfully real, unfolding right before their eyes. Gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed repeatedly. Someone murmured, "The fox spirit is truly formidable." Suddenly, that speaker was struck across the face. Turning to find it was an Umbu member wearing a dog mask. "Mind your tongue. If you wish to die, do not drag us down with you." The Umbu vanished. Returning to their posts, the speaker shivered as he realized that all around him, everyone was glaring at him with fury. He promptly closed his mouth. The explosion continued unabated. Half of Konoha had succumbed to collapse. All of this was the result of the tailed beast ball, or rather, it was all Naruto's doing. At this moment, the young boy, once called the fox spirit, who had been so thoroughly bullied and discriminated against, was no longer underestimated. Observing the fearful gazes of the people, Naruto felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. It turned out that even villains could feel fear. Villains could indeed dread those who were stronger. If one wished not to be bullied, the only path forward was to grow stronger, to become even more powerful, vanquishing all those who sought to oppress you. Naruto turned to Su Ming and declared, "Brother, I can do it." Naruto's sentence remained unfinished, but Su Ming interjected, "As long as it brings you joy, you may do as you wish." As he spoke, Su Ming smiled, a genuine, heartfelt smile, radiating warmth like the sun. Yet this sun was destined not to be Konoha's sun. In the eyes of the villagers, that smile appeared more fearsome than that of a demon. Naruto too smiled, equally joyful. He looked at Sarutobi and said, "You spoke truly. Konoha is the place that birthed and raised me." Everyone was taken aback, their gazes fixed upon Naruto, including Fugaku and Hinata Hayashi, who wondered if Naruto intended to spare Konoha. Even Sarutobi momentarily entertained this thought, a look of relief washing over his face. However, Naruto continued, "My birthday is approaching. On that day, I wish to set off the grandest fireworks display." He smiled. "Konoha will be that fireworks display." With that, he turned to Su Ming. "Brother, let us go home. Naruto has come to take you back." Su Ming nodded, grasping Naruto's hand. The two brothers stepped away, leaving Sarutobi and the other Konoha ninjas with grim expressions. Konoha, tremble, seethe with hatred. Your existence is merely a grand firework display, for which I have prepared for a long time. Chapter 77. Darkness will not endure forever. Naruto and Su Ming departed. Everything returned to silence. The tranquility of the present moment is destined to be unlike any that has come before. The Hidden Leaf Village has undergone a profound transformation, no longer resembling its former self. Everything has changed. In the aftermath of the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen has dedicated himself to the reconstruction of the village, gradually restoring the numerous buildings ravaged by the tailed beast bombs. Yet, even though the structures may be rebuilt, they can never return to their original state. The human heart, once altered, cannot be restored. Those who have changed, those who have perished, shall not return. Within the Hokage's office, a palpable emptiness lingers. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe clenched between his teeth, finds himself lost in thought. In days gone by, he would have been engaged in spirited debates with Danzo, often at odds over various matters. Those were times when the Hokage's office was abuzz with energy. In moments of heated argument, he would assert his authority, relishing the sight of Danzo's flustered expression. But now, all that remains is silence. Danzo is no more. Sighing, Hiruzen removes the pipe from his mouth. He is still the Hokage, yet this Hokage has changed. He gazes out the window, a rare look of confusion clouding his eyes. Have I truly erred? If I had altered my approach towards Naruto, had I genuinely sought to do right by them, would the outcome for the Hidden Leaf have been different? Perhaps I have grown too old. Perhaps it is time for me to step down. In that moment, a wave of melancholy washes over Hiruzen. Yet, as thoughts of abdication cross his mind, he realizes he cannot find anyone suitable to assume his position. There were candidates, indeed, Kakashi Hatake, Fugaku Uchiha, even Su Ming. However, those individuals are no longer within reach. It dawns upon him that this Hokage has also met with considerable failure. Hiruzen falls into a contemplative silence for what feels like an eternity. Eventually, a resolute expression reemerges upon his face as he steels himself. Everything I have done has been for the sake of the Hidden Leaf. I cannot be mistaken. He takes up pen and paper. The Hokage is always right. After setting down the writing instruments, Hiruzen summons the Umbu and entrusts them with his letters, instructing them. These letters must reach the other ninja villages. This is our final opportunity. Rising, he looks at the Umbu before him and unexpectedly bows deeply. I am counting on you all. The Umbu, taken aback by such a display, stammer in response. Lord Third, what are you doing? The safety of the village rests in your hands. Please ensure these reach the other villages. The Umbu straighten their expressions, affirming, rest assured, Lord Third, as long as we live, we will deliver them. With the Umbu gone, the letters, inviting the other ninja villages to participate in the Chunin exams, carry an ulterior motive. Hiruzen seeks to form alliances to confront Su Ming. The power that Su Ming wields is far too formidable. Just Naruto alone poses a significant challenge, not to mention the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and the most formidable of all, Su Ming. Hiruzen wears a troubled expression. The Chunin exams will be his last stand, his final opportunity to act. The collaboration of several ninja villages will demand a great price, but for the sake of the village, Hiruzen resolves that it is all worth it. Meanwhile, after leaving, Naruto and Su Ming do not venture far. They remain in the Hidden Leaf, in their quaint little courtyard. The five of them together create an atmosphere of warmth. As for the reason there are five, it includes Kunmaru, who is nearly the same age as Naruto. Indeed, Kunmaru's presence has somewhat diminished the status of Minato Namikaze. Naruto and Kunmaru are undoubtedly the most cherished members of the household. Though Kushina has not spent much time with Naruto, it does not hinder her from being a wonderful mother. At times, Su Ming even wonders if motherhood is an innate calling, for Kushina, despite being a first-time mother, excels in her role with remarkable finesse. Her usually carefree demeanor transforms into one of meticulous care whenever it concerns Naruto. Upon learning of Naruto's troubles, had it not been for Minato and Su Ming restraining her, Kushina might have stormed into the Hidden Leaf with a blade in hand. Su Ming ensured they did not participate in that battle, as it was merely the beginning. Death is not what terrifies. It is the process of dying that instills dread, keeping the deserving in a state of fear. When one realizes that no matter how fervently they struggle, every effort crumbles before their adversary. That moment is enough to drive anyone to madness. The opponent possesses the power to end your life with a single strike, yet they choose to savor the act, allowing you to experience the depths of mortality, to hear the footsteps of death approaching. No one is immune to the fear of death. Naruto, embracing Kunmaru's shoulder, beams with joy. In that moment, he is not the cold Jinchūriki, but rather a child, and everyone around him sees him as such. In the evening, the family gathers together. Minato, Kushina, Kunmaru, Naruto, Iruka, Jiraiya, and the brothers Itachi and Sasuke. During dinner, Naruto and Sasuke compete in their eating capacities. When Sasuke kicks Naruto for eating too quickly, Kushina slams her hand on the table, nearly springing up to defend her son. The others quickly restrain her, especially Minato, who exerts considerable effort to calm her down. This scene leaves even the two-tailed beasts momentarily speechless, despite their close ties with Naruto's family. They vow that even if they were to unleash fury upon Minato, they would never dare to bully Naruto. Otherwise, Kushina would undoubtedly fight fiercely. What began as a delightful dinner abruptly ends with Kushina's outburst, shattering the table and cracking the ground beneath them. However, aside from Sasuke, no one else takes it to heart. Jiraiya is equally astonished, realizing why Tsunade holds Kushina in such high regard. Indeed, in certain aspects, they share a comparable prowess. After dinner, having indulged a bit too much in drink, Jiraiya hesitates to pull Minato into a drinking contest and instead drags Itachi along. The usually reserved Itachi turns a shade of crimson under Jiraiya's influence, swaying unsteadily. Meanwhile, Sasuke stands off to the side, trembling in fear. Had it not been for Su Ming gently patting Sasuke's head, he might have burst into tears at the sight of Kushina. Even so, for a long time afterward, Sasuke would flee at the mere sight of Naruto. Ever since Kushina returned, no one dared to bully Naruto. The people here are well aware of his father's status as the fourth Hokage and recognize that he has a mother willing to fight tooth and nail for him. Kushina Uzumaki. Such a beautiful name. That night, Naruto clutches Kushina's hand tightly, greedily inhaling her scent. Though Kushina has been back for a while, Naruto still perceives her as if it were their first encounter. Every person harbors shadows within, yet they also possess a radiant side, one that they share unreservedly with those they hold dear. In the presence of such a mother, how could darkness remain so obstinate? Chapter 78, Hosting the Chunin Exams. Hiruzen's Apology. In the Hidden Cloud Village, A receives the letter delivered by a leaf ninja and, upon opening it, begins to read. The letter consists of two parts. The first extends an invitation for the younger generation from the Hidden Cloud to participate in the Chunin exams, which Hiruzen has indicated will include many ninja villages. This Chunin exam serves as an opportunity to demonstrate the strength of each village. However, the second letter causes A.'s brow to furrow. What does Hiruzen mean by this? The letter inviting the young generation also extends an invitation to the elder generation of the Hidden Cloud, suggesting that Hiruzen seeks to foster camaraderie among the villages. Beyond the youthful contests of the next generation, these old-timers could also use this opportunity to strengthen their bonds. Aizawa pressed his forehead in contemplation. Among the various hidden villages, what connections could there possibly be to nurture, especially between the Cloud Village and the Leaf Village? The so-called camaraderie, after one visit resulted in the death of the Hyuga clan leader, would another visit merely lead to another demise? As he gazed upon the letter, Aizawa fell into deep thought, utterly perplexed by the intentions of Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, he did grasp one thing. This was a chance to enhance his village's reputation. He could not afford to let it slip away. Thus, Aizawa issued a direct command to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams, summoning the village's elite to select the most suitable candidates to represent the Cloud Village in the Leaf. This time, he intended for all the other ninja villages to witness the might of the Cloud. A similar scene unfolded in the Rock Village. Upon receiving news from the Leaf, Inoki wasted no time in expressing his agreement. Previously, he had suffered losses at the hands of the Leaf, and given his temperament, he would never endure such humiliation quietly. This Chunin exam was an opportunity for him to reclaim his lost honor and ensure the Leaf regretted their actions. After the news reached several ninja villages, each responded, except for the Mist Village, which remained eerily silent, as if a stone had sunk into the ocean, no response whatsoever. In fact, the umbu sent by the Leaf did not even catch a glimpse of the Mizukichi. The Mist Village was shrouded in mystery. Not long after the umbu departed, the news reached Obito. Holding the two letters sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Obito furrowed his brow. What did Sarutobi mean by this? No one understood the situation in the Leaf better than he did. Ever since Su Ming's emergence, he had become increasingly vigilant regarding news from the Leaf. Recently, he learned that Naruto and Su Ming had nearly destroyed the Leaf, leaving him astonished for quite some time. On one hand, he was amazed that Naruto, at such a young age, could perfectly control the tailed beast. On the other hand, he was astonished by their formidable resolve to stand against the Leaf. However, with Naruto's perfect control over the Nine Tails, it also meant that his plans to collect tailed beasts would become increasingly challenging. At this juncture, Sarutobi should have been gravely concerned about the news of the Leaf being exposed to other villages, allowing them to take advantage of the situation. But why would he proactively release such information? What was his true intention? The more he pondered, the tighter Obito's brow knitted, finding it increasingly difficult to comprehend Sarutobi's motives. Was he simply resigned to his fate, knowing the Leaf was beyond salvation, and thus chose to act recklessly before his demise? No, that was utterly implausible. From his understanding of Sarutobi, even in his old age, he was still capable of displaying his fangs. But what could it mean? After contemplating for a considerable time, Obito still found no clarity. However, he understood one thing. He must pay close attention to this Chunin exam. Sarutobi's invitations extended not only to the younger generation, but also to the older generation. This implied that the Jinchūriki from other villages might also make an appearance. At that moment, it could prove advantageous for their plans to gather tailed beasts. Perhaps he could intervene and capture a few tailed beasts for himself. Thus, he knew he had to participate. This was an opportunity. In the Leaf Village, at Naruto's home, the area had fallen into a hushed quiet since the previous incident. The surrounding villagers had moved away to avoid Naruto. Initially, their home was not particularly lively, so the departure of the villagers made little difference. Of course, it also spared them from the fear of Kushina obliterating their house with a single punch. Otherwise, if there were still villagers around, and they provoked Naruto, even with the Nine-Tails unleashed, Kushina might not be able to hold back. The main issue was the fear of intervening. Despite the tranquility outside, the atmosphere within the home was quite lively. However, today, an unexpected guest arrived at this usually quiet abode. To be precise, it was an uninvited visitor. Upon discovering the identity of their guest, Minato and Kushina utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to leave, as they could not afford to reveal themselves prematurely. Moreover, the visitor was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Sarutobi's visage. Inside were Su Ming and his companions. Su Ming cast a cold glance at Sarutobi and icily inquired, "What brings you here?" Sarutobi, wearing a look of contrition, replied, "I have come to offer my sincerest apologies. The past was indeed my fault. As the Hokage, I have neglected too much, causing adverse effects for both you and Naruto. This incident has deepened my understanding of my role as Hokage, and I realize I have much to atone for." With a sigh, Sarutobi continued, "I am contemplating stepping down. But for now, I must remain, as I have many wrongs to rectify." Listening to his words, Su Ming's expression remained cold. Sarutobi, undeterred, continued, "I do not expect you to forgive me, but I have come to present this." With that, he opened his hand to reveal 2 Leaf Village ninja headbands. "I hope you can accept this as a token of my apology, representing the Leaf's regret." When Su Ming showed no intention of accepting, Sarutobi added, "In fact, the village will soon host the Chunin exams, and I hope you both will participate." He turned to Naruto. "You are still young. You deserve recognition." Sarutobi departed, leaving behind the 2 headbands belonging to Genin. To be honest, when Sarutobi requested their participation in the Chunin exams, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. With their current strength, they could easily contend with shadow-level ninjas, so attending the Chunin exams, would that not be somewhat unfair? Moreover, what did Sarutobi intend by this? It wasn't until later, when Orochimaru delivered news from the Leaf, that Su Ming comprehended Sarutobi's intentions. He realized why Sarutobi was so insistent on delivering the headbands and inviting them to the Chunin exams. Chapter 79. The Role of the First Hokage. After Orochimaru delivered the news, Su Ming understood that Sarutobi had similarly invited other villages to participate. In fact, not only had he invited the younger generation, but also the older generation, which led Su Ming to fully grasp Sarutobi's strategy. He aimed to leverage them as weapons. Not just the 2 of them, but also the weapons of other ninja villages, by utilizing the Chunin exams as an opportunity for the various factions to clash. If orchestrated well, both sides could suffer significant losses. In that scenario, not only would the Leaf resolve its internal troubles, but it could also eliminate external threats. At that point, with the Leaf retaining considerable strength, especially after Danzo's demise, and possessing control over both the Root and Umbu, along with support from other allied clans, the Leaf might truly reclaim its status as the foremost ninja village, rather than merely in name. What a brilliant scheme. No wonder Sarutobi would personally visit, even adopting such a humble demeanor to apologize. It all made sense. In this process, Sarutobi would not need to exert much effort or possess overwhelming power. He merely needed to ensure that both sides were aware of each other while remaining in the background, reaping the benefits of their conflict. However, it was precisely because Su Ming understood Sarutobi's intentions that he felt compelled to participate. This would be the final barrier to shatter his hopes. Nothing was more despairing than this. Consequently, Su Ming agreed to partake in the exams. This matter was also relayed to Minato and Kushina, and Su Ming sought their counsel. Minato instinctively glanced at Kushina, who waved her hand nonchalantly. "This is a trivial matter. You may decide for yourselves. However, I do have one request." Kushina cast a serious gaze at Su Ming and declared, "This time, I must go. I am eager to see which fool dares to bully my son. If there is such a person with that." She abruptly swung her fist, striking the adjacent wall with ferocity. Crack! The wall shattered under the force. Minato instinctively shuddered and quickly checked himself, breathing a sigh of relief upon discovering that he was intact. How terrifying! If given a choice, Minato would undoubtedly prefer to confront the wrath of Kushina rather than the frenzy of the Nine-Tails. Compared to Kushina, the Nine-Tails seemed remarkably gentle. Observing Kushina's reaction, Su Ming shook his head in exasperation. This was not the first time he had to deal with repairs. He turned to Orochimaru, who nodded in acknowledgement. Orochimaru then formed a series of hand seals, invoking the technique of impure world reincarnation. A flash of light ensued, and the figure of the first Hokage materialized. Seeing this, Minato felt somewhat embarrassed and awkwardly said, "Lord First, I apologize for the trouble once again." Orochimaru replied, "Minato, at this moment, he has been stripped of his consciousness by me, so he cannot hear your words." Minato's embarrassment deepened. Orochimaru deftly maneuvered the first Hokage, and before long, the damage inflicted by Kushina was mended. Of course, this time, Orochimaru had taken care to reinforce the repairs, as Kushina's destructive power was increasingly formidable. In just a few days, he had summoned the first Hokage more times than he had meals. The cost of the sacrifices was becoming a concern. Sighing, after completing the repairs, Orochimaru promptly departed. He found the atmosphere uncomfortable, and Kushina was quite a headache for him. The last time he had merely glanced at Naruto, Kushina had sent him flying over 200 meters with a single punch. She was even less reasonable than Tsunade, who at least only pummeled Jiraiya. After Orochimaru left, Kushina also went to prepare lunch. During this time, under her meticulous care, Naruto had nearly plumped up. His once handsome face now appeared chubby, making him look like he had been spoiled compared to Sasuke, who seemed almost emaciated. Naturally, this was due to Naruto's previous frailty. Minato went to assist Kushina, while Naruto dragged Konohamaru off to play, leaving only Su Ming, who remained deep in thought. Suddenly, it struck him that since this news had spread to every ninja village, the Hidden Mist Village was likely aware of it as well. If the Mist Village knew, then Obito undoubtedly had learned about it too. In such a significant matter, the Akatsuki, intent on collecting tailed beasts, would surely intervene. After all, the more chaotic the situation, the more advantageous it would be for them to gather the tailed beasts. At this time, the Hidden Mist Village was still entrenched in the era of the Blood Mist, a faction under Obito's control. If left unchecked, the aftermath of the Chunin exams could bring unforeseen complications. Having made up his mind, Su Ming resolved to address the issues concerning the Hidden Mist Village. Thus, he made his way to the Uchiha clan and sought out Itachi. Upon seeing Su Ming, Itachi's face lit up with joy, disregarding Izumi's slightly resentful gaze, and hurried over. However, Izumi understood that Su Ming's visit must be of great importance, so she sensibly turned back into the house to prepare hot tea for the two. Before long, 2 steaming cups of tea were presented. Su Ming accepted one with gratitude, and Itachi smiled at Izumi, sharing a knowing glance that filled the air with a sweet, if slightly awkward, atmosphere. Observing this, Su Ming teased, "You seem to be living quite well, don't you?" "No." Itachi vehemently denied it, but the flush on his cheeks betrayed him. Su Ming chuckled, choosing not to press the matter further. If that were the case, why would Sasuke keep coming to my house, spending all day with Naruto? He must know that his brother and sister-in-law are together and are ignoring him. But I digress. I have come to speak with you about something important, Su Ming stated earnestly. What is it? Is it related to Konoha? Itachi inquired. Su Ming shook his head. Sort of. This matter primarily concerns the Hidden Mist Village. Itachi looked puzzled. Su Ming elaborated. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, has long been under someone else's control, which is why he has implemented the brutal policies of the Blood Mist era. Of course, there is a deeper reason behind this, which I shall not disclose. The situation in the Hidden Mist Village has its roots in a woman named Rin, Su Ming continued. With the upcoming Chunin exams in Konoha inviting other ninja villages, the Hidden Mist Village remains the only variable. I need to pay them a visit. What can I do to help? Itachi asked. Su Ming rose and affectionately ruffled Itachi's hair. Just accompany me. Chapter 80. What right do you have to choose light for others? Su Ming intended to take Itachi with him to address the issues regarding the Hidden Mist Village. However, just as they were about to leave, Jiraiya arrived. Seeking out Su Ming, he was aware of the happenings in Konoha but had chosen not to involve himself. Understanding the extent of Su Ming's power, Jiraiya realized that if he were to act recklessly, it would only bring greater suffering to Konoha. At that time, Konoha would truly face despair. Therefore, refraining from action was the wisest course. Nonetheless, he was still deeply concerned for Konoha and had come despite the risks. Can we talk? Jiraiya asked, looking at Su Ming. Su Ming nodded and stepped outside with Itachi. Outside, Jiraiya hesitated. Su Ming smiled, saying, considering our relationship, we have a certain rapport. If you have something to say, just be direct, no need for hesitation. Jiraiya sighed and finally spoke. For the sake of Konoha, I wish to ask that you show mercy and let them go. Su Ming did not rush to reject the request. He understood Jiraiya's character. Despite Jiraiya not having spent an extensive period in the village, he held profound feelings for Konoha. After all, in the original narrative of Naruto, he had ventured alone into the Rain Village for information on pain, ultimately meeting a tragic end. He was not the child of prophecy, but rather the one seeking that child. His thoughts on peace and the village were steadfast and resolute. Su Ming regarded Jiraiya. "What reason do you have for me to spare Konoha?" After a brief silence, Jiraiya replied, "I know that Konoha owes you and Naruto a debt. However, hatred cannot resolve issues. It perpetuates a cycle that never ends." As he spoke, Jiraiya's gaze deepened, hinting at his own stories. Yet, Su Ming shook his head. Hatred can indeed come to an end. Jiraiya looked up, puzzled. "The reason hatred persists is due to excessive compassion," Su Ming explained. "If I were to eliminate every potential source of hatred, then it would be forever extinguished and cease to exist." Jiraiya was taken aback, struggling to grasp the notion. "If hatred continues, should we not simply eradicate everyone?" Su Ming chuckled. "Eradicate every possibility of hatred. If this hatred were to persist in this world, then perhaps destruction is the solution. One day, hatred will completely vanish." Jiraiya remained silent. Su Ming continued, "You have not experienced Naruto's suffering, nor can you truly fathom what he endured. Even if you strive to imagine and empathize, it would ultimately be a mere facade. Having never faced despair, what right do you have to choose light for others?" Su Ming shook his head and set forth. However, before departing, he left behind a specially crafted kunai designed for the Flying Thunder God technique for Jiraiya. "This is a gift from me, on behalf of my father. In times of adversity, infuse your chakra into it. It will save your life. Remember my words today, and take heed." With that, Su Ming took his leave. Jiraiya was left in a profound silence, still murmuring the words Su Ming had imparted. Who has truly experienced despair, to have the right to choose light for others? Do you truly understand him? No, you do not. You merely possess knowledge of his plight, aware of the events that transpired in his life. Yet you mistakenly believe you comprehend his every thought. Yet, individuals are distinct. What right do others have to demand forgiveness from someone who has endured suffering? Jiraiya remained silent. The stillness stretching on. He clutched the specially crafted kunai for a moment before stowing it away. He understood that he could no longer intervene in the affairs of Konoha. There remained one more endeavor for him. Pain, that enigmatic organization, posed a significant threat to the peace of the ninja world. Along with the legendary eyes of the Sage of the Six Paths, all he could do was strive to uncover the truth behind these matters with utmost dedication. Jiraiya too departed, but unlike before, he bore the kunai gifted by Su Ming. Beneath the old tree, leaves danced in the breeze. Itachi stood quietly, awaiting. In a brief moment, Su Ming's figure emerged, and upon seeing him, a flicker of excitement ignited in Itachi's eyes. "Brother Ming," Itachi waved from a distance. Su Ming approached with a smile. "Did Lord Jiraiya seek you for something?" Recalling Jiraiya's expression, Su Ming shook his head. Perhaps he simply wished to offer some comfort. Jiraiya was aware that mere words could hardly console Su Ming and the others. Moreover, even if they chose to relinquish their burdens, Konoha at that moment might not acquiesce. Many matters cannot simply be concluded by the desire of one party. What Jiraiya could do was strive for these issues, ensuring he held no regrets. Itachi questioned, somewhat perplexed. Su Ming provided no further explanations. The situation was intricate. "Shall we proceed to the Hidden Mist Village?" Itachi nodded, refraining from further inquiries. And the two set off. After the night of the massacre, Itachi had regained his original self, the truest version of Itachi. His parents were still alive, his brother remained. And Shursui had not perished. Everything he held dear was intact. Most importantly, the weight upon his shoulders had lightened. He no longer toiled for the revival of the Uchiha clan. Within his clan, he could even indulge in a carefree lifestyle, sipping tea, admiring the scenery, and playing games meant for two with Izumi, all while avoiding Sasuke, for corrupting a child was never a good thing. In essence, the world was beautiful, and Itachi was content. Here. Habitually accepting the dumpling from Su Ming's hand, Itachi couldn't help but wonder how Su Ming had procured them, considering that Konoha had been largely destroyed and the dumpling shop was nowhere to be found. But gradually, Itachi ceased to inquire, simply relishing the feeling of reliance. Of course, Su Ming had not disclosed to Itachi that he had discreetly arranged for Orochimaru to relocate both the Ichiraku ramen and the dumpling shop, even providing them with a substantial sum of money. Naturally, they were delighted to avoid conflict, for peace was always a commendable pursuit. Su Ming had also not revealed that upon acquiring these establishments, he had gifted them to both individuals, Ichiraku to Naruto and the dumpling shop to Itachi. Itachi remained blissfully unaware of this. Chapter 81. The Impulsive Itachi. On the road to the Hidden Mist Village, Itachi and Su Ming conversed. Brother Ming, is it truly acceptable for just the two of us to venture into the Hidden Mist Village? Itachi inquired, casting a glance at Su Ming. Su Ming nodded affirmatively. Indeed. You are a man who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. You must have faith in your abilities. When the time comes to engage in battle, you shall take the lead. And should you falter, I will step in. Su Ming jested. Itachi responded earnestly, no problem. I will ensure Brother Ming's safety. Su Ming chuckled and shook his head. Presently, the Hidden Mist Village, having implemented its policy of blood mist, had seen many of its factions either perish or defect, leaving a diminished force behind. Thus, there was little cause for concern. Moreover, the strength of the two was entirely sufficient. Not long after, they arrived in the Land of Water. The Hidden Mist Village lay nestled within deep mountains, perpetually shrouded in dense fog, isolated from other nations. After a brief journey, they reached their destination. As the village gradually came into focus, Itachi asked, "Shall we simply enter like this?" Su Ming shook his head. "Certainly not. We are civilized individuals, and as such, we must employ civilized methods." Just as Itachi pondered what constituted a civilized approach, Su Ming stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to the nearest building. Upon impact, the structure collapsed with a resounding crash. Su Ming looked up into the ruins and proclaimed, "Guests have arrived." Itachi stood dumbfounded. So this was the manner in which civilized individuals greeted one another? Quite an unconventional approach. Turning back, Su Ming flashed a smile at Itachi and suddenly asked, "Would you like to give it a try?" Itachi hesitated for a moment, but for reasons unknown, a spark of excitement ignited within him. He nodded. Without needing Su Ming's direction, he stepped forward and kicked another building. With a crack, half of the wall shattered and the upper structure caved in. After executing this act, Itachi's eyes widened in exhilaration. Upon turning back, Su Ming noted the lingering thrill in Itachi's gaze. He smacked his forehead, realizing he had underestimated Itachi's latent propensity for destruction. This was a miscalculation. Such habits must not be cultivated. Otherwise, if Itachi's feet grew restless in the future, he would be the one to suffer. Fortunately, the commotion they had caused was considerable, and soon enough, ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village arrived on the scene. The main event has arrived. Su Ming smiled, promptly curbing Itachi's urge to continue wreaking havoc. "These few are yours." With a flick of his head, he gestured towards Itachi. Itachi nodded and stepped forward. The approaching ninjas numbered only 5, easily manageable for Itachi. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing before the 5, thrusting a shuriken into one of their chests with a swift motion. Bending low, he evaded the attacks from the remaining assailants. The Mangekyo Sharingan flared in his eyes, and within moments, it ascended to its advanced form. In an instant, the other 4 stood frozen, no longer able to act. Itachi approached them slowly, dispatching each one with methodical precision. After resolving the confrontation, he turned back, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Su Ming. As if seeking acknowledgement, Su Ming chuckled, walking over to ruffle Itachi's hair and admonishing, "In the future, refrain from using the Mangekyo Sharingan unless absolutely necessary." Itachi nodded, cheeks flushed. After all, the Mangekyo Sharingan could lead to diminishing eyesight. Su Ming certainly could not conjure glasses for Itachi, could he? Although that item is quite useful. Su Ming glanced at Itachi and felt it was not entirely appropriate. However, he recalled that the system shop seemed to offer eye drops, and he intended to exchange some for Itachi later. The eye drops available in the system shop could alleviate the after effects of using the Mangekyo Sharingan. After dealing with the 5 foes, the path to Kirigakure was unobstructed. The other ninjas along the way were swiftly handled by Itachi under Su Ming's guidance, and thus, the two leisurely strolled into the office of the Mizukage, where they found the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. Upon entering, Itachi observed the somewhat fearful expressions of the people from Kirigakure and questioned, "Ming-san, are these individuals somewhat weak?" The ninjas they had previously encountered seemed to be dealt with quite effortlessly. This led Itachi to harbor the illusion that Kirigakure might be a tad underwhelming. In response, Su Ming rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat exasperated as he regarded Itachi. The strength of the Uchiha clan, with their awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, was beyond reproach, compared to you. Those Kirigakure ninjas are indeed woefully inadequate. Under the influence of the Mangekyo Sharingan, even the Nine-Tails could be swayed, let alone these mere small fry. However, there was still a rather significant fish in this pond, the Three-Tails Jinchūriki, Yagura, who was also responsible for implementing the blood mist policy in Kirigakure, and was, of course, under Obito's control. Su Ming understood that from the moment he entered Kirigakure, Obito would likely have been aware of his presence, so he felt no urgency. He was also curious to see what Obito could still manage to do, as their paths were bound to cross eventually. Some grievances were inescapable. As the saying goes, Obito's plight was tragic, but that did not justify his actions in murdering the Fourth Hokage and his wife. He had no right to forgive his enemies on behalf of others, just as others had no grounds to forgive his own. Su Ming turned his gaze to Yagura, preparing to embrace death. Yagura frowned, and beside him, several of the Mizukage's guards immediately changed their expressions, shouting, "Who are you to intrude upon Kirigikure without cause? Do you seek battle?" Such impotent rhetoric elicited a dismissive shake of Su Ming's head. Seeing his demeanor only fueled their anger, leading them to charge forward. Yet, Su Ming refrained from intervening, as someone stepped in front of him, Itachi. Itachi stepped forward decisively, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. His eyes focused, and a whirlwind of black flames erupted around the guards of the Mizukage. What is this? It hurts. What kind of fire is this? Ugh. Amidst their cries, the guards were reduced to ashes by Amaterasu. Itachi showed no mercy to his foes, though Su Ming felt a slight twitch in his brow. Glancing at Itachi instinctively. How aggressive. He had not realized before that Itachi could be so fierce. Of course, Su Ming would never admit that he might have provoked this side of him. Before long, the world fell silent. In the expansive office, only 3 figures remained: Su Ming, Itachi, and Yagura. The other half was Obito, who, while aware of the situation, was not physically present to count as a full participant. Chapter 82, Kisame Hoshigaki. Yagura frowned at the two, asking, "Who are you? Why have you come to Kirigikure?" Su Ming, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration, noted that Yagura seemed somewhat dull-witted ever since being controlled by Obito. Despite having slaughtered so many in Kirigikure, he exhibited little reaction. Yet, perhaps that was precisely Obito's design. Obito harbored deep resentment towards Kirigikure. Shaking his head, Su Ming addressed Yagura, declaring, "We are ninjas from Konoha, sent by Lord Hokage to take over Kirigikure." Upon hearing this, Itachi visibly froze, his Mangekyo Sharingan momentarily stilled, as he turned to look at Su Ming. Su Ming shot him a glare, thinking, "How foolish. You can't even act properly." Fortunately, Yagura, as an audience, was not discerning enough to notice the lack of finesse in their performance. It was also fortunate that Yagura still had the capacity for anger. Otherwise, they would have to expend considerable effort to keep things moving. Anger was sufficient, action would follow. Patting Itachi on the shoulder, Su Ming yawned and said, "Go on. Take him down." He then stepped back to find a seat. Itachi, however, wore a serious expression, scrutinizing Yagura closely. Su Ming had informed him on the way about Yagura being the Three-Tails Jinchūriki, one of the few perfect Jinchūriki. Having witnessed Naruto's might, Itachi was understandably cautious. With a glare from his Sharingan, the red Susanoo manifested. In his right hand, he wielded the Totsuka blade, while in his left, he held the Yata mirror. The ability to summon Susanoo indicated Itachi's serious regard for Yagura. This marked Su Ming's first encounter with the Uchiha clan's Susanoo, a formidable power exclusive to the Mangekyo Sharingan. And even from the periphery, one could sense its immense strength. With a thunderous boom, as Susanoo emerged, Yagura wasted no time in fully transforming into his tailed beast form. As a perfect Jinchūriki, even in complete tailed beast transformation, he retained his consciousness. With the appearance of both the Three Tails and Susanoo, the once pristine Mizukage office collapsed. Emerging from the rubble, Su Ming wore a dark expression, suspecting that Itachi might have done this on purpose. Now, Itachi and Yagura were engaged in combat. It must be said that a perfect Jinchūriki possessed considerable strength, but it still paled in comparison to Itachi. Initially, the two were evenly matched, but before long, Yagura found himself at a disadvantage. However, it was not long before another unexpected guest arrived in Kirigikure. The figure was unmistakable, short black hair, a face reminiscent of a shark, golden eyes, and sharp teeth, Kisame Hoshigaki. Su Ming had anticipated that Obito would send someone, but he had not expected it to be Kisame. Wielding the massive sword Samehada, Kisame was also known as the tail beast of no tails. According to the original Naruto lore, Kisame was partnered with Itachi. Thus, upon Kisame's arrival, Su Ming abruptly changed his strategy and approached Itachi, saying, "Itachi, you handle this new enemy. I'll deal with Yagura." Itachi nodded and turned to confront Kisame, while Su Ming faced Yagura. To be honest, the Three-Tails Jinchūriki posed little threat to him. However, to expedite the battle, Su Ming activated the third template, Immortal Body. As the power of the template surged through him, an overwhelming force instantly welled up within Su Ming. At that moment, Yagura seemed to sense the terrifying power emanating from Su Ming. Without hesitation, he gathered a tailed beast bomb and swallowed it, only to spit it back out. Boom. The fearsome energy exploded, hurtling towards Su Ming. In response, he remained remarkably calm. The power of the immortal body flowed into his sword. Then, with a swing, he cleaved the explosive tailed beast bomb in half. Crack. In an instant, it was split into two. This spectacle left even Kisame, who had just arrived, dumbfounded, staring at Su Ming in disbelief. This sword cleaved a tailed beast bomb. Before coming here, Obito told me there would only be two relatively strong ninjas. But he didn't mention that one would be this kind of monster. How on earth do you fight something like this? At that moment, Kisame's composure began to crumble. Just as he turned, he was struck in the face by Itachi's Susanoo, sending him flying with a resounding crash. After being forcibly ejected, Kisame Hoshigaki no longer hesitated. Without uttering a word, he fled. To remain in the presence of such a freak would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, without a moment's pause, Kisame made his escape, leaving only Yagura behind. Ming-san, what shall we do next? Itachi inquired, casting a glance at Su Ming. Su Ming replied, extract the three tails. Drawing his sword, he delivered a swift strike toward the beast. The three tails, controlled by Yagura, struggled valiantly. However, under the might of Su Ming's formidable blade, all attempts to resist proved futile. With a sharp sound, the strike inflicted a wound upon the three tails. Subsequently, Itachi wielded his Susanoo to seize control of the beast. Ming-san. Itachi turned his gaze to Su Ming. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Ming advanced, swinging his sword. Yagura's abdomen was cleaved open, and he reached in, forcibly extracting the three tails from within him. The power coursing through Su Ming was that of a demonic physique, a unique force that exerted a special pull on tailed beasts, enabling him to extract the creature forcibly. Naturally, once the three tails was drawn out, Yagura would undoubtedly perish, but that no longer concerned Su Ming. Even after being forcibly extracted, the massive three tails remained fearsome, exhibiting a restless demeanor. However, after receiving a thorough beating from Itachi's Susanoo, it subdued considerably, to the point of near silence. One could say it had become exceedingly tranquil, perhaps due to Itachi's overly vigorous assault. In Su Ming's view, it was not merely vigorous, but rather a display of spirited enjoyment. In any case, Itachi appeared quite exhilarated. Casting a glance at the three tails, which still harbored some rebellious thoughts, Su Ming suddenly addressed Itachi. How about we keep the three tails as a pet? Upon hearing this, the colossal creature trembled violently, akin to a small mountain shaking. It quickly turned its head, casting a pitiful look at Su Ming, as if pleading for mercy. Su Ming slapped his forehead in disbelief. How deeply terrified it must be of Itachi. Chapter 83, A Gentleman, perhaps, is me. Unbeknownst to Itachi, the three tails harbored such profound fear of him. He remained curious as to why the creature had suddenly quieted down. Even now, with the Susanoo still active, Itachi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, the three tails had deflated, even shrinking to reveal an adorably diminutive form. Su Ming turned to Itachi, who, somewhat disappointed, retracted his Susanoo. He even cast a lingering glance at the three tails, prompting it to hastily hide behind Su Ming. Ignoring Itachi's embarrassment, Su Ming redeemed a bottle of eye drops from the system's store and tossed it to him. This is for your eyes. Itachi caught it and promptly opened it to apply the drops. This scene caused Su Ming to twitch slightly. Did he not inquire about its purpose? What is its use? Itachi asked. This potion alleviates the side effects of using the Mangekyo Sharingan. Surprise flickered in Itachi's eyes. He had only recently learned of the drawbacks associated with the Mangekyo Sharingan. As the usage increased, his vision began to wane. Though not significantly, it was nonetheless evident. He remembered that the remedy required a transplant of a blood relative's Mangekyo, for only then could one restore their sight and avoid succumbing to darkness. Beyond that, he did not recall any other methods within the Uchiha clan. Yet now, Ming-san had presented a solution, and so effortlessly. Truly, he was remarkable. Observing Itachi's expression, Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such matters were trivial. The system's store was replete with similar items, only limited by one's imagination. There were even power drills available, though Su Ming had yet to conceive a practical application for them. Perhaps to drill into the outer path's golem? That notion held merit, though implementation would be challenging. With Yagura and the three tails dealt with, control over the hidden mist village was nearly secured. What remained was a figure to dominate. Kisame. Su Ming's mind conjured her image. Yes, your looks and figure will suffice. He then summoned all the high-ranking officials of the hidden mist village within reach, including Terumi Mei. With her striking green eyes and cascading brown hair, adorned in her typically slightly revealing attire, Su Ming found himself inadvertently captivated by the view before him. It was not that he intended to gaze, but the brightness was blinding, compelling him to look a few more times to compensate. Not too shabby, he mused. At this moment, Terumi Mei was merely in her 20s, at the prime of her allure, ripe for admiration. Her enchanting features were accentuated by her brown curls that artfully concealed one eye, presenting an intriguing allure. After a few more glances, Su Ming shook his head, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Spring has arrived. However, before Su Ming could take any further action, a ninja from the Hidden Mist village shouted angrily. What do you intend to do, Konoha? Are you seeking to incite a conflict between our villages? The voice brimmed with fury, yet regrettably. The speaker lacked the strength to back it up. Incite conflict? Su Ming scoffed. Do you even possess the capability? Several of them, filled with rage, instinctively grasped their weapons, ready to strike. Yet, their speed was woefully inadequate. With a swift motion, Su Ming drew his sword. In an instant, several heads flew, accompanied by a spray of blood. The sudden spectacle caused the other mist ninjas to tremble. Terumi Mei, standing not far away, also displayed a glimmer of fear. Having been splattered with blood, yet, facing Su Ming, she lacked even the courage to wipe it off. The blood was thick and cloying. Feeling it on her skin was unbearable. Turning to Itachi, Su Ming asked, Do you have any paper? Itachi, momentarily taken aback, handed him some. Accepting it, Su Ming approached Terumi Mei, crouched down, and gently wiped the blood from her. Starting from her shoulder, he worked his way down. The paper Itachi provided was small, and as he wiped, his fingers inadvertently grazed her skin, leaving faint red marks in their wake. Soft, he remarked. Terumi Mei's face flushed crimson, yet she remained utterly still. Once all the blood was cleaned away, Su Ming offered her a gentlemanly smile. No need to thank me. Rising, he turned to the remaining mist ninjas. Do you wish to live? After a brief silence, no one dared to respond. Su Ming frowned and swiftly drew his sword again. With a series of soft sounds, heads flew once more, and blood sprayed anew, splattering Terumi Mei once again. Turning back, he saw Itachi offering him more paper, having deliberately torn some off. His expression betraying no embarrassment. This is all I have. Su Ming chuckled. Well done. Terumi Mei's cheeks reddened further. After finishing the task, Su Ming felt a sense of reflection. A gentleman, perhaps, is much like me. That damn demeanor. Terumi Mei, despite her internal resistance to Su Ming's actions, found it increasingly difficult to oppose him. The image of his blade slicing through the tailed beast lingered in her mind, and whenever she contemplated rebelling, the memory of that transcendent strike flashed before her eyes, along with Su Ming's resolute and handsome visage. With this thought, she ceased to resist. Resistance was futile. Itachi watched the unfolding events, growing increasingly impressed by Su Ming's elegant demeanor. Truly, he was worthy of admiration. Moreover, Itachi felt inspired. Perhaps he could learn a thing or two. One should never stop learning, especially as a member of the Uchiha clan. At that moment, the image of Izumi surfaced in his mind, and the scene shifted as Su Ming stood up. At this moment, there were scarcely any high-ranking officials left in the Hidden Mist village. I have no desire to repeat myself. Instantly, the remaining few exclaimed, We want to live. Clever. Su Ming praised. In that case, she shall henceforth be the 5th Mizukage. He gestured towards Terumi Mei. The others were taken aback, yet offered no dissent. Although the manner of her confirmation was somewhat unconventional, it was fortunate that the position of Mizukage remained within the Hidden Mist village. After all, Terumi Mei was undeniably one of their own. Terumi Mei stood in a daze. She had initially thought she would merely endure humiliation, never anticipating that the title of Mizukage would be conferred upon her. It felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Su Ming approached her, crouching down to whisper in her ear. From this day forth, you are mine, my Mizukage. With that, he flashed a devilish smile, rising to depart with Itachi. However, before leaving, Su Ming left behind a specially crafted Flying Thunder God, along with several Flying Thunder God seals. If time permits, I shall come to see you. Wait for me. With that, he vanished, leaving Terumi Mei blushing and utterly bewildered. Her impressions of Su Ming were scant, but if there was one thing that stood out, it was his domineering nature, an indelible mark etched deeply in her heart, impossible to forget. Chapter 84. Creating an absolutely safe world. Amigakure, a village perpetually shrouded in rain. The initial ruler was Hanzo of the Salamander. During the Second Shinobi World War, Amigakure declared war on the 3 major powers, the Land of Iron, Konoha and Sunigakure. However, the outcomes were far from favorable. Yet, Amigakure had a significant impact on Jiraiya, as Nagato and his companions hailed from this village. He once believed that the prophesied child of the prophecy was Nagato himself. However, Upon hearing of their demise during battle, he relinquished that notion. Unbeknownst to him, the trio had not perished. They had instead formed the Akatsuki organization. Tragically, Yahiko later fell victim to treachery, and the organization was subsequently led by Nagato. Amigakure became their stronghold. Within Amigakure at this moment, Konan gazed at Nagato, who stood high above, hands clasped behind his back, looking down. Are you thinking of Yahiko? Nagato turned, his Rinnegan betraying no emotion. Yet, Konan understood the depth of Nagato's feelings for Yahiko. Since Yahiko's death, Nagato had transformed, becoming a shadow of his former self. The Moon Eye plan was now ready to be set in motion. Nagato did not respond to Konan's inquiry, instead addressing another matter. Konan nodded. I've already dispatched someone to Sunagakure regarding the Jinchūriki. However, just moments ago, Kisame returned, indicating that something had changed in the hidden mist village. Nagato narrowed his eyes, pondering what kind of change could occur. I heard that Su Ming from Konoha and Itachi went to the hidden mist. Nagato nodded. The memory of Su Ming's sword flashing through his mind, an unstoppable force capable of cleaving through anything. It was only natural that Kisame would struggle against him. Seemingly sensing the confusion in Konan's eyes, Nagato remarked, that man is extraordinarily strong, very strong indeed. He gazed outward, seemingly lost in recollection. After a moment, he added, perhaps he could rival Uchiha Madara. Konan's gaze flickered. This was the first time she had heard Nagato speak so highly of someone. She was taken aback. Just how powerful is he? At that moment, she suddenly perked up and turned to Nagato. Someone is approaching. Nagato's expression remained unchanged. You handle it. Understood. With that, Konan vanished. After exiting the hidden mist village, Itachi's gaze towards Su Ming had been somewhat peculiar. Su Ming, however, paid it little mind. He remained as forthright as his hair color suggested. His true nature was evident upon first glance, requiring no further speculation. Such honesty was unmasked. There was no need for disguise. Of course, Itachi felt a twinge of envy, as he found it difficult to be as forthright as Su Ming. Though Izumi was usually exceedingly gentle when it came to this matter. Ugh, she was just like Aunt Kushina. Itachi sighed, casting a somewhat envious glance at Su Ming. Ming-san is truly impressive. The Three Tails perched on Su Ming's shoulder. Initially, Su Ming had intended to leave the Three Tails behind to aid Terumi Mei in safeguarding the hidden mist village. However, upon reflection, considering the timeline, it seemed the Akatsuki would soon begin collecting tailed beasts. If the Three Tails remained in the hidden mist, it would likely complicate matters for Terumi Mei. After deliberation, he decided it would be best to keep the creature by his side. Once shrunk down, the Three Tails appeared quite adorable, a charming presence to captivate young ladies. The two returned to the Uchiha compound and then parted ways. Itachi hurriedly bid Su Ming farewell, presumably to seek out Izumi. Though Su Ming was uncertain of the purpose behind his visit, he looked up at the sky. It's broad daylight. Is he in such a rush? Young people these days. As he shook his head, he noticed Minato approaching, carrying ingredients. Their eyes met, and Minato's face flushed with embarrassment. Good morning. Su Ming glanced at the sun, which was beginning to dip, then back at Minato. The atmosphere felt slightly awkward. After a brief silence, it was Minato who broke the quiet. I need to deliver these to your mother. Minato hurriedly departed. Su Ming sighed. Is this what happens to those who marry? Contemplating this, Su Ming suddenly felt a pang of worry. He had quite a few connections with young women, and if marriage were to ensue, complications would undoubtedly arise. Marrying one person seems unwise. That would lead to favoritism, which is unfair to everyone. This contradicts my principle of love. Before long, Minato returned. In Kushina's absence, he had reverted to the sunny, handsome demeanor of the Fourth Hokage. He looked at Su Ming. Shall we chat? Su Ming nodded, and the two moved to a nearby tree. Minato began, You're not a child anymore. If there's a suitable girl. Before he could finish, Su Ming interrupted. You didn't come to discuss married life, did you? Minato's face turned crimson. Perhaps after you sort things out with my mother. You might consider educating me. Minato felt a bit awkward. I am still your father, after all. Is this really how you want to address me? Minato expressed his grievance. Kurama, within Minato, was nearly in stitches from laughter. You deserved it for showing off. Minato's face was a tapestry of black lines. Su Ming gazed upward. I understand your feelings for mother, but I am different. I refuse to be bound by anything. I yearn for freedom. My life is destined to drift like the wind, touching upon all places, and wherever I go, I shall stir the blossoms, ensuring they bloom the brightest. Beautiful flowers beckon, and if I do not pluck them, I shall face consequences, Su Ming remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Minato felt even more frustrated. How could I be so devoted, yet have such a frivolous son? Frivolous and so well-reasoned. Thank goodness you're not my biological child. Otherwise, my reputation would be tarnished. As for the village matters, there seemed to be no other way to resolve them, and I shall not interfere with your decisions, Minato stated. However, what are your plans moving forward? Minato scrutinized Su Ming. I inquire about what you intend to do after destroying the village? Su Ming's gaze turned contemplative. This world is not as safe as it appears. Do you know how chakra comes to us? Rumor has it, it was bestowed upon us by the sage of the six paths, Minato pondered. Su Ming nodded. That is one aspect, but there are even deeper reasons. In Su Ming's mind, he recalled the towering divine tree and the immensely destructive Ten-Tails. The resurrection of the Otsutsuki clan. This world is not as secure as it seems. Numerous dangers lurk in the shadows. Their objective is to gather the tailed beasts, including the Nine-Tails within Naruto. I aspire to create a world of absolute safety, a realm free from harm, Su Ming declared. Naruto still requires protection. Chapter 85, Jiraiya, Pain. Outside the hidden rain village, incessant rain enveloped the entire area. Jiraiya's figure materialized outside the village. Entering here was surprisingly simple. The real question was what to do next. The Rinnegan. At this moment, his mind was consumed by the image of the Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. The capabilities of the Rinnegan, Pain's powers, remained elusive to him. Yet, he sensed that this would profoundly impact the future of the shinobi world, potentially affecting the entire village. Thinking of Konoha brought a headache to Jiraiya. He had witnessed Konoha's rise to prominence gradually transition into decline. Although the third Hokage had made considerable efforts, he had also inadvertently contributed to Konoha's deterioration. The Konoha of yore, the once thriving village, was no more. Jiraiya sighed. He had another reason for being here. Did Pain truly have a connection to Yahiko? What of Nagato and Konan? Had they not perished in the war? How could they still be present? With these myriad doubts, Jiraiya stepped into the hidden rain village. What now? Nagato did not turn around, merely stating. Konan's form materialized, and she softly said, It's Jiraiya. When she uttered this name, her voice bore little emotion, revealing nothing of her thoughts. Nagato remarked, In any case, he won T-side with us, right? Then let us eliminate him. There's nothing worth remembering. As he spoke, Nagato did not look at Konan, his hair obscuring half his face, concealing his eyes and emotions. This body was summoned solely to deal with the intruder. Lead the way. Konan nodded, her gaze finally reflecting some change. Pain. Allow me to confront him before you strike him down. As you wish, as long as he is killed, Nagato departed. White paper fluttered in the air. Konan's form gradually solidified. Boom. Following the explosion, she looked at Jiraiya with an impassive expression. The toad shadow manipulation technique? I never expected the bait, meant to lure Pain, would ensnare you instead. Jiraiya mused. You've matured and grown into a fine woman, Konan. Before him stood Konan. With her pale lavender hair, light orange-hued eyes, and a delicate purple paper flower adorning the right side of her head. She wore purple eyeshadow, and a lip ring adorned the lower part of her lips. Jiraiya felt a momentary daze, as if the days spent with Konan and the others were just yesterday. Yet, they had long passed. Now that Konan had appeared, what of the others? They had thought you dead, only to discover you had transformed into mere pieces of paper. Jiraiya contemplated. Lord God Messenger. A ninja from the Hidden Rain village respectfully addressed Jiraiya. Have you become the goddess messenger? Konan offered no reply, only directing her gaze at the Hidden Rain ninja, instructing him to keep his distance. The ninja complied and departed. Jiraiya turned his attention back to Konan. Though he had surmised some truths, he still inquired, Who is Pain? Konan's form began to ascend, her expression cold. It has nothing to do with you, sensei. Behind her, paper fluttered and gradually adhered to her back, forming pristine wings. Is this how you intend to become an angel? What is your purpose in appearing in such a manner? The will of God is to eliminate you. Upon finishing her sentence, blades shot from her wings, aimed at Jiraiya. Seeing this, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and stepped back, then opened his mouth to exhale. A blazing inferno erupted. The paper was gradually consumed by the flames. However, just as the fire was about to reach Konan, Jiraiya halted. Toad oil bullet. Oil coated Konan, while Jiraiya's white hair lengthened, ensnaring her. Once coated in oil, she could not escape. You. The gentle one among those children who loved origami. What of the others? Nagato and Yahiko. One of them must be Pain, correct? Jiraiya observed the silent Konan, inwardly affirming his suspicions. Konan slightly lifted her head. Now that you appear before us, what exactly do you intend to accomplish? Her voice carried a hint of resentment, a reflection of her feelings toward Yahiko. I do not wish to achieve anything, if you are not Akatsuki. I thought you all were dead, yet here you are, transformed into this. At that time, if I had heeded Orochimaru's words, You would think so, wouldn't you? Conan replied. At that time, Orochimaru sought to eliminate them. Such thoughts never crossed my mind. It pains me to acknowledge that I taught you the way of survival. Undoubtedly, you are my disciples. Even amidst a harsh world. To strike without warning saddens me deeply. Subsequently, I have heard of you by chance. But the teacher does not truly understand us. Indeed, Jiraiya conceded. But this does not justify the existence of Akatsuki. Akatsuki is a mistake. This conclusion was reached after our contemplation, Jiraiya-sensei. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed. Jiraiya turned to see Pain approaching. Although he had changed significantly, those eyes remained. Nagato, Jiraiya deduced. Was it you that day? Yes, Pain did not deny it. It seems you have not matured correctly. What transpired? That is irrelevant to you, Jiraiya-sensei. After all, you are merely an outsider. What exactly happened? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he sensed the chakra flowing from Pain, a precursor to an imminent attack. Nothing. Just pain. It taught me to grow. An ignorant and foolish child. After understanding pain, matures into an adult. An adult who forsakes friends? Jiraiya questioned. Sensei, you remain merely human, while I have emerged from suffering as a true superior being. A god. What is imperceptible to man, a god can see. Likewise, what man cannot achieve, a god can. Jiraiya frowned. What do you truly desire? To draw a line of peace upon this war-torn world. Summoning technique. With Pain's command, a three-headed dog materialized. It seems we must engage in battle. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and prepared for combat. Everything that transpired today had indeed exceeded his expectations. Pain was, unexpectedly, Nagato, his former student. Since their paths had diverged. As a teacher, he had the responsibility to correct them, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Chapter 86, The Rescue of Jiraiya. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Jiraiya vanished. Taking refuge in a corner amid the smoke. In that secluded spot, he gasped for breath. Pain's strength surpassed his expectations significantly. The Rinnegan's abilities were formidable. Was that peculiar summoning technique one of the Rinnegan's powers? A contemplative expression crossed Jiraiya's face as he reached into his pocket, fingers brushing against a specially crafted kunai. Had he foreseen this moment? Jiraiya found himself questioning. He had indeed entertained the thought of conveying a message to Su Ming. However, the time for that had yet to arrive. He still possessed combat capability. Moreover, he indeed yearned to behold the evolution of the Rinnegan, Pain, or rather Nagato, and the extent of his growth. The erroneous path of his disciples, ultimately, was intertwined with his role as their mentor. Thus, he bore the obligation to rectify their course. Contemplating this, Jiraiya's gaze shifted, and he swiftly formed a seal, exclaiming, "Summoning technique." With a resounding thud, Gamaken appeared. "Gamaken, I require your assistance to hold off for a while. I must enter sage mode, and prior to that, my hands must remain unseparated." Gamaken nodded. "I shall do my utmost." Boom. At that moment, Pain located their position and launched an assault. Boom. Jiraiya's expression altered. "Master." Sasuke found Su Ming, bearing a somewhat mysterious demeanor. Beside a grand tree, Su Ming lounged lazily against it, while Hanabi, ever reliant, slept soundly in his embrace. As Su Ming adjusted his hold on Hanabi slightly, she instinctively murmured in her sleep. Su Ming felt a tinge of sentimentality. Over these past few years, Hanabi had developed quite well. At this moment, despite her tightly shut eyes, her face was flushed, clearly indicating she had awakened. Su Ming smiled and turned to Sasuke. "What brings you here?" Sasuke replied, "Master, could you teach me some formidable jutsu? That is, Naruto has already acquired them, yet I have not." In stating this, there was a hint of grievance in Sasuke's tone. During their recent antics together, Sasuke discovered that regardless of his efforts, he was consistently outmatched by Naruto. Now, he dared not confront Naruto anymore. He was simply outclassed. Hence, he sought Su Ming's guidance in mastering some powerful techniques. As for why he did not approach his brother, it was because his brother had taken his sister-in-law inside, and they had yet to emerge. Moreover, strange noises emanated from within, as if his sister-in-law was being teased. Sasuke felt a sense of indignation towards this. How could they bully his sister-in-law? "Brother, you have changed." After voicing this, Su Ming pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled a technique that was, strictly speaking, Sasuke's and would be fitting for him. However, it was somewhat late for this. The technique was called Kirin. Gently, he lifted Hanabi, allowing her to rest comfortably against the tree. Rising, Su Ming faced Sasuke. "What I am about to teach you is of utmost importance. Remember well." Su Ming smiled. "It is a powerful technique. The name of this technique is Kirin." "Kirin?" Su Ming shook his head. "No, it is Kirin." "Kirin? Who is Rin?" Sasuke was taken aback. This child always grasped the crucial points. Su Ming began the instruction. Sasuke learned this technique swiftly. However, unbeknownst to him, not far away, a small head peered from the ground, Kurizetsu. Su Ming was naturally aware of his presence. And that was precisely why he chose to impart this technique to Sasuke. He knew that whatever transpired today would undoubtedly reach Obito. Recently, Obito had been monitoring this area rather frequently. Nevertheless, Su Ming paid it no mind. The antics of little Kurizetsu seeking his mother were, after all, somewhat amusing. However, he had no time to dwell on that now. After teaching Sasuke the jutsu, Su Ming turned his attention back to Hanabi. At this moment, Hanabi still had her eyes tightly shut, appearing somewhat bashful. She had long since awakened, merely pretending to be asleep. In truth, she had developed feelings for Su Ming. However, as is often the case with girls, she felt a bit shy and had yet to express it openly. Yet, she thought to herself that being treated in such a manner indicated that Su Ming harbored some feelings for her. This thought filled Hanabi's heart with sweetness. In this moment, despite her eyes being closed, she could still sense Su Ming's approach. Consequently, her shyness intensified, and even her long eyelashes trembled gently. She began to imagine what might transpire next. Alas, nothing happened. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly perceived a change in the specially crafted kunai he had left for Jiraiya. This signified that trouble had befallen Jiraiya, and he must have engaged in combat with pain for a while. Otherwise, given Jiraiya's character, he would never resort to using that kunai unless in dire circumstances. Boom. In an instant, Su Ming vanished, departing so swiftly that he left no explanation behind. After some time, Hanabi, summoning her courage, opened her eyes only to find the gentle breeze blowing, and the figure she sought had vanished. Only Sasuke, clad in clan attire, could be seen struggling in a peculiar manner not far away. Witnessing this, Hanabi pondered something, her face reddening further. She spat toward Sasuke's direction, "Humph, pervert," and then, with a hint of irritation, walked away. Sasuke, bewildered, shook his head. Women truly were a peculiar species. Turning back, he resumed his training. Kirin, such an odd name. Little Jiraiya, retreat quickly. On the water's surface, Jiraiya activated Sage Mode, while the 6 paths of pain charged toward him. Jiraiya's gaze flickered. Is even Sage Mode insufficient? The Rinnegan is indeed formidable. After battling for a considerable duration, Jiraiya remained uncertain of Pain's weaknesses. He had opportunities to escape during this time. Yet he chose to forego them. He gazed at Pain, rushing toward him, his resolve gradually solidifying. He hoped to endure until Su Ming arrived. To relay the situation regarding Pain. All I can do is this. He tilted his head back, his white hair lengthening instantaneously, winding toward Pain. I, Jiraiya, am known as a hero. I must find a flaw, even if it leads to mutual destruction. Boom. A massive rock plummeted. As the assault pierced Jiraiya's body, he suddenly comprehended Pain's secret. They were all ninjas he had encountered before. He narrowed his eyes. Yet, even though he had unraveled Pain's secret, he found himself surrounded. 6 pains. There was no escape. Nevertheless, a slight smirk graced his lips. He had long prepared for this. The message would undoubtedly be transmitted. To ensure that the information was conveyed intact, Jiraiya's gaze turned resolute. Pain, let us battle. Boom. As the attack surged forth. Just as Pain's strike was about to strike Jiraiya, a flash of cold light abruptly descended. An overwhelming chakra forcefully sent the surrounding pains flying. Simultaneously, Su Ming's languid voice reached him. Old man, do not be so pessimistic. Chapter 87. Perhaps it is this world that is flawed. Old man, do not be so pessimistic. At the moment Su Ming's words resonated, Jiraiya was instantly roused. He then gazed in astonishment at the suddenly appearing Su Ming, who greeted him with a broad smile. What is this? Have you forgotten me after just a few days apart? Su Ming chuckled. Upon witnessing Su Ming's smile, Jiraiya too broke into a joyful grin. He understood that as long as Su Ming arrived, it meant he would not come to harm. Jiraiya trusted Su Ming's strength. A relaxed expression adorned his face. At this moment, the flung Pain halted upon the water's surface, the 6 of them forming a circle that enclosed Su Ming and Jiraiya within. Su Ming turned back. It has been a while, Pain. Their last encounter had transpired at Orochimaru's lair. In that moment, they had merely tested each other, without engaging in a true battle. But this time, it was different. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, his expression turning grave. Although he held immense faith in Su Ming's capabilities, the foe before them was, after all, the Rinnegan. Be extremely cautious. He possesses these 6 bodies. Before Jiraiya could finish his warning, Su Ming waved his hand, interrupting him. There is no need to say. He stepped forward, his long sword abruptly raised. There was no need for hesitation. In the next moment, Su Ming vanished, charging straight toward Pain. One of the bodies. Summoning technique. As Su Ming approached, Pain unhesitatingly unleashed his own jutsu. However, Su Ming's speed was simply too extraordinary. In an instant, a flash of cold light flickered, and then both the incompletely formed summoning technique and that intact body were cleaved apart. Splat! Split in two. Jiraiya's pupils trembled, silently acknowledging the formidable strength. As Su Ming descended, he lightly tapped his toes, gliding upon the water's surface. His white hair cascaded naturally over his shoulders, dancing in the wind. From Su Ming emanated a chilling aura of terror. At that moment, Jiraiya thought, this power is astonishing. What kind of force is this? This child's mother. I cannot fathom it either, but this power seems to surpass even sage mode. Could it be a new mode? The two sages from Mayaboka Mountain gazed at Su Ming's silhouette, lost in contemplation. Such overwhelming power was undeniably intimidating, and even they had never witnessed its like before. The unknown always breeds fear. Fortunately, this power was not hostile. The immortal body. At the moment Su Ming struck, he had already activated the immortal body. Henceforth, that sword could wield such immense might, cleaving through the summoning technique in one of Pain's bodies. Now, one of the 6 bodies was gone, although it would soon revive. For now, the intimidation inflicted upon Pain was sufficient. Su Ming's gaze shifted to one of the remaining bodies and spoke. You should understand that I can annihilate one in an instant. Thus, eradicating your other bodies is no challenge. Pain remained silent, his expression still cold. Swoosh! Su Ming's figure vanished once more. When he reappeared, he stood before another of Pain's bodies and abruptly swung his sword, cleaving it in half. I am not making a request, nor am I seeking a negotiation. I am merely stating a fact. Su Ming raised his head slightly, directing his gaze toward the tallest building in the Hidden Rain village. Is it there? Nagato. This time, he referred not to Pain, but to Nagato. The remaining 5 bodies momentarily flickered with shock. Though subtle, it was nonetheless present. Su Ming's words signified that he had uncovered their secret. But how did he know? What do you want? At last, Pain spoke. Su Ming smiled. His words indicated a willingness to compromise. He had initially thought Pain would remain unyielding, yet it appeared otherwise. I want to protect him. Su Ming pointed at Jiraiya. The immediate intention was to take him away from this place. Temporarily? Pain furrowed his brow. Temporarily implies that there will be a later. Indeed. Su Ming nodded. For now, I simply wish to escort this old man away from here, preventing him from being slain by his disobedient disciple. As for what happens afterward, that will depend on my mood. Who knows? One day, I might take an interest in researching the Rinnegan and come to find you. As he uttered these words, Su Ming smiled, an authentic smile. Of course, if one were to overlook the content of his speech, they might perceive him as a rather admirable individual. Even someone worthy of deep friendship, given his sincerity. Very well, I have said all I need to. He turned to Jiraiya. Shall we go, old man? You can still walk, can't you? Jiraiya nodded. Su Ming prepared to lead Jiraiya away, while Pain showed no intention of obstructing them. Even if the 6 bodies gathered once more, he remained uncertain, especially in the face of this extraordinarily terrifying and heart-pounding power. Even he could not help but hesitate. The unknown force is always fearsome. Su Ming departed, taking Jiraiya with him. However, as he left behind a parting remark. We shall meet again. But it will not be so simple then. Buzz. His figure faded away. When he reappeared, he was already within the Uchiha clan's territory. After the immortal body was deactivated, Su Ming's complexion appeared somewhat pale. This was a side effect. His mastery over the power of the 3rd template was not yet refined. Such terrifying power imposed a tremendous burden on the body. Even now, he could not sustain it for long. Hence, his earlier attack had been so violent, leaving Pain no room to contemplate. He simply did not have that luxury of time. Of course, these after effects would gradually diminish as his proficiency with the template improved, until he completely mastered it. At that point, he would be able to wield the immortal body truly and significantly extend its duration of use. However, this required time. Mastering powerful forces is never an easy endeavor. The Nine-Tails was thus, and Sage Mode was no different. Upon returning, the 2 sages from Mayaboka Mountain departed. However, Jiraiya's demeanor was somewhat dejected. I thought they had perished long ago. I never expected them to have survived until now and become what they are today. Su Ming patted Jiraiya's shoulder, offering comfort. This is not your fault. They are not at fault either. Perhaps the world itself is to blame. Chapter 88. Youth must engage in physical activity. Su Ming's daily life was quite simple. Training, pursuing girls, eating, pursuing girls, sleeping. Naturally, amidst this, he would also carve out some time to accompany Naruto and occasionally observe Sasuke's training progress. However, during this period, Naruto had become quite attached to Kushina. So Su Ming found himself enjoying a leisurely existence. Life was largely like this, relaxed and pleasant. Jiraiya gradually adapted to this environment. He often guided Naruto's training, and indeed, Jiraiya's teaching prowess far surpassed that of Minato. After several days of training, Su Ming's proficiency with the template deepened, particularly with the mastery of the third template. That demonic force grew increasingly formidable. When he activated the immortal body, his physical strength could even overpower Kurama. Once Naruto became the perfect Jinchūriki, Kurama was able to emerge. Moreover, Kurama had indeed come out several times. Once liberated, he was reluctant to return. After all, the outside world was far superior to the monotonous confines of the ceiling space. Upon emerging, Kurama, accompanied by the three tails, consumed all the delightful food available, as if he were leading a little brother. Interestingly, Kurama's favorite turned out to be the dango, sharing a similar preference with Itachi. Yet, regarding Naruto's beloved ramen, Kurama was quite dismissive. In fact, under Naruto's insistence, Kurama simply left home. Of course, he departed from Naruto's side to come to Su Ming. Su Ming couldn't be bothered to intervene. After all, this fellow was quite adorable in his shrunken form. Every time he visited, he would capture the attention of the girls. The diminutive Kurama was not only popular among the girls, but also endeared himself to the Uchiha and Hyuga clan ninjas. Indeed, Kurama was currently the only one who not only dined for free, but also had others offering to pack food for him. Whenever Naruto thought of this, he felt quite envious. The popularity of Kurama was something Su Ming had not anticipated. Even more surprising was that Kushina was the one who adored Kurama the most. Sometimes, at night, she would insist on sleeping while hugging him. The Nine-Tails' departure from home can largely be attributed to Kushina. After all, love can weigh heavily upon one's heart, leading to a headache. Observing the Nine-Tails lounging beside him, pawing at the tricolored dumpling, Su Ming couldn't help but scoff. Is this all it takes for you to reach your breaking point? If it were Tsunade, wouldn't she have crushed you with ease? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he felt a sudden itch in his hands, though they were empty. Ah, springtime. He shook his head slightly. Just then, Jiraiya entered, and upon noticing the languidly content Nine-Tails beside Su Ming, along with the obedient Three-Tails ISO, he paused in surprise. Is something amiss? He inquired, extending his palm and making a few gestures in the air. Finding it somewhat dull, Su Ming turned to Jiraiya and asked, "What brings you here?" Jiraiya replied, "Word has arrived from Konoha." "Oh." Su Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What business do they have?" Jiraiya continued, "It seems the third Hokage has summoned them to guide your training." "Interesting," Su Ming mused. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was well aware of their capabilities. It appeared that he genuinely wanted them to participate in the Chunin exams. Were they to bully children? The image of the boy with the gourd, Gaara, flashed through Su Ming's mind. Only cares for his own Shira? What a curious name. The boy himself was quite intriguing. Su Ming recalled that Gaara was one of Naruto's good friends in the original Naruto series. Who exactly is coming? Su Ming inquired, his interest piqued. Jiraiya responded, "You should be familiar with them, Kakashi and Might Guy." Su Ming nodded, rising to his feet. It would be beneficial to meet them. He was no stranger to their names. Yet he was curious about the purpose behind Sarutobi's decision to send them. Despite the exposure of their abilities, it was precisely for this reason that Sarutobi was cautious. Konoha had not dared to provoke them, and Sarutobi should be aware of Su Ming's true intentions to bring about Konoha's destruction. Thus, what was the purpose of sending these two? Outside, Might Guy radiated enthusiasm. "Kakashi, is that person truly as strong as you claim?" Kakashi nodded. "He is undoubtedly the strongest I have ever encountered." He added, "Stronger even than my father." To receive such praise from Kakashi, Guy thought, aside from himself, there could be no one else. Yet, he felt a pang of disappointment that he had not yet earned Kakashi's recognition, which was now bestowed upon another. "I must challenge him," he resolved. However, he suddenly turned to Kakashi. "Let us have a match. A contest of man versus man." Guy beamed with excitement, brimming with energy. Yet, Kakashi merely shot him a glance. Exasperated. "Idiot." With that, he strode away, ignoring him. "Hey Kakashi, are you afraid of me? This time, let us race. I want to lose to you again." "Idiot." Kakashi sighed, feeling exasperated. Fortunately, at that moment, Su Ming emerged, providing Kakashi with a reprieve from Guy's relentless antics. Upon seeing Su Ming, Guy abruptly shifted his focus. Yet, when he laid eyes on Su Ming, he appeared momentarily stunned. He turned to Kakashi. "Is this really the strong individual you spoke of? He looks merely like a child." Indeed, Su Ming was significantly younger than Kakashi and Guy, making Guy feel justified in his comments. Unfortunately for him, he was facing Su Ming, whose youth belied an immense strength. Su Ming regarded the exuberant Might Guy, a watermelon-shaped hairstyle, bushy eyebrows, and his signature green jumpsuit. Upon seeing Guy, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. Those eyebrows are indeed quite thick. Does this child even comprehend the essence of youth? Guy felt a hint of disappointment. However, just as he finished speaking, Su Ming had already appeared behind him, gently patting his shoulder with a smile. Hello? This sudden appearance startled Guy, causing him to jump back dramatically. When did you get behind me? Kakashi facepalmed, rolling his eyes. How embarrassing. He turned his face away, pretending not to know Su Ming. Moments later, Guy turned his gaze to Su Ming. It seems you possess some strength. How about a friendly contest? Perhaps 1,000 lateral jumps? I am the proud azure beast of Konoha. Indeed, Guy, Su Ming chuckled. 1,000 jumps? Is that all the illustrious might Guy can manage? Let us add a bit more. How about 3 sets of 10,000? Guy was taken aback, his eyes wide with shock as Su Ming smiled more broadly. It's just exercise. After all, I have my energy elixir. What do I have to fear? Chapter 89. Have I opened the 8th gate? Su Ming-kun? Care for a match? Even Guy, renowned for his training fervor, was momentarily stunned by Su Ming's words. He instinctively swallowed hard, as if contemplating the challenge. What is the matter? Afraid? Su Ming teased. Who is afraid? Guy retorted, his face turning crimson. I, the proud beast of Konoha, will not back down. And so, they began their contest. Kakashi, witnessing this, could only shake his head in resignation. 2 fools, he muttered. Nevertheless, he remained attentive to the outcome. He understood Guy all too well. Despite his simplicity, he was relentless in his training. Hence, Kakashi felt the victor was already determined. However, after the first set, Guy's face was flushed, clearly struggling, while Su Ming appeared unfazed, breathing steadily. Judging by this, the outcome was evident. Kakashi shook his head in disbelief. He hadn't anticipated this result. Ultimately, as Kakashi had foreseen, Guy was defeated, thoroughly. Su Ming clapped his hands, his face slightly flushed, unlike Guy, who was gasping for breath. How was that? Su Ming inquired with a grin. At this moment, Guy was still panting, barely able to muster the energy to respond. Su Ming had a rather good understanding of Guy. After all, he was the man who nearly kicked the finale of the series into existence, though at a great cost. Not wishing to provoke Guy further, Su Ming turned his attention back to Kakashi. What brings you here? Kakashi sighed, glancing at Guy. He insisted on coming. Oh. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Kakashi continued. He has recently made some insights into the 8 gates, and wanted to find someone to spar with. I thought it would be a hassle, so I recommended you. Su Ming regarded Guy. Which gate have you opened? Guy extended his arm, displaying his thumb while grinning widely. The 8th gate. Su Ming's expression turned serious as he glanced at Kakashi, scrutinizing him. Kakashi, be honest. Are you trying to set me up for failure? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing with embarrassment. Su Ming genuinely wondered if Kakashi had a personal vendetta against him, hence sending Guy his way. Compete? You're suggesting I face the 8th gate? What kind of nonsense is that? Open the death gate and send me off with a single kick? If I go, what will happen to all the lovely ladies? Guy, having caught his breath, flashed another smile. Su Ming shot him a glare, feeling a murderous intent brewing within him. Well, your teeth are indeed quite white. My 8 gates technique is exceptionally formidable. Kai, I am aware. Su Ming replied. Shall we engage in a contest? Kai inquired once more. At this moment, Su Ming could no longer contain himself. His body vanished and materialized directly before Kai. Then, with a resounding slap, he struck him on the head. A contest, you say? Do you wish for death? I still wish to live. Su Ming erupted with expletives. He was acutely aware of the immense power that could be unleashed by opening the death gate. If Kai were to activate it, the outcome would likely be catastrophic. Kai was momentarily dazed by Su Ming's slap. Judging by Su Ming's displayed speed, it was indeed astonishingly swift. This piqued Kai's interest. Come, let us spar, Su Ming. A man must sweat beneath the sun. Kai appeared utterly exhilarated. However, Su Ming could not be bothered to acknowledge him and simply walked away. Before departing, he did leave a parting remark. If there is nothing more to discuss, you may take your leave. Of course, should you wish to visit, you would not be unwelcome. But do adhere to the rules. Su Ming departed. Truth be told, he held a great admiration for Kai. For he was a man who had nearly faced 2 climactic conclusions. One was from the original Naruto, and the other was in the present. Yet, for Su Ming, the admiration weighed significantly more. Although the 8 gates technique was powerful, it was not something to be recklessly activated. A mere contest did not warrant such foolishness from Kai. After Su Ming's departure, only Kai and Kakashi remained. Kai looked towards Kakashi, asking, what should we do next? Kakashi sighed, glancing at Kai as if he were an imbecile. Shall we simply return? He replied. That is out of the question. Kai exclaimed. The two had sneaked out, as life in Konoha had become overwhelmingly stifling. From the Hokage to the ordinary citizens, everyone felt the weight of oppression. The third Hokage, though well-intentioned, was powerless, constantly preoccupied with arrangements for the Chunin exams. Meanwhile, the common populace had gradually lost faith in the Hokage. Much had transpired in the village during this time. The third Hokage had changed. He was no longer the revered figure he once was, but rather a hypocrite unmasked. Kakashi had longed to escape, but lacked a valid reason until he encountered Kai, who was eager for a training partner. Thus, they left the village together. They would not turn back, instead following the path Su Ming had taken, moving forward. During this time, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans had collaborated to develop this area remarkably well. Its vibrancy rivaled that of Konoha. The two soon spotted Ichiraku Ramen and a dumpling shop. Upon seeing these establishments, Kai's eyes nearly bulged with excitement. Kakashi was equally taken aback. Approaching midday, their stomachs began to grumble, and after a brief deliberation, they stepped inside. At Ichiraku Ramen, they were greeted with the familiar ambience. Upon entering, they heard Naruto's voice. Have some Kyubi. Ramen is truly delectable. No way. I absolutely refuse to eat such slop. As the duo entered, they witnessed this peculiar scene. A boy, a plump fox, a table, and ramen. Why is there a pig in a ramen shop? Kai instinctively remarked. The comment instantly incensed the Kyubi. Who are you calling a pig? As he spoke, he turned his body, and due to the excessive food he had consumed lately, he was slightly rotund. Unable to maintain his balance, he rolled over clumsily. Why does this pig have so many tails? Kai exclaimed. Enraged, the Kyubi retorted. Dare you call me a pig? I will end you today. Suddenly, the Kyubi's form expanded dramatically. Then, with a resounding crash, Ichiraku Ramen was utterly demolished. The unfinished bowl of ramen exploded, sending noodles flying, drenching Kakashi's head. The noodles hung down like a woman's flowing hair. At this moment, Naruto turned his head, tentatively saying, Aunt Kakashi?